The young man, Shen Ran, sat in a seat towards the rear, clutching a mobile phone as if it were a crucifix, yet only responding to the hollow sounds of silence. Tick, tick, akin to the rhythmic ticking of a second hand. To his left, a robust man in his 40s had his right leg vibrating as if it were a typewriter. The man donned a deep black jacket, beneath which loomed a formidable physique that would likely measure close to 190 centimeters if he stood. From the cuff of his right sleeve protruded a metallic hand, its intricate mechanical design revealing a tangle of electronic circuits resembling bulging steel muscles. The M2 model hand, a third-generation civilian product manufactured by Dongzheng, crafted from carbon fiber and ceramic polymer materials, boasts a gripping force exceeding 300 kilograms in regular mode. Shen Ran caught a glimpse of that metallic hand from the corner of his eye, feeling a surge of unease. Despite its original design for laborers engaged in strenuous tasks by Dongzheng technology, he had no doubt that with such a terrifying grip, the man could crush every bone in his body as effortlessly as one might squeeze tofu. Apart from the man in the jacket, most of the individuals in this aisle bore similar traits. They were all equipped with mechanical prosthetics, some even adorned with layers of synthetic skin, while others displayed exposed metallic shells. A few bore signs of damage, charred and battered, as if they had recently emerged from battle. The cold steel of machinery fused with the feral savagery of their nature. These individuals were likely members of an underground gang, exuding a distinct aura reminiscent of hyenas prowling the savannah. Amidst such a gathering of nefarious characters, the only thing Shen Ran could do was suppress any unusual expressions. At that moment, the door at the end of the aisle swung open. A mechanical creature resembling a spider emerged from the room, featuring 8 exoskeletal legs and a square box for a body, with exposed wires resembling veins, intricately connecting various parts rather than concealed beneath a metal shell. Above the box, a display screen rose, revealing the visage of a weathered Western elder. Shen Ran stared in astonishment. "You shouldn't be here wasting the government's scant goodwill, old man. You ought to see a doctor and have your prosthetics properly repaired. Just look at those exposed wires on your body." The man sitting to Shen Ran's left suddenly spoke. On the screen, the elder offered a sheepish smile, then, with a series of clicks, maneuvered away on his 8 legs. "Is that fellow really alone?" someone inquired curiously. The man in the black jacket replied, "A pitiful old man, my neighbor, known as Old John. A few years back, he sold his spine to raise money for his child's medical treatment and sign a contract with the Yaori Group, willingly transforming himself into this grotesque form to perform perilous tasks for those corporate dogs." Shen Ran silently observed the elder's departure. In this era of human-machine integration, such individuals and their stories were not uncommon in Fire City. Yet each time he encountered them, a sense of strangeness washed over him. What about that old fellow's child? Did they recover? The gang members in the aisle continued their idle chatter. How could that be? It's a disease caused by genetic defects. Do you really think the government's cheap medical facilities could cure it? That's just a bottomless pit for swindling money. How tragic. What's the point of living like that? Neither human nor ghost. Who knows? After this brief interlude, silence reclaimed the aisle. Tick, tick. Only the sound of the man in the black jacket's leg shaking remained. Sitting beside him, Shen Ran felt like a statue, his posture more formal than during a typical class. Perhaps he should have chosen a different time to come here, otherwise he wouldn't have encountered such a dangerous group of gang members. Not long after, someone began to pound on the door violently, urging those inside to hurry up with furious shouts. Fortunately, the worst did not come to pass. At 5 o'clock Martian time, in the Fire City Government Service Building, the door at the end of the aisle opened, and the man in the black jacket emerged. The gang members who had been waiting in the aisle surged forward at once. Feeling a bit better, the man remarked, retrieving a pair of folding sunglasses, which he opened and donned. However, that consultant advised me to reduce my prosthetics and even suggested replacing the chip, claiming that continuing this way would exacerbate my cognitive dissonance. Upon hearing this, another bald man furrowed his brow, as if harboring a canyon of concern between his brows. The boss mentioned that Fire City is on the brink of significant changes. Moreover, a shipment of high-end goods just arrived yesterday, big brother. The bald man hesitated. "Let's go." The man interrupted, then coldly led his entourage away. At last they had departed. Seated, Shen Ran let out a sigh of relief, yet curiosity bubbled within him. He had caught several keywords from the earlier conversation. Was something significant about to transpire in Fire City? Number 107, Shen Ran. At that moment, a new call echoed through the aisle. Shen Ran immediately began to mentally prepare for the questions he would face upon entering. As he rose, he glanced at his phone once more. The screen was dark and smooth, like a mirror, reflecting only the disappointed visage of a youth. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. The room was similarly sparsely furnished, with an air of antiquity and gloom pervading the walls. A middle-aged woman, approximately in her 40s, sat on a tattered sofa, manipulating an electronic pen in her hand. Shen Ran handed her a file he had completed 3 hours earlier. The woman began to read aloud the information from the file. Name: Shen Ran, born in 2312 at the Xingda Hospital in the high-tech zone. Currently 15 years old, a student in the 3rd year of junior high at high-tech 8th middle school. Parents' divorced father died due to alcoholism, now raised by your second uncle. Not technically an orphan then? You have a guardian? Suddenly, the woman turned her gaze toward Shen Ran. Her expression seemed to convey a question. If there were an adult present, why waste her time here? Shen Ran pressed his lips together and nodded. Yes, I currently live with my second uncle. Very well. Welcome to the Social Welfare Institution of Fire City. I am psychological consultant Zhang Hua, a graduate of Zhu Rong University with a bachelor's degree in sociology. Each individual is entitled to 50 minutes of free consultation time each week. As she recited the repetitive opening lines, Zhang Hua pressed the timer on the coffee table. Now, please tell me the purpose of your visit today and how I may assist you. The only advantage of this room was its tranquility. I've been under a lot of pressure lately, struggling with insomnia, Shen Ran murmured as he settled onto the sofa. What kind of pressure? Academic pressure. A week ago was our school's mock exam, and my results were far from satisfactory. I fear I won't be able to gain admission to a public high school. Banal concerns from a mundane youth, just like the drudgery of his life, confined within the walls of this small room. Zhang Hua yawned and replied. The education reform policy implemented by the Martian government 150 years ago was designed to ensure that everyone could complete at least 12 years of compulsory education, wasn't it? But if I can't get into high-tech high school, I only have 2 options. Yangji High School or high-tech girls' high school. Shen Ran's expression darkened. Yangji High School was notoriously infamous in the high-tech zone. Due to limited government funding for education, the number of teachers at Yangji High School was so scarce that sometimes a class would have only 1 lesson in a day. In reality, that single lesson often went unfulfilled as no teachers were willing to show up. Shen Ran had also heard that over half of Yangji High School students were already considered marginalized members of society, closely entangled with gang members. Bullying was merely the tip of the iceberg. Severe incidents such as drug abuse and gun violence occurred frequently on campus. Shen Ran shuddered at the thought of what his life would be like if he failed to enter a public high school and ended up at Yangji High School. As for the second option, the girls' high school, Shen Ran would actually be willing to attend, having heard that the atmosphere there was relatively decent, but that was merely a thought he entertained in his mind. At that moment, Zhang Hua's gaze fell upon the smooth skin of Shen Ran's neck. Indeed, there was no interruption. Zhang Hua inquired, "You don't even have the most basic, inexpensive chip?" Shen Ran nodded. "My father used to work as a laborer at Lingyi Manufacturing. Due to the wave of layoffs over a decade ago, he was replaced by a robot and could never find new work, spending his days at home, numbing himself with alcohol and cursing technology and machinery. Another ignorant worker, it was no wonder he ended up like this." Zhang Hua chuckled. "Your father has been dead for so many years now. In this age, without the assistance of a chip, how can you compete with your peers?" Long ago, the prototype of the brain-computer interface was designed, implanting a smart chip into the brain. Now, in the 23rd century, with rapid advancements in materials science and microelectronics, this era had truly become the age of chips. A distinguished human scientist once remarked, "Chips are the second soul of a persona more powerful soul, akin to possessing technological divinity. A paralyzed individual can rise once more through the aid of a chip similarly. A person devoid of skills can swiftly acquire a vast wealth of knowledge via advanced chips, thereby outpacing their peers. Some chips, equipped with specialized models, can enable ordinary individuals to master military combat techniques, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, karate, and other martial arts experiences. There is no chip that guarantees safety, and the better quality chips are quite expensive," Shen Ran remarked softly. My uncle's family has incurred substantial debt to purchase a learning assistance chip for my cousin. Zhang Hua, dismissing the discussion regarding the safety of chips with the youth before her, inquired, "Where is your cousin currently studying?" Shen Ran replied, "She is attending Jiangnan Middle School in the Jiangnan district." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hua's previously indifferent gaze transformed instantaneously. Yet considering the heavy debt burden borne by the other's uncle's family, she stated, "Very well. Psychological counseling is a lengthy process divided into several phases. The government established this free counseling center primarily to assist those whose personalities have been disrupted by chips, preventing them from causing significant harm to society. Individuals like you should not waste precious social resources by coming here. But I am also a citizen, I have the right." Shen Ran immediately turned to her, eager to express his thoughts. He wondered if his life would soon descend into a realm rife with filth in just 2 months. The pressures of such a life, like gray tendrils stretching from the future, were enough to instill a profound sense of dread in an immature youth, rendering him sleepless through the night. Such matters should be discussed with your guardians. If they procure a chip for you, the problem will be resolved. Zhang Hua replied, disinterested in further discourse. With that, she made a gesture indicating the conclusion of their meeting. Shen Ran regarded this government employee, who was gazing back at him with an expression that seemed to convey indifference. A moment later, he stood up. Children are easily deceived. Shouldn't a mouse's offspring remain in its burrow? Casting a glance at the timer, Zhang Hua noted that more than half the time remained, and she whimsically twirled the pen in her hand, her only source of amusement. Even if this government-established counseling center was lacking, the monitoring equipment for work hours was invariably state-of-the-art. Yet, at that moment, Shen Ran abruptly sat back down. Zhang Hua's brow furrowed. "Is there something else? May I inquire what you need?" In an instant, Shen Ran transformed, meeting Zhang Hua's gaze with a newfound assertiveness. "This is the Fire City Government Service Building. I am the psychological counselor, Shen Ran. How may I assist you today? What is happening? Could it be that this youth has developed a mental illness?" Zhang Hua froze momentarily, her heart racing, for the prevalence of mental illness in these times was alarmingly high. She hastily responded, "Calm down, relax. I am the psychological counselor here. You are the one with an issue, and I am providing you with a service." "Ah, so you are aware that you are here to serve the public." The moment her words left her lips, Shen Ran's expression shifted dramatically, retorting with a sharp wit. Zhang Hua's face turned a shade of pale. Only then did she realize that she had just been admonished by a mere child struggling to survive in an underground city. Without glancing back, Shen Ran exited the room. His father's words rang true. Seeking assistance from those in the underworld was far preferable to approaching the Martian government. This colonial government was but a neutered entity, devoid of any promise. Emerging from the government service building, the clock indicated it was 6 o'clock in the evening. The evening breeze brushed against Shen Ran, causing him to shiver slightly as he wrapped his clothing tighter around himself to fend off the chill. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, illuminating the screen. He quickly retrieved his phone from his pocket. The screen displayed the weathered visage of a middle-aged man, with sunken eyes, a prominent nose, and pronounced nasolabial folds. It was a call from his uncle. "Where have you gone to play? Inging has finished school, and your aunt will be off work soon. Hurry back." He was not out playing. Shen Ran refrained from divulging his circumstances, opting instead to reply succinctly, "I'll be home shortly." The screen dimmed once more, and the building behind him extinguished its lights. Simultaneously, the city ahead began to come alive with vibrant colors under the cloak of night, the kaleidoscope of neon lights infusing the world with vivid hues. Standing outside the now-darkened government service building, Shen Ran opened his phone once again. His fingers navigated to a page displaying 37 unanswered calls, all from the same gray number. From the day of his 15th birthday until a week ago, following his unsuccessful simulation exam, he had transitioned from waiting patiently to taking the initiative leading to this moment. Was that woman planning to completely disregard him, or had something transpired? Shen Ran remained oblivious to the answer. He tucked his phone back into his pocket and walked alone into the frigid night, continuing for a long while, eventually deciding he no longer wished to know. Chapter 2A Gift to Fire City in the year 2327, Fire City. The clock struck 6:30 in the evening. A suspended aerial train glided along the circular city track, traversing various districts of the metropolis. Inside the train, passengers clad in garments of diverse hues exhibited signs of fatigue, some swaying drowsily, while they were reluctantly subjected to the incessant marketing announcements permeating the carriage. A few youthful individuals, exuding a palpable sense of urbanity, cast lingering glances at a female passenger's fair thighs. Shen Ran occupied a window seat. The moment he donned his headphones, the cacophony of the outside world seemed to dissipate into oblivion. Leaving behind a solitary soul immersed in the melodies of music, he gazed out the window, and in an instant, a breathtaking panorama captivated his vision. Beyond the glass lay a world under an immense dome, where towering skyscrapers stood like a magnificent forest of steel. The tallest edifices bore simple yet aesthetically pleasing logos, their rooftops emitting beams of light that swept across the horizon, akin to a sovereign surveying his realm. The city's spatial density was overwhelming, with circular tracks weaving through uniquely shaped structures, while grand screens displayed advertisements for various technological marvels. Coupled with vibrant neon lights, the city transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors as night fell. This was Fire City, the first city constructed by humanity on Mars. Many years ago, Fire City had represented a marvel within the annals of human civilization, sparking unprecedented societal reactions upon its inception. As elite classes and affluent individuals clamored to inhabit its confines, Fire City was a testament to the unwavering dedication of countless engineers. Once the wealthiest and most advanced city, however, it did not take long for inhabitants to realize that, in stark contrast to Earth's rich ecosystems of mountains, oceans, deserts, and jungles, Mars was a barren expanse of stone. Humanity's greatest aversion was monotony. As the initial allure faded, those capable of leaving Mars gradually opted to return to their home planet. During a United Nations assembly, dignitaries from various nations proposed no less than 100 treaties aimed at protecting Earth's environment. This significant conference also signified the diminishing status of Mars. Thus, Fire City, once a marvel of human civilization, gradually devolved into a somewhat peculiar mining town. It was foreseeable that, as humanity continued its relentless march forward, a second Mars would be conquered, and a second Fire City would arise. After over 3 centuries of unbridled extraction, the precious veins of Mars were slowly depleting. What remained were merely stones that the elite of Earth found unworthy. They seemed to have forgotten the excitement and fervor their ancestors felt upon first setting foot on Mars. And even more so, the plight of those left behind, unable to return home. The forgotten do not cease to exist merely because they are overlooked, just as many do not reject the act of living simply because they question the meaning of their existence. Fire City remained a highly developed society. Numerous large enterprises thrived within the urban landscape, ensuring that all amenities necessary to intoxicate every visitor were readily available. In certain respects, Fire City even offered more. Suddenly, an old song composed for Fire City by a singer from the late 20th century echoed through his headphones, its spirited melody evoking a sense of passion that seemed to permeate that bygone era. Yet, Shen Ran, burdened by his thoughts, saw a reflection of a bewildered youth in the window. As the train descended abruptly, it traversed a dark expanse reminiscent of a mountain tunnel, arriving at the other side of the city. High-tech zone, arrived, announced the train's voice. Shen Ran rose, joining the throng of passengers as they departed the station. In stark contrast to the city above, he found himself walking along a road of dismal conditions. On either side were numerous homeless individuals. Some had erected makeshift tents, while others lay exposed to the elements, wrapped in blankets to find slumber. To the alley's entrance, a ragged elder rummaged through a garbage bin in search of something edible. Soon, Shen Ran arrived at a residential community known as Guanlan Bay, comprised of 4 buildings, their exteriors marred by signs of age. He entered the 3rd building and discovered a throng of assorted individuals gathered before the elevator door, prompting him to opt for the staircase. Originally intended as residential apartments, Guanlan Bay had devolved into a makeshift living space, with rampant alterations and haphazard constructions. The 2nd floor had been converted into a small bar. Though thankfully, the soundproofing was commendable. His uncle's home was situated on the 5th floor, where noise was seldom a concern. Shen Ran extracted his key and opened the door. As he pushed it open, the rich aroma of cooked food enveloped him, accompanied by the sound of a news broadcast. "Uncle, I'm back." Shen Ran changed into slippers and stepped into the living room. Notably, his uncle's apartment, including shared spaces, spanned a generous 160 square meters, adorned with tasteful decor, largely due to his uncle's remarkable abilities. his uncle, named Shen Cheng, was a mechanical technician who had graduated from a prestigious university in Fire City. He had been qualified to work for a major corporation, but his involvement in a political movement during his university years landed him on the blacklist of numerous enterprises. His aunt often lamented this predicament, asserting that had he not been so naive, their family would be leading a much better life now. His uncle would merely smile in response. Despite the closed doors to advancement, his uncle remained the most capable person Shen Ran had ever encountered. Shen Ran had never witnessed his uncle fail to repair a machine. Not only from the high-tech zone, but even individuals from nearby districts sought his uncle's expertise, ensuring a steady flow of work that comfortably supported the family. With a bang, the workshop door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in dark work attire and sporting safety goggles. "Where have you been today?" His uncle settled onto the sofa, casting a glance toward the kitchen. Shen Ran felt a pang of anxiety and called out, "Aunt, I'm back." Shortly after, he took a seat beside his uncle and went to the ground city. Ground city? His uncle did not press further, extending his hand. "Did you encounter any trouble on the way back? Let me check the stun baton." Shen Ran retrieved a pin-like device from his pocket, which emitted a burst of blue electricity upon pressing a button, filling the air with a charred scent. This was a self-defense gadget his uncle had crafted. Unlike the well-regulated ground city, the dark alleys of the underground city harbored unknown dangers. His uncle skillfully disassembled the metallic casing, examining the circuit board and wiring for any discrepancies before reassembling the device and returning it to Shen Ran at that moment. His aunt emerged from the kitchen, apron-clad, carrying steaming dishes. Shen Ran quickly stood, eager to assist. "I no need," she replied. 2 years younger than his uncle, his aunt had been with him since their university days. Despite showing signs of age due to lack of care, her striking features still hinted at her past beauty. "You don't need to do anything tonight. Just give us a detailed account of your day." She placed the dishes onto the table. The moment the words left her mouth, Shen Ran felt a jolt in his heart. Soon, the family gathered around the dining table in the living room. Besides his uncle and aunt, there was a young girl sipping porridge. The girl wore a sleep robe adorned with 2 adorable rabbit ears, her legs crossed and her pink slippers bobbing, revealing her delicate, fair heels. Her name was Shen Ran, his uncle's daughter, of the same age as Shen Ran, and she bore a striking resemblance to her mother. With a single ponytail and a few strands of hair cascading beside her ears, her fair skin was accentuated, and her side profile featured charming apple cheeks, exuding an air of innocence, in stark contrast to the rapidly devouring Shen Ran. Shen Ran had yet to lift his chopsticks from the bowl. "Why didn't you tell me about your school's mock exam last week?" his aunt inquired, her gaze fixed on him as if interrogating a suspect. Shen Ran found himself at a loss for words. "The results?" he stammered. "Speak," his aunt insisted, her tone turning stern. Shen Ran managed to muster a few words. Instantly, the girl set her bowl down, her bright eyes wide with surprise as she stared at Shen Ran. "You really scored that low?" his aunt exclaimed. "Shen Ran, are you genuinely planning to become a delinquent at Yangji High School?" "Ollie, keep it down." Shen Ran is already feeling bad about his performance, his uncle interjected gently. "Besides, I've heard there's another high school in the high-tech zone, isn't there? The other one is a vocational high school for girls." His aunt shot back, glaring at his uncle. He, who spent his days in the workshop repairing machines, knew nothing of other matters. Shen Ran remained silent, his hands gripping his thighs tightly beneath the table as the atmosphere in the living room turned frigid. "A year ago, I told you that if you struggled with your studies, you could ask Ying for help in the evenings, but you refused." His aunt spoke rapidly, leaving little room for interruption. The girl beside her blinked innocently. Shen Ran didn't wish to disrupt Ying's studies either. His uncle attempted to interject. What would it disrupt? Even if Ying were at Jiangnan Middle School, she would still be among the top students, and she's already guaranteed a spot at Jiangnan High School without needing to take the entrance exam. His aunt beamed with pride for her daughter. "She possesses a Phoenix A-grade chip." Suddenly, Shen Ran blurted out, "But I have a D-grade chip." The moment the words left his lips, the girl's eyes widened in disbelief. His aunt paused, momentarily at a loss for words. 7 years ago, my aunt and uncle deliberated intensely and resolutely decided to withdraw all the family's savings, alongside securing a loan that would span over 50 years. They gritted their teeth to purchase a Phoenix Class A chip developed by the R&D department of Pear Blossom University for Shen Ran. The data model of the Phoenix chip is designed for learning. And even in this day and age, it remains a high-end commodity in the market. The cost of this chip was equivalent to that of 8 such apartments. Although Shen Ran hesitated to voice such blunt statements, the undeniable truth could not be overlooked. This was Jiangnan District, one of the most affluent administrative zones in Fire City, where countless individuals would go to great lengths to gain entry. Nearly 90% of the students from Jiangnan Middle School could directly advance to Jiangnan High School. And upon graduation, half of them had the opportunity to further their studies at Pear Blossom University, with even the slightest chance of achieving the proverbial leap into the Dragon S-Gate to reach the capital star of Earth. While Shen Ran harbored envy, living under the same roof as such a gifted individual brought an indescribable weight of pressure. Neighbors, and even his own teachers were well aware of Shen Yingying's prominence at Jiangnan Middle School. The disparity was not limited to this aspect. Shen Yingying was the treasured pride of the family, while he felt like an outsider, a mere lodger beneath another's roof. After his father's passing and his mother's remarriage, he had not even received a phone call in all these years. Shen Ran's emotions were a convoluted mix, and in that moment, he uttered a line about her possessing a Phoenix Class A chip. After a prolonged silence, his aunt suddenly picked up her chopsticks, her tone softened. Wasn't your father vehemently opposed to chips and machines? He claimed they were technological stamps used by the elite to fortify class structures and restrict the lower populace. I've finished eating. The girl abruptly set down her utensils, visibly displeased, and padded back to her room in her pink slippers. At the dining table, his uncle frowned deeply, seemingly contemplating a smoke break in the restroom. Shen Ran lowered his head, still unmoving with his chopsticks. He was engulfed in a sense of bewilderment and uncertainty regarding life and the future. What are you going to do moving forward? His aunt inquired again. I don't know. I think if I can manage to settle down, things might improve. Shen Ran's voice was subdued. There are only 2 months left. How can you still make an effort? What can you even settle down? No, settling down means repeating a year. His aunt was momentarily speechless, torn between anger and a desire to laugh at the irony of the situation. Just then, his uncle suddenly turned to Shen Ran. Actually, it's not just your father. I don't know why, but your third uncle has occasionally sent messages over the years, saying he doesn't want you to have a chip implanted. Third uncle? Shen Ran looked up in slight astonishment. There were 3 people in his father's generation. His father, his uncle, and his third uncle. Unlike his father and uncle, the third uncle had abruptly abandoned his enviable future midway through university, vanishing before graduation. Before he left, he only left a letter stating that Mars was too barren for him, and he wished to explore the sea and the stars. You turned 15 a month ago. Although you're not yet of age, I believe some significant decisions in life should be made by you. We will find ways to support you as best as we can. With that, his uncle retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, and lit it. Wispy smoke curled upwards. Despite the plethora of more effective hallucinogens available in this day and age, traditional cigarettes still held one major advantage. They were affordable. Don't smoke at home. His aunt immediately grew irate, yet did not actively intervene, for she had caught on to the implication of her husband's words. Was he planning to procure a chip for Shen Ran as well? A heavy stone seemed to press upon her chest, her hands gripping tightly, turning pale. The family had already borne a debt that would last 50 years for Shen Yingying's future. Now, were they to further burden themselves with an even heavier fate? His uncle, smoking at the dining table, appeared worn and haggard amidst the swirling smoke, the lines of age deepening on his face. Why doesn't my third uncle want me to have a chip implanted? Shen Ran asked curiously. His uncle shook his head. I'm not sure. Your third uncle has had little contact with the family over the years, hardly more than 5 sentences. I don't even know how he is doing now. Shen Ran fell silent. No need. He didn't ponder for long before providing his answer. No need? You? His aunt first reacted with astonishment, then opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately restrained herself in reluctant silence. His uncle's smoking came to a halt. The living room once again succumbed to silence. Shen Ran offered no further words. Though he deeply envied Shen Yingying, he also understood the importance of the chip in this era. Capable of altering one's destiny, however, he could not bring himself to impose a heavier burden on his uncle's family. For Shen Yingying's sake, his uncle now worked at least 10 hours a day, while his aunt had taken on several jobs outside, reaching a dangerously exhausting level of fatigue. Sometimes, when Shen Ran awoke at night, he would see the light still glowing in his uncle's studio. If, on any given day, his uncle and aunt were to succumb under the weight of their burdens, the cigarette extinguished, his uncle lit another, remaining silent, smoking one after another. His aunt, who despised his smoking, chose not to speak this time. "Isn't there's still 2 months left? I'll try harder and see what happens." A voice suddenly broke the silence. Shen Ran picked up his chopsticks, beginning to eat, deliberately putting on a smile. "My father often said when he was alive that he didn't believe he was inferior to machines. I'm quite stubborn too. Until the last moment, who knows what the outcome will be." His aunt's cooking was quite good, the food fragrant, yet Shen Ran's mouth was filled with bitterness. That moment, the television screen emitted today's federal news. The Federal Star Institute announced that scientists had discovered a new substance, star energy, which would soon be officially integrated into various industrial operations. The chief scientist of the institute, Lu Luo, passed away at home last night at 7:15 p.m. due to sudden illness. Academy member Shi Yanhai from Pear Blossom University raised questions, stating that the Federal Star Institute had yet to disclose detailed data on star energy, and allowing it to be deployed in the industrial sector of Mars City was akin to conducting experiments on us. He hoped the Federal Star Institute would reveal specific details and work alongside the people of Mars to advance human civilization. The news smoothly diverted the heavy topic. Shen Ran's aunt gazed at the big screen, exclaiming in surprise, "Star energy? Is it a new energy source? The Earth Federation is so benevolent to choose to disclose this voluntarily." This marked a significant technological revolution, one that could not be concealed. Furthermore, they seemed intent on introducing star energy to Mars. Nearby, his uncle, smoking, watched the news with a deep gaze. If it's truly a good thing, would those old men on Earth be willing to share it with us? His aunt questioned skeptically. His uncle extinguished the cigarette butt and replied, "It's a simple principle. The core manufacturing technology of star energy is in the hands of others, as long as the enterprises in Fire City successfully undergo a transition. Utilizing their production lines, the federal government will completely control the lifeblood of Fire City. The worst-case scenario would be that, should they decide to cut off the source, the operations in Fire City could come to a standstill." Upon hearing this, his aunt grew somewhat flustered, sensing a storm of change looming. She quickly pressed, "What exactly is star energy? Can it truly compel the businesses on Mars to take this route?" His uncle sighed. "How could we mere commoners possibly know? However, according to some of my old classmates, the significance of star energy is equivalent to nuclear energy. It has the potential to propel human civilization into the next stage." At the dining table, Shen Ran found little interest in such news. His thoughts drifted to the gang members' remarks earlier that day about significant changes occurring in Fire City. As for the advancement of human civilization? What did it have to do with him? The human fleet was reportedly venturing into the Centaurus galaxy, with senior engineers devising an incredibly grand blueprint. Yet in this city, there wasn't even a decent high school to claim its place. After dinner, as Shen Ran was about to return to his room, he suddenly noticed a displeased yellow face image hanging on the door of Shen Ying's room across the way. This signified her mood of discontent for the day. On ordinary days, she would typically hang a smiling face unless something was amiss. Shen Ran contemplated knocking on her door to apologize for his earlier words. But just then, the doorbell rang. Following that was his uncle's surprised call. "Shen Ran, come here for a moment. There's a package for you." A package? He hadn't made any online purchases recently. Leaving Shen Ran in perplexity. "I'm coming." Upon returning to the living room, he saw his uncle holding a cardboard box. Taking the package, Shen Ran wore a puzzled expression. What was even stranger was that there was no Cinder's information on the package. Only the address: Mars, Fire City, High-Tech Zone, Shueching Avenue, Guanlan Bay, Building 3, Room 501. "Mr. Shen Ran, what package is this? Who sent it to you?" His aunt inquired, equally curious. "I don't know." Shen Ran replied, finding the box not heavy. His uncle and aunt did not pay it much mind. After finishing dinner, his aunt prepared to head out for work again, while his uncle continued to sit on the sofa, staring at the news on television. The perceptive ones had already sensed the gathering storm clouds on the horizon. In realms unseen by the masses, thunder roars deafeningly. The discovery of stellar energy and the revolution of power sources will undoubtedly mark a pivotal turning point in the destiny of human civilization. Meanwhile, Shen Ran returned to his chamber, cradling a peculiar package. Upon unwrapping it, he found an abundance of foam padding enveloping a small, jet-black box at its center. along with a letter. His curiosity deepened. He extracted the letter and seated himself on the edge of his bed. Feeling its ordinary paper texture, adorned with handwritten lines. Be why the time you read this letter. Many days may have passed since your birthday. I hope your heart aches a little less. I actually sent this long ago. But there were many watching me here, and the journey was fraught with tumultuous seas. After reading this letter, remember to burn it. Inside the box lies something exceedingly special that I discovered over the years. Some have transformed their lives with it, others are changing the world, and I wish to do the same, but I cannot. Your third uncle sent it to you as a birthday gift. Happy birthday? Shen Ran. Shen Xiu Zhu, Chapter 3. In Transformation in the living room, after finishing her chores, Auntie approached the entrance, changing her shoes while saying, I did not contradict you in front of the children earlier. But Shen Cheng, you must consider carefully. Ying is about to enter Jiangnan High School, which will entail significant expenses, especially if she manages to gain admission to Lihua University in Lihua City. Uncle sat on the sofa, a cigarette wedged between his fingers, his gaze fixed on the news flickering on the television screen. Shen Ran is suffering, but our family has done all it can for him. Even his own mother has turned her back on him. Noticing Uncle's silence, Auntie spoke more bluntly. In your brother's family, Shen Ran is the sole descendant, and in our family, we have only Ying as a daughter. Instantly, Uncle had to respond. If you and I do not plan to have a second child, then Shen Ran is the only heir of the Shen family. How can we watch his life take such a turn? Who would have thought, Shen Cheng, that you hold such feudal beliefs? What era is this? Still clinging to clan culture. The old Shen family sounds impressive, but is it really, Auntie? Now with her shoes changed, feigned surprise. You do not understand, Uncle replied from the smoke-filled sofa. I do not. He continued, I only know that our family finances have reached a breaking point. Auntie did not comprehend. Shen Cheng, while your intentions are noble, did you not wake up to reality during your college days? With a sudden force, he extinguished the cigarette, but in the ashtray. Uncle did not wish to delve into his own past regarding Shen Ran's situation. Bang! The door swung open. Before leaving, Auntie uttered her final words. Did Shen Ran not just say he would strive to improve himself? I too believe that child should, but we must also consider Ying's future. Uncle lay on the sofa, his gaze distant. Amidst the swirling smoke, his face bore the marks of helplessness. In this era, the technological tree of human civilization has grown tall and dense, resembling an unfathomable ocean. Even a common subject, pursued diligently from birth until old age, would be impossible to master completely due to the overwhelming complexity of information. Without the aid of a chip, no matter how hard Shen Ran tried, keeping pace with academic demands would be daunting. As a member of Shen Ran's previous generation, both he and his third uncle graduated from prestigious universities, with the latter attending Lihua University. However, tracing back, the first generation of Shen ancestors who reached Mars were the elite among elites, esteemed senior engineers. Yet now, Shen Ran, the last male heir of the Shen family, struggles to even enroll in a public high school in the next district. The level of education correlates directly with socio-economic status. From this perspective, the Shen family exemplifies the gradual decline of a family lineage. Once Shen Ran encounters the crossroads of university education, it would signify the family's irrevocable descent into a quagmire from which it could never rise again. This is the true reason behind Shan Cheng's incessant smoking, desperately attempting to deny this reality, yet only adding to his burden, his mind a tumult of mixed emotions. Bang! The sound of the door slamming shut echoed in the living room. Unusually loud this evening. Shen Ran understood that Auntie had left for work again, a daily toil. In the quiet room, he sat on the edge of his bed, a cardboard box on the floor. Its contents a small black box amid a sea of foam padding. In his hand lay a handwritten letter from his third uncle, the penmanship rather elegant. To him, his third uncle was an enigmatic figure, a symbol shrouded in mystery. He retained vague memories of him from childhood, after which the man abruptly vanished from his life. No one knew why he had suddenly abandoned his studies at Lihua University, relinquishing a future that many envied. Did his third uncle say he wanted to see the sea? His father, however, was unconvinced and firmly believed there was a conspiracy behind it. His third uncle likely offended some wealthy scions of the Fire City tycoons during his time at Lihua University. This resentment towards Fire City was a significant reason behind his father's disdain. His most proud brother had mysteriously disappeared from elite circles overnight. What could the reason be? Shen Ran too occasionally pondered what kind of person his third uncle truly was. What events transpired during his time at Lihua University? He rummaged through the cardboard box, seeking a thread that might connect him to his uncle. But the box contained only information about himself, as if the sender were a phantom. Ultimately, Shen Ran's gaze settled upon the letter in his hand, from which he could glean some fundamental information. His third uncle was still alive, though his circumstances were grim. Beset by adversaries, he contemplated, feeling a profound sense of helplessness, as if lost in a fog with no path to follow. Suddenly, his eyes caught the line, "I hope your heart aches a little less," and the realization that his third uncle had sent this gift long ago. "Happy birthday, Shen Ran." Gradually, the emptiness in Shen Ran's heart was filled with warmth, a faint smile gracing his face. A cluster of orange flames consumed the letter. In the brilliant glow, the name Shun Xiaozhu at the end shone resplendently. Shen Ran did not discard the ashes, but instead placed them in a small box within his drawer. Although his third uncle had instructed him to burn the letter once read, to Shen Ran, every beautiful moment in his life, even if reduced to ashes, should be cherished with utmost care. He then turned his attention to the small black box within the cardboard container. Hesitating to open it immediately, Shen Ran was uncertain of what might transpire upon unveiling the box. Only knowing from his uncle's words that its contents could alter his life, he swallowed hard. A novel sense of curiosity coursing through him, a youth at a low ebb, in the most bewildering period of his life, suddenly receiving a mysterious birthday gift. It felt akin to a poor boy discovering one day that he was the illegitimate heir of a grand conglomerate. He certainly did not consider himself an heir to any tycoon. Although the Shun family had experienced a period of prosperity, if there were truly treasures to unearth, his mother would not have left his father so decisively. As a child of divorced parents who had witnessed the world's harsh realities, he did not believe in miracles and had never dared to spend even a small amount on lottery tickets. This was not a sudden act of divine mercy or charity. It was a special birthday gift from his third uncle, undoubtedly with significant implications behind it. What could be inside? Shen Ran suppressed his emotions, pondering with intrigue. The anticipation before unwrapping a gift often evokes more profound reflection than the moment of receiving it. A chip. The first thought that crossed Shen Ran's mind was indeed a chip. As the saying goes, technology transforms life. If this gift contained the latest top-tier chip, it could indeed transform his current predicament instantaneously. Yet, he dismissed this notion, recalling that uncle had just mentioned, for reasons unknown, both his third uncle and father shared a reluctance to have a chip implanted in their brains. If not a chip, then what could it be? Shen Ran mused. As his thoughts meandered, a multitude of possibilities emerged. If his life were to change dramatically as a result, how would he confront it? If nothing changed, how would he accept that? If he became exceptional, would that woman one day appear at his door, carrying a birthday cake? If that were the case, would uncle and auntie no longer have to toil so hard, allowing the family a better life? So many thoughts swirled in his mind, and just contemplating them made Shen Ran suddenly realize that his life was not entirely bleak. There were indeed numerous facets that could be illuminated. Breaking his reverie, Shen Ran rose to his feet. Taking a deep breath, the young boy unwrapped his birthday gift. With a click, the latch of the small black box was released. Shen Ran's gaze was immediately drawn to a piece of blue crystal nestled within. As the moment the box was opened, a radiant blue light eagerly spilled forth, transforming the entire room into a vast ocean of azure. The bed, the desk, the walls, the coat rack, everything belonging to Shen Ran was enveloped in an enchanting and profound blue glow. Prior to opening the black box, Shen Ran had already been suppressing his emotions. Yet at that moment, he could not help but gasp in awe. His face was illuminated, and his brown eyes appeared to be tinted sapphire blue. Fixated on the crystal within the box, it was a breathtaking piece of blue crystal, roughly the size of a fist, glistening with a translucent clarity. Indeed, it was not a technological chip. But what was this? So exquisite, it radiated such dazzling brilliance. Wait a moment. Shen Ran's pupils constricted suddenly. The intensity of the inherent light source suggested that this crystal contained an extraordinarily high level of radioactive material. The blue light, reminiscent of the liquid in a nuclear reactor, filled every corner of the room. Hidden behind its beauty was a tremendous danger. In an instant, Shen Ran's emotions shifted dramatically. He forced himself to remain rooted in place, resisting the urge to flee in panic. After all, This was a birthday gift from his third uncle. It couldn't possibly be a ploy by those powerful figures to harm an ordinary boy like him. There was neither motive nor need to expend such effort. What kind of, or was this? Shen Ran nervously scrutinized the glowing blue crystal. The knowledge he had acquired in middle school was insufficient to identify this mineral, and he had never encountered anything like it on television. Suddenly, his gaze shifted again, noticing beside the blue crystal was a black egg, the size of a pigeon's egg. Unlike the cold texture of the blue crystal, this egg was remarkably unique. Its shell resembled biological skin, deep black in color, adorned with intricate, winding patterns, evoking the sensation of an egg laid by a living creature, exuding a breath of life and an indescribable aura of antiquity and mystery. An egg? A product of some biological genetic engineering. Shen Ran cautiously retrieved the black egg. As he held this pigeon-sized egg in his palm, he felt a chill run down his spine as it radiated warmth, a detail that was disturbingly unsettling. Just then, warm blood began to trickle from his nose. When he touched it, he was horrified to find his palm smeared with a pool of crimson liquid. Could it be the result of radiation? How could this happen? Panic surged within him as he hastily closed the box. The blue light in the room vanished. He placed the black egg on his bedside table and, facing the mirror, used a tissue to wipe away the blood from his nose, his mind in turmoil, the only relief being that he felt no pain in his body. Meanwhile, his hand, which had touched the black egg, left a faint trace of blood on its surface. What kind of crystal did my third uncle give me? Gazing at his reflection with blood flowing incessantly from his nose, Shen Ran felt a surge of panic, fearing he might be suffering from a genetic illness caused by radiation. This was a malady akin to a bottomless pit, requiring endless financial input to prolong life. He stood up again, seeking help, but was immediately met with a wave of dizziness, his steps unsteady, as if he could no longer control his own body. Wait! The world around Shen Ran blurred, and after just a few steps, he collapsed, unconscious on the floor of his room. At that moment, his aunt had left for the night shift, his second uncle was in the workshop repairing machinery, and Shen Ying was in the adjacent room, diligently studying with a Phoenix A-class chip. The family remained oblivious to Shen Ran's strange predicament. Click! After an unknown duration, a barely perceptible sound echoed through the quiet room. It was akin to the first shoots of spring breaking through the soil, or the cracking of an eggshell as a new life began to emerge. Chapter 4. Biotechnology in the Deep Blue Network. As darkness enveloped him, Shen Ran felt he was on the brink of death. Reality was not a fantasy novel. The glowing stone was not a mysterious gem that would bestow adventures upon him. It merely indicated the presence of harmful radioactive substances. But why would his third uncle wish to harm him in such a manner? Fortunately, he had managed to close the box before losing consciousness. He hoped his second uncle's family would not be as naive as he had been, compared to the prospect of becoming just another stray dog wandering the streets. Dying like this seemed somewhat acceptable. Yet, Shen Ran felt a twinge of discontent, for he was still a virgin who had yet to experience the taste of love. Despite the fact that the technology for external fertilization had matured as early as the 20th century, the Earth Federation had once considered establishing a reproductive bureau to ensure the continuation of civilization, with the state machinery overseeing the process to ensure that future human genes would be exemplary. However, this utopian plan was ultimately scrapped. Shen Ran believed that individuals like himself had little chance of being accepted into the reproductive bureau. The thought that books claimed reproduction was a fundamental duty of life made him feel that dying a virgin would mean he had never fulfilled the purpose of his existence. Fulfilling the purpose of existence? Suddenly, Shen Ran felt an overwhelming urge to weep, wanting to scream out in his last moments, "I desperately want a woman." The youthful bodies exuding vitality from the campus, the alluring women in bars, whether they were tall, dark-haired vixens or obedient lowly classmates, a surge of primal desires flooded his mind. Not to mention the vast, unseen oceans on Mars and the bizarre interstellar adventurers on television. So many unknown and wondrous things existed in the world. Yet he had seen none of them. Theo have lived for merely 15 years, only to die confused and helpless in his room, pushed the boy to the brink of despair, longing to cry out in anguish. Yet, after a long while, Shen Ran was suddenly struck by a wave of excruciating pain. It was not a heartache for life, but a physical agony, pain. It felt as if something had burrowed into his mouth, traveling down his esophagus, piercing through his soft throat as if it were being sliced by shards of glass. In reality, the unconscious boy suddenly curled up like a shrimp, his entire body trembling like a sieve. Wait, what is happening? In the midst of the pain, Shen Ran was seized by terror. Something foreign had entered his body, and it was alive. The creature squirmed within his abdomen. How could a fragile human body endure such torment? The pain surged like magma erupting from the Earth's crust, crashing into his core brain. So intense it was that Shen Ran began to hallucinate. His mind flashing with chaotic images, he saw his father, the woman, and even his third uncle from childhood memories, while his ears were filled with a cacophony of voices. Shan Xingguan, you have disappointed me greatly. I must have been blind to have followed you. If you want a divorce, then go ahead. Get as far away as possible. Why are you crying? Little Ran, remember, this is your mother. She's no different from those dogs at the company. Once we lose our value, we are discarded. Amidst the overwhelming sorrow experienced before death, Shen Ran suddenly heard a strange voice, not human, but an oddly peculiar signal. Yet he inexplicably grasped its meaning. Designation 09, activating, first attempt, failure, embryo nutrient deficiency. Repeat, conducting second attempt, failure, embryo nutrient deficiency. Repeat, conducting third attempt. By this time, Shen Ran was gradually losing all sensation, as his body was hemorrhaging extensively. To prevent him from feeling the pain of death, his brain automatically shut down many functions. Only the brainstem, responsible for subconscious activity, retained electrical signals. If an outsider were to peer through, they would be horrified to discover a thumb-sized shadow residing within Shen Ran's cerebral cortex, alive and thriving. It had taken root in his mind, like a parasite. Repeat, conducting 532nd attempt, failure. Warning. Host functions are about to cease. Warning. Embryo severely damaged. Warning. The thumb-sized shadow embedded in Shen Ran's cerebral cortex extended tendrils, releasing a peculiar energy akin to an electrical current, coursing throughout his brain, ensuring that this unfortunate boy did not suffer brain death. However, due to the effects of radiation, Shen Ran's bodily functions had deteriorated severely. Additionally, the thumb-sized shadow was also experiencing severe issues, currently facing insurmountable malfunctions. Activate secondary command, execute biological device redundancy. In the realm of human computing, the term device redundancy refers to a network structure where, if a connection between a switch and core switch fails, and one of the core switches malfunctions, the entire network becomes unusable. Device redundancy employs a dual-star network structure so that if a core device fails, another core device immediately takes over. Yet, here, no one knew what this thumb-sized shadow truly was, or what kind of device it represented. A current-like energy began to flow from the brain, like a gentle stream, nurturing Shen Ran's entire being. The cells in his body that had been damaged by the radiation from the blue crystal began to undergo an astonishing transformation once more. Shen Ran felt as though he were immersed in a warm spring. His mind gradually began to awaken. Even his eyelids fluttered, though they could not yet fully open. Meanwhile, changes were still underway, executing data redundancy. Soon, additional information was forcibly fed into the hippocampus of his brain. In reality, the young man furrowed his brows, overwhelmed by an influx of bizarre information that made him feel as if his mind might explode. The command executed successfully, and the biological program restarted. Activation in progress. With strange signals surrounding him, Shen Ran's consciousness suddenly found itself amidst a vast expanse of starry sky, where the normally invisible starlight appeared like scattered diamonds, strewn about, leaving him incredulous at the world before his eyes. Where am I? Shen Ran felt both alien and inexplicably familiar with this place. In the next moment, a peculiar voice echoed through the space. Connection to the Deep Blue Network established, ID 09. Would you like to log in, Deep Blue Network? Shen Ran was bewildered, gazing around, wondering what this starry expanse truly was. Had he died? Was there no paradise after death? Only this enigmatic Deep Blue Network? The voice repeated its inquiry. Would you like to log in to the Deep Blue Network? Shen Ran's heart raced. Instinctively, he sensed that he was not yet dead, but rather that something fantastical had occurred to him. What is the Deep Blue Network? Lacking affection since childhood, the world had not nurtured him into a delicate flower in an ivory tower, allowing him to remain relatively composed. Reason prompted him to ponder this question. No response die in this starry void. He was utterly alone, save for that incessant query. Would you like to log in to the Deep Blue Network? Somewhere deep within, buried memories stirred, faintly tugging at the strings of Shen Ran's heart. Ascend. An indistinct voice beckoned, making him feel like a wayward traveler yearning for home. No. Suddenly, Shen Ran's heart raced, and he instinctively rejected the call. His previous yearning for the unknown had led to a life-altering encounter. As his uncle had spoken of something transformative, which turned out to be a cursed blue crystal that nearly cost him his life, and the torment he felt was unbearable even to recall. He had no desire to experience that again. Fear overwhelmed him in the face of the unfamiliar. To go live was enough, even if it meant attending Yangji High School, or scurrying like a mouse in the underground city. He was, after all, merely an ordinary mouse. The psychologist at the Fire City Government Service Building was not entirely wrong. Shen Ran forced himself to regain composure. In that instant, an emotion named despair began to spread within him. Yet he knew this was not born of himself. It stemmed from external sources. All he desired was to return to reality swiftly. With Shen Ran's response, the starry expanse began to disintegrate like shattered glass. Simultaneously, an eerie sound, unlike human speech, pierced the air, leaving the young man in trepidation. Welcome to log in to the Deep Blue Network next time. Death is an inevitable juncture for everyone, if it were possible. The Creator should not place this juncture at the end. For it is only when one faces death that they can truly comprehend the myriad aspects of their existence and the preciousness of life. The young Shen Ran could not stride into death with composure. At the moment of his fall into despair, what filled his heart was an endless tide of regret. Fortunately, Shen Ran was granted the chance to return to the realm of the living. As pain fluttered through him, he struggled to open his eyelids, the glaring light causing his eyes to sting momentarily. Before him loomed a pure white ceiling. How tranquil! I am still in the room. Still alive. In an instant, a surge of elation filled Shen Ran's heart, a desire to proclaim to the world, I am not dead. Yet, the next moment, complex tears welled in his eyes, cascading down his cheeks. Memories of his final moments flooded back, the women he had yet to experience, abandoning his mother, the vastness of the cosmos, and so forth. Could he truly attain these in a second chance at life? This damned world. Ultimately, Shen Ran wiped away his tears, dismissing those chaotic thoughts. He was merely an ordinary individual. Yet he could defiantly declare, I will confront this damned world to the very end, in any case. Thank the heavens, living is enough. Just then, Shen Ran's pupils constricted. He noticed the ground was soaked in blood. He lay in a pool of it. Shen Ran hurriedly rose, only to discover blood seeping from the pores beneath his skin. The ensuing dizziness from blood loss struck him. Shen Ran gritted his teeth, bracing himself against the desk and the mirror. His gaunt cheeks framed a youthful face, dark hair shrouding a visage that was both melancholic and striking. Devoid of color, pale to the point of being alarming, he sank heavily onto the bed. Gazing at the blood-stained floor and the black box, Shen Ran fell into contemplation. The clock on the wall indicated it was 4:30 in the morning. So, I have been unconscious for a full 6 hours. What has happened to me? Shen Ran murmured. From the moment he opened the black box sent by his uncle, bathed in blue light, to losing consciousness, he vaguely recalled something entering his body through his mouth, and that dreamlike deep blue network. Shen Ran glanced at the bedside. The black egg, about the size of a pigeon's egg, had indeed shattered into countless fragments. After experiencing death once, the young man felt no fear in his dark eyes. He merely hugged his knees, sitting on the bed, lost in thought. Grumble. At that moment, a rumble emanated from his stomach. I am so hungry. Shen Ran felt his stomach had tightened, an unbearable urge compelling him to rise from the bed. He opened the drawer and retrieved all the nutritional bars within, however, after devouring everything edible in the room. His belly was noticeably distended, yet he still felt insatiably hungry. Every cell in his body resembled fledgling birds, mouths agape, chirping for sustenance. No, I am still so hungry. Shen Ran felt an immense hunger and opened the door. Preparing to head to the kitchen in search of food, bang! Coincidentally, at that moment, the door across the hallway swung open. A girl, clad in a bathrobe with disheveled hair, turned on the hallway light, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Clearly just having woken up, Shun, you are awake too. Upon seeing Shen Ran, the girl yawned, but her expression shifted as she noticed him. You look terrible, is everything all right? It's nothing. Are you going to the bathroom? Shen Ran inquired. Shen Ying nodded, then naturally made her way toward the living room. But just then, she abruptly halted, as if she had noticed something, her head turning in disbelief. Through the open door, she was horrified to see the large pool of glaring blood in Shen Ran's room. Oh no! Shen Ran's mood plummeted. Mom, Shen Ran is going to commit suicide. The girl's first reaction was to scream. Whoosh! Unexpectedly, the young man transformed in an instant, his eyes seemingly ablaze with electricity, stepping forward and swiftly covering the girl's mouth. Bang! Shen Ying was pinned against the wall, her eyes widening, the warmth of her breath stifled by his hand. In her dark, expressive eyes, fear and confusion mingled, so fast. Though his implanted Phoenix, a level chip, was designed for learning, Shen Ying had also tested her own neural reactions, clocking in at 0.08 seconds. What does that mean? Normal individuals without chips, even those among the most adept professional gamers, typically reacted at around 0.1 seconds. Yet, the girl, who usually despised physical contact with others, had not registered Shen Ran's movement until it was too late. Was it because she had just awakened in the middle of the night? Her mind still clouded? At this moment, Shen Ran, too, was taken aback. He had unexpectedly cornered his cousin against the wall, one hand covering her mouth, ensuring his uncle and aunt remained undisturbed. Yet, in that fleeting moment, his subconscious had propelled his body into action before he had consciously willed it. It was as if something beyond his control had taken over. Thump, thump. His heart raced. It was only then that Shen Ran realized something extraordinary had indeed transpired within him. Marking a departure from his former self, in the face of this sudden upheaval, both were momentarily stunned, their expressions reflecting a belated understanding, wide-eyed in silent astonishment. In the hushed hallway, after a brief pause, Shen Ran managed to regain some composure and explained, the blood in my room. I accidentally made a mess. Please don't panic, all right? Chapter 5. The Individual and the Era's Transformation. At 5 in the morning. In the living room, Shen Ying, clad in pink rabbit pajamas, sat on the sofa. She held a cup of steaming coffee, her fair, oval face etched with skepticism. The coffee table was strewn with an array of food items, most of which had been unwrapped, leaving only empty bags, all consumed by the young man before her. Shen Ying was witnessing this side of Shen Ran for the first time, for his previous appetite had never been substantial. Otherwise, his physique would not have been so slender. Was the blood in the room merely an accident? Are you truly not contemplating suicide? Shen Ying reiterated. No. Shen Ran shook his head, and then, under the girl's peculiar gaze, devoured a large piece of synthetic meat leg. But that's still raw. Shen Ying's expression soured, and a faint fear began to rise within her. She felt as though he had transformed into a wild creature. Was the blow truly that severe? You could also learn repair skills from my father, Shen Ying suggested after a moment's reflection. Regardless, my family can still support you, as long as your appetite returns to normal. She pondered. Shen Ran continued to eat, seemingly uninterested in conversing further. After finishing her coffee, Shen Ying stood up and glanced at the table laden with food. According to the book published by the Federal Health Organization, Caloric and Protein Intake, a healthy male requires an intake of 1980 to 2340 calories daily. Clearly, you have far exceeded this standard. A well-intentioned piece of advice. Do not indulge in binge eating due to a foul mood. There is no need to showcase your remarkable memory here, Shen Ran replied. Shen Ying inexplicably felt a surge of joy, then suddenly turned serious, warning him that if he dared to touch her suddenly again, she would incapacitate him. You shouldn't scream at night. Being afraid of blood. What a coward! Shen Ran scoffed, thinking that he hadn't genuinely intended to touch her at that moment. Bang! The girl retreated to her room, shutting the door behind her. Only after his cousin entered did a myriad of emotions flicker across Shen Ran's face. What is happening to me? Looking at the empty food wrappers strewn across the table and his own protruding belly, he was filled with dismay. He had eaten to the point of discomfort. Yet why did the sensation of hunger persist like a relentless parasite? However, compared to the initial stages, he felt considerably better now. At least within tolerable limits, and he no longer experienced the anemia and weakness he had upon waking. Enough? If I eat any more, My aunt will surely be astonished tomorrow, thinking a thief had invaded the house. Shen Ran rose to begin tidying up but suddenly froze mid-motion. He noticed the trash bin overflowing with cigarette butts. Instantly, an image of his second uncle, sitting helplessly on the sofa, perpetually smoking amidst an impenetrable cloud of smoke, flashed through his mind. After cleaning up his room, Shen Ran placed the shattered shell of the black egg into a small box, alongside the ashes of the letters from his third uncle. The boy remained somewhat apprehensive, unwilling to dwell on the image of the creature that had emerged from the black egg invading his body. It's nothing significant, as long as I am alive. As he turned off the lights and lay in bed, Shen Ran closed his eyes, attempting to steal a few moments of sleep before his classes. In the silent, darkened room, it was barely a few moments before he abruptly opened his eyes, overwhelmed by an uncontainable sense of dread. The creature that had hatched from the black egg, the radiant blue light, the deep blue network, all these elements prevented him from finding peace in slumber. They were far beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Who exactly is my third uncle? Where is he? What does he know? At this moment, Shen Ran desperately wished to locate his third uncle and unravel the mysteries surrounding himself. Shortly thereafter, a faint light illuminated the room. Lying in bed, Shen Ran gazed at his phone, momentarily lost in thought. Before opening a short video app, he watched scantily clad women dance, filled with sexual innuendo. Saving a few enticing images, and his mood gradually improved. In the early morning, the central structure of the underground city, the energy tower, slowly ascended, simultaneously activating various modular buildings in different regions. It was an imposing edifice, surrounded by numerous large solar reflectors on the Martian surface, each capable of accurately directing sunlight onto the tower's receptor. The concentration ratio of the receptor could exceed 1,000-fold, converting the absorbed solar energy into thermal energy, which was then transferred to the working medium, undergoing a heat storage process, and ultimately output as electrical energy. The sun is so magnificent that nearly all energy required by humanity originates from it. In the most primitive times, regardless of the origin of any human civilization, reverence for the sun god was invariably present. However, everything began to shift gradually. At the breakfast table, Shen Ran's second uncle and aunt resumed discussing the star energy featured in last night's news broadcast. Both had once been well-educated individuals, but due to suppression, their horizons were not limited. Their outlook on the impending star energy era was rather pessimistic. Humanity is still in the early to mid-stages of nuclear energy research. And now, suddenly, a new form of energy has emerged. Occasionally, Shen Ran chimed in, suggesting that if controllable nuclear fusion were achieved, it could usher in the next era as well. The second uncle simply chuckled at this, stating it was still far off. People nowadays can no longer wait to conquer the cosmos. Would the painful lessons of the 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl, and Fukushima disasters during the nuclear era repeat themselves? Shen Ran inquired further. Such a fate is undoubtedly unavoidable, the aunt replied. However, compared to that, we, as an ordinary family, need to be more concerned about how this new energy source will drastically widen the gap between the Earth Federation and Mars. I fear the Fire City will not see peace for some time. You must carry your electric batons and remain cautious when encountering suspicious individuals. Protect yourselves, the second uncle warned Shen Ran and Shen Ran earnestly. Understood. The two children responded in unison. After breakfast, Shen Ran headed off to school. As he walked along the road, he truly felt the wisdom of his second uncle and aunt. In the high-tech zone, crowds had already begun to gather and protest. Some were adamantly opposing the introduction of star energy into Fire City, asserting that it would turn their home into a testing ground if an accident were to occur. Who would take responsibility? Others labeled these individuals as stubborn remnants of feudalism, incredulous that in the year 2327, they would still attempt to reinvent the wheel. Star energy, Shen Ran murmured to himself, yet paid little heed to these matters. For a young man, political and social issues were not his concerns. Moreover, he had undergone a transformation akin to a rebirth the previous night. Now, aside from the persistent hunger, he could clearly sense a significant change in his sensory organs. To put it simply, he was hearing more sounds, and the world he saw was clearer. This was the most immediate sensation. Yet, there were deeper layers to explore. Suddenly, Shen Ran halted in his tracks. In that instant, the world seemed to come to a standstill. A nearby breakfast shop, A steamer of buns had just been taken out, and the middle-aged owner wore a broad smile amidst the rising steam. A girl in a school uniform received the buns and sweetly thanked him. Meanwhile, across from her, a group of young men squatting at the street corner leered at her with lewd expressions. One of them, a young man with dyed yellow hair, had a mechanical eye, its pupil containing 4 rotating gears, identifiable as a third-generation eagle eye, which, in the last market he had seen, was priced at. A brand new one cost 70,000 Martian coins. At that moment, the surrounding protest group erupted into chaos. A supporter of Star Energy swung an M3 model mechanical fist at an opposing protester, the fist tracing a slow arc through the air, while those nearby displayed expressions of astonishment, anger, and reproach. In that moment, time seemed to stretch, and the world unfolded before him frame by frame, like a cinematic experience. Even more astonishing was the torrent of information flooding into his mind with each frame, akin to a rushing river. Thump! At that instant, Shen Ran's heart raced violently, like an overloaded engine reaching its limit. His bodily functions could no longer cope. The nearly frozen scene shattered abruptly. The flood of information and cacophony of sounds erupted in his mind like a volcanic explosion. His brain felt as if pierced by countless steel needles, causing him to cry out in pain. Bang! At that moment, the fist landed heavily on another's face, shattering his facial bones and splattering blood. What happened? Yet, the crowd's attention shifted elsewhere. From the perspective of a passerby, the middle schooler from high-tech number 8 abruptly let out a bizarre scream while walking. Is he insane? The girl in the school uniform, holding her breakfast, glanced at Shen Ran in fear. Shen Ran gasped for breath, drenched in sweat. Ignoring the stares of others, who regarded him as a monster, he forced himself to walk quickly, half terrified and half exhilarated. The fear stemmed from his mere instinctive attempt to slightly engage his sensory system, resulting in such overwhelming side effects that it nearly drained him completely. The excitement arose from the immense transformation of his sensory system. In that instant, Shen Ran felt as though he had been implanted with a high-tech chip. Becoming a superhuman, an ordinary person cannot process an overwhelming amount of information in a short time. Even the average individual struggles to manage a video game without becoming flustered. Only those who are aided by technological chips can rival what he has just accomplished. How hungry he felt! Yet, Shen Ran soon found himself overwhelmed by hunger. He hurried to the breakfast shop, devouring one bun after another, stuffing them into his mouth, and when he choked, he quickly washed them down with soy milk. In the distance, a group of youth loitering at the street corner stood in stunned silence. Bang! One of them dropped his electronic hallucination device to the ground, utterly dumbfounded. What a sight! Who has ever witnessed a skinny boy consuming 15 fist-sized meat buns in one go? Even the shop owner was taken aback, questioning whether his buns were truly that delicious. He feared the boy might suddenly overindulge and collapse at his doorstep. In the end, Shen Ran merely wiped his mouth and left. Still somewhat unsatisfied, Gao Xian No. 8 High School is situated in a district filled with educational institutions, from junior high to high school, and even universities, with only elementary schools scattered within residential areas. As Shen Ran entered the school gates, he discovered something pleasantly surprising. After consuming so much food, his belly was not bulging, and he felt no discomfort from overindulgence. Could it be that my digestive system has evolved as well? Shen Ran mused, feeling a surge of excitement. His transformation seemed to have only just begun. Not far off, a girl in school uniform suddenly turned pale, tugging at her friend's hand and pointing at Shen Ran's retreating figure. That's him, the strange person who suddenly yelled on the street and then ate 15 meat buns. Her friend followed her gaze and exclaimed in astonishment, "Isn't that Shen Ran from Class 1? He doesn't have any mental illness. The only electronic device he possesses is a mobile phone. He only has a phone." The girl was taken aback. "What else would he have?" her friend replied casually. "During the last mock exam, he was among those who failed without a chip." On the other hand, Gao Xian No. 8 High School boasts a relatively pleasant environment, with vibrant youth strolling along its paths. Surrounded by lush greenery and even a simulated blue sky with drifting clouds, accompanied by a lighting system that changes with the time of day, my cognitive abilities have improved. Perhaps in the coming 2 months, I can indeed enhance my grades rapidly and gain admission to the prestigious public high school in Gao Xian District. As he walked toward the classroom, Shen Ran's mood lifted, as if he had emerged from a fog into clarity. At this moment, The boy remained blissfully unaware of the true value of the birthday gift he had received, nor did he comprehend the profound implications of his transformation. He dared not dream too grandly. This would soon be strikingly validated. Upon entering the classroom, with a few minutes to spare before class, few classmates had arrived, most still immersed in their cerebral interfaces, offering little in the way of greetings. Shen Ran sat alone at his desk, pulled out a hefty stack of books, and was just about to flip through them when a boy approached him. "Liexine, why are you here so early today?" Shen Ran asked, surprised. "Aren't you here early as well?" replied Liexine, whose freckled face was not overly pronounced, with straight brows and clear eyes, exuding an approachable charm. He suddenly handed his phone to Shen Ran, exclaiming, "Look, I found this video in a group. The Earth Federation has created a teleportation portal using stellar energy technology, just like something out of a science fiction novel. It can actually transport people directly to another location, and they successfully tested it. Is that for real?" Shen Ran's interest was piqued. The concept of a teleportation portal, akin to controllable nuclear fusion, seemed far too early for current human civilization. Any scientist hearing it would surely shake their head, as it should exist only in the realm of fantasy. Yet, Liexine claimed that the Earth Federation had successfully developed a portal capable of instantaneously transferring individuals to other locations. Shen Ran leaned in, captivated by the screen, his pupils dilating. In the video, within a fully armed and closed laboratory, a soldier resembling a mechanical SWAT officer took slow, deliberate steps toward a door. Beyond that door lay a deep, mysterious blue passage, akin to an unknown azure sea. Nearby, a multitude of energy output devices powered the portal. Encased in one transparent protective shield was a levitating blue crystal, exquisite as if crafted by a divine artist. "Did you see that? It's real," Liexine exclaimed, brimming with excitement, his words spilling forth. "They say the stellar energy technology portal can allow an object to enter a non-localized space, and as long as we find the corresponding node in that space, we can ignore the distances of reality and instantly arrive in the distant Alpha Centauri star system. In a single night, it felt like a dream. The era of Great Stellar Colonization had truly arrived." Such terminology could undoubtedly stir the hearts of many. Humanity was poised to venture beyond the solar system, embarking on an exploration of the entire universe, heralding yet another monumental upheaval in society. Yet at that moment, Shen Ran's mind buzzed, entirely focused elsewhere. He froze the video at a particular moment, fixated on the close-up of the blue crystal within the transparent glass shield. That was the stellar stone. The energy it emitted could connect to non-localized spaces. Representing the most precious cornerstone of human civilization, Liexine was fervently sharing his exhilaration with friends. Amid his excitement, he swore, "Damn it. The news says the Earth Federation is only giving us one piece for Fire City, and it will merely be used to construct a portal connecting to Earth. Only one piece for all of Mars. Just one?" Shen Ran suddenly felt dizzy. Chapter 6. The Deep Blue World. Liexine was one of Shen Ran's few friends. Their bond stemmed from shared experiences of hardship. Liexine, now 16, had a father who once worked alongside Shen Ran's father, both casualties of the wave of layoffs. Following a dismal period, he fell into gambling and accrued debts with a gang, only to be found dead in a sewer one fateful morning. Liexine's mother did not abandon him. She still lived, though paralyzed from the waist down due to an accident, to support her child. She had to sign a contract with a transportation company, transforming herself into a large freight truck. Since then, their finances improved, but she could no longer attend parent-teacher meetings at Liexine school. Unlike Shen Ran, Liexine was a carefree spirit, and no matter how harsh life became, the bright smile he wore radiated warmth. On several occasions when Shen Ran visited Liexine's home, Liexine openly suggested taking them for a drive, to which Shen Ran hastily declined, feeling it was too odd given his educated uncle and aunt. Their differences manifested in various aspects, including the upcoming entrance exams. Liexine's family could undoubtedly not afford a chip, and his mock exam results were significantly poorer than Shen Ran's. However, Liexine exhibited no anxiety regarding the notorious Yangji High School. In his own words, he had never considered himself cut out for academics. He valued loyalty, loved to fight, and saw Yangji High School as anything but a dungeon. At 16, in the third year of junior high, he often uttered phrases about fearing campus violence, which were ironically contrary to his reality, as he frequently returned home with bruises. Moreover, Faced with the advent of teleportation portals and the era of Great Stellar Colonization, Li Xian displayed a fervor and enthusiasm distinctly different from Shen Ran's. At the back of the classroom, Shen Ran sat at his desk, watching the video on his phone, lost in thought. Li Xian, beside him, was animatedly gesturing as if delivering a passionate speech. What on earth have you become over the years? Shen Ran finally managed to suppress his astonishment. He then handed the phone back to Li Xian. All right, class is about to start, aren't you excited? Shen Ran? Our generation is truly going to see a world beyond the solar system. Li Xian was taken aback. Shen Ran thought to himself that the tumultuous waves of emotion surging within him were far greater than Li Xian's enthusiasm. So, we can become interstellar explorers in this new era? Delving into the vast unknown of deep space? Shen Ran retorted. Li Xian felt a tinge of dissatisfaction but had no rebuttal. Indeed, the Earth Federation was remarkably stingy, only willing to provide them with a single stellar stone. They would be left watching others embark on cosmic adventures from Mars, which was utterly disheartening. Ding ding ding. At that moment, the school bell rang. The classmates, previously motionless like zombies, snapped out of their cerebral worlds. Their expressions returning to those of ordinary humans die in this day and age. Only impoverished youths like Shen Ran and Li Xian still used mobile phones. The vast majority of their peers had chips implanted in their brains, capable of accessing the internet without any tools, thanks to the imaging technology that transformed their pupils. Soon, the classroom erupted in a cacophony of discussions, reminiscent of birds chirping in a morning forest. Since the previous night's news broadcast, stellar energy technology had seemingly descended like a miraculous force, suddenly entering the lives of the people of Fire City. Shen Ran remained seated, silently observing it all. After a short while, the teacher entered the room, her expression markedly different from the usual demeanor. It is likely that the students were already aware of the news regarding the star energy that had been broadcast the previous night, particularly with the influx of additional information released this morning, which was nothing short of fantastical. The teacher, too, was visibly excited. However, she quickly recalled the principal's instructions from the morning meeting and suppressed her emotions. Proceeding to explain the various aspects of Mars and Earth to the students, in the perception of many, the campus appears to be a simple ivory tower. Yet, this is far from the truth. Aside from knowledge, the paramount concern for educational institutions is the consolidation of power by the ruling class. The teacher spoke of 3 centuries of history, sowing seeds of injustice and hatred within the narrative. Meanwhile, the thoughts of the young minds were far removed from such matters. The grand narratives and lofty discourses had long since lost their relevance to them. Tio put it plainly, Mars and Earth were once akin to brothers. However, the elder brother ventured away to earn a living for the younger sibling's education, and now, as he seeks care in his old age, the younger brother insists on pursuing further studies and demands that the elder continue to toil for his sustenance. This is a profoundly selfish and shameless exploitation. Observing the inattentive students below, the teacher maintained a composed facade, yet inside, she could not escape a sense of powerlessness and sorrow. Contrarily, Shen Ran was fully engaged throughout the lesson. Firstly, he was curious to observe the evolution of his own thoughts. Secondly, he gradually felt as though he was no longer a mere insignificant being. The birthday gift from his third uncle, a unique star energy stone, made him realize that his fate as an ordinary youth was now intertwined with the grand currents of this magnificent era. It was truly remarkable. After absorbing all that the teacher had conveyed, Shen Ran sighed inwardly. Even with the most advanced starship engines and fuel sources, a journey from Earth to Mars required over 20 days. The vast distances of space resulted in a disconnect between local governments and the central authority, a phenomenon that is not uncommon in the annals of human history. Yet, the ancestors of humanity had long anticipated such developments. Thus, the first scientists and engineers to set foot on Mars lacked one crucial element: the blueprints and raw materials for the manufacture of weapons. This deficiency meant that, even to this day, neither of the 2 colossal cities on Mars boasted a true military factory. The Martian government was equipped only with a police self-defense force, devoid of any army. Without weapons, dignity was stripped away, leading many to deride the Martian government as a mere castrated entity. At that moment, the middle-aged female teacher noticed Shen Ran's earnest attention. However, recalling that he was merely a student who could not even pass the high school entrance examination, she chose to divert her focus elsewhere. Just then, A mechanical component on her right temple began to flicker with light. Her expression shifted, and she quickly excitedly activated the large screen. A message from the Education Bureau had just arrived indicating that the spokesperson for the Martian government was engaged in a public discussion with Professor Hai from the Federal Star Academy regarding star energy. Students, please remain silent and watched. A wave of exhilarated murmurs surged through the classroom, quickly giving way to silence as the screen came to life. The image was split in two. On the left stood the spokesperson for the Martian government against a backdrop of Fire City, while on the right was an elderly Western man seemingly seated in his home. On behalf of the citizens of Fire City and Pear Blossom City, I wish to understand what exactly star energy is, how it was discovered, and whether it poses any harm to the human body. The spokesperson wasted no time in posing several critical questions. Meanwhile, throughout the streets and alleys of Fire City, even the owners of high-end enterprises were seated in their offices. Captivated by this formal public discussion, Shen Ran, too, held his breath in anticipation. What exactly is star energy? His curiosity rivaled that of anyone else in the room. After approximately 30 seconds of signal transmission, the elderly professor on the right finally responded. He paused, surrounded by a plethora of books on his desk, and stated, "It is entirely normal for the people of Mars to feel both curiosity and concern regarding star energy. Throughout human history, every transformative development has sparked immense debate, yet time ultimately vindicates all. Star energy is the energy stored within star energy stones, possessing the capability to connect with non-localized spaces. As for the essence of this energy, humanity has yet to fully comprehend it. However, through our current technological means, we are capable of utilizing star energy for teleportation, having successfully conducted over 100 experiments in this regard. Following the interview, we will release the data from these successful experiments. As for the potential harm of star energy to the human body, this is an undeniable fact. The radiation emitted by star energy stones is catastrophic to human health, surpassing several levels of nuclear radiation. If one were to be exposed to the radiation of a star energy stone without any protective gear, even for just a moment, no survivors have been discovered to date. Upon hearing this, the citizens of Fire City contemplated seriously, oblivious to the boy in a classroom at the 8th middle school of the high-tech zone. Currently, there have been no survivors? Shen Ran's heart raced. He felt as though he had become an anomaly. The thought of exposure and the terrifying consequences of being taken by the government for experiments, as depicted in various sci-fi novels and anime, sent waves of anxiety coursing through him. On the large screen, the discussion continued. Professor Hai did not disclose how the Federation had discovered the star energy stones. The Martian government spokesperson inquired why the Earth Federation had provided Mars with only one star energy stone. This is the first time star energy technology has entered the Martian city-states, and this energy requires substantial scientific and technological support. Subsequently, the Federation will dispatch corresponding talent to Fire City, Professor Hai calmly responded. Although the citizens of Mars felt a sense of injustice, they understood that the reasons provided by the Earth Federation were irrefutable. Yet, behind the scenes, high-ranking officials within the Martian government were unleashing a torrent of invective. At that moment, the expression of the Martian government spokesperson suddenly shifted, and with a serious tone, she stated, "The Prime Minister is also closely monitoring this situation and has just raised a question." Professor Hai appeared taken aback, as though this were an unexpected deviation from the normal procedure. Why does the Earth Federation refer to the era ushered in by star energy technology as the Great Star Ocean Colonial Era? The Martian government spokesperson inquired. In the classroom, Shen Ran's classmates, the young men and women, had lost all interest in this question. What sort of inquiry was this? The universe surely harbors more than just human civilization. When confronted with extraterrestrial beings, there is no room for equality, only a hierarchy of power. Compassion, too, should be something we bestow upon them. Li Xian, however, clenched his fists, fixated on the screen. For nearly a century, a plethora of cultural and entertainment works have portrayed aliens as antagonists. Many films even depict humanity conquering a planet while portraying its primitive inhabitants as malevolent, greedy, and foolish. Thus, humanity, the aggressors, is instead cast as saviors, symbolizing hope. Most people focus on the excitement of the plot, the quality of the special effects, and the attractiveness of the female lead, rarely recognizing the subtle influences lurking beneath the surface. Young individuals like Li Xian found nothing amiss with the term star ocean colonization. their minds consumed with an insatiable desire to explore and conquer the unknown universe and mysterious planets. This perspective was tailored for the general populace, while the upper echelons possessed their own set of developmental changes. Across the room, Professor Hai paused for a considerable time before presenting one cosmic viewpoint after another, establishing a formidable barrier against the notion of star-ocean colonization. The discussion was ostensibly focused on star energy for public consumption, steering clear of any philosophical debates. The Prime Minister, however, did not concur with Professor Hai's current stance and remarked, "Professor Hai, you once published a thesis on technology and the fate of humanity in your early years, which I have read and highly appreciated." The Martian government spokesperson interjected, "Personal matters should not commandeer the public's time." Professor Hai sidestepped this issue. "Another question," he continued. Finally, the Martian government spokesperson inquired, "What exactly is the non-localized space opened by star energy technology? Is there any danger within? Is interstellar teleportation sufficiently safe for the future?" Professor Hai replied, "We currently refer to that space as the Deep Blue World. The Deep Blue World is far more unknown and mysterious than our reality. Our understanding of it is limited. For now, we are merely utilizing its unique spatial properties to traverse the cosmos more efficiently. This, at present, remains relatively safe." Chapter 7. Undercurrents rising as the residents of Fire City tuned into the live broadcast. Shen Ran's second uncle, Shen Cheng, was in his workshop, repairing an air conditioner from the last century. Due to the absence of the original schematics, he was forced to wear work glasses, navigating the intricate components of the machine in search of any potential flaws. This air conditioner belonged to Mr. Zhang's family upstairs, a treasured heirloom that had endured for nearly a century, much like a terminally ill elder, barely worth anything at a scrapyard. The most challenging aspect was that Shen Cheng soon identified the problem. The power supply and cooling system were malfunctioning. Yet, finding a compatible replacement was impossible, as the circuitry was far too outdated. However, this did not daunt the second uncle. Before long, upon plugging in the power supply, the air conditioner's indicator light illuminated. Shen Cheng removed his work glasses, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. If anyone else were to disassemble that air conditioner, even the most esteemed engineers from tech companies would be astonished. Due to a complete overhaul of its internal structure, it can be said that Shen Cheng, employing a singular approach, has ingeniously reassembled an old relic from the last century into a far more efficient air conditioning unit. While this feat may not seem particularly remarkable, the fact that it took less than half an hour to accomplish is indeed rather extraordinary. Shen Cheng was compelled to expedite his work, for the workshop was inundated with a multitude of broken appliances sent over by neighbors. "Hello, is that you, Elder Zhang?" A faint glow flickered on Shen Cheng's right temple, a chip implanted within him. "You fixed it so quickly? Oh, thank you. We are truly fortunate to have you in our community. I'll come down to collect it later. No need, I trust you. I'll send the payment now." A chime echoed. 35 Martian coins successfully credited. Shen Cheng's smile bore a tinge of bitterness, not for any other reason, but rather as he contemplated the price of a single chip, which typically exceeded 200,000 yuan. He did not immediately plunge into another round of work. Instead, he settled into a rickety armchair, lit a cigarette, and inhaled deeply, allowing the acrid smoke to envelop his mouth and lungs. Checking his balance, he noted, "Household account balance, 1,346 Martian coins." The flickering glow on Shen Cheng's temple rendered him almost robotic, as if his mind were engaged in complex calculations. Yet, the weariness etched on his face and the sorrow emanating from the furrows of his brow conveyed the profound emotions that even the most sophisticated robot could not replicate. Suddenly, he opened a nearby drawer and retrieved a photograph. In it stood a middle-aged man clad in a stained worker's uniform, bearing a striking resemblance to Shen Ran, smiling broadly amidst a backdrop of heavy machinery. His grin undeniably infectious. "Elder brother?" Shen Cheng's heart sank further. The Shen family had been impoverished for generations. Particularly, Shen Ran's grandfather had squandered the family's past glories, immersed in a fantasy of superiority while frequenting the city's elite venues, liquidating the family's assets. Such a father figure had nearly ruined a family. However, Shen Ran had stepped up, selflessly providing for his younger brothers, Shen Cheng and Shen Xiuzhu, sacrificing his own educational opportunities to work and earn for them. His only aspiration had been to garner respect and to make a certain woman regret her choices. Yet now, his child was on a path leading toward an unbearable future, all under Shen Cheng's watchful eye. Shen Ran pondered deeply, having contemplated this for quite some time since last night. After a struggle, he reclined in his chair, weariness etched on his features, and dialed the number he never thought he would call. "Hello, it's me, Shen Ran. The Detroit district is situated in the Undercity, notorious for its abysmal conditions and rampant crime. This area serves as the entertainment hub of the underground city, featuring no fewer than 7 or 8 bars along a single street, not to mention gambling, drug use, prostitution, and underground fighting rings. Such a locale is naturally rife with gang activity and chaos. Unlike the civilized fade of corporate moguls, gang members resort to gunfire for murder, allowing violence to dictate their actions. Even as the sewers here routinely flush out corpses, unless it is a significant incident, the police seldom venture into the Detroit district, this very moment, on the 3rd floor of the largest bar in Detroit. The Red Light Bar, in a dimly lit room filled with the overwhelming sense of cloying perfumes, bodily fluids, and hallucinogenic substances, several burly men stood guard, their limbs augmented with metallic enhancements capable of shattering solid concrete walls with a mere strike. Exuding an aura of brute strength, seated at the center table was Shen Ran, dressed in a simple work outfit, facing a slender man clad in a floral shirt, aside from a port in his neck indicating the presence of a chip. The man bore no other mechanical traits. He appeared to be an ordinary individual, casually eating noodles while clutching a string of prayer beads. Suddenly, the door swung open with a bang. A heavily built man, equipped with an M2 model right arm, dragged in a visibly terrified young man. "This guy has been secretly selling Chingha on our turf." The brute's face was contorted with rage, his voice akin to magma erupting from a volcano. The young man, barely 16 or 17, crumpled in fear, his pants dampened, his face a mask of regret and pleading. Chingha was a new drug rampant in the Undercity. "I didn't sell it. It was that woman who asked if I had Chingha. And I said I did, I swear. I didn't dare sell anything on Changgu's turf." The boy wept profusely, his tears mingling with snot, a pitiful sight. Shen Ran frowned, feeling a mix of disgust and a complex emotion rising within him. This youth was representative of the many who strayed into darkness in the Undercity. What if Shen Ran were to follow a similar path? Resolutely, Shen Ran decided, "Can't you see I'm entertaining a guest?" At that moment, the man in the floral shirt paused his meal, wiping his mouth with a napkin. The brutish man hesitated, caught between demanding the appropriate ransom or, "We're not short on money. What we lack is..." Suddenly, the man in the floral shirt stopped, taking a moment to find the right word. "What we lack is authority." Instantly, his tone turned cold. "Take him away. Execute him." "No. Please, Changgu, let me explain," the young man cried out in desperation, as if being dragged into hell, his pleas echoing in the stillness. The door slammed shut, restoring silence to the room. "You may leave as well," Changgu instructed, glancing at the surrounding bodyguards. They exchanged glances with Shen Ran, their expressions revealing their unease. "Leave," Changgu commanded, his tone unwavering. One by one, the imposing bodyguards exited the room, leaving only Shen Ran and the man in the floral shirt. "Why apologies for the wait. I am now finished eating," Changgu said, retrieving a cigar from beneath the table, snipping the end before offering it to Shen Ran. "No, thank you," Shen Ran declined. "Oh?" Changgu chuckled, lighting his own cigar. "I assumed you had lost your anger. I didn't expect you to seek me out now." He then picked up a remote control and pointed it forward, illuminating the room with a large screen displaying a conversation between a Mars government spokesman and Professor Hai of the Federal Star Academy. Observing the news, a glint sparked in Chen Ji's eyes as he suddenly inquired, "Shen Ran, how did you come to know?" "What?" Shen Ran replied, puzzled. Changgu remained silent, savoring his cigar before cryptically stating, "I thought you were merely a humble repairman. I didn't realize you possessed such ambition and talent." "Impressive." Shen Cheng's brow furrowed deeper. He sensed a misunderstanding. "Changgu, I came to inquire if you have any special items that require repair or assembly. I am in need of money." Upon hearing this, Changgu scrutinized Shen Ran, contemplating for an extended moment, growing increasingly aware of the depths of this man. Where had he obtained such intelligence? How did he know about the item in Chen Ji's possession? Astonishing! After years of navigating the treacherous waters of the Detroit district, he had seen it all. Yet this seemingly ordinary middle-aged man evoked the same caution as facing a prominent figure from the upper city. Shen Ran, in turn, felt perplexed. Was he only in need of money? Why not anything else? Gu abruptly shifted his gaze to the news on the television, stating, "We aren't short on money, but what we need is dignity." Chang was utterly baffled, realizing he and Gu were perhaps not on the same wavelength. "I just need money. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to see you." Chang felt it necessary to adopt a more serious demeanor. The atmosphere was unsettling. Gu paused, slowly beginning to grasp the situation. After scrutinizing Chang for a considerable time, he discerned only clarity and confusion in Chang's eyes. "Whether you are feigning it or not." "Fine." Suddenly, Gu rose and approached a wall adorned with collectibles. Inputting a code, the shelf gradually retracted, revealing a hidden compartment. Gu retrieved a locked case from within and returned, placing it forcefully on the table. "I do indeed have something that requires assembly, entrusted to me by an important figure from the upper city. This item is of great significance. Once opened, you must complete the installation here. I trust you. With your university background, you should not be confined to repairing mundane household appliances. You can handle it." "What?" Chang was taken aback, finally realizing that he had fortuitously stumbled upon a rather extraordinary moment. What could possibly be inside that case? He fixed his gaze on it, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "What is it?" "It cannot be said. It pertains to the lives of countless individuals. Once you open it, you will understand, yet once opened, you cannot withdraw." Gu continued to gaze into Chang's eyes. In that instant, Chang realized that today's events were anything but ordinary. His instinct urged him to retreat. However, the thought of earning money for his elder brother's child and the prospect of acquiring a life-altering chip rendered him unable to depart. "You should open it," Gu remarked. "Chang, as far as I know, you had ambitions to transform Hua City during your university days." Silence ensued. Chang's gaze fixated on the password box on the table. After a brief pause, he suddenly inquired, "How much money?" "How vulgar," Gu replied, somewhat disheartened, before adding, "Just name your price point. 500,000 Mars coins?" Chang queried. Gu was taken aback. Then he realized that this man before him had indeed been dulled by life. Even his dreams had shrunk to such insignificance. What lay within that box was worth far more than 500,000. It was priceless. Very well. Yet, Chang's heart was already heavy with disappointment, and he had no desire to prolong the conversation. Chang inhaled deeply, then asked before opening the box, "Will I need to install it all here before I can go home?" "Rest assured, it won't take a day, merely a matter of hours." Gu replied, puffing on a cigar while watching the federal news on the television, his eyes betraying a sense of hatred. Click, at that moment, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of a lock disengaging. The mysterious password box was opened. Chang's pupils constricted. He beheld an array of peculiar installation components within the box, and his mind instantly conjured a vision of the completed product, along with other terrifying possibilities. It was a doomsday missile. Even the vanadium materials were present, yet this was something only the Martian government and the Daylight Corporation possessed. Before he could finish his thought, Gu suddenly cast a penetrating look at Chang, causing the latter to refrain from uttering the remainder of his sentence. However, Chang remained perplexed. What could a leader of an underground gang possibly need with such a devastating missile? Just then, his gaze abruptly froze. He had spotted the only source of light in the room. It was the news broadcast. The Earth Federation was dispatching a starship carrying the Star Energy Stone, intending to present it as a gift to Hua City. Someone was planning to blow up that starship. The very notion sent a chill down Chang's spine, saturating his back with cold sweat. That moment, Gu exhaled a plume of smoke and remarked, "Look at you now, numb, mediocre, just like most others. Hua City is in dire need of an unexpected rage, a change." Chapter 8. Ability in the campus. Students were animatedly discussing the recent news in the classroom, where the right to imagine is inherent to every individual. The unknown fringes of the galaxy, particularly the enigmatic deep blue world, stirred the primal curiosity within every soul. "I have made up my mind. I must study diligently, gain admission to the Earth Military Academy, and enter the ranks to explore the frontiers of the unknown, expanding the horizons of human civilization," a male student declared with fervor. His peers did not cast derisive glances at him, for he was the class monitor, excelling both academically and in social standing. Deep down, They harbored a tinge of envy for his ability to openly articulate his aspirations. Drawing the attention of some female classmates. Deep Blue World? What a fascinating name. Does deep blue signify the ocean? Why did that professor from the Federal Star Academy say that the deep blue world is even more perilous than the real universe? At the back of the classroom, Li Xian perched on Shen Ran's desk, one hand propped on the surface, his face a mask of contemplation. Suddenly, he turned to his friend. Shen Ran, what are you doing? Studying, can't you tell? Unlike the exuberant classmates, Shen Ran was engrossed in his book. His focused demeanor astonished onlookers. In this current climate, it was remarkable that this youth could remain composed while reading. Li Xian cast curious glances, as if he were observing a giant turtle on Shen Ran's face. You're studying? I truly can't see it. Li Xian pressed on. Aren't you intrigued by what was mentioned in the news? A mysterious unknown world different from our reality has emerged. I am indeed fascinated, Shen Ran replied, continuing to read while conversing with Li Xian. During this exchange, he was astonished and delighted to discover that he could multitask effectively, his mind more active than ever before. The words on the page no longer appeared lifeless. They seemed to come alive under his gaze, as if they possessed sound and vivid imagery. Then why don't you engage in a few more discussions with me? I believe a unique profession will likely arise in the future. Interstellar explorers of the deep blue world. Li Xian felt as though his friend had changed in some fundamental way. I foresee it. Shen Ran responded. However, at this stage, only the most elite special forces of the Federation military will be able to tread upon the mysterious lands of the deep blue world, risking their lives to uncover the coordinates of the real universe. Oh, cease your reading. There likely won't be any classes today. Besides, what can you really learn in such a short time? Li Xian remarked. In that instant, Shen Ran indeed paused. He pondered whether his transformation had granted him an opportunity to alter the course of his predetermined life. If he devoted the next 2 months to study, perhaps gaining admission to a public high school would no longer be a formidable challenge. Yet for Li Xian, he might still be contemplating how the two of them would survive after entering Yangji High School. Li Xian, Shen Ran suddenly spoke. What is it? Speak your mind, Li Xian replied. If I were to gain admission to a public high school, what would I do afterward? Upon hearing this, Li Xian burst into laughter. What kind of miraculous elixir have you consumed? Shen Ran reflected on the events of the previous night and silently mused. Perhaps. The next moment, noticing Shen Ran's earnest demeanor, Li Xian ceased his laughter. He genuinely contemplated the question and said much. If you truly gain admission to a high school, that would be splendid. Your second uncle was a high achiever, wasn't he? And your third uncle studied at Lihua University? Especially considering your cousin. Your entire family is filled with scholars. Shen Ran, you should be no exception. Shen Ran remained silent, pondering Li Xian's family and the path that lay ahead for him, a tumult of indescribable emotions swelling within his chest. He suddenly recalled the expression on his second uncle's face while smoking. What is my true potential? Shen Ran set down his book, yet he did not converse with Li Xian. Instead, he contemplated a crucial question. He was not as lost or ignorant as one might presume. What youth truly lacks dreams? It was merely that in his previous environment, he had been overwhelmed by confusion and lethargy, but now, it was different. After surviving the radiation from the star energy stone, his body seemingly transformed by some force, Shen Ran realized he possessed abilities beyond the ordinary. What's the matter? Li Xian, mid-sentence, suddenly turned his gaze toward Shen Ran. I'm hungry. Shen Ran rose and exited the classroom, thick with youthful exuberance. Hungry? Li Xian exclaimed, glancing at the time, realizing it was barely 9 in the morning. Did he perhaps skip breakfast? Shen Ran first visited the cafeteria, and under Li Xian's incredulous gaze, he spent the entirety of the funds on his meal card. What is going on, Shen Ran? Are you all right? Li Xian asked, fearfully handing over his own meal card. What could possibly go wrong with eating? Shen Ran replied, accepting Li Xian's card to order an enormous plate of food, saying, I'll repay you tomorrow. During the meal, Shen Ran observed a particular inclination toward meat, and delving deeper, he recognized a craving for protein. His physique had not changed much, considering it had only been a day, yet he felt certain his weight had increased. The most noticeable change was that his arms were no longer soft as they had been during his homebody phase. They were beginning to tighten and solidify. Subsequently, Shen Ran made his way to the sports training room, which was equipped with various apparatuses, electronic scales, heart rate monitors, and lung capacity testers, among other tools. Thud, thud. On the adjacent basketball court, several tall boys were engaged in a game of basketball. Notably, humanity had evolved into a superhuman race. With the aid of technological chips, some individuals had even transformed their arms, waists, and legs into mechanical prosthetics, making their shots capable of bringing tears to the eyes of basketball legends from the 20th century. It was said that the Olympics were soon to transform into a contest of drug development among nations. As for sports competitions in this era, they had become even more intriguing. Prior to matches, participants often signed death contracts. In tennis, it was not uncommon for one or two players to meet their demise. Not to mention the intense and perilous nature of football matches, where even seasoned fighters would quail in fear. Even though the students playing basketball here had not undergone such extreme modifications, the combination of gene-enhancing foods and various techniques resulted in a uniform height of around 1.9 meters, coupled with an impressive shooting accuracy. In the past, they would have been members of national training teams. Height, 1.75 meters, an increase of 0.03 meters. Weight, 67 kilograms, an increase of 9 kilograms. After testing the most basic metrics, Shen Ran was astonished. The last time he measured his height was a week ago. And while it was a growth period, the significant change was likely due to the events of the previous night. Had there been a change in body density? Perhaps there was indeed some alteration. He pondered. According to his knowledge, the human skeletal structure is inherently robust. If one could attain a bone density exceeding 3 times the norm, it would be akin to that of alloy steel. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Ran began to compare himself to machines. In the next moment, he measured several fundamental physical fitness metrics, a lung capacity of 16,000 milliliters and a heart rate of 50 beats per minute. Particularly astonishing to him was the lung capacity, which was equivalent to a Guinness World Record from the 20th century. "Have you truly consumed the legendary strength-enhancing pills?" Li Xian exclaimed in astonishment as he observed from the sidelines. Having grown up together, he was well aware of Shen Ran's nature. In the past, whenever trouble arose, it was Shen Ran who charged into the fray, shielding him from all adversities. At this juncture, Shen Ran also realized that his transformation had been rather abrupt. Initially intending to test his running speed, he decided against it due to the presence of other classmates in the area. In future fights, I shall assist you. Shen Ran flashed a bright smile at Li Xian. Though he could not assess his speed, he found solace in the presence of the horizontal bar and began to engage with it effortlessly. His muscle strength and resilience had undergone tremendous enhancement, elevating him overnight from an ordinary middle school introvert to the caliber of an athlete. What thrilled Shen Ran even more was the notion that as long as his appetite had not returned to normal, it signified that his physical transformation was still in progress. An hour later, he began to feel a hint of fatigue, sitting on a ladder and eagerly twisting open the cap of a bottle of mineral water, draining more than half in one go. His gaze sparkled, no longer shrouded in the gloom of before. In civilized society, wealth serves as a man's confidence. Yet, when it comes to essence, it is strength that embodies the true confidence of a male being. Li Xian, I wish to assist you in acquiring a chip, Shen Ran suddenly declared. Unlike the class monitor, who spoke of aspirations to enter the prestigious Earth Military Academy and explore the deep blue world, young Shen Ran's focus remained firmly on the present, intent on transforming the lives of those around him. Li Xian was taken aback by this revelation. Chapter 9. Day of Hope in the third floor of the Red Light Bar in the Detroit district. After 3 hours of painstaking effort, an oval silver missile, comparable in size to a football, materialized in the room, causing the atmosphere to stiffen. Uncle wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression devoid of satisfaction for what he had created, replaced instead by an indescribable gravity. Shun Sheng, you are indeed extraordinary. Dressed in a floral shirt, Brother Chen rose, raising a glass of finely aged red wine from the Norma estate, a vintage claimed to grant immortality, a luxury seldom afforded by the inhabitants of Mars. Shun Sheng cast a fleeting glance and replied, My brother mentioned during his studies at Lihua University that the heirs of those financial magnates use this wine to fill swimming pools. Brother Chen was momentarily stunned. He then consumed the wine in his glass, steering the conversation away, and approached the missile as if caressing a lover's skin. You ought not to be repairing low-grade appliances in that high-tech apartment. With your skills, join me, and I can offer you 200,000 Martian coins monthly, Brother Chen proposed. The prospect of 200,000 Martian coins a month was a figure even some mid-level managers in the surface cities could scarcely dream of. Yet, Shen Cheng remained unresponsive. "THP." Brother Chen frowned. "You still look down on me, don't you? Yet, you exude an air much like those bigwigs from the surface cities." "No." Shen Cheng shook his head. "Brother Chen, you do not understand. Once you step into this realm, there is no turning back. I already regret my arrival here." Brother Chen failed to grasp the implications of Shen Cheng's words. A gang leader, regardless of the extent of his territory, inevitably faced significant limitations. He still believed Shen Cheng looked down on him, asserting, "You needn't feign profundity before me. Soon, once this job is completed, Fire City will undergo a transformation, and I shall ascend to the surface city, never to return to this state." So, he was previously claiming he lacked money, but rather sought status. Shen Cheng sighed inwardly, having recognized the colossal force behind this, fully aware of his own insignificance in its shadow. At this juncture, nothing he said or did would suffice. "Transfer the funds to me," Shen Cheng instructed. With a soft glow emanating from his right temple, 500,000 Martian coins were promptly credited to his account. "Do not speak of this matter," Brother Chen cautioned from behind. "You have a family. You are astute enough to understand you cannot detach from Fire City." Shen Cheng did not turn back. He simply exited the room. After his departure, several burly gang members entered, and by this time, Brother Chen had already concealed the doomsday missile, standing before a vast glass wall that overlooked the vibrant nightlife of the Detroit district. "Brother Chen, who was that just now?" inquired a man of higher standing within the gang. "My savior. When I was still a lowly wretch, beaten and left for dead, he revived me with just a few star screwdrivers and some wires in a single room. Later, I learned he was once among the top 3 in his major at Zhurong University." Brother Chen continued to sip his wine, his tone tinged with regret. Alas, such talent must remain in the underground city, now reduced to this weary visage. Just then, another voice spoke softly. "I've just received news. Boss Liang from the Grass Character Gang has been imprisoned." With a crash, the wine glass shattered on the floor, shards scattering everywhere. Brother Chen's expression morphed into one of disbelief. "Boss Liang has been incarcerated. How is that possible? Who in Fire City dares to touch him?" The entirety of Fire City remained oblivious to the reasons. The changes occurring in Fire City had been tumultuous, as if a storm were brewing. As evening descended on the return home, Shen Cheng strolled through the neon-lit metropolis, flanked by colossal display screens showcasing an array of newly launched products from prominent enterprises. "Hello, I would like to purchase a 7th Star Generation 3 chip. ATA counter." It had been over a decade since Shen Cheng had entered such a high-end retail establishment. The 7th Star Generation 3 chip is a mid to high-end consumer chip. Priced at 400,000. He refrained from directly purchasing the 500,000 chip for Shen Ran, as he needed to reserve 100,000 Martian coins for his family. Exiting the store with the package in hand, he glanced up at a large screen displaying a product, his gaze lingering on the logo for an extended period. IT was the emblem of the Radiant Sun Group. Under the brilliance of the massive screen, Fire City gleamed, while pedestrians on the street appeared diminutive, akin to ants. Upon returning to the high-tech zone of the underground city, he opened the door to find Shen Ying lounging on the sofa, snacking while watching television, and Li busy in the kitchen preparing a meal. A faint smile graced Shen Cheng's deeply lined face. "Shen Cheng, you're back." A woman's voice resonated from the kitchen. "Where have you been today? Why weren't you at home? Why have you returned so late?" Shen Cheng offered a brief reply, omitting details of his day, and called out to Shen Ran's room. "Shen Ran, come out." Moments later, Shen Ran paused his studies and emerged from his room, equally eager to inquire of his uncle. Shen Ran sought to learn about avenues for earning money, believing that with newfound abilities, he should convert them into tangible benefits. "Today, your uncle completed a lucrative deal with a wealthy client, and this is the 7th Star Generation 3 chip I bought for you." As he regarded the youth, Shen Cheng's face radiated warmth, raising the bag in his hand. Shen Ying, seated on the sofa, abruptly turned to him, her face a portrait of astonishment. "A chip?" Shen Ran echoed, equally taken aback. Only Ali, emerging from the kitchen with an apron still tied around her waist, was visibly alarmed, rushing over without regard for the children present. She spoke to Shen Cheng without preamble. "You must explain yourself, Shen Cheng. Whose order did you fulfill to earn such a substantial sum?" Ali, Shen Chung frowned, wishing to avoid elaborating in front of the children. Shen Ran, meanwhile, stood frozen, uncertain whether to accept the gift box, pondering why it would not be a good thing that his uncle had the capability to earn money and had made a substantial profit today. At that moment, the television broadcasted the evening news, announcing that the Chiming spacecraft had launched from Earth and would officially arrive on Mars in 35 working days. On June 16, simultaneously, the Martian government designated that momentous day as Hope Day, granting a day off to all residents of Fire City. Chapter 10. Family's astonishment. Wait. Before Shen Ran could take the gift box, Elise snatched it away. Subsequently, in the bewildered gaze of the two children, she forcibly led Shen Chung into the bedroom. Come with me. In the living room, Shen Ran and Shen Ying were left puzzled by Elise's reaction. Shen Ying, dressed in the black and white uniform of Jiangnan Middle School, adorned with a scarf reminiscent of old British aristocracy, revealed her elegant demeanor through her pleated skirt, encased in white stockings that enveloped her slender legs, complemented by black shoes. The 7th Star Generation 3 chip? Shen Ying exclaimed in surprise, glancing at Shen Ran, her mind filled with questions. Why does it seem that the other party is not particularly excited? Don't panic just yet. I will go and inquire, Shen Ying said to Shen Ran, putting away the snacks, preparing to check on what her parents were arguing about in the bedroom. Perhaps not, Shen Ran replied. Although he found it strange, he could tell that his aunt and uncle did not wish to create discord in front of the children. At this moment, as their children, it was unnecessary to put their parents in an awkward position. Upon hearing this, Shen Ying looked at Shen Ran in astonishment. Aren't you in need of a chip right now? Who said that? Shen Ran replied, seated on the sofa, munching on Shen Ying's snacks while engrossed in the news. In 35 days, the Earth Federation is set to dispatch a starship named Chiming to Mars. Unlike before, Shen Ran gradually became more attentive to the news, particularly regarding star energy. Beside him, Shen Ying, clad in a black and white school uniform, was filled with confusion. Could this guy truly be pretending to be mature? In her view, her cousin was essentially a good-for-nothing in this era. With the upcoming entrance exams, her father had brought home a learning chip that could potentially alter his life. Any child would be overjoyed. So was he truly planning to attend Yangji High School later, thinking it noble to be a delinquent? Observing Shen Ran's calm demeanor, Shen Ying pondered. Just then, her aunt and uncle emerged from the room. The anger on her aunt's face had yet to dissipate. Inside, her uncle had indeed admitted that the money came from his dealings with those gang organizations, though he did not disclose the specifics of the transaction. Her aunt detested and feared those gangs. She had previously warned Shen Chung multiple times to avoid any involvement with those individuals. After all, desire is a bottomless pit. Relying on a bit of skill to engage in illicit activities may yield quick cash, but it could just as easily lead to the loss of one's life. There shall not be a next time. Her aunt glared fiercely at her uncle. For some reason, her uncle suddenly appeared momentarily lost in thought. The next moment, he returned to his usual calm demeanor and said, Ali, rest assured. There won't be a next time. Shen Ran, take a day off tomorrow and go to the hospital to have this chip implanted into your cerebral cortex. During dinner, her uncle took out the gift box again, and when he spoke these words, it felt as if everything was worthwhile. To his surprise, Shen Ran suddenly interjected, Thank you for your care, uncle, but I believe it is unnecessary. Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of those at the dining table changed drastically. Shen Ying's delicate face was completely overtaken by astonishment, and her uncle froze momentarily. What did unnecessary mean? Her aunt was the first to lose her temper. Do you know how much your uncle has sacrificed for you? Do you know how many cigarettes he smoked last night over your entrance exam issues? He didn't sleep a wink, and now he has finally managed to get you a chip. Her aunt felt as though her heart was being torn apart by Shen Ran's words. She knew what kind of proud and upright person Shen Chung was. He would rather bend his back under life's pressures than ever descend into the territory of those gang organizations. Shen Ran, don't joke around. Shen Ying also shot him a disapproving look, her black leather shoes kicking at Shen Ran's foot under the table. Why? Her uncle took a breath and calmly looked at Shen Ran. It was the first time Shen Ran had voiced dissent within this family, the first time he encountered such an atmosphere. But the youth now felt a surge of confidence within. Why, third uncle told me not to implant the chip for a reason. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him, and Shen Ran lowered his head to eat. What kind of person is your third uncle? He can give up on his studies at will. and people he doesn't see can be disregarded, his aunt retorted angrily. Has he ever raised you in reality? Does he understand what life truly means? In this era, without a chip, there is no future. Who said that? Suddenly, Shen Ran lifted his head. Fine, be stubborn if you wish. After all, it is your life. We have done our best. Fortunately, this chip hasn't been opened. Even if we sell it now, his aunt began. Ali, his uncle immediately interrupted. Shen Ran's rejection was indeed somewhat hurtful, but he was still a child. Ali's words were too easily capable of wounding a child's tender heart. We have raised him for so many years, and now he refuses to listen to us. Instead, heeds the words of that third uncle, wasting your efforts. This time, his aunt confronted his uncle directly in front of the child. Feeling that it was not worth it. Without the chip, how could he compete? This child is just as foolish as his father. Her uncle's expression changed in an instant. What do you mean by foolish? Shen Ran was taken aback, and a surge of anger began to rise within him. Enough. Stop talking. His uncle hastily shut down the topic, putting away the gift. Shen Ran didn't want it. But just then, the youth suddenly turned to Shen Ying. My father is not foolish. He has invested all his money in others. Moreover, what is wrong with not having a chip? Am I inferior to anyone? Say what you want, but why look at me? Shen Ying was puzzled, then her brows furrowed slightly, wanting to mutter that her cousin's pride was too strong. Even for the public high school, her aunt began. Shen Ran interrupted directly, who said I can't get into a public high school? How about this? Let us compare our memories right now. Are you serious, Shen Ran? Shen Ying's eyes widened in disbelief, wanting to ask what he was even comparing. Her aunt and uncle were also momentarily stunned. Enough. Her uncle shook his head. Let's not discuss this topic any further. I am not being stubborn. I am very, very grateful to you, uncle, and to you, aunt. I understand what you are trying to convey, but I have truly undergone some changes. Please, aunt, rest assured, even without relying on the chip, I can still get into a high-level high school. I will never become a member of a gang. Shen Ran organized his thoughts. All right. Just then, his aunt suddenly spoke. She then looked at the astonished Shen Ying. Compare with Shen Ran. Let this stubborn mule see the power of technology, or perhaps let him witness a surprise. Huh? Shen Ying was a proud young girl. But she would never be indulgent towards her family. Even if she was among the top at Jiangnan Middle School, her basic memory should far exceed that of an average person. How could she compare with this cousin who was merely an ordinary junior high student in the high-tech district? Her aunt entered the room and emerged holding a book, which contained a list and corresponding personal information. This was due to her aunt's job in telemarketing. The book was not thick, but each page was densely packed with text. All personal information, along with corresponding family addresses, financial income, and recent purchasing preferences. Upon seeing this, her uncle furrowed his brows tightly, wanting to intervene but also unable to suppress his curiosity. Why had Shen Ran suddenly shown such a strong aversion? Did he really not understand the significance of the chip? Mom, Shen Ying elongated her tone, glancing at her aunt. Her aunt now resembled a teacher, sternly saying, Ying, you have 10 minutes to memorize the information from the first 10 pages. As for you, Shen Ran, you have been overly sheltered by us. You do not comprehend just how formidable individuals in society can be. I shall give you 30 minutes. Upon hearing this, Shen Ran adjusted his breathing. He indeed felt grateful for his uncle's gift that evening, but he didn't want to reveal his inner changes to his uncle's family just yet. After all, there would only be one star energy stone on Mars from now on, which was too significant. Compared to his uncle, his third uncle was even more mysterious, more powerful. His third uncle had advised him against implanting the chip, and thus Shen Ran would not accept it. He aimed to carve out a uniquely exceptional path in this era. I don't need 30 minutes. I can do it in 10, Shen Ran declined, wishing to gradually shed his previous timid and introverted self. Even if he lost, he would graciously accept the disparity. Shen Ying pouted and sighed dramatically. What is this even about? I am already exhausted at school. While saying this, Shen Ying quickly immersed herself in the task. Ding! An inaudible sound resonated, signaling that her high-end Phoenix A-level chip in her brain had been activated. In an instant, the girl seemed to switch personalities. Her delicate face turned exceedingly serious, her bright eyes scanning the densely packed paper as if they were a scanner. Information surging into her brain at remarkable speed. She flipped through the pages with astonishing rapidity, so fast that it would seem exaggerated to an ordinary person. Fortunately, the girl was not a machine. The brain was not merely a memory stick. Otherwise, she could copy and paste in a second, making comparison unnecessary. 10 minutes later, Shen Ran closed her eyes, murmuring some trivial phrases. The information had fragmented into pieces, being reassembled in her mental world. Next, it was Shen Ran's turn. The moment he took the book, his expression shifted. The text was densely packed, with hundreds of individuals' personal information on just one side, if it had been the old him. Suddenly, Shen Ran quickly entered a state of focus. Unlike the inaudible sound of the girl's chip activation, both his uncle and aunt looked on in astonishment, hearing the thudding sound of his heartbeat. At that moment, Shen Ran emanated the aura of a machine, his engine igniting, blood flow accelerating, the sound of his heartbeats booming like a drum, and his brain cells became extraordinarily active. It felt as though adrenaline was secreted during exercise, slowing down the passage of time once more in but an instant. Every word inscribed upon that sheet of paper seemed to be seared into his very consciousness. There was no need for memorization, no need for recollection. Time was limited, and he would later summon this image from the recesses of his mind. With a rustling sound, as Shen Ran opened her eyes wide in disbelief, Shen Ran turned the first page. This process took merely 3 seconds. Aunt and uncle stood dumbfounded. Was this truly the manifestation of a fully developed machine brain? Was a mere photograph all that was required? Shen Ran had anticipated needing 10 minutes, only to discover that it was entirely unnecessary, and this state could not possibly last for 10 minutes. He read through the 10 pages of client information in a manner akin to quantum reading, completing it all within a minute. All done. The expression on Shen Ran's delicate face froze. Initially, her mother had said she would allow the other party 30 minutes, yet now, the other party had taken less than a tenth of that time? Aunt glanced at Uncle's countenance, and the usually placid uncle appeared exceedingly grave. Though anyone observing, Shen Ran's performance seemed nothing short of a farcical spectacle, as if this youth had lost his senses. Aunt hesitated, contemplating whether to shatter Shen Ran's pride, when Uncle suddenly spoke with a serious tone, asking where Li Hua lived. Shen Ran immediately began searching her mind, a cascade of words surfacing as if from the depths of the ocean. Li Hua resided at, soon. Shen Ran's eyes brightened. But a voice quicker than hers chimed in. Li Hua is on the 4th page. His residence is at 57 Lanhua Avenue, Unit 3, Room 303, in the New Capital District. He is 23 years old and has recently purchased numerous digital products online, with a preference for KD technology. His phone number is 189. As the words fell, the world shifted. Uncle's solemnity shattered in an instant, leaving only disbelief, while Aunt, realizing the absurdity of the situation, hurried to peer at the book in Uncle's hands, her shock complete. How is this possible? Shen Ran gazed at Shen Ran as if seeing him for the first time, her expression one of astonishment. At that moment, Shen Ran's face bore an unusually serious demeanor, yet a trickle of blood oozed from his nose. You're bleeding, Shen Ran exclaimed, staring at him in surprise. It's nothing, Shen Ran replied nonchalantly, wiping it away, only to reveal more bloodstains on his face, his expression still indifferent. Franklin. Charles? Uncle inquired, his tone laced with skepticism. This time, Shen Ran did not hesitate, her gaze fixated on Shen Ran, who showed no sign of doubt. Charles is on the 7th page. He is 53 years old, residing in the Detroit district. At this point, there was no need for further inquiries. The two children had no real need to compete. Uncle and aunt exchanged glances, both perplexed by Shen Ran's extraordinary abilities. Shen Ran felt somewhat disheartened, unable to comprehend the situation despite her attempts to rationalize it. She skeptically glanced at Shen Ran's neck, wondering if he had secretly installed a chip. But why was there no visible port? I told you, uncle and aunt, don't worry about my studies, Shen Ran stated earnestly. Aunt fell silent. I'm going inside, Shen Ran announced as he stood up. He did not wish to burden uncle and aunt with his concerns. After the overheating of his brain, he was now beset by a wave of dizziness and hunger. Shortly after Shen Ran departed, Shen Ran declared she had finished her meal and proceeded to knock on Shen Ran's door. Uncle and aunt sat at the dining table in silence, each lost in thought for a considerable time. The children had grown, changed, and developed their own secrets. Surely this was a good thing. After a long pause, Uncle finally smiled. Suddenly, Aunt grasped Uncle's hand firmly, asking earnestly, Shin Chung, tell me honestly, is there any issue with such a large sum of money in this transaction with those gangs? Uncle remained silent, then gently enveloped Aunt's smaller hand with his other, replying softly, Ali, it seems we Haven Tea revisited our alma mater in quite some time. Would you accompany me for a stroll down Fragrant Blossom Avenue? In the room, as Shen Ran entered, he fought against the sensation of faintness, feeling as if he were starving, and opened the drawer to retrieve the nutrition bars he had prepared earlier. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Gritting his teeth, Shen Ran opened the door slightly, astonished to find Shen Ying, clad in the uniform of Jiangnan High School. Let me in, she insisted, barging into the room. Her eyes landing on the abundance of nutrition bars laid out in the drawer. What are you doing? Don't you usually avoid speaking to me? Shen Ran closed the door, puzzled, as he was not in the best condition. He had said nothing harsh to her earlier, so her sudden intrusion perplexed him. I knew it, Shen Ran. You've really changed. Shen Ying's excitement was palpable as she gazed at the nutrition bars. Tell me, what has truly happened to you? It's none of your business, he retorted. Having seen her true self the previous night, Shen Ran did not hide anything, immediately devouring the nutrition bars. Shen Ying settled herself on the computer chair, resting her chin on her hands as she watched him, then suddenly remarked, Your appetite has grown tremendously. You must be using up your allowance quickly. You either need to explain yourself to my parents or come clean with me. I can sponsor you. Shen Ran paused. I have quite a few scholarships at school, you know, Shen Ying said, her tone enticing. What are you talking about? Shen Ran continued to eat. What happened to you last night? She pressed. If you tell me what you want, I can buy it for you. Last night, I dreamt of an angel who told me, young man, you have a fine appearance. I bestow upon you the fate of saving the universe. Shen Ran fabricated the story casually. Shen Ying glared at him in irritation. You saving the universe? Come on, spill the beans. I'm genuinely curious how you transformed overnight. Did I become more handsome? Shen Ran inquired. It's normal to change during puberty. All right. He had indeed begun to feel more confident today, distinctly different from before. Stop joking around and tell me, Shen Ying insisted. You know, I want to improve myself too, aim for Pear Blossom University in Pear Blossom City, and provide a better life for my parents, she added, her tone sweetening. This young girl, lovely in her own right, was indeed endearing when she acted coy, but as cousins who had lived under the same roof for years, Shen Ran could not harbor any inappropriate feelings. He merely found her intelligence somewhat challenging. Secrets concerning the star energy stone could never be divulged. He would have to inquire with Uncle about the matter of third uncle and perhaps make a trip back to the old house. As he munched on his food, thoughts raced through Shen Ran's mind. The once plain room now carried a hint of fragrance due to the girl's vivacity. Shen Ran's spirits gradually lifted. It seemed as though life was beginning to change, and hope emerged for the future. Chapter 11. When Hope is Destroyed, Part 1. In the subsequent days, Shen Ran found himself in an upward trajectory in life. Although Shen Ying did not obtain a definitive answer, an unspoken bond of secrecy formed between the two children. It was natural for a girl in her adolescent years to harbor fantasies. She did not disclose the events of that night to her parents, and even opened her small treasury to ensure that Shen Ran's room remained stocked with nutrition supplies. In return, Shen Ran agreed to tidy up her room, wash the dishes, indulge her in video games, and even assist her with a few homework problems. The two children had initially been somewhat estranged. After all, Shen Ran had endured considerable psychological pressure in the past. Even though Shen Ying was not spoiled at home, he still habitually walked with his head bowed. However, ever since that night, Shen Ran's transformation had not ceased, and the gap between him and Shen Ying was gradually narrowing. Moreover, Shen Ran did not squander his newfound talents. Each evening after dinner, he would invite Li Xian to join him in running laps around the Guanlan Bay community and would engage in physical training within his room. Shen Ying had voiced her displeasure on several occasions, arguing that with Shen Ran nearing graduation, physical training was unnecessary, and he should simply stay at home to play with her. After all, no matter how formidable a martial artist might be, they could not possibly compete with mechanical policemen made of alloy steel. Not necessarily, Shen Ran countered, shaking his head. Only he could feel the changes within himself during this time, like a wild calf on the prairie, with astonishing strength hidden beneath its seemingly frail exterior. What if we encounter an unexpected situation? If a villain disguises themselves as a bystander and attacks us within 3 meters, The difference between being trained and untrained could mean life or death, Shen Ran explained. You think you could outrun a bullet? Shen Ying asked, somewhat dismissively. Shen Ran fell silent for a moment before responding. If such a situation arose, I should be able to strike first before they draw their weapon. During this period, Shen Ran also inquired with Uncle about Third Uncle. However, to his surprise, he learned that a great fire years ago had incinerated everything belonging to Third Uncle in that temporary apartment. The only places still retaining Third Uncle Shun Xiuju's records were likely the Fire City government, Pear Blossom University, and their ancestral home. As for the old home where Shen Ran's ancestors had lived. Uncle smiled wryly when he heard Shen Ran's follow-up questions, saying that the house was still intact. However, due to Grandpa's past misdeeds, including gambling and drug use, that property had long been sealed by the government and remained unsold even after years of judicial auction. In other words, the ancestral home still existed. Shen Ran mused to himself that there must be remnants of his uncle's childhood back in his hometown. His second uncle, however, mistakenly believed that Shen Ran was preoccupied with the precious items from their old home, and added, your grandfather sold all the valuable possessions long ago, not to mention that the family name isn't Shun anymore. Shen Ran remained silent, contemplating how he might return there. If he were to follow the formal route, it would require government approval and a verification of funds. Yet, if he opted for an informal approach, it would entail greater considerations and risks. In these times, one could voice any grievances against the Martian government. But attempting to clandestinely manipulate its assets would be akin to violating sacred laws. As Shen Ran gradually became more open and his life took a turn for the better, his second uncle's family also experienced notable changes. Aside from significant holidays, his aunt, who had worked tirelessly for several years, unusually took several days off this month. His uncle was not busy repairing machinery, but instead, he and his aunt ventured out together multiple times. It was said that they visited the university where they had once fallen in love, and traveled to the outskirts of Fire City to gaze at the crimson Martian plains, watching the sunset together while capturing numerous photographs of Shen Ying and Shen Ran. As dusk fell, the sun emitted a pale blue glow, casting a magnificent spectacle against the vast, red wasteland. Perhaps due to his uncle securing a substantial contract, the family finally found a moment to breathe amidst the heavy pressure of life. Yet, Shen Ran couldn't shake the feeling that there was something concealed behind his uncle's smile. Thus, 30 days passed in the blink of an eye. Everything was changing, yet for some reason, Fire City felt as stagnant as a still pond. Even though daily news broadcasts amplified reports on stellar energy and the new era, alongside the imminent arrival of the Chiming spacecraft from Earth, despite the streets being adorned with festive decorations and the iconic buildings of the lower city glowing red for several days to foster a lively atmosphere. Amidst this grand backdrop of changing times, the citizens exhibited excitement on their faces, engaging in animated discussions about stellar energy technology, the deep blue world, and the human fleet. However, the enthusiasm of the people was merely superficial, akin to actors on stage smiling while the audience was expected to respond in kind. Beneath the vibrant neon lights, the hearts of Fire City residents remained numb, enduring an existence that felt unchanged for eons. Fire City was a place steeped in peculiarities. The upper city dwellers were aware of the underlying anomalies, prompting the government to issue a decree declaring that all residents would not need to attend school or work the following day. Consequently, the populace rejoiced, and Fire City finally exhibited a semblance of vitality. Tomorrow was the day of hope. As Shen Ran showered, he listened to news updates on his phone, his mood brightening. The steamy air enveloped his physique, which had become noticeably more muscular. Compared to a month ago, the transformation in the youth was remarkable. Even his aunt had commented several times on how much he had grown taller and more robust. After finishing his shower, he dried himself with a towel and gazed at the boy in the mirror, his eyes sparkling, sporting a buzz cut, and breaking into a broad smile that revealed his bright white teeth. Hope Day, that's a splendid name, Shen Ran mused. He truly believed that stellar energy was a gift from the Creator to humanity, transcending the limitations of spatial realms and allowing an ordinary boy like him to step out of a previously bleak existence. In the living room, Shen Ying donned a white bathrobe, her slender figure and fair, delicate skin contrasting against the inviting aroma wafting from the kitchen. She was engrossed in a mobile game when she glanced up and remarked, "You've grown so tall." Shen Ran, seated beside her on the sofa, turned to look at the balcony, where he spotted his uncle Shen Chin's silhouette in the night. His uncle's figure seemed profound, his right hand resting on the railing, a cigarette wafting smoke between his fingers. "What is going on with Uncle?" Shen Ran inquired. Shen Ying replied, "Dad just received a phone call." Shortly after, his aunt emerged with dishes. And just then, his uncle concluded his call and returned to the living room. Shen Ran furrowed his brow, perceiving an inexplicable emotion in his uncle's demeanor. The family gathered around the dining table. "You regrowing, eat more," Shen Ying offered, serving Shen Ran a piece of meat, which elicited laughter from his aunt, who remarked how clever her daughter was. Only Shen Ran understood that his recent voracious appetite had nearly depleted his cousin's savings. His aunt, who also had the day off, wore a purple dress, and her previously weathered face appeared rejuvenated, looking significantly younger. "Aunt, we had a mock exam at school today," Shen Ran said eagerly. "I placed in the top 30. I'll send you the report card later." "Really?" his aunt exclaimed, her excitement evident despite having witnessed Shen Ran's extraordinary capabilities before. "Yes," he nodded. His uncle added, "That's wonderful indeed." The chip from the 7-star third generation was still stored in the bedroom, with plans to implant it in Shen Ran's brain should he prove unfit. By the way, Dad, a classmate invited me to go to the lower city tomorrow to see the Qiming spacecraft. At that moment, Shen Ying interjected, "Tomorrow is Hope Day, a date destined to be recorded in history, as the Qiming spacecraft carrying a stellar energy stone lands in Fire City, symbolizing the end of the divide between the Martian city-state and Earth." The television was already broadcasting various scenes from the event, with throngs of people forming a lively atmosphere unseen in nearly a century. Various programs featured prominent figures from Fire City sharing their perspectives on the forthcoming event. Shen Ran felt a surge of excitement. He had promised Li Xian to join him at the event to witness the most advanced spacecraft from the Earth Federation. Yet, just then, no going out. The cold, unyielding voice of his uncle resonated at the dining table. Everyone must stay home tomorrow. For the past several years, Shen Cheng had maintained a calm and gentle demeanor at home, rarely displaying severity. It was his aunt who often adopted the role of the strict enforcer. However, this did not imply that she was the dominant figure in the household. This was evident in how, before the children, Shen Cheng could interrupt his wife's sentences, while she seldom interrupted him. Thus, even when Shen Ying, feeling utterly dejected, asked why, and contemplated a hunger strike in protest, she ultimately failed to make her case. The family was to stay home and watch the live broadcast. Shen Cheng's flat tone left no room for rebuttal. With a thud, Shen Ying stormed off to her room, flipping the door sign to the unhappy side. Shen Ran continued to eat silently, pondering why his uncle insisted they remain at home. He speculated it might be due to the expected crowd in the lower city, fearing that he and Shen Ying might encounter unforeseen dangers. After finishing his meal, Shen Ran retreated to his room. At the dining table, his aunt finally turned her gaze toward Shen Cheng. After living together for so many years, how could she not perceive the unusual emotions he had been concealing beneath the surface during this period of relaxation? "Do you remember our thoughts when the news about stellar energy first broke?" Suddenly, Shen Cheng, while serving himself some vegetables, spoke up. "The Earth Federation intends to construct a stellar energy technology portal on Mars to gain complete control over it. However, some individuals in Fire City may not wish to be controlled. Are you suggesting that something might happen tomorrow?" His aunt immediately grasped Shen Cheng's implication. She then looked at the television where a senior government official and a shareholder from the Radiant Sun Group were discussing the upcoming event with enthusiasm. Displaying no signs of concern, only anticipation for tomorrow and a bright future. Shen Cheng remained silent. Hearing this, his aunt refrained from further speculation, her expression filled with worry. Indeed, if the stellar energy portal is constructed, the Earth Federation's military and corporate giants could easily invade Fire City, posing severe threats to both our government and those large enterprises. In his room, Shen Ran sent a text message to Li Xian, informing him that he could not accompany him the next day, which left Li Xian quite disappointed. In another room, Shen Ying lay on her bed, furiously punching her shark-shaped pillow, ultimately resigned to sending a message to her best friend. Shortly after, Shen Cheng knocked on Shen Ying's door. He entered his daughter's room and asked the girl, who was buried in her bed, if there was anything she desired for him to buy her the next day, which lightened her mood somewhat. Later, as Shen Ran was exercising, he heard a knock at his door. His uncle entered the room, surveying the simple decor, and asked, "Shen Ran, is there a gift you wish for?" "A gift?" Shen Ran was taken aback. "Tomorrow is Hope Day, and the Earth Federation wants to present us with a gift. I would like to give you one as well. Perhaps protein powder, Shen Ran replied. As he had been expending a lot of energy lately, and protein powder was not overly extravagant, nor did he want to waste his uncle's goodwill. His uncle was initially surprised, then chuckled. You're in a growth phase now. He once again scrutinized the youth before him. Standing at nearly 1.80 meters, the boy's physique no longer resembled the frail frame of his earlier years. His arms bore evident muscle, and his features were sharply defined. Particularly after having his hair cut short, his bright and shining eyes reflected a newfound vitality. The transformation was remarkable. Observing Shen Ran, the second uncle's gaze gradually softened with a sense of satisfaction. Shen Ran felt a stirring within. He had sensed a certain inscrutability in his uncle's demeanor lately, and that feeling deepened now. Uncle, is there something on your mind? Shen Ran inquired. The second uncle settled himself at the edge of the bed. Yes, there's something I wish to discuss with you. Noticing this, Shen Ran hastily poured him a cup of warm water. No need. The uncle interjected calmly. In a month, you will be taking your entrance exams. Your aunt harbors a strong aversion to those gang organizations and is worried about you straying down the wrong path, which is why she spoke so sternly to you before. It's all right. I understand, Shen Ran replied. That is good to hear. We all care deeply about your future, especially when I think of the promise your father made before his passing. It has weighed heavily on my mind. The uncle smiled faintly, yet the deep lines on his face only seemed to deepen, stirring a pang of sorrow within Shen Ran. His uncle appeared to have aged considerably. Uncle, you and aunt need not worry. I will strive to gain admission to a respectable university and will not let you or my father down, the youth assured. Upon hearing this, the second uncle finally felt a sense of relief. Suddenly, he posed a question. Shen Ran, aside from gifts, do you have any regrets? Regrets? Shen Ran momentarily faltered. Memories of past hardships surged forth, particularly the day of his father's death, when he felt utterly lost and alone, repeatedly dialing his mother's number, only to receive no reply. The mere recollection of those emotions brought a sharp pain to his heart, yet he forced a smile, reflecting on the many disappointments life had to offer. Well, life is full of such trials. In any case, we must live for the future. I believe better days lie ahead. Seeing the forced smile on Shen Ran's face, the second uncle felt a surge of compassion. This child had indeed endured too much suffering in the past. The uncle had also attempted to reach out to Shen Ran's mother, hoping she would fulfill her role as a mother. Even if they were divorced, just to make a simple phone call to inquire about her son. But to no avail. At least things are better now, he remarked. Yes, as long as you are well. That is enough. The uncle extended his hand, initially intending to ruffle Shen Ran's hair, but then instead placed his palm on the boy's shoulder. You, my boy, are far too perceptive for your own good. It is both a strength and a weakness. The downside is that you have grown accustomed to facing challenges alone. This is something you must change. You will find that in this world, your life and the lives of others are inherently intertwined. Shen Ran nodded in agreement. Uncle, do you have any regrets? He inquired curiously. The second uncle paused, taken aback that this young boy would question him about the regrets of an adult. Indeed, I do, he eventually admitted after a moment of silence. He instinctively reached for a cigarette, but halted when he remembered Shen Ran was present. What regrets, uncle? Was your first love, aunt? Shen Ran's curiosity piqued. Don't be foolish. My youthful infatuation blossomed when I met your aunt, he replied, his smile fading as he began recounting a story from his university days. It was a simple tale of how, during his college years, he and a few friends from the Undercity formed a club, each contributing $200 a month for communal funds. The club organized activities each month to provide basic entertainment for students from impoverished backgrounds. And if any member faced an unexpected misfortune, the funds would be allocated to assist them. And then, Shen Ran prompted. The uncle paused, his expression darkening, and then, it all ended. Ended? Why? Shen Ran asked, astonished. It encountered some changes, both external and internal. The club grew larger, becoming something unrecognizable to me, the uncle sighed, unable to comprehend it all, and so in his senior year, he chose to withdraw. Though Shen Ran did not fully grasp the situation, he could sense his uncle's profound melancholy, a feeling he had never witnessed before. Uncle, are you very sad? Shen Ran offered him the warm water. The uncle accepted it, gazing at Shen Ran with a smile. It is all in the past now, as long as I can watch you and Ying grow up. My heart is filled with joy. That evening, The uncle and Shen Ran conversed extensively, discussing Shen Ran's father's past, their hopes for Shen Ran's future, and occasionally sharing sweet anecdotes from the uncle's romance with his aunt. "Uncle, why did you want to talk with me about all this tonight?" Shen Ran finally asked, as the uncle stood to leave. He paused at the question, then smiled at Shen Ran. "I've been busy with work and haven't had the chance to slow down and rest. Now that you've grown, I simply wanted to have a few words with you. Nothing more." With that, the uncle exited the room, leaving Shen Ran deep in thought. He lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, his mind consumed with his uncle's words and the changes his family had undergone over the past month, a sense of unease inexplicably gnawing at him. The night passed in silence. The following day, as the sun rose, the energy tower awakened, activating the electric grid system, and the towering skyscrapers stirred to life like giants at dawn. Shen Ran was roused from his slumber by the sound of a phone ringing. Upon checking, he saw that his friendly Xian was video calling him, sitting in a large truck that was navigating the congested streets of the upper city. "Shen Ran, are you not coming? Look how lively it is outside," Li Xian exclaimed, his excitement evident as his freckles became more pronounced. Shen Ran felt a twinge of envy. Today, the Fire City was indeed bustling more than it had been in a century. After getting out of bed and completing his morning routine, Shen Ran held his phone while conversing with Li Xian as he made his way to the living room. Just then, a displeased young voice interrupted. "Who are you video calling? Hang up. Have you no manners?" Only then did Shen Ran notice his younger sister, Shen Ying, clad in a white nightgown and sitting on the sofa, her expression resembling that of a spoiled child. Li Xian's eyes widened in surprise as he quickly greeted her. "Ying, it's me, Li Xian." "Enough." Shen Ran hung up, feeling a twinge of guilt as his friend muttered obscenities under his breath. It soon became clear to Shen Ran why Ying was upset. She was also on a video call with her own friends. Unlike him, she had not ended her call. Her phone was set on the table, displaying a scene from the administrative district of the upper city, where several beautiful young girls were accompanied by two bodyguards clad in black. Ying was a student at Jiangnan Middle School, and her friends were clearly from similar backgrounds, as evidenced by their entourage of bodyguards. "Such a crowd," Shen Ran remarked, taken aback by the sheer number of people visible on screen. "It looks chaotic. Perhaps it's best not to go." "Chaotic? What chaos?" Ying retorted, her frustration bubbling over as she revealed her true feelings. "Do you think the upper city is like the undercity? The security is excellent. Any emergencies can be handled within a minute." Shen Ran scoffed, opting not to engage further and instead turned on the television. The news reporters were broadcasting live from the scene. The Qiming spacecraft was set to depart from Fire City Base 1, making its way through the Linbei District, Xinjiang District, Jiangnan District, and ultimately landing in the Huaxing District. The reporters were stationed in Huaxing District, the central administrative area of Fire City, where the Prime Minister's office and the headquarters of major corporations were located. The uniquely designed skyscrapers illuminated in a fiery red, representing Mars, stood tall amidst the bustling streets. Wide roads had been cordoned off, and only a few government officials, accompanied by mechanical police, were seen patrolling, discussing the finer details of the arrangements. The most significant area resembled a ghost town, as the camera panned. The scene transformed dramatically in the midst of the steel forest. Throngs of people appeared, resembling a dark tide. Fire City was a colossal urban cluster with a population nearing 100 million. The female reporter's voice rose with excitement as she announced, "Recent data indicates that over 130,000 residents have gathered in Huaxing District alone, while the Linbei, Xinjiang, and Jiangnan districts boast numbers in the millions." "Ying, why is there noise on your side?" Just then, a voice of surprise emanated from the video call. Ying replied, "My cousin is watching the live broadcast." "What's so interesting about a broadcast? Even with VR equipment, one cannot truly experience the atmosphere of being there," one of Ying's friends chimed in, her displeasure evident. As Shen Ran's phone vibrated in his pocket, he saw another video call from Li Xian. Just as he was about to answer, his uncle emerged, dressed in a navy blue coat, glancing at the two children in the living room, pausing for a moment. "I'm going out to buy some things. Shen Ran, your protein powder, and the gift I promised Ying last night. I will be back shortly." The uncle sighed inwardly, turned, and exited through the door in the living room. Ying immediately sprang up like a pet dog left alone after its owner departs, staring intently at the closed door. Shen Ran followed suit, his gaze fixed on the same spot. Uncle instructed the entire family to remain indoors. Yet he ventured out at this very moment. For reasons unknown, an unsettling sense of foreboding peaked during this time. Shen Ying suddenly glanced at Shen Ran, her words tumbling out in a rapid torrent. The shops outside had nearly all shuttered, and besides, my father typically prefers online shopping. His insistence on us staying home suggests that something ominous may transpire outside today, but why must he venture out alone? Shen Ran's brow furrowed deeply. I shall change my clothes. Shen Ying promptly stowed her phone and slipped into her room. Moments later, she emerged as a ponytailed girl clad in a baseball cap and a sports hoodie. Do you wish to go out? Shen Ran inquired, casting a glance towards the master bedroom, where Aunt had yet to reappear. Without awaiting a response, Shen Ran too felt a rising tide of anxiety. It seemed as though Uncle was concealing something of utmost importance. Last night, during their conversation, Uncle had explicitly stated he was no longer a child. If something significant were afoot, he ought not to keep Shen Ran in the dark. We shall simply accompany Uncle. If he is indeed shopping, we can return. Shen Ran spoke earnestly to Shen Ying. All right, enough of this. Father's nearly out of sight. Shen Ying urged. Taking a deep breath, Shen Ran grasped Shen Ying's wrist and reiterated. I have grown considerably stronger during this time. Regardless of what unfolds, I shall protect you. Today, you must not let go of him. Shen Ying bit her lip and nodded firmly to Ian the next moment. Shen Ran swiftly led Shen Ying away from their home. Chapter 13. The Day of Destruction of Hope, Part 2. The Chiming spacecraft has entered the Martian atmosphere, accompanied by 4 Zulu-class missile destroyers. The fleet is expected to reach Fire City 1 base in 65 minutes. A spokesperson from the Martian Ministry of Foreign Affairs announced that the ATIS aerial interception system has been activated, providing an impenetrable steel shield to ensure the safety of the Chiming spacecraft. In the God of Fire district, citizens spotted K. Tarmuni, the CEO of the Raichi Group, along with several senior officials from the Fire City government. No sooner had they departed from Guanlan Bay than Shen Ran experienced a palpable atmosphere that eluded him within the confines of home. The streets were teeming with people, elders, children, and even burly men sporting illicitly modified cybernetics, all engaged in animated discussions amidst a cacophony of noise. This was indeed the Undercity. The streetlights were adorned with banners, each emblazoned with phrases celebrating the Day of Hope. Look, Father. Shen Ying suddenly pointed to the right. Shen Ran quickly caught sight of a figure clad in a deep blue coat, waiting for a vehicle on a major thoroughfare. Waiting for a ride. A sense of foreboding surged within Shen Ran. He hastily took Shen Ying's hand, retrieving his phone to summon a taxi, his nerves fraying as he awaited its arrival. Wasn't Father merely out to shop? Where could he be heading? Shen Ying had sensed something amiss earlier, and now her cap-clad face was awash with concern. Suddenly, a flicker of light appeared on Uncle's right temple as he received a call and turned to look back. Shen Ran swiftly pulled Shen Ying behind a signboard for concealment. The children aren't at home? Uncle's voice carried a note of alarm upon answering Aunt's call, prompting him to reach out to Shen Ran and Shen Ying. Unexpectedly, Aunt questioned him. Ah Chung, do you truly have something to attend to outside? After a brief silence, Uncle finally replied, nothing of consequence. Perhaps I am merely overthinking. If I return tonight, I shall inform everyone in an instant. Aunt's muffled sobs resonated through the phone. Upon hearing her weeping, Uncle's brow knitted tighter, and he reassured, Ali, do not see or why be strong. I do not wish for you to worry. Finding the 2 children is our priority. Is it not? They must be worried about you too. Aunt's anguished cries echoed. If there is something, return first, and we shall face it together. After ending the call, Uncle retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Lit one, inhaling deeply before reaching out to Shen Ran at the rear of the street. Shen Ran did not decline the call but instead opened it. Shen Ran, listen to me, return home with Ying. Uncle's voice was calm and resolute as he took a drag from the cigarette. Did you not promise you would not cause worry for your aunt? A mere 100 meters separated the two. Obscured by the throngs of pedestrians and a signboard that served as a veil, I asked that Father's call? Shen Ying exclaimed, a mix of surprise and panic flooding her as she gripped Shen Ran's right arm tightly. In contrast, Shen Ran maintained a facade of composure. Uncle, please return home. Whatever it is, speak openly. We are family, after all, family. At the mention, a glimmer of happiness flickered across Uncle's weathered face, quickly overshadowed by bitterness. You are still too young. While waiting for a vehicle at the roadside, he continued, You do not understand. The storm brewing in Fire City is colossal. I have made a grave error and become entangled in it. I cannot drag you into this chaos as well. What storm? Shen Ran was taken aback at this moment. He was still a very ordinary youth. Perhaps he had changed somewhat, but he remained naive. He could not comprehend. Yet he could not accept it. Listen. Return home with Ying. I know you have undergone a significant transformation, but this world is rife with capable individuals, and those with a modicum of skill often attract calamity. As I have, countless legends lie buried in this city. Do not incite Uncle's anger. Just then, a hovering vehicle approached, its doors swinging open as Uncle entered. Shen Ran's heart raced, and Shen Ying held on even more tightly. I have never considered myself capable. I am merely your nephew whom you have raised for so many years, and your own daughter is worried for you too. Uncle, please, just tell us, will you return? For reasons unknown, Shen Ran was engulfed by a wave of anger and helplessness. The hovering vehicle vanished from view. Even the voice of Uncle on the other end of the line faded away. Inside the vehicle, Uncle listened to news reports about the Chiming spacecraft, dialing another number. Hello, it's me, Shen Chang. A surprised male voice responded from the other end. Shen Chang, why are you calling? Are you eager to witness your creation explode? After that day, I had refrained from asking until now. Shen Chang took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. But now, I wish to know, does the person who provided you the materials know that I assembled the missile? Isn't that obvious? In Fire City, what can be concealed from those fellows? Even our conversation is likely being monitored. Upon hearing this, the last shred of hope within Shen Chang dissipated entirely. The prominent figure on the other end seemed genuinely surprised. After all, you were among those blacklisted back then. Would you like me to say a few words on your behalf? Once this matter is resolved, I could help you relocate to the upper city. No need. Shen Chang ended the call, leaning back against the seat, his eyes gradually losing their spark. At that moment, the light on his right temple flickered incessantly. Calls from Shen Ran, Ali, and Shen Ying came pouring in. But Shen Chang ignored them. Outside the window, the vistas of the upper city unfolded, showcasing modern, high-tech skyscrapers teeming with jubilant crowds, each face alight with anticipation for the arrival of the Chiming spacecraft. Shen Chang recalled his aspirations from his school days, and his heart twisted with pain. He wished to disperse the crowd, to shout at them to flee. Yet reason admonished him that any action would be futile. The leader of the underground gang possessed materials sourced from the upper echelons of Fire City, possibly even involving high-ranking politicians within the Martian government. Shen Chang lit another cigarette, his trembling hand betraying his anxiety. There existed a means to save the masses, to somehow relay the truth to the Prime Minister of the Martian government. However, he was likely already within the surveillance range of those powerful figures. Any attempt would be thwarted, destined to fail, and could bring ruin upon his family. Thoughts of his wife and daughter rendered him powerless as he lay back in the car's rear seat. Suffering in anguish, meanwhile, a vehicle closely trailed the hovering car Shen Chang occupied. Inside, Shen Ying was exceedingly anxious, her gaze fixed ahead, while Shen Ran gritted his teeth, attempting to reach Uncle once more. Fortunately, the traffic was congested enough that they managed to catch up with Uncle's vehicle. Just then, the city outside erupted into a cacophony. Shen Ran's attention was instantly drawn to the scene. The crowd danced exuberantly, raising their hands in jubilation. Men and women of all ages shouted in exhilaration, whistles punctuating the air. Glimmering confetti rained down from the towering skyscrapers, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Wow! Even the driver rolled down the window, craning his neck to gaze skyward in awe. A deep, rumbling engine sound resonated, akin to an ancient beast roaring across the world, reverberating within the hearts of all living beings. A triangular starship, measuring 3 kilometers in diameter, looms ominously in the sky. Its surface a deep obsidian, flattened and sleek, reminiscent of a dagger's silhouette. At its rear, 8 nuclear-powered engines are prominently displayed, heralding its arrival above Fire City in a spectacle that captivates all. Accompanying this formidable vessel are 4 larger, bulkier missile destroyers serving as escorts, airborne fortresses whose designs may lack the technological elegance of the Chiming starship, yet possess an intimidating presence akin to that of kings in the sky. Stirring fervor among the male populace. It's here. Finally here. Welcome to Fire City. The crowd erupts in jubilant shouts, frantically capturing this historic moment with their cameras, igniting a fervor that sweeps through the entire city. Bursts of eco-friendly fireworks ascend, exploding like a vibrant floral display, dazzling onlookers with their brilliance. Shen Ran is equally entranced, her mouth agape in wonder. Such a monumental starship is unheard of on Mars. Suddenly, Shen Ran seizes Shen Ran's hand, exclaiming, "Uncle is getting out." Ahead, traffic has come to a standstill, prompting Uncle to exit the vehicle and blend into the throng on the sidewalk. Shen Ran promptly pays the fare and follows suit with Shen Ran. His spirits soaring, brain ablaze with focus, his body flooded with adrenaline. Despite the momentous occasion, Shen Ran is no longer the timid, self-doubting boy he once was. He seems transformed, his eyes chillingly cold. Meanwhile, Uncle, anticipating that his children would follow him, finds a cyborg youth at a rest stop and hands him a sum of money. Behind them, the crowd is dense and Shen Ran, gripping Shen Ran's hand tightly, navigates through like an eel, thankful for his newfound strength. Suddenly, a silvery mechanical hand grasps Shen Ran's wrist. "Ah!" she screams. Shen Ran turns to see a young man, roughly 25 or 26, holding her with a grin that seems to invite trouble. What a lovely little girl. Especially with such soft hands. "Where are your guardians? Sneaking out alone? Huh. How about I keep you safe?" The young man's grip tightens, causing Shen Ran to feel repulsed, while Shen Ran's other hand is firmly holding hers, preventing him from retrieving his stunned baton to retaliate in that instant. Before the young man can finish his taunt, a fist strikes him like a cannonball, landing a crushing blow to his face. A sickening crack echoes as bones shatter, blood spurting forth as the young man is sent reeling, scattering the crowd behind him. "You think you can protect her?" Shen Ran growls, one hand still clutching Shen Ran, the other now stained with blood. Shen Ran stands in shock, while the surrounding crowd erupts in panic. The young man collapses to the ground, his features grotesquely contorted, a broken nose and scattered teeth painting a grim picture. Blood oozing from his orifices. "Call the police. There's been a violent altercation." Someone shouts in a frenzy. In this day and age, violent altercation conjures images of the destruction wrought by cybernetic enhancements. Yet, unbeknownst to all, Shen Ran bears no cold, mechanical modifications, just a simple, human fist. "Let us go." Shen Ran disregards the chaos, leading the dazed Shen Ran with a predatory glint in his eyes, akin to a hunter tracking its prey. Shen Ran suppresses her emotions, biting her lip as she observes the chaotic figures of passers-by, whispering to herself, "Why, Father? Please come home soon." Above Fire City, the teeming starship, flanked by the missile destroyers, heads toward the God of Fire District, where high-ranking government officials and corporate executives address journalists in a public spectacle. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Undercity, at the third level of the red light bar, Brother Chen lounges on a sofa, transfixed by a massive LCD screen broadcasting the momentous events in Fire City. A cadre of heavily armed bodyguards stands sentinel behind him. Brother Chan swirls a goblet of dark red wine, reminiscent of blood, savoring the moment. Once this is over, he muses, he will ascend to the upper city, transforming into one of the well-dressed elites gracing television screens, with wealth and status at his fingertips. Just then, a faint blue light flickers at his right temple. A mysterious call comes through. "Have your arrangements been made?" "They've been set up in the Linbei district, awaiting orders from the Ministry of Defense. My people will activate the launch button upon receiving the signal." Brother Chen replies promptly, "Good." The voice on the other end is curt. Chun, feeling emboldened, tentatively inquires, "What about tonight? Perhaps we could share a meal?" "No need." The reply is cold. Chen hastily adds, "Tomorrow, or the day after. Whenever you're free." I said, "No need." The voice turns frigid, sending a wave of anxiety through Chen, who stands abruptly, questioning whether he had been too eager in his approach. Suddenly, bang! As his mind races with possibilities, everything goes dark. A gunshot rings out, shattering the bulletproof glass of the outer wall. Chen stands frozen, his mind exploding alongside his fantasies as crimson becomes the sole hue in his world. Miles away, atop a skyscraper, a shadow rises, retracting a high-powered rifle into its case before emitting a cold, mechanical voice. Target neutralized. In the Undercity, the teeming starship travels at a leisurely pace, helmed by a colonel from the Earth Federation Space Army. intent on showcasing a formidable deterrent to the distant Martian city-state. The effect is palpable below. The citizens of Fire City are swept up in an unparalleled fervor for the starship from the Earth Federation. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the towering edifices glowing with fiery red light, fireworks burst into the night sky. What a spectacle on a bustling street. A youth, namely Xian, stands beside a large truck, gazing skyward at the massive vessel soaring overhead. He retrieves his phone, preparing to capture this moment and share it with his close friend Shen Ran. His personal perspective of this epic-defining event. Click. Just as he snaps the photo, Xian's smile falters. The image captures a missile trailing a white comet-like streak hurtling toward the ship, a beacon of hope. Boom. Amidst the screams of terrified citizens, a deafening explosion erupts as flames, like the tendrils of a demon. Rage from the starship. Metal fragments rain down like meteorites, obliterating the cityscape, heralding destruction. I am the god of Fire District. The expressions of high-ranking Martian officials freeze before the cameras, their disbelief palpable as they witness the teeming starship disintegrate above Fire City. Boom. A nearby skyscraper succumbs to the chaos, debris crashing down and rupturing a water pipe, sending torrents cascading into the streets. Drip, drip in a city that has never known rain. It feels as though a soft shower descends upon this alleyway. Xinchang stands at the entrance of the alley, to his right a vibrant world, the disintegrating starship illuminating the sky while flames engulf the city and chaos reigns. Before him lies a dark, rain-soaked alley, silent as a grave. Suddenly, a faint blue light flickers at his right temple, compelling him to answer the call. You're all set. Enter with the secret. Very clever, no fuss. Because of your choice, your family may live. The voice on the other end is enigmatic, a figure from his past. You've matured since your university days. Shencheng, you've learned what must not be touched, said, or done. Recognizing the voice from television and recalling its presence during his university's ideological movements, Shen Cheng gazes into the dark, narrow alley, realizing his every move is under scrutiny. In the next instant, he withdraws his gaze from the illuminated world, stepping into the shadows, allowing the cold rain to drench him. At that moment, two shadowy figures emerge from the opposite end of the alley. Shen Cheng freezes. It's a boy and a girl, the latter gasping for breath, trembling like a frightened young creature. Shen Ran, he whispers, eyes locked on the figure through the rain. Shen Ran turns to his uncle. Bang. Simultaneously, the gunfire rings out, as expected. Chapter 14. The downfall and rise of the little man. It is as though a continent has shattered above Fire City. Shockwaves radiating outward in a magnificent explosion, transforming joyous celebration into screams of terror. Amidst the steel forest, buildings lay in ruins, engulfed in clusters of raging flames, while the crowd scurried like ants in a frenzy. The prominent figures of Fire City exhibited a range of reactions. Some wore expressions of disbelief, others trembled in fear, and a few discreetly retreated into the shadows. At the press conference, Prime Minister Zhu Long gazed at the sunken starship chiming in the sky, his heart tightening. Why had the ATIS aerial interception system not activated properly? Could it be that the hawks within the Ministry of Defense were complicit in this attack? Bodyguards swiftly surrounded Prime Minister Zhu Long, escorting him to safety. Once inside the vehicle, he surveyed the chaos enveloping the city, maintaining his composure. Without a moment to lose, he dialed the Federation's number, asserting his unwavering commitment to cooperate fully with the Earth Federation in investigating this incident. Were these madmen attempting to drag the citizens of Fire City into an armed struggle alongside them? After hanging up, Prime Minister Zhu Long took a sip of tea, his gaze sharpening. That moment. Another call came through. It was the Secretary General. Prime Minister, the Chiming's crash site is estimated to be at the Northern Blue Sky Stadium in Linbei District, where the Star Energy Stone lies. Upon hearing this, Prime Minister Zhu Long immediately ordered the deployment of mobile forces to seal off Linbei District, especially keep a close watch on those corporate individuals. This time, retreat was not an option. Meanwhile, within the ranks of Fire City's technological firms, such as the Radiant Sun Group, Titanium Manufacturing, Giant Technology, and KD Technology, a chilling realization dawned. They appeared to possess more knowledge than even the Prime Minister, having already strategically positioned a contingent of mercenaries in Linbei District. These mercenaries were well-equipped, their exoskeleton armors and weaponry embodying the pinnacle of contemporary technology, rivaling even the mobile forces of the Martian government. In the midst of turmoil, while others trembled in fear, They reveled in greed. The Star Energy Stone was the cornerstone of a new era. For the isolated Martian city-states, the acquisition of a single Star Energy Stone by these corporations would hold significance beyond the imagination of outsiders. The tempest of Martian upheaval had only just begun. The dawn of hope had transformed into a day of devastation. The chiming had fallen, yet the government and all the influential figures remained fixated on the treasures within that colossal wreck. Neglecting the plight of the common citizens of Fire City, the air was thick with the cries of despair and helplessness. Amidst this chaos, no one noticed the sound of a gunshot, nor did anyone care about the fate of an ordinary middle-aged man. "Uncle!" Only one youth's eyes welled with tears at this moment, in an overwhelming surge of emotion. Time seemed to slow once more in the dim alley before him. A water pipe above had burst, sending countless droplets cascading down, each falling with an almost glacial slowness. The man in the navy coat stood at the opposite end of the alley, gazing at himself, astonishment etched upon his familiar visage. His lips barely forming the name Shen Ran, and in the next instant, bang! His head exploded like a brilliant firework. Chunks of flesh splattered onto the damp, shadowy ground, releasing their final warmth. Only a headless corpse remained standing there. The scene morphed into monochrome, save for the stark crimson of blood, strikingly vivid against the gloom. Shen Ran felt the blood in his veins chill instantaneously. Beside him, Shen Ying's body went limp. The world spun. And this horrific tableau had to be a dream. Surely, it could not be real. Drip, drip, blood continued to pour from the neck of the headless corpse, bright and jarring, like crimson plum blossoms adorning this bleak world. Thud! Shen Ying collapsed entirely to the ground, her face pale, her spirit shattered. Shen Ran's expression was equally inscrutable, his mouth agape, yearning to utter something, yet every fiber of his being felt utterly drained, as if he were a drowning man. The tide of despair engulfing him from his toes to his throat. Uncle had died before his very eyes. Suddenly, Shen Ying grasped Shen Ran's hand, her voice a fevered whisper. "Did you not tell me that you could stop someone from shooting before they pull the trigger?" Shen Ran's mind surged with blood. The gravity of the moment, the imagery before his eyes, and his cousin's voice struck him like a thunderbolt. In the distance, on a rooftop, a killer crouched at the edge. Yet to rise, his mechanical eye whirring as he peered through the scope of his sniper rifle, akin to a hawk honing in on the two children in the alley. The target was acquired. Two more figures emerged, a minor male and female. A cold voice rang out, "Shall I eliminate them?" Eliminate, on the other end of the line. A mysterious figure, aloof and unfeeling, issued the command. Had those two children not ventured out today, tomorrow's news would have reported merely that a male resident of the underground city died in a skirmish within an alley. Unfortunately, they had witnessed this scene. Though the children would certainly not trace it back to him, they remained a small risk. Thus, their existence was no longer deemed necessary. The sniper's barrel slowly pivoted. The cloaked assassin once more placed his thumb on the trigger, this time aiming at the young boy. Just then, having endured such a tremendous shock, witnessing his uncle's head explode before him, Shen Ran's mind and body crumbled. Yet, inexplicably, his expression shifted abruptly. A sensation akin to a sixth sense surged within him. Without conscious volition, his brain commanded his limbs, a strange energy coursing through him like electricity, invigorating every cell. Shen Ran's countenance transformed as he seized the semi-conscious Shen Ying, leaping 2 meters away like a startled rabbit. Bang! Almost simultaneously, the terrifying gunshot echoed again, resembling the whistling wind as the Grim Reaper swung his scythe. Empty? However, the assassin's expression changed drastically. "Did we eliminate the target?" The voice on the phone inquired. "The target has evaded." The assassin hesitated before responding. "The young man has escaped." Meanwhile, Shen Ran's sudden movement jolted him back into his body, his heart racing anew. "Dad." Shen Ying's pupils refocused as she gazed down the alley, attempting to crawl forward. "Don't go." Shen Ran grasped Shen Ying tightly, gritting his teeth. "The enemy is still out there. Don't stop me, please." Sob. "Shen Ran, my dad is over there." Shen Ying finally broke down in tears. Shen Ran felt a profound agony. Yet for reasons unknown, no tears fell from his eyes. He longed to weep, yet found himself unable to. All his suffering remained confined within his heart. "Uncle, uncle." Shen Ran leaned against the alley wall, his body trembling as memories flooded back. "Let me go! I want my dad!" Shen Ying's cries were heart-wrenching, her spirit shattered. Shen Ran could utter not a word, and all he could do was hold tightly to his uncle's daughter, pressing against the cold, unyielding wall, eyes tightly shut on the other side. The assassin continued to wait, his heart heavy, for he would not permit any prey to escape his grasp. He even contemplated repositioning for another long-range shot. The mission should be executed flawlessly. Yet, the voice on the phone interrupted. "The Qiming has fallen. All personnel are heading to Linbei District. Even if we must seize it, we must acquire that singular star energy stone." Simultaneously, amidst the chaotic streets of the city, police cars finally arrived, and several mechanized riot officers disembarked, swiftly approaching Shen Ran. Shen Ying immediately felt a glimmer of hope, only to be met with shock. For fully armed mechanized officers formed a wedge, brandishing their firearms as if confronting violent terrorists. Shen Ran was torn between fear and confusion, yet another part of him remained calm, contemplating a way to break free. The emotional upheaval from witnessing his uncle's death had unlocked a previously dormant part of his mind, and something unfathomable began to flow forth, amplifying the boy's transformation. Severe conflict incident, ID XL23276311517. Target has entered the field of vision. Warning, get down and cover your head. The four mechanized officers issued their authoritative commands. At that moment, Shen Ran recalled his earlier confrontation on the street, where he had nearly beaten a thug to death, prompting someone to call the police. The security in the underground city was surprisingly effective. Shen Ran opened his arms and squatted down, cradling his head, his face bearing an expression he had never exhibited before. Beside him, Shen Ying was on the verge of madness, unable to comprehend the situation. She cried out desperately, gasping for breath, "My dad is dead. He was killed in this alley. Why aren't you going after the real murderer? Why is this happening?" One mechanized officer glanced into the dark, damp alley but paid it little heed, coldly relaying through his radio, "At 27, Revival Road, Queens District, there has been a resident death incident." He then pushed Shen Ying aside and firmly restrained Shen Ran. "This boy hasn't he undergone cybernetic augmentation? He is not mentally ill. This doesn't he appear to be severe conflict?" Another special police officer expressed surprise. "Take him back first. Move." Just like that, Shen Ran was violently escorted into the police car. Unable to cast even one last glance at his uncle's lifeless body, only Shen Ying remained in that place filled with dread and disaster, the young girl helplessly sobbing on the street. As the police car traversed the chaotic streets of Fire City, Shen Ran sat in the back seat, gazing out at the tumultuous urban landscape, his eyes filled with sorrow and an undefined hatred towards no one in particular. As if he had returned to that bewildering night a month ago. Behind him, Shen Ran lowered his head. His handcuffed hands slowly formed into fists, his eyes devoid of confusion. He understood that his life was about to undergo a profound transformation. Even the smallest of individuals would eventually have their day to rise. Chapter 15. The sprouting seed in the police station of Fire City. Within a quiet interrogation room, Shen Ran sat fixed to a chair, his limbs securely restrained. Opposite him sat a female police officer, who, upon realizing that this youth was not a gang member and bore no cybernetic enhancements, initially dismissed him. However, she soon discovered an alarming fact. "Do you have any idea how hard you hit that person?" the female officer inquired, fixing her gaze on Shen Ran. He remained silent, unwilling to utter a word. His soul felt as if it were still trapped in that dark alley. The image of his uncle in a dark blue coat vivid in his mind. Suddenly, gunshots rang out, something exploded, and blood stained his world. Abruptly, Shen Ran's body convulsed, but his expression quickly morphed into an inexplicable indifference. Each time his emotions reached a threshold, an unseen force would press down on his heart, forcing him to suppress it. This sensation was profoundly uncomfortable, akin to subjecting his body and mind to an incessant trial of extremes. You nearly turned that person into a vegetable with your punch. They're still in a high-risk ward and haven't regained consciousness. At that moment, the female officer raised her voice for emphasis. "Oh," was all Shen Ran replied, coldly. After a considerable time, new activity stirred within the police station. Shen Ran felt a pang in his nose. A middle-aged woman, her face a mask of sorrow, appeared in his line of sight. It was his aunt, Shen Ran, Come out, I've paid your bail. Let's go home. His aunt's eyes were red-rimmed as she struggled to hold her fragmented self together, yet she spoke to him tenderly. Throughout their journey, neither Shen Ran nor his aunt exchanged a word. The outside world filled with the ongoing turmoil of Fire City, passengers on the train discussing the incident, including the actions of the Martian government and announcements from the Earth Federation. It's so noisy, Shen Ran thought, wishing he had brought his headphones for some peace, but he had left them behind. Instead, he closed his eyes, striving to avoid thoughts of everything. By the time they returned home, night had fallen. Upon opening the door, the living room was shrouded in darkness, silent and cold. A stark contrast to the warmth that once filled their home. Shen Ran, with a flicker of hope, glanced towards his uncle's workspace. His heart racing when he noticed the light still on. His aunt retrieved food from the microwave and called out weakly, "Ying, come eat." Shen Ran's gaze dimmed instantly, met with silence. This child is still causing me worry. His aunt's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her moment of grievance and bitterness too profound for words. "Aunt?" Shen Ran's heart ached. She wiped her eyes and retreated to her bedroom without eating. Alone, Shen Ran felt the gnawing hunger in his stomach. Sitting at the dining table, he began to eat, his pace quickening as he voraciously consumed the food, attempting to fill the emptiness within. After finishing his meal, he cleared the dishes and returned to his room, collapsing onto his bed with a thud. Just last night, his uncle had been there, discussing the past and future with him. Life is unpredictable. Sadness washed over the room like a tide, yet Shen Ran could not bring himself to cry. He felt a suffocating pressure in his chest, emotions trapped within him. It was not until 1 in the morning that he made his way to the bathroom, splashing cold water on his face, forcing himself out of that numbing stupor. His uncle had foreseen that something would happen to him today, and it seemed he had even known about the impending explosion of the Chiming ship. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, he saw a young man marked by vulnerability, pain, and determination. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely turned his thoughts away from the alley scene, focusing instead on other matters. Could it be that his uncle was involved? Was that why he had known he would be silenced? Signs had emerged a month prior. It was for my education. He had sought to buy a chip. Claiming to have allied with the underground gang, Shen Ran began to ponder the intricate web of events. The motive was clear: revenge. The powerful figures of Upper City regarded the residents of Lower City merely as tools for profit, disposable once their value was exhausted. Yet, even the small and insignificant possess emotions and indignation. Where had his uncle gone on that fateful day a month ago? Gazing into the mirror, Shen Ran felt a rush of regret and frustration. If only time could rewind. He should have disclosed the strange occurrences to his family the very next day, ensuring his uncle remained unentangled in such a vortex. Shen Ran gritted his teeth. Fists clenched, actions leave traces. His uncle was, and so were those responsible for his uncle's demise. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He went to the living room, leaving the lights off, and sat alone on the dark sofa. Pulling out his phone, sure enough, amidst the flood of explosive news, one piece of information stood paramount. Preliminary investigations revealed that the attack on the Chiming ship was orchestrated by Chen Ku, the leader of the Sanlonghui. A month earlier, Yao Ri Group's transport convoy had been ambushed, with crucial vanadium resources intercepted by Sanlonghui members. As he read on, Shen Ran's eyes grew colder. He believed nothing anymore. The air defense system guaranteed by the Ministry of Defense had inexplicably malfunctioned. What a coincidence! Who would believe that? A wave of indescribable emotions washed over him. Yao Ri Group was a colossal conglomerate in Fire City, monopolizing numerous sectors. Over half of the items in his home bore their brand, an entity beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Not to mention the explosion of the Chiming ship entangled various other facets. Just as his uncle had said, the scale of this storm was overwhelming, terrifying anyone who dared to comprehend its breadth. However, Shen Ran took a deep breath. In the stillness of the night, he noted down the crucial and valuable news, vowing to delve deeper into the truth, certain that one day the reality would emerge. Those responsible for his uncle's death must face the consequences for their actions. In truth, compared to Shen Ran's current plight, the Earth Federation, a far more terrifying behemoth, was already peeling back the layers of Fire City, intent on rooting out the hidden vermin, ready to crush them with a single finger. That very day, numerous high-ranking officials of the Martian government were ousted, many imprisoned. Even the powerful corporate magnates could not escape the fallout. The Martian Prime Minister was furious. Following the Qiming ship's crash, violent clashes erupted in the Linbei district, unknown to the public, between well-armed factions and government forces. Ultimately, the Energy Stone vanished. The Energy Stone was the cornerstone of stellar energy technology, crucial for constructing portals, indispensable. The Martian government immediately sealed the city, vowing to unearth the truth, and relayed the information to the Earth Federation, which was truly incensed. So, the Martian government publicly espouses one narrative while secretly orchestrating another. Yet, there was no recourse. The Earth Federation needed to establish a portal on Mars to bridge the two planets' timelines. From this perspective, the incident could very well be a deliberate scheme by the Martian government to claim insurance. Of course, this was not merely a road repair scam in the city. The stakes were monumental. With such a crisis on Mars, the Earth Federation had every reason to dispatch a large contingent to Fire City, gradually taking control from the Martian government. These were the winds of change in a grand era. A speck of dust from such an era felt like a mountain resting on each individual's shoulders. 3 days later, his uncle's remains were consigned to the crematorium for a funeral. His aunt could only afford the cheapest urn. Despite his uncle having left 100,000 Martian dollars in the family account, Shen Ran's recent act of violence had left the victim in critical condition, requiring treatment that his aunt had already expended 70,000 Martian dollars on, with no end in sight. Shen Ran's teeth clenched in frustration. Given the current medical standards, as long as the victim survived, they would surely recover, likely feigning their condition in a costly hospital. Once we sell that 7-star third-generation chip, everything will be all right, his aunt said, her face betraying her hidden sorrow. Shen Ran and Shen Ying were about to enter high school, and Shen Ying's Phoenix A-grade chip had been purchased on credit, with monthly repayments nearing $10,000. Now, with the head of the household gone, the burden fell solely on his aunt's shoulders. The tuition for Jiangnan High School was exorbitant, pushing Shen Ying into a state of silence and gloom, mirroring Shen Ran's previous demeanor. Shen Ran observed it all, grappling with inner turmoil. He is but a boy, and not the biological offspring of his aunt. Now, his second uncle has also passed away. I wish to terminate my studies. Finally, on a certain day, Shen Ran voiced his thoughts. Shen Ying was momentarily taken aback. The aunt, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned, then outright refused, saying it was out of the question. Why? You? Your second uncle devoted himself to your future. His wish was for you to grow up well, the aunt. While eating, paused multiple times, her tone perpetually cold, imbued with an unyielding finality. Shen Ran gazed at the silver strands that had begun to appear in her hair, mustering his courage once more. The 7 stars Gen 3 chip has yet to be sold, and the bills have remained unpaid for several days. Aunt, if you continue to exhaust yourself like this, I have told you, focus on your studies, do not let your second uncle's sacrifices be in vain. The aunt insisted. Shen Ran fell silent, clenching his fists. His desire to end his education stemmed from another realization. He understood that an ordinary student is merely inconsequential in this world. Even a remarkable graduate from a prestigious university like his second uncle could be driven to the brink of despair by the machinations of this society. On a conventional path, he knew he could never avenge his uncle. Trapped in school during the day, he was unable to investigate the Qiming incident, forced to endure life and numb his senses. Moreover, he had undeniably undergone some extraordinary changes. At that moment, a glimmer flickered at the corner of his aunt's forehead as she received a message, her expression shifting to one of surprise, then furrowing her brow. What? The 7 stars Gen 3 chip has not even been unwrapped. It is still brand new. How can it? 31,000 Mars coins. Witnessing his aunt's predicament, Shen Ran felt increasingly uneasy at the dining table. His own body felt unwell, as he had been in a state of hunger for days, striving not to burden his aunt further. I will say it once more, do not dwell on those matters. The aunt reiterated, once you leave school, what will you do? Join a gang. In that case, you would not be welcome here. After the meal, the aunt retreated to her bedroom to change, preparing to go to work. Shen Ying also left without uttering a word. Since the death of the second uncle, she had spent most of her time alone in her room, the door adorned with a perpetually discontented yellow face image. Shen Ran sat alone at the dining table, suddenly yearning for a cigarette, reminiscent of his second uncle in times past. Ultimately, what led Shen Ran to make a definitive decision was an unexpected event. After several days, Li Xian called for the first time, crying through the phone, "Shen Ran, I no longer have a mother." Shen Ran felt as if he had turned to stone in that moment. "My mother was struck and killed by debris from the explosion on Hope Day. Shen Ran, I can no longer attend school. I feel so miserable. Can you come out and have a drink with me?" The usually optimistic Li Xian was now heartbroken over the phone, his voice imbued with profound helplessness. In this world, he was left utterly alone. Shen Ran knew that the missile that struck the Qiming was likely crafted by his second uncle, though the root of it all lay with the influential figures of Huaqing. Seeing Li Xian in such deep sorrow resonated with Shen Ran, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. "All right, Li Xian. Where are you? I will come out to join you." After hanging up, Shen Ran returned to his room, gathered his belongings, and cast a glance towards his aunt's bedroom, then to the workspace in Xiao Ying's room. His eyes filled with longing. Ultimately, he gazed at the framed portrait of his second uncle on the living room wall. For a long, long while, scenes from the past flooded his mind. "Second uncle, I am sorry. I wish to avenge you, but in Huaqing, it is truly pitiful and powerless to be an ordinary person." Shen Ran murmured, his gaze gradually resolute. "I wish to pursue a life of my own choosing. Much like my third uncle did in years past." In the frame, the middle-aged man continued to gaze at the youth with calm and gentle eyes, as if to say that no matter the choices he made or the form he took, he would always be proud of him. That moment, night had deepened. The city of Huaqing was more vibrant than during the day, with a kaleidoscope of neon lights replacing the sun, LED lights shining like artificial suns. Dazzling to behold, the streets bustled with pedestrians, suited corporate employees, provocatively dressed women, and some adult men loitering on the street, partaking in hallucinogenic vapors, their demeanor coarse and unapproachable. A young man clad in black sportswear, with a satchel slung over his shoulder, strolled through the crowd with his hands in his pockets. It was Shen Ran, an ordinary third-year student from the high-tech district, who had lost a loved one 5 days prior on Hope Day. "Hey!" Pulling out his phone, he made contact with a friend and proceeded towards a designated location. Shortly thereafter, Shen Ran arrived at a roadside stall. He looked ahead, an outdoor dining table. A young man sat alone, drinking with bottles strewn across the table and ground. Bang. Shen Ran walked straight over, took a seat across from him, and opened a bottle of liquor, pouring it down. "Shen Ran, you've come." Li Xian was already intoxicated. The sunshine of his former smile replaced by deep-set dark circles, appearing utterly disheveled, even sporting stubble. "I'm sorry." Shen Ran suddenly spoke. Li Xian looked puzzled, and before he could inquire, Shen Ran continued to drink, saying, "I was preoccupied these past few days, unaware of your situation." Just as Li Xian was about to speak, Shen Ran added, "My second uncle has also died." His voice was calm, as if discussing an ordinary matter, devoid of unnecessary words. Shen Ran and Li Xian clinked their bottles together, two young men drowning their sorrows in drink. Li Xian's eyes began to well with tears again as he softly asked, "Shen Ran, why do you think someone would want to blow up the Qiming? Do they not fear the Earth Federation? Are they attempting to isolate themselves in the era of stellar energy?" "I have been pondering this for days, unable to comprehend why my mother, such a pitiful woman who suffered her entire life, seems to be destined for misery in this family." As he spoke, Li Xian buried his head in his arms and wept. Shen Ran remained silent. Did he not feel pain as well, having witnessed his second uncle shot in the head by an invisible enemy in that alley? The sight haunted him. What tormented Shen Ran even more was the thought of 1 month prior, when his second uncle had known his fate was sealed, in what appeared to be a blissful and fulfilling life. To languish in the slow passage of time awaiting death, what a torment that must be! Yet, inexplicably, he could not shed a tear. The most difficult moments in recent days were merely when he saw his aunt leave for work late at night. His heart aching, "I still hope that one day, when I have money, I can provide my mother with a proper robotic body," Li Xian lamented. But suddenly, his tears ceased. Li Xian's eyes widened as he observed the waiter bringing plate after plate of grilled meat. Exclaiming in anguish, "Shen Ran, why did you order so much?" "I'm hungry," Shen Ran replied, devouring the food voraciously. Hungry, so very hungry. For these past 5 days, he had scarcely eaten a full meal, his body feeling like a wrung-out sponge, torturing him at every moment. Watching Shen Ran devour the food like a competitive eater, Li Xian felt a sudden urge to leave. I suddenly feel much better. Thank you, Shen Ran, for being willing to accompany me tonight. I also remember that I didn't burn paper for my mother today. Has it even been 7 days yet? Shen Ran retorted, eat first. Let us drink to our heart's content today. Why Mother's company lost a significant sum. But it was only 10,000 Mars coins. Li Xian's expression darkened, and he said, Shen Ran, if you continue like this, we won't be able to remain brothers in the future. Shen Ran nearly choked on those words. Subsequently, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Li Xian, who appeared momentarily taken aback. Want a smoke? Shen Ran awkwardly lit it, taking a puff that caused him to cough violently. Feeling extremely nauseous. When did you start smoking? Li Xian queried, naturally taking a drag from his own cigarette. Tonight, Shen Ran replied, enduring the acrid smoke while observing the juxtaposition of prosperity and filth in the streets. His youthful visage suddenly imbued with depth. That moment, Li Xian noticed the satchel slung over Shen Ran's shoulder. You mentioned earlier that you were dropping out of school. What do you plan to do? Shen Ran suddenly inquired. Li Xian, enveloped in the haze of smoke, pondered, I don't know. Yes, the moment I stepped out of my home felt like escaping institutional confinement. Initially, it was the beauty of freedom. But it was quickly followed by a profound sense of disorientation. First, I need to make money. In the next breath, Li Xian continued, his expression becoming resolute, I intend to undergo extensive modifications once I have the funds. My mother is like a massive truck, and I have a worthless life. Those people call me a beast of burden, and I am willing to endure any hardship. Modifications? Shen Ran felt a stirring within. Although Shen Ran and Li Xian can certainly be regarded as two inseparable friends, their personalities exhibit notable differences, due to the influence of his father and the familial atmosphere created by his uncle's household. Shen Ran harbors an inherent reluctance to part with his natural arm in favor of a mechanical one. Nonetheless, after taking a drag from his cigarette, he chose not to elaborate further. His adaptability is remarkable. And he quickly became accustomed to the acrid scent of smoke. Yes, making money, Shen Ran nodded in agreement. I share the same intention. You see, my cousin attends Jiangnan High School, and our family is burdened with a substantial debt. My aunt is currently juggling 4 jobs. Li Xian paused, looking at Shen Ran with incredulity. Wait, are you implying that? Well, I don't plan to continue my studies, Shen Ran replied. Li Xian was taken aback. But didn't you rank in the top 30 during the last mock exam? You could easily gain admission to a public high school. How can you say that? It's futile. Shen Ran shook his head. He did not wish to disclose the matters concerning his uncle to Li Xian. Moreover, even if he were to diligently pursue his studies, gain admission to high school, and subsequently to university, what would it ultimately change? In the end, he would merely be subjected to the whims of others. The impact of his uncle's death weighed heavily on Shen Ran, compounded by the existence of another role model, his uncle who had abruptly dropped out of Lihua University and vanished. What will you do if you quit studying? Li Xian inquired. Wasn't I just posing that very question to you? Shen Ran retorted. Li Xian replied, we are not the same. I can do anything as long as it's for survival. Don't act as if I can't. Shen Ran frowned. You can't, Li Xian countered. What do you mean I can't? You wouldn't dare eat feces to this? Shen Ran was momentarily stunned, glancing at Li Xian in disbelief. You would? Li Xian, his freckled face adorned with a serious expression, nodded. After a prolonged pause, Shen Ran managed to utter a single word. 6. After a bout of playful banter between friends, the spirits of the two young men were considerably lifted. Perhaps the most delightful aspect of life is the ability of solitary individuals to find companionship in shared misfortune. It is unclear whether those influential figures possess a peculiar penchant for rewarding such acts. But I believe we have yet to descend to that level. Shen Ran raised his glass to toast with Li Xian, then inquired honestly, what are your plans for making money next? I'm quite hungry right now. That's evident, Li Xian observed, glancing at the empty plates scattered across the table with an odd look before continuing. In certain areas of the underground city, making money is relatively straightforward, but Li Xian hesitated. At that moment, Shen Ran simply stated, you mean engaging in activities in those red light districts, right? Yes, Li Xian replied, his brow furrowed. As far as he was aware, Shen Ran's uncle's family was a scholarly one, and his aunt even harbored disdain for individuals like himself, often hinting that he should refrain from associating with Shen Ran. Furthermore, such red light districts are fraught with danger. In a normal household, even the mention of such places would evoke a change in demeanor, prompting individuals to avoid them as if they were a plague. It is not difficult to surmise that in the underground city, there could hardly be an easy path to earning money. Let us go. But at that moment, Shen Ran stood up, slinging a backpack over his shoulder. Lixin was taken aback. Go? Where to? To make money and grow stronger, Shen Ran stated calmly. He had witnessed the stark reality of death and had even experienced it himself. Thus, his psychological resilience was far beyond that of an ordinary student. I intend to buy you a chip, Lixin. I want my aunt's family to live well, and for my cousin to be able to complete her studies happily. Shen Ran contemplated as he looked at Lixin, who remained seated. He felt that part of his uncle's demise rested on his shoulders. Moreover, he suddenly recalled his uncle's final words. This world is not lacking in capable individuals, but those with even a modicum of capability are the ones most likely to attract trouble. Yet, at present, Shen Ran yearned to proactively seek out that trouble, just as his uncle had once been drawn into the whirlpool through his repair skills. He aspired to grow, to become stronger step by step, and to eventually reach the upper echelons of the Fire City, confronting the very culprits responsible for his uncle's demise. Taking a deep breath, Shen Ran felt invigorated after a hearty meal, confident in his qualification to step into that threshold. Are we heading there now? I wanted to discuss this with you tonight. I'm not prepared at all. Lixin replied, surprised. Still need to prepare? Are you planning to become a gigolo in such a place? Shen Ran regarded Lixin, who was tall and reasonably handsome, nodding slightly. I suppose some middle-aged women might be attracted to your style. Lixin replied in fear. No, pleased. I have considered that if I can't make it in the future, I might practice with steel balls and large iron rods. But that would truly be the last resort. It's far too degrading. Steel balls? Large iron rods? Now it was Shen Ran's turn to be perplexed. Lixin hastily changed the subject, simultaneously settling the bill. Which district shall we go to? The more chaotic the area, the greater the freedom and the more jobs there are to pick up. This is quite evident, Shen Ran noted. Lixin had evidently been exposed to such matters frequently, likely contemplating his future in gang territories even while still in school. Let us compromise. Shen Ran did not wish to overreach. No matter how much he had changed, a single bullet could still shatter his skull under the scrutiny of a sniper, and close combat might not guarantee victory against those truly formidable opponents. Tonight, I just want to broaden my horizons. It suffices for me to understand what those overlords of the underground city are like. Saying this, Lixin pondered for a moment before naming a location. Then let us head to the Texas district. There's a branch of wild grass bar that's quite famous and very safe. Chapter 17. Bounty Hunter. The Fire City comprises 47 districts. Within the social structure of Mars, each district serves as a secondary administrative unit. The Texas district, located in the underground city, is characterized by a significant population of both Caucasians and African Americans. Last year, it was ranked 7th among the dirtiest and most chaotic districts in the Fire City according to public polling. This was Shen Ran's second visit to the Texas district, and it was already 10 o'clock at night. A time that appeared bustling yet was inherently perilous. Upon disembarking, the stark contrast to the opulence of the high-tech district was immediately apparent. Massive screens flashed advertisements, vibrant and enticing, while three-dimensional holograms mingled among the ceaseless flow of pedestrians. For a fleeting moment, reality felt like a dream, blurring the lines between the genuine and the illusory. In the Fire City, the distinction between reality and fantasy seems to diminish with each passing day. Shen Ran, with his hands in his pockets, uttered a statement that belied his tender age. What? Lixin inquired, puzzled. Do you believe the government's reports regarding the Chiming spacecraft crash are true? Shen Ran asked. I don't know. Who can say? Lixin shrugged, the earlier somberness of the moment quickly dissipating. He was now curiously and excitedly observing his surroundings, particularly the alluring, graceful holographic female figures. Having a positive and optimistic friend is indeed a wonderful thing. Shen Ran soon managed to suppress his deeper sorrow. Compared to the ordinary residential areas of the high-tech district, the Texas district felt more akin to a primal jungle. It was rife with danger, yet also brimming with countless opportunities. Shen Ran even spotted a scantily clad woman in a bikini standing at a shop entrance, her voluptuous figure and fiery red lips betraying no concern for her appearance, fully aware of the nature of those who meander through the Texas district at this hour. What are you doing, Lixian? Shen Ran suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Lixian was fixated on a holographic representation of a former American sweetheart, Marilyn Monroe, who was cheerfully promoting a product while holding a small bottle. If Marilyn Monroe's descendants were to witness such a spectacle, one could only imagine their reactions. Besides Monroe, many historical figures had been reduced to mere symbols of consumption in the Fire City. How surreal, Lixian remarked, watching the holographic Marilyn Monroe dance before him, devoid of the typical adolescent longing. Instead, he seemed to harbor a sense of admiration. Shen Ran, do you think that one day, if I earn enough money, I could perhaps request those tech companies to bring my mother back in such a manner? Shen Ran fell silent for a moment before responding. Perhaps. The streets here were predominantly populated by white and black individuals. And considering that Shen Ran and Lixian were both minors, they inevitably attracted the attention of several individuals loitering on the streets. The Texas district is manageable. As long as we avoid deserted areas, we should be fine, Lixian assured. Look, Lixian suddenly shot Shen Ran a knowing glance. Following his gaze, Shen Ran noticed a scruffy old man resembling a vagabond sitting at the entrance of an alley. With a wooden board propped up before him that read, "Seeking help in English," Lixian explained. That's one of the guys who picks up odd jobs. We typically refer to them as fish heads. Fish heads? Shen Ran said, surprised by Lixian's knowledge. However, such bait was generally of poor quality, most likely leading to deception and peril. Even if one survives by sheer luck, one will soon realize that finding the other party becomes an impossible task. And only on rare occasions can one truly obtain money, Lixian remarked, as the two of them approached a vibrant crossroads filled with bright lights and lively sounds. Ahead lay the crazy grass bar that Lixian had mentioned earlier. To Shen Ran's surprise, the bar's sign was emblazoned with Chinese characters, rendered in a bold and uninhibited cursive style, standing out amidst the surrounding establishments adorned with Western letters. Was the owner of the crazy grass bar of Chinese descent? A number of luxury cars were parked in front, ranging from uniquely designed sports cars to understated black sedans. Is this the place you mentioned? Shen Ran furrowed his brow, suspecting that the expenses would likely be substantial. Let us just order 2 of the cheapest drinks and sit back to observe the scene inside, Lixian suggested. As they entered the crazy grass bar, met by the somewhat unfriendly gaze of the security personnel at the entrance. The 2 young men found themselves in a vast, yet intricately structured space, illuminated solely by dim red lighting. The ambience was tinged with a subtle hint of danger, casting an eerie glow over everyone present. To Shen Ran's relief, the music playing was not of the ear-splitting variety. Let us find a secluded corner to sit, Shen Ran began, but Lixian shook his head. No, trust me, if we sit in a corner, we rebound to attract unwanted attention. While no one dares to cause trouble in the crazy grass bar, if our identities are discovered, we could be in serious trouble. With that, the 2 chose a booth in the main hall and ordered 2 of the cheapest drinks. Even the least expensive option made Shen Ran's eyes widen. 115 Mars dollars. That was enough to cover a day's expenses for his uncle's family. How do you know so much? Shen Ran couldn't help but ask. I've known for a while that I wouldn't get into a public high school, so I've spent time browsing forums like this, Lixian explained, nursing his cocktail with a pained expression. Remember, no matter who approaches us, don't speak the truth. It's best to use a fake name. Understood, Shen Ran replied, sipping his drink while committing these points to memory. Just 5 days ago, he was an ordinary student, and the knowledge he possessed was entirely inappropriate for such a place. Now he had to learn an entirely different set of rules. The bar was bustling with patrons, men and women alike, most simply enjoying their drinks and engaging in casual conversation. Shen Ran suddenly noticed a group of unusual individuals congregating in a raised area. Their bodies were heavily modified with mechanical enhancements, with some even having metal necks, arms, and legs. Their attire was equally extraordinary, crafted from composite materials of nanoceramic particles and high-fiber fabrics. Those are bounty hunters, Lixian remarked, clinking his glass with Shen Ran's. In my eyes, they are the most formidable profession in the underworld. What exactly are bounty hunters? Shen Ran inquired, eager for further explanation. Since we're planning to earn money here, we have 2 options, join a gang or become bounty hunters. It's a perilous profession steeped in legend. Each experienced bounty hunter earns their keep by completing difficult tasks for their employers. They use the wealth they amass to enhance their own physical capabilities, growing stronger and taking on even more challenging assignments for greater rewards. Lixian paused to sip his drink, his expression shifting. Believe me, the path of a bounty hunter is incredibly powerful. Just 5 days ago, when the Chiming crashed in the North District, several B-level and even A-level bounty hunters appeared, clashing with the government's mobile units. According to some speculation on black market forums, that energy stone most likely fell into the hands of a bounty hunter. Shen Ran was taken aback. What do B-level and A-level mean? They can actually clash with the government's mobile units. He reflected on his own experience that night, first feeling the radiation from the energy stone and then undergoing a transformation as if something had taken root within him, drastically enhancing his reflexes, speed, and strength. Even so, he would never dare confront the government's mobile units. After all, even the most skilled martial artist would falter before a Gatling gun. In common sense, no carbon-based life form could withstand the might of an army. Hey, Li Xian's excitement was palpable. What about the government's mobile units? They rely on advanced technology to exert their overwhelming power, right? He gazed at the bounty hunters on the raised platform. An A-level legendary bounty hunter is no longer just human. They are a walking war machine capable of obliterating everything within a 3-kilometer radius. However, A-level bounty hunters are exceedingly rare, requiring resources so immense that even the Martian government struggles to cultivate them. Currently, there are very few such individuals in Mars City. Chapter 18. The might of A-level bounty hunters. Shen Ran could see that Li Xian became particularly animated when discussing bounty hunters. He swirled the ice in his glass and asked, in such a highly advanced society, is there truly anyone capable of standing against large institutions on their own? What do you mean? Li Xian was puzzled. Shen Ran reiterated, I'm saying that you mentioned A-level bounty hunters can devastate a 3-kilometer area. What does that specifically entail? An ordinary person could achieve that by detonating a bomb. Li Xian pondered for a moment, momentarily at a loss for words, before deciding to pull out his phone. It seems you really aren't interested in cybernetic enhancements. He accessed a website and showed Shen Ran a video. The footage depicted an abandoned industrial park, with several armed helicopters hovering above and armored vehicles stationed below, surrounded by numerous special forces clad in black tactical gear, poised for action. They were the strongest mobile units on Mars. With 7 4-meter-high mechs positioned nearby, to Shen Ran's astonishment, this overwhelming display was not aimed at a group of heavily armed terrorists, but rather at a single individual, a man in a black coat standing on the 3rd floor of a factory, seemingly enjoying the breeze. This man was an A-level bounty hunter named Spike. Li Xian's admiration was evident on his face. Do you know what he did? What? Shen Ran was intrigued. He watched as the camouflaged special forces stealthily infiltrated the industrial park. And for some reason, he felt as if those figures, like bats of the night, were all beneath the man's watchful gaze. Yet, he remained motionless, simply smoking a cigarette. His black coat billowed, exuding an air of ancient chivalry. Due to dissatisfaction with the tax policies, he single-handedly eliminated several high-ranking officials of the Martian government. It's the most outrageous feat in nearly a decade, Li Xian exclaimed. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light illuminated the man, casting him into the spotlight of the night. The next moment, he leaped from the 3rd floor of the factory as if he were a massive boulder, crashing down and causing the ground to crack beneath him. Bullets rained down like a storm, while flames erupted all around, the sounds piercing the night. The special forces hidden in the abandoned industrial park were obliterated in an instant. The scene horrifying. It was as if they had already been marked by death, their precision beyond what any ordinary person could fathom. Simultaneously, a barrage of red lines converged on the man, the wind howling as countless missiles surged toward him in a saturating assault. Is he really that powerful? Shen Ran gasped in astonishment. The visual impact of a saturation strike was both breathtaking and exorbitantly costly. Such tactical strikes were typically reserved for wartime, possessing a destructive capability rivaling that of an atomic bomb. This meant that the bounty hunter named Spike had declared war on the government's mobile units all on his own. The industrial park was reduced to ruins, as if a sun had plummeted there. When I first saw this video, I was just as stunned as you, Li Xian said, clearly pleased with Shen Ran's reaction. And that's where the video ends. Ends? Shen Ran was bewildered. That's it? Spike didn't even unleash his full might. What happened afterward? What else could happen with such force from the government? He died. There wasn't even a trace left behind, Li Xian replied. Shen Ran frowned, eager to ask more, but Li Xian continued. Although Spike didn't seem to have much room for resistance in the video, notice how the mechs from the mobile units didn't even move. They opted for a saturation strike without hesitation. That truly illustrates the terrifying nature of an A-level bounty hunter. Upon hearing this, Shen Ran began to grasp the underlying truth. Indeed, the greater the investment in a lethal strike, the more it underscored the formidable threat posed by the opponent. Are you suggesting that those mechs may not be capable of dealing with him? Shen Ran took a sip of his chilled wine, attempting to steady his nerves. It's not that they may not be. It's that those cumbersome mechs are nothing to speak of. Forget about the illustrious Spike. Even a B-class bounty hunter could handle them with ease. Li Xian also took a sip of his drink. Shen Ran nearly choked on his words at this statement. The mechs in the video, clad entirely in black and towering at 4 meters, with metallic hydraulic tubes and sniper cannons mounted on their arms, resembling tank treads. For any individual, these contraptions were akin to a standing, mobile tank. Who among ordinary people would dare to challenge a tank? Even soldiers with exceptional physical and psychological fortitude might find themselves paralyzed with fear when confronted by an oncoming tank. Your expression is rather exaggerated, Li Xian remarked. Shen Ran, your mindset truly needs to evolve. These heavy machines wield immense power. However, if we possess sufficient funds for cybernetic enhancements, we too could transform ourselves into war machines. Shen Ran remained silent. For the past 15 years, he had only been exposed to implanted brain chips, which were merely data models for learning. This was the reality of civilian life. I understand your point, Shen Ran said as he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, suddenly desiring to emulate the demeanor of the A-class bounty hunter Spike from the video, standing tall amidst adversaries, unwavering in his resolve. Was this the pinnacle of A-class bounty hunters achieved through mechanical augmentation? If only his uncle's skull had been made of high-strength materials, could that bullet have been deflected, sparing his life? Shen Ran's brow gradually furrowed. If his third uncle hadn't given him that birthday gift, if the strange transformation hadn't occurred that night, then perhaps he wouldn't be hesitating. But his uncle had advised him against implanting a chip in his brain. Without a central system chip, even with mechanical augmentation, the effectiveness would be significantly diminished. At that moment, Shen Ran suddenly realized, I don't have a single penny to my name. Even this drink was on you. Why am I discussing this? If we are to become significant figures, we must traverse this path, Li Xian replied confidently, his name reflecting his character. Shen Ran chose not to ponder further. His physical transformation was still underway, and that peculiar feeling of hunger had yet to dissipate. By the way, was Spike merely dissatisfied with the tax policies? Shen Ran diverted the topic. Li Xian cursed. Exactly. In Mars, the tax bureau holds unparalleled power. Even A-class bounty hunters must dutifully pay their taxes. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Shen Ran shook his head, finding it utterly surreal. Are there C-class bounty hunters as well, with plenty of time left in the evening? Shen Ran was eager to learn about this unfamiliar world, distinct from civilian life. Indeed, Li Xian replied. Bounty hunters are categorized into 5 ranks: A, B, C, D, and E. Unlike the realms depicted in novels, where one merely needs to open specific acupoints, it requires comprehensive strength and the completion of numerous high-difficulty tasks to gain recognition. However, he added, it is somewhat akin to those realms. There is a significant disparity among the different ranks of bounty hunters. The lowest rank, E-class hunters, are the most numerous and have undergone minor modifications, possessing the ability to swiftly eliminate an ordinary person. Yet their speed, reflexes, and destructive power remain within normal limits. D-class hunters exhibit greater enhancements, far surpassing the peak capabilities of ordinary humans. As for B-class hunters, nearly 90% of their bodies are augmented, featuring optical camouflage skin, radar cochlea, and even a second heart. Some are monstrous with 3 synthetic kidneys. At this level, they possess abilities akin to those of supernatural beings, their comprehensive skills astounding to behold. Achieving A-class status, however, is exceedingly difficult, requiring blueprints of cutting-edge technology from the Earth Federation and scarce raw materials, making it challenging for both the government and large corporations in Fire City to cultivate such talent. As he concluded, Shen Ran pondered, his lips pressing against the rim of his glass. E-class hunters appeared to be merely slightly more formidable than ordinary individuals. In truth, ordinary people with firearms and a bit of training could also be regarded as assassins, capable of completing simple tasks. So, How far was he from becoming an E-class bounty hunter? How does one become a bounty hunter? Shen Ran inquired directly, as he was in dire need of money. Lixian was momentarily taken aback by the question. Shen Ran understood that his inquiries might seem peculiar to his friend. Engaging in illicit activities would undoubtedly involve the darker aspects of humanity, accompanied by significant risks to life, akin to walking a razor's edge. Yet, on the day his second uncle passed away, the tumultuous emotions within him never erupted. He did not cry helplessly like a normal child. During countless nights, his heart felt as though it was being forged in a furnace. Something had altered him. While his peers were still in school, dating and playing games, he had stepped out of his home that night, embarking on this path. Yet Shen Ran felt little emotional weight. By the way, I remember that your transformation recently has been quite significant. Suddenly, Lixian appeared contemplative. Speaking of which, Shen Ran, what exactly is going on with you now? At that moment, bang! A glass filled with crimson liquid was abruptly placed on the table. Shen Ran and Lixian exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. A middle-aged man in a black suit, holding a glass of wine, casually took a seat in their booth. Shen Ran observed him calmly. The man had slightly yellowish black hair, brown eyes, well-defined features, and wore gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of sophistication. Allow me to introduce myself. I am John Ito, the deputy manager of this bar. You two youngsters seem unfamiliar here. Is this your first visit? John inquired politely. I am Zhao Ritian. Lixian replied with utmost seriousness, gesturing towards Shen Ran. In the latter's bewildered gaze, he added, "This is my friend, Shenwudi." Shen Ran was momentarily dumbfounded. Zhao Ritian? John looked at Lixian in astonishment, then cast an even more peculiar glance at Shen Ran. Shenwudi? Shen Ran could only maintain a stoic expression. John chuckled lightly, not dwelling on it, and continued, "You see, there is an event happening at the bar shortly. If you two youngsters have had enough to drink..." Suddenly, before John could finish, a voice interjected, "Is it about the bounty hunter event?" John's eyes widened in surprise as he turned to regard Shen Ran, who was clad in black athletic wear and appeared quite youthful. Lixian mirrored his confusion. Shen Ran glanced at the group of bounty hunters on the elevated platform and stated, "There are a total of 13 individuals there. They don't seem to be a single group, as their conversations are limited to just a few people. Moreover, just now, those 13 ordered the same drink." Upon hearing this, Lixian's eyes widened, silently questioning why Shen Ran had been conversing with himself the entire time. John was taken aback, incredulously pondering, "Shenwudi, is the chip in your brain really that remarkable?" To his astonishment, Shen Ran calmly replied, "I don't have a chip in my head." John's expression grew increasingly animated as he noted that the young man before him indeed had no port on his neck. Without a chip or cybernetic eye, how had he noticed those details in the dim lighting of such a complex environment? Indeed, John suppressed his thoughts and stated, "There will indeed be an exciting event shortly. A few newcomers are looking to enter the field, and everyone will assess whether they are qualified, all while having a bit of fun. However, if you wish to stay and watch, you'll need to order a Manhattan as well. Just a friendly piece of advice. The spectacle may not be suitable for youngsters." Newcomers entering the field? Shen Ran turned to Lixian. Could it be a bounty hunter assessment? Right here in this raucous bar? No wonder Lixian brought me here. 2 Manhattans. More whiskey, less lemon, and add a dash of dreams, Shen Ran promptly ordered. John was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. What an amusing young lad. I hope you savor the taste of dreams in the upcoming Manhattans. Chapter 19. The fifth dreamer, Shenwudi. More whiskey, less lemon juice, that I can understand. John departed, and Lixian inquired, "But what does it mean to add a dash of dreams? How can I articulate something so abstract? It can only be understood intuitively." Shen Ran smiled. Lixian, perplexed, muttered, "You remind me of your second uncle. You occasionally spout a few perplexing phrases." For Lixian, dreams were not tangible entities within reality. He struggled to conceptualize them. Dreams appeared as clouds floating in the sky, and how could he, grounded on earth, ever reach out to touch them? He could only gaze longingly, grinning at the white clouds. "So, according to your perspective, do dreams possess flavor? What flavor? Do dreams have weight? How heavy are they?" Lixian exhibited the characteristic stubbornness of youth. Shen Ran erupted into laughter on the first occasion of leaving his home in the dead of night. Venturing into such a bar and encountering these novel experiences, his mood was surprisingly buoyant. Before long, a waiter approached, bearing 2 glasses of amber-hued Manhattan cocktails. This particular drink was crafted by the mother of former British Prime Minister Winston Churchill. Having been tipped off by Deputy Manager John, the bartender took a moment to elaborate on the drink's history, recounting how she often hosted banquets for her favored presidential candidates at the Manhattan Club. Serving this very cocktail to her esteemed guests, the 2 patrons could sip their drinks while savoring the upcoming legendary candidates. The bartender smiled faintly. Lixin, however, was more concerned about the exorbitant price of the cocktails than the backstory. Yet, upon hearing the term legendary candidate, he could not help but exclaim, "Could a legend be born here tonight?" Not a chance. Suddenly, a multitude of piercing gazes fell upon him, particularly from the heavily augmented bounty hunters, whose eyes glinted with cold intensity. A cold sweat instantly trickled down Lixin's back. Do not trample on a man's dreams so lightly, and refrain from calling yourself a dog. Noting that Lixin was merely a fledgling, the bartender offered a reminder. The most precious things do not reside in reality, but within this glass. Savor it. With that, the bartender departed. Realizing his faux pas, Lixin shrank back, relieved when the chilling stares eventually faded. This bar was indeed quite pleasant. "What is the background here?" Shen Ran suddenly interjected, deftly shifting the topic to help his friend regain composure. "Well," Lixin swallowed hard and replied, "the forum claims that Crazy Grass Bar is under the influence of the Grass character gang, recognized by all as the overlord of the underground city. They even have the privilege to host assessments for becoming a bounty hunter." The Manhattan's flavor was bold and direct, leaving a slight rasp in his throat after just a sip. Shen Ran savored his drink. Lixin, still feeling apprehensive, resolved to speak as little as possible in such a place. Just then, the bar's lighting shifted dramatically. The bartender quietly closed the main door. Darkness enveloped the room, while a spotlight illuminated the center of the main hall, transforming it into the world's focal point. It had begun. Shen Ran set down his glass. In addition, the other patrons lurking in the shadows became engrossed. With a rapid drumbeat, a man clad in a white suit emerged under the spotlight, exuberantly declaring, "Welcome everyone to the Texas branch of Crazy Grass Bar tonight. Another mundane day has passed, and I believe, like me, you are all utterly fed up with the drudgery of life. Let us see what turmoil has unfolded in Fire City today. Oh, our good friend, Prime Minister Zhu Long of the Huige Party, is once again groveling before the gentlemen of Earth, tears streaming down his face as he begs for a donation of a star energy stone for Fire City. Oh, by the way, it has been said that the star energy stone aboard the Chiming was acquired by our city's bounty hunters. What do you all think? Do not remain silent. For some reason, I now suspect that if there truly is a remarkable individual among us, perhaps they are hiding in plain sight." This statement perfectly exemplified the host's exceptional skill. The atmosphere in the bar instantly ignited. "That worthless stone is right in my pants. Let a woman touch it. If she finds it, I'll give it to her. Ha ha ha." A coarse laugh erupted. "If I were that impressive, would I still be here? Damn, Fire City is in complete chaos right now, with all the big shots hunting for that star energy stone, making my job increasingly difficult." Another voice chimed in with vulgarity. "If there is indeed a legend here capable of snatching the star energy stone from the government and those big corporations, I would kneel and lick their boots." Even more unsavory remarks echoed in the darkness. Shen Ran frowned at the raucousness. Nevertheless, this was the essence of a bar, particularly one frequented by bounty hunters on the fringes of society, each more brutish than the last. With a slight provocation, they resembled feral beasts driven by desire. One day, I will undoubtedly become a legend, Lixin declared, excitement coursing through him as the potent liquor ignited his lungs and sent his spirits soaring. Yearning to be that mysterious powerhouse, stepping forth to be revered by all, to reign as the king of the underground city. Shen Ran, however, maintained an air of calm. Unbeknownst to anyone, he had placed the satchel slung around his waist between his legs. Cradling it with both hands, before leaving, he had stowed some items within, including the star energy stone gifted by his uncle. All right, a bunch of boastful fools, stop your daydreams and quiet down on stage." The host in white sensed the atmosphere had reached a tipping point and delved into the main topic. "I must say, this society is truly rotten. Otherwise, Why would more and more people aspire to become the wretched like us? Upon hearing this, Shen Ran, a 15-year-old boy, fell silent, grappling with his thoughts. The host stepped back, extending his hand. Now, let us welcome tonight's main attraction, a group of individuals who dream of becoming significant figures. They aspire to be bounty hunters, and as for their capabilities, you will help me assess. As he spoke, figures began to rise from the shadows. Soon, 4 individuals stepped into the spotlight. Shen Ran immediately focused intently. There were 4 in total, 3 men and 1 woman. The eldest could not be over 50, while the youngest appeared to be under 20. Standing in the spotlight, some bore mechanical eyes, scrutinizing the patrons in darkness as if appraising merchandise. One individual, perhaps experiencing this for the first time, faltered under the spotlight. Shen Ran noted that this person had the least mechanical augmentation, with only their legs replaced by machinery. The Leopard S2 model, a civilian-grade product, crafted from titanium, bore signs of modification. Shen Ran's mind functioned like a computer, processing the information. The Leopard S2's mechanical limbs were designed to help the paralyzed regain their footing. Due to its civilian classification, it was merely average, valued at around 50,000 Martian coins. However, since modifications had been made, the specifics remained unclear. Like Shen Ran, the patrons in the bar were also engaged in contemplation, particularly the seasoned bounty hunters who had been in the field for years. The primary reason for their attentiveness was that each booth contained a small screen, utilized for ordering drinks and participating in bar activities. Presently, a voting activity was active on each screen, akin to betting on horse races. The 4 individuals were about to undergo the selection process for bounty hunters, and the audience could wager on who would succeed. Shen Ran, what do you think? At their booth, Li Xian, perhaps influenced by the alcohol, was unconcerned about the state of his wallet and contemplated placing a bet. Shen Ran frowned. Just for fun, you were right earlier. Let us enjoy the moment while we can. Li Xian remarked. What the host said is also true. Life during the day is suffocating. Don't drink anymore. Shen Ran cautioned, pouring Li Xian's Manhattan into his own glass and tapping a few buttons on the small screen. Not to place a bet, but to switch to another page, requesting a glass of hot water from the bar. Damn, Shen Ran, you still have some sense, Li Xian exclaimed, irate at his friend's actions. That drink costs a whopping 300 Martian coins. Dreams are alluring, yet perhaps they also constitute a poison in this place. One must be cautious not to become truly inebriated. Shen Ran reassured Li Xian. He then turned his gaze back to the spotlight point. 4 individuals, diverse in form, gender, and age, stood before him. What reasons had brought them to this shared time and place? Yearning to tread the same path? Shen Ran harbored a personal answer, the very purpose of his presence here. He must become a bounty hunter, for only through this trial could he register on the dark web and obtain the credentials to accept missions. I must earn money to ensure my sister receives a proper education. A young man in his 20s, standing under the spotlight, clenched his fists tightly. Seems there's no suspense. The odds are too low. Number 1 is the one to choose. In the bar, the bounty hunters had already selected their betting candidates. Number 1 was a burly man with dark skin. His imposing physique, with muscles as solid as stone, included an M2 model mechanical arm, and his bare chest had been modified, with metal replacing the normal flesh, serving not only as armor but also indicating that some of his internal organs had been altered. The other 3, however, appeared rather ordinary. Although they also possessed mechanical limbs, they resembled any passerby one could find on the street, lacking any distinctive aura. Just as the event was about to commence, all eyes were drawn to the solitary beam of light. In the dim environment, John Ito, the deputy manager of the Crazy Grass Bar in Texas, hastily approached the entrance and personally opened the door. The grand door swung open. A man donning sunglasses and a black coat made his entrance. Beneath the shades lay an Asian-visaged Mr. Dong Sanlang. What brings you to the Texas district this evening? John inquired, astonished, slightly bowing in a gesture of respect. The reason was quite simple. This man, bearing Japanese heritage and known as Dong Sanlang, was one of the few B-grade bounty hunters in the entire underground city. The Caozi gang, which operated behind the Quankeo bar, had collaborated with Dong Sanlang on numerous occasions. There's a fellow on Norton Road whose personality disintegrated due to erroneous chip data. He went mad and wrecked a store belonging to the Sunlight Group. I just completed a job and thought I might stop by for a drink, Dong Sanlang remarked nonchalantly as he strolled forward, casually asking, has Boss Liang not emerged yet? No, Manager John explained while leading the way. Tonight, for individuals are aspiring to become bounty hunters, so there's an event underway. Shall I escort you to the second floor? Mr. Dong Sanlang? No need. Dong Sanlang had already spotted the four individuals under the spotlight, appearing as mere commodities. He settled into a booth in the corner, observing indifferently, a mojito. Please, I'll drink for a while and then take my leave. Understood. John prepared to make arrangements, but just then, a faint glimmer at the right corner of his forehead flickered, and a message caused his expression to shift to one of surprise. Is something amiss? Dong Sanling inquired from his booth, his arm projecting a vertical holographic screen, his demeanor serious as he scrutinized a series of news reports concerning the Kiming-Heo and Stellar Stones, while simultaneously multitasking. There's a patron who wishes to register for tonight's bounty hunter assessment, John explained. Upon hearing this, Dong Sanlang scoffed, I wonder if there are more dead hunters, or those foolish enough to volunteer for demise these days. The number of active bounty hunters registered on the website has been steadily increasing. John replied, Go about your business. Dong Sanlang replied disinterestedly. His curiosity was piqued instead by which faction had acquired the Stellar Stone. If Mars also possessed a stellar technology portal, could he, as a formidable B-grade bounty hunter, venture into that unknown deep blue world? Meanwhile, John's gaze shifted to a particular spot in the bar, his curiosity ignited. At that moment, the host in a white suit received news and once again took the microphone, announcing, A young lad just stated he hasn't had too much to drink, his mind is quite clear, and he aspires to become a bounty hunter. What was particularly astonishing to him was that this young lad was merely 15 years old. Furthermore, according to his own words, he didn't possess a single mechanical limb. Not a damn mechanical limb. The moment this revelation was made, the atmosphere in the bar erupted in excitement. The four aspiring bounty hunters exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly to, oh? Even Dong Sanlang, seated in the corner, lifted his head, a 15-year-old without mechanical limbs. While the Fire City was full of wonders, such a level of folly was indeed rare. Shall we give this young boy a chance? The host asked loudly. Yes. The bar resonated with a chorus of enthusiastic cheers. This sounds oddly like, amidst the raucous atmosphere, the drunkenly Exine looked bewildered, turning to his companion Shen Ran. In the next moment, the dimly lit booth was suddenly illuminated by a blinding spotlight. All eyes were on them. Exine's jaw dropped in disbelief. Shen Ran squinted as the harsh light struck him, feeling somewhat uneasy but quickly adapting. He then downed a Manhattan cocktail infused with dreams in one gulp and rose to his feet. Simultaneously, Dong Sanlang glanced at the small screen on the booth, where the fifth contestant's name appeared, Shen Ran. For some reason, this name suddenly conjured in Dong Sanlang's mind the other name of the deep crimson planet. Mars, the god of war from ancient Roman mythology. Chapter 20. Combat.it proved to be significant that a person's name carries weight. Shen Ran felt fortunate that his parents had bestowed upon him a name that, while ordinary, was still acceptable, unlikely Exine, who had chosen an utterly ridiculous name. Come here, the host in the white suit said, one hand gripping the microphone while the other ushered Shen Ran beside him. He then smiled at the audience, saying, Look at this young lad. He is as adorable as a baby monkey, all bright and lively. I can assure you that some wealthy ladies from the neighboring Twilight Bar would undoubtedly take a liking to this child. Laughter erupted throughout the bar. On a serious note, everyone should remain respectful. His name is Shen Ran, the host emphasized. The audience's laughter grew even more raucous. Child, why do you lack chips and mechanical limbs? Please don't resort to the boring excuse of lacking funds. We desire a more intriguing answer. For instance, long ago, in the mysterious martial arts of the Eastern realms, the host continued, mimicking martial arts moves beside Shen Ran, throwing punches and kicks while emitting strange sounds. Shen Ran found himself at a loss for words. Wasn't this merely a different form of bullying? What so funny? What so amusing? Suddenly, Li Exine stood up from the booth, unable to tolerate the treatment of his friend. He indignantly defended, My buddy Shen Ran is different from ordinary people. He is here to become a bounty hunter. Have you finished? Let us get started. Shen Ran furrowed his brow, not particularly concerned about the ridicule. Instead, he was worried that Li Exine might forget the crucial matter of watching over his bag before he left his seat. Different? In what way? Li Exine's outburst only fueled the host's interest in teasing Shen Ran further, hoping for an entertaining spectacle. Fortunately, with Dong Sanling present at the bar that night, assistant manager John discreetly sent a message, preventing the host from continuing his mockery. These scornful bastards. Li Xian, already tipsy, was incensed by the treatment of his good friend Shen Ran on stage. Suddenly, with reddened eyes, he angrily jabbed the screen, placing a direct bet of 5,000 Mars coins on Shan Wudi. Impulsiveness is a fleeting emotion, as it occurs in an instant without rational thought. Yet, in Fire City, what could contemplation achieve? Immediately, Li Xian ordered another Manhattan, finally savoring its flavor. In a drunken fervor, he shouted, "Shen Ran, go for it." This fool. Hadn't he just revealed his true name? Well then, Shen Ran, feeling helpless, allowed a slight smile to surface. Taking a deep breath, he realized it was indeed Shen Ran. In the corner of the bar, the man seated in the shadows, Dong Sanlang, took a sip of his mojito, discovering that the young man's real name was not quite as glamorous as he had imagined. As this was not a talk show event, the host refrained from further teasing. While Shen Ran and the other four awaited the forthcoming developments, suddenly, with a resounding bang, a large door on the right swung open. Accompanied by the sound of gears turning, a robot gradually emerged from the darkness. The noise sent waves of excitement through the bar's patrons. The burly man remained composed, while a woman appeared momentarily flabbergasted. And two young men turned pale. Only Shen Ran remained unchanged, intently observing the robot. It stood 2 meters tall, humanoid in shape, with arms and a head, sporting a display screen adorned with a electronic emoticon. The robot, constructed entirely of heavy steel, emitted a thudding sound with each step. Upon reaching the front of Shen Ran and the others, its legs retracted, transforming its lower half into an oval-shaped, wobbling figure. NCD-13 model robot, designed for combat training, the host explained, having donned boxing gloves at some point. Although nowadays everyone has access to firearms, the most direct manifestations of neural response, speed, and explosive power still lie in combat. In a moment, you need only endure for 10 seconds against this robot, standing without being knocked down. By the way, a word of caution. This robot is equipped with a military-grade chip. Upon hearing this, even the burly man's expression shifted slightly. Shen Ran was equally astonished. Military-grade chip. The energy within this bar was staggering. In the early days of human augmentation technology, the government had established stringent standards, categorizing products into civilian and military types to prevent anyone from wielding excessive destructive power. Take chips, for example. Those available to the public were primarily for auxiliary learning. In contrast, military-grade chips contained data models primarily for violent combat. Firearms experience, assassination techniques, poison crafting, and more. Military products vastly outperformed civilian ones in every respect. That was common knowledge. Soon, a circular platform slowly ascended, surrounded by steel railings, transforming into an octagonal cage. The bar grew increasingly raucous. As the bounty hunters spectating discussed how even they had suffered losses at the hands of that NCD-13 model robot. A woman beside Shen Ran's gaze clouded with fear, her anxiety palpable. The power of that robot's punch was likely to exceed 500 kilograms. If one couldn't evade, she took a small step back. Shen Ran caught the low murmurs of those around him. What did a punch with 500 kilograms of force signify? It could shatter a human skull, with brain matter splattering everywhere. Blood would be spilled tonight. Fear-inducing hormones coursed through Shen Ran's body as he glanced towards the octagonal cage, where the robot loomed like an iron tower, exuding an invisible force field that rendered him immobile, unable to approach. "I shall go first." Suddenly, a burly black man spoke up and stepped into the octagonal cage. The ensuing battle was swift. The gazes of the bounty hunters were indeed sharp. The black man's mechanical enhancements were extensive, with his internal organs modified. Shen Ran's pupils dilated as he observed several moments where the man's speed surged unexpectedly, dodging critical lethal strikes. Ultimately, the black man exited the cage. Panting heavily after enduring 10 seconds, he could no longer maintain his stoic facade. His towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, trembled as he clasped his hands to his chest, thanking God for sparing his life. "Well, quite impressive," the bar erupted in applause. The second contender, a blond white man, boldly entered the cage. Boom. 4 seconds later, a lifeless body crashed to the ground. Although the robot's soft punching gloves prevented the skull from exploding, The back of the head struck the steel railing, resulting in a rupture, with brain matter and blood oozing out. Excited shouts erupted from the crowd. Shen Ran was momentarily taken aback. He had thought himself familiar with death, having experienced it firsthand. Yet at that moment, witnessing the vibrant life extinguished before him, looking at the corpse, a shiver coursed through him. Shen Ran maintained his composure, but the remaining man and woman appeared utterly petrified, as if their souls had fled, particularly the woman, who, in a state of panic, implored to withdraw. She no longer wished to be a bounty hunter. There were countless paths to earn a living, and under the pressure of life, she even contemplated sacrificing her dignity, selling her body to survive in the underground city. Go on. Did you not aspire to become a significant figure? If you wish to back out, I shall drag you to the restroom to face the consequences. At that moment, the patrons of the bar revealed the ugliest side of humanity. Blood and death no longer instilled fear. On the contrary, they only heightened their excitement. The third contender, a youth with mechanical legs, stepped forward. One knew that his motivation for becoming a bounty hunter was to earn money to support his sister. Yet, such individuals were hardly unique. Dozens died daily, as commonplace as grains of rice falling to the floor in the underground city. However, as if favored by fortune, the youth leaped 4 meters high, leveraging the steel railing to barely endure 10 seconds. This is feasible? The bar was filled with derisive boos. The youth's heart raced to the point of near fainting. Only those who had truly experienced such moments understood that this was far more perilous than confining a person with a tiger in an iron cage. The host then turned to the last remaining Shen Ran and the trembling woman, who gritted her teeth, wishing to withdraw, but the spectators in the bar were like beasts, declaring that if she dared to back out, she would be dragged to the restroom. At that moment, Shen Ran suddenly spoke up. I shall go. The crowd fell silent in astonishment. Before they could react, Shen Ran had already taken a step forward. As he entered the octagonal cage, the audience erupted in uproar. A mere 15-year-old boy, hardly past puberty, dared to become a bounty hunter. Did such a person even deserve to be among them? Lacking any mechanical enhancement, was this fellow mentally sound? Such voices jolted Li Xian from his drunken stupor. No, no! Li Xian panicked, yelling forward, No! Shen Ran, come back, do not fight. We must return. If this brother were to perish, Li Xian could not fathom who he would converse with in this world again. Shen Ran did not falter. One punch, a single blow could mean death. This was not an examination at school where poor grades resulted in mere reprimands and pressure. Here, failure equated to demise. Shen Ran took a deep breath. He realized this was a pivotal moment. Only by surpassing it could he entirely sever ties with his past self. Within the octagonal cage, the NCD-13 model robot displayed a cute expression on its electronic screen. Yet its metallic right hand was smeared with blood and fleshy remnants. IT was scanning the young man before it, soon realizing that this challenger was unlike previous opponents. There was not a single electronic device on him, significantly reducing the complexity of its program calculations. For a normal human, physical abilities had limits. The robot could swiftly conclude the battle. 1.37 seconds. Ultimately, this was the answer provided by its intelligent chip. To eliminate this ordinary human, it required a mere 1.37 seconds. Meanwhile, the spectators in the bar ceased their raucousness, curiously awaiting the outcome. Many years prior, contests between humans and artificial intelligence had begun. From the early days of StarCraft and other online games to Go competitions, and later the application of AI in military exercises, it was evident that regardless of the path taken, humans initially managed to scrape together a victory or two, but eventually, it became increasingly difficult. With no highlights left for the competitions, thankfully, artificial intelligence had never surpassed the control of its creators. It remained a tool. Today, humanity was gradually merging with artificial intelligence, as chips and mechanical limbs brought capabilities far beyond the past. Now, Shen Ran's confrontation with the NCD-13 model robot seemed devoid of spectacle, yet it captivated the patrons of the underground bar. How intriguing! It had been years since such foolishness had occurred, in the shadows of the corner. Dong Sanlang was also observing the scene. Exhaling deeply, Shen Ran inhaled as his fear reached a threshold, and another sensation emerged in his mind, propelling him to the opposite extreme. 1, 2, 3, begin. the host's voice fell. In an instant, the robot sprang into action, its right fist launching forward with such velocity that it left an afterimage in the air. Simultaneously, its upper body rotated as its left fist swung in another angle. Delivering a semicircular arc, the air emitted a terrifying compression sound. As the two lethal punches descended, death approached, and Shen Ran's expression shifted abruptly. The world transformed in that fleeting moment, with a glint of sharpness in his eyes. Shen Ran's body twisted, finding a narrow gap, then his right leg struck like a whip towards the robot's upper body. Lixine winced at the sight. The force of the kick against the metal was astounding. The bounty hunters in the bar were even more astonished, their focus shifting. Dong Sanlang's pupils widened. How did he accomplish that? What remarkable judgment and precise reaction, to evade a fatal strike in a moment of life and death and deliver such a powerful counterattack was beyond the capabilities of many E-class bounty hunters. At this point, time had elapsed. 1.5 seconds, a resounding thud echoed, sending pain shooting through Shen Ran's calf. He nearly screamed. Yet, inexplicably, as that emotion threatened to erupt in his mind, it suddenly coalesced into a singular point. Shen Ran's gaze remained icy. With a single kick, it seemed as though he had caused the NCD-13 model robot to momentarily malfunction. IT appeared unprepared for the opponent's evasion, akin to a brilliant move and go that left the AI pondering for an extended period. However, the NCD-13 model robot was not merely a standard combat training machine. It was equipped with military-grade chips. 2 seconds passed. The robot swiftly executed another set of commands, its fist suddenly losing momentum in midair before smashing down towards Shen Ran at a 90-degree angle. This was the real threat. The mechanical joints rendered this anything but a conventional combat match. Many outsiders could not comprehend the illogical movements that could arise, each strike potentially fatal. Shen Ran's body shifted, narrowly evading the attack, then he rotated 70 degrees, delivering another fierce blow to the robot's chest. Speed, power, and momentum surged forth. A thunderous sound reverberated throughout the bar. All the spectators displayed expressions of disbelief. That flesh-and-blood fist struck the steel with the force of a cannonball. Inside the octagonal cage, that mere 15-year-old boy faced an ostensibly invincible semi-military-grade robot, choosing not to evade throughout, but rather to retaliate time and again. Chapter 21. The man with sunflowers on his clothes. The essence of combat lies in reaction, strength, coordination, and awareness. These four elements encompass the entirety of one's physical prowess. Thus, everyone in the chaotic bar instinctively recognized the formidable strength of the Asian youth. In a corner, Dong Sanlang switched off the holographic screen on his arm, and his right eye began scanning Shen Ran's movements, recording them in the shadows. Bang, bang. The sound echoed like the clanging of metal. A collision between flesh and steel. The impact was strikingly exaggerated, both visually and audibly. Holy cow! How impressive! Is he really just 15? Does his brain not have a military-grade chip installed? His reactions are simply outrageous. The bar erupted with a cacophony of astonished exclamations. Violence has always been one of humanity's most revered traits, especially for these thrill-seeking bounty hunters whose hormones surged at this moment. Unlike the first three, when faced with the steel-crafted NCD-13 model robot, Shen Ran did not adopt a purely defensive strategy. Instead, he combined offense and defense. With a swift twist of his head, he evaded a steel fist, then launched a rapid side kick. Thud. A surge of pain coursed through him. He sensed that his right leg had likely fractured. Normally, his first instinct would be to cry out in agony, but for some inexplicable reason, despite the impulse, the signal seemed unable to reach his brain's central processing. It felt as if he couldn't stop himself. His body resembled an autonomous vehicle, with the control no longer in the driver's hands. Moreover, Shen Ran sensed something ineffable emerging, as if a stream of experiences were gently flowing from the hippocampus, the area governing memory storage. The very thought startled him. How could he perceive himself as a machine? To equate his essence with those cold, mechanical constructs? The instincts of a killer, the heart of a fighter, fearless and invincible, in an unnoticed corner. Dong Sanlang bestowed such high praise upon Shen Ran. While watching Shen Ran's counterattack, he sipped his drink, the corner of his right brow flickering with a faint glimmer. Although Shen Ran's performance was nothing short of astonishing, his strikes against the heavy iron mass only left slight indentations. At the 9th second, a sudden twist occurred. Just as Shen Ran prepared to retreat, the vertical muscles in his back felt as if they had snapped like a broken steel bar, sending an electrifying jolt throughout his entire being. With no time to ponder, in a split second, a steel fist the size of a basketball hurtled toward his face. It's over. Shen Ran's mind buzzed. Yet, in an unexpected turn, that iron fist halted in midair at the last moment. Time stood still. At this critical juncture, a voice pulled Shen Ran from the depths of his terror. Finally, he relaxed, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Though the fight seemed to last merely 10 seconds, the intensity was overwhelming. Machines do not require the pauses for thought or rest that humans do. To survive in their grasp demands absolute vigilance, as the physical toll is extraordinarily taxing. Shen Ran lay sprawled on the floor, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. This was the first time he had truly engaged in combat. After such extreme exertion, he experienced a relaxation he had never known. The sensation was wondrous, truly miraculous. I swear to God, this is the most thrilling fight I have witnessed in the past decade. Just then, the host clad in a white suit appeared in Shen Ran's line of sight. I apologize to you, Mr. Shen Invincible, for my previous arrogance and rudeness. You are as dashing as the protagonists in those space operas. The host bent down, extending a hand to lift Shen Ran from the ground. You don't actually practice some mysterious Chinese martial art? Do you? No, Shen Ran thought to himself, wishing he indeed practiced such arts, but alas, he relied on his mutation. He couldn't determine whether this mutation was beneficial or detrimental. As Shen Ran recalled each instance of intense stimulation, it seemed to alter his brain in peculiar ways. Suddenly, his eyes stung with tears. He had not wept when his uncle passed, yet now he found it impossible to hold back, his eyes growing moist. Pain? It hurt so much. Shen Ran felt overwhelmed by anguish. Hastily crouching in a booth, he gazed at his swollen hands, his knuckles scraped raw. Rolling up his pant leg, he discovered his calves bore the same fate, with severe subcutaneous bleeding. To make matters worse, as he walked earlier, it felt as if steel needles were piercing his feet. He likely had truly fractured something. Shen Ran fought back tears. He knew there was no escape. Having chosen this path, he must bear its price. One must simply grow accustomed to it, he softly reassured himself. Meanwhile, the host in the white suit held the microphone, excitedly recounting Shen Ran's recent performance, causing the bar's atmosphere to surge to a new high. Shen Ran quickly contacted him, requesting that the incident not be publicized, stating his preference for discretion. You are called Shen Invincible, and you still wish to remain low profile? The host's comment was a light-hearted jest, adding, with so many patrons present, I cannot control their reactions. However, young man, you must understand that Fire City is vast, filled with chaos every single day. And you are not yet a legend. Soon, you will be forgotten. Whether this was meant as consolation or a grim reflection of Fire City's reality, Shen Ran could only manage a bitter smile. He did not want his aunt and Shen Ying to witness this side of him. Moments later, the last blonde woman exited, leaving her fate uncertain. Thus, the young black man with mechanical prosthetic legs, Shen Ran, and one other had all passed the test. Just when Shen Ran thought it was over, the host announced, your fundamental physical fitness has passed the evaluation, but there remains one final, somewhat unique test. Another test? The young man's face darkened. Do not worry. It's merely a game to ensure you are truly fit for this line of work. The host smiled faintly. Soon, Shen Ran learned what this game entailed. The final test was indeed a game. A virtual game. In this era, virtual gaming technology had advanced remarkably, with even the NPCs possessing AI systems. There were numerous reports of individuals trapped in virtual realms by hackers, unable to escape. Unlike the black man and the other young man, Shen Ran, lacking an installed chip, required a virtual helmet and various devices. Unsurprisingly, he became the center of attention. He felt akin to a patient on an operating table, surrounded by dangling instruments connecting to his limbs. Logging into the game, Shen Ran felt as though he had once again entered the deep blue network, emerging in a dark space before a menu filled with various minigames. Though termed minigames, they were simulations of the tasks bounty hunters would face. The tasks varied widely, most delving into humanity's darker impulses. While Shen Ran wished to grow stronger in this profession, he was not ready to abandon his moral compass. So he chose a mission to serve as a bodyguard for a wealthy woman for 3 days. The game's description indicated that the wealthy woman attracted significant trouble, and it was rated 4 stars in difficulty. However, Shen Ran was unprepared for the surreal level of challenge once he entered the game. The enemy's tactics were relentless, and the wealthy woman's demise was bizarrely varied. Sudden poisoning during a meal, collapsing inexplicably while shopping, and most alarmingly, while engaging in intimate activities with a young man in a room. He suddenly drew a dagger and fatally stabbed her. Shen Ran felt tears welling up. Due to his modest background, this was his first encounter with virtual gaming and his debut as a simulated bounty hunter. He was still far from adept. Ultimately, when the game time expired, Shen Ran had failed to protect the wealthy woman for 3 days. This experience imparted a crucial lesson. In this world, mere strength is insufficient. There remains much for him to learn. After removing the helmet, Shen Ran discovered that the black man had already exited the game and was now seated at a booth ahead, sipping a drink, while the other young man had vanished without a trace. Additionally, it seemed that quite some time had passed. The virtual game had been terrifying. Shen Ran mused that had the wealthy woman and the AI system of the game characters been more lifelike, he might have truly struggled to discern reality from the game. Had he failed? Shen Ran sighed inwardly. He understood that his failure in the game also meant he had not completed the bounty hunter's task. But just then, despite numerous flaws, overall, your performance was commendable. John, with his golden curls, stepped forward, clapping his hands while gazing at Shen Ran, stating, "Congratulations. You now possess the qualifications to become a bounty hunter." "I can become a bounty hunter?" Shen Ran was taken aback, never expecting such an outcome, of course. John chuckled. "You didn't think you had to clear the game to succeed, did you? The game you chose simulated tasks of 4-star difficulty from reality. Each challenge was one that even D-class bounty hunters often failed. In that instant, Shen Ran comprehended the situation, and then quickly realized something else. The assistant manager of the bar before him evaluates others based on their performance in the game to determine if they can become bounty hunters. What does this imply? The individual is not merely a bar assistant manager. Shen Ran's mind raced. The Quankeo bar is backed by a vast network encompassing the entire underground city. For a long time, Fire City has been perceived as a realm representing the order of the elite, while the underground city is viewed as a chaotic, lawless territory. However, that is a misconception. The underground city also possesses its own order, albeit one that is somewhat peculiar. At precisely 2:15 in the morning, John inquired, "Do you two require a moment to rest? The Quankeo bar can offer you any drink of your choice for free. Or shall we proceed with the registration now?" To ensure Shen Ran understood, John elaborated, "We have a website where patrons issue tasks. Once your identity information is inputted, you will become hunters accepting tasks from there." Shen Ran nodded and then glanced around, noting the bar was nearly empty. Lixine was slumped asleep in a booth, and fortunately, his bag remained in its place. This guy is truly reckless. He nearly caused a major incident. Furthermore, have I just become a bounty hunter? At this moment, he wondered if his aunt had returned home and fallen asleep, or if Shan Ying might suddenly come looking for him. What would their reactions be when they discovered he was not home the following morning? Contemplating the events of this night and those to come, Shen Ran looked at his battered body, feeling a torrent of emotions but unsure to whom he could confide. Ultimately, he nodded and softly said, "Let us register now. Registration can be arranged for you, my lord." Before he finished speaking, a voice suddenly interjected, "If you are unoccupied, why not join me for a drink? My treat." Surprised by the voice, Shen Ran turned to see a man seated in a corner of the bar. Sporting a traditional samurai hairstyle, with a prominent nose and half of his face obscured by shadows, he wore a black coat adorned with a sunflower motif, and a mechanical arm rested casually on the booth, revealing his muscular chest. Chapter 22. Sakaki T. Saba. It was uncertain what time it was in the early morning. The staff at Quankeo Bar busied themselves clearing the remnants of the night's revelry, seemingly preparing to close, yet no one approached to usher Shen Ran away. Assistant Manager John approached with 2 bottles of liquor, making it clear to Shen Ran that the man adorned with sunflowers held a position of significance. After exchanging a few words, Shen Ran learned that the man's name was Sakaki T. Saba, also a bounty hunter. Noticing Shen Ran's awkwardness, T. Saba chuckled. "Should I refer to you as Shen Wudi or Shen Ran?" "Just Shen Ran," he replied. T. Saba continued, "Yet, I prefer to call you Shen Wan. By the way, may I ask how old you are this year?" "Shen Jun?" Shen Ran was taken aback by this unfamiliar form of address. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable and momentarily forgetting to withhold his true information. Point 15, he answered. Upon hearing this, John's eyes widened in surprise, as did Tissaba's. While it was evident that this young man was not of advanced age, exhibiting the shyness and introversion typical of a teenage boy, they were nonetheless astonished by his youth. However, recalling the fierce combat stance Shen Ran had displayed against the NCD-13 model robot, he appeared as a ferocious young wolf. A stark contrast to his current demeanor. As Tsaba sipped his liquor, he contemplated further about this newcomer, realizing he needed more interaction to understand him better. Meanwhile, John shared a contemplative expression. Just then, a rumble from Shen Ran's stomach broke the silence. Tsaba turned to the young man, whose face had turned red with embarrassment. "I'll have someone prepare some food," John promptly offered. "No need." Tsaba stood up, and Shen Ran noticed he stood nearly 6 feet tall, with a lean physique, dressed in a loose black coat that accentuated his bare chest, exuding an air of nonchalance. "I'm hungry as well. If you have no pressing matters, I know a fine place for noodles." Shen Ran was taken aback but quickly discerned that Tsaba wished to connect with him, though he was uncertain whether this was a good or bad intention. He hesitated to decline, feeling too inexperienced. What if he were to be knocked unconscious and wake up the next day missing a kidney? "Mr. Tsaba seems rather taken with this young lad," John remarked politely. "If that is not the case, I believe our Kwankeo gang could offer some assistance to this newcomer." "Well, it's not so much that I am taken with him. He is simply a rather unique prospect with considerable potential." Tsaba held a bottle of liquor with his mechanical right hand, taking a sip before adding, "Moreover, with such a significant force as the Kwankeo gang, it's unlikely that anyone would seek to engage in a casual conversation with a child." John chuckled and stepped back. "Very well. I shall not interrupt your leisure, Mr. Tsaba." Sitting in his place, Shen Ran looked up at the imposing Tsaba and then at John as he politely took his leave. Blinking in confusion, in the next moment, he attempted to rise, only to feel a sudden sharp pain in his right foot, nearly causing him to fall. Tsaba caught him by the shoulder. "Are you injured?" Tsaba observed Shen Ran with a smile. "You were quite reckless, striking steel with such force. You must be a bit insane." Shenjun unaccustomed to engaging with strangers, Shen Ran felt a sense of unease. He thought to himself that he had no idea why he had suddenly possessed some combat experience, yet lacked rational judgment. The tactics used against humans could not be applied to combating steel robots. He limped over to another booth, first readjusting his bag before sighing in relief as he glanced at Li Xian, who was sleeping soundly. He began nudging him while calling out, "Li Xian, Li Xian." After a moment, Li Xian opened his eyes, and upon seeing Shen Ran, he burst into tears. "Shen Ran, why would you abandon your perfectly good life to come to a place like this? How could I have brought you here to your doom? I regret it so much. What will I do if you die?" Shen Ran felt a mix of annoyance and warmth. "You fool. I'm not dead yet." It took Li Xian quite some time to wake up fully. Piecing together fragmented memories, "Holy crap," he exclaimed, suddenly wide-eyed. "I remember. You're really alive. You look like a god of war." "A god of war? My foot. I'm in agony," Shen Ran retorted, then glanced aside. "Look, there's a bounty hunter named Sakaki Tsaba. He seems to want to take me out for a meal." "Then a meal?" Li Xian exclaimed in shock. "He is treating us," Shen Ran whispered. Hearing this, Li Xian sighed in relief, but then suddenly recalled something and rushed to find a holographic screen on the booth. After a moment of inspection, he gasped, "Shin Wudi. Odds 9.9. Wager 5,000. Win." In an instant, Li Xian froze like a statue, making Shen Ran worry that something was amiss. After a long silence, Li Xian murmured, "Shen Ran, you've made me a fortune." "What fortune?" Shen Ran inquired, puzzled. "I'm over the moon. Do you know how much I've earned?" 50,000 Mars coins. Li Xian leaped up and embraced Shen Ran, causing him discomfort, but upon hearing the amount, he too joined in the excitement. Not far off, Tsaba, clad in a loose black coat and standing tall, observed the scene with a smile, taking another sip of liquor. Truly, they were like two fledglings. At 3:40 in the morning, in the underground city, Texas district, within a modest izakaya, bathed in the warm orange glow of the lights, Shen Ran, Li Xian, and Tsaba sat on a row of high stools facing a middle-aged man in a white chef's coat. who had been busy retrieving various plates from a wall cabinet for nearly 40 minutes. Next to Shen Ran, a towering stack of plates and bowls with only remnants of soup remained. Had he known it would be like this, he would not have come to such a place. Tsaba shook his head, unable to fathom how a normal person could consume so much. I can't take it anymore. I need a break. Shortly after, the owner, panting from exhaustion, expressed his displeasure. Tsaba, where did you find this one? People like him are better suited for that factory-produced junk food. Dining is an art, Tsaba countered. Every dish and every technique in this establishment is handcrafted, akin to creating a delicate work of art. Yet, placed before Shen Ran, he devoured it as if it were a bottomless pit, only to declare it delicious in the end, leaving the owner feeling as though he was playing to an uninterested audience. I'm sorry. I was just too hungry. My apologies, Shen Ran interjected, feeling embarrassed. Li Xian interjected, I see the point of cooking to feed people. My friend, didn't he waste anything? The owner's face was etched with disdain, clearly dismissive of even engaging with such a young punk. Have you had enough? Tsaba finally turned his attention to Shen Ran. Shen Ran was not truly sated, yet he declared, I am full. Boss, could you please bring me 3 more bottles of Sangzami sake? Dong Sanling glanced once more at the front desk. The proprietor sneered, We're out. Oh no. Dong Sanling chuckled, placing a hand on his forehead in a gesture of mild exasperation. Boss, could you at least show me some courtesy in front of these 2 young ones? After all, I am a B-rank bounty hunter. Upon hearing this, Li Xian froze, suddenly comprehending why the passers-by had regarded him with such unusual glances earlier on the road, even parting the crowd as if by instinct. A B-rank bounty hunter? Shen Ran was equally astonished. He had sensed from the reaction of Manager John at the crazy grass bar that Dong Sanlang was not an ordinary individual, yet he had not anticipated him to be among the most formidable figures in the underground city. Having brewed my own liquor for so many years, serving it to those who lack appreciation is nothing short of wasteful, the boss remarked, yet he still produced 2 bottles. Observing this, Dong Sanlang did not hesitate to place his bottle before Li Xian. Catching Shen Ran off guard, Li Xian was further taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Shen Ran quickly poured a glass for Dong Sanlang, who smiled and remarked, Not bad. Although a tad young. He indeed possesses potential worth cultivating. That's so. You intended to nurture this lad? At that moment, the shopkeeper across the table was astonished, scrutinizing Shen Ran more closely. Shen Ran sat upright in his chair. The shopkeeper, now doubting his senses, thought, Wait, this lad has no mechanical limbs, no ports on his neck. What sort of new and old relic is this? You see the value now, don't you? Dong Sanling raised the glass filled by Shen Ran, took a sip, and continued, He just passed the bounty hunter test at the crazy grass bar.in these times. Anyone with even slight mechanical enhancements tends to attract attention, especially during meetings with high-profile figures. The bodyguards on both sides are typically kept at bay. Yet this young man, devoid of any mechanical augmentations, could effortlessly take a life with his bare hands after a bit of training. Speaking of which, Dong Sanling gazed at Shen Ran with a smile. Do you know what I value most about you? Shen Ran was unsure. He could not fathom why, as an ordinary young man. He had experienced so many extraordinary events. I can see it clearly. You are, in fact, quite ordinary. Dong Sanling reclined lazily, stating bluntly, but the more ordinary a person is, the less attention they attract, the more likely they are to accomplish groundbreaking feats. I am truly ordinary, you know? Li Xian interjected, eager to speak up. What normal middle school student can compare to Shen Ran? However, Dong Sanling paid him no heed. I have a team. Shinjun, how would you like to join me? I will teach you how to become the most formidable little figure in Fire City, striking down those radiant suns that illuminate all. Shen Ran was taken aback by his fortune. Or perhaps, once one possesses strength, the world begins to transform from a realm of indifference and cruelty into one of beauty. It seemed somewhat ironic. After a brief silence, Shen Ran buried himself in his noodle soup and asked a single question. Do you provide meals? What kind of question is that? Dong Sanling looked at the table strewn with empty plates, incredulous that he had to seriously address this absurd inquiry. Are you always this hungry? Or is it just now? Always. Dong Sanling fell silent for a moment before suddenly countering. If I were to cook, would that be acceptable? At this, Shen Ran paused. As long as meals are provided. I have no preference for taste. He replied promptly. Dong Sanling chuckled. Meals are on me. As long as Shun Jun can eat, I will cook. Chapter 23. Bounty Hunter. Shen Ran emerging from the commercial building. The city at dawn revealed its stark contrast of glamour and grime. Some homeless individuals huddled in corners against the biting cold, and elderly souls cast pitiful glances for alms. It was said that the district governments in the upper city had implemented smart city policies, deploying automated cleaning robots to incessantly sweep the streets. Alas, the chaos of the underground rendered these machines vulnerable to theft, leading to an ever-deteriorating environment. In the sweltering heat of July, the night temperatures in Fire City approached freezing. Shen Ran wrapped himself more tightly in his clothing, glancing curiously at Dong Sanlang, who wore only a thin black coat, his bare chest seemingly unfazed by the chill. Shen Ran limped over to a forlorn old man and offered him some change. Dong Sanlang observed this scene with mild surprise. Compared to the selfless altruists, the faults of the selfish egoists were numerous, yet at least they were less likely to err gravely. I have encountered bounty hunters with saintly attributes. Those individuals often cause true calamities, Dong Sanlang remarked. Shen Ran could not grasp these ideological nuances, but understood the concepts of selfishness and selflessness. I consider myself to be quite selfish, Shen Ran admitted. Feeling no psychological satisfaction from the old man's gratitude, he returned to Dong Sanlang and continued. I do not believe there are truly selfless individuals in this world. I simply hope that, should I one day find myself crippled and reduced to begging on the streets, there will be another with spare change who might provide me with a warm bowl of porridge on a cold night. Hearing this, Dong Sanlang chuckled. Shen Jun, you are too young. Your ideals are beautiful yet naive. You are unaware that the affluent figures in the upper city would rather burn their money than use it to improve the lives of the poor. I do not know, nor do I wish to know. Shen Ran was disinclined to delve too deeply into such trivial matters. As he had stated, he was a rather selfish individual, albeit of a more refined variety. Just out of school? Dong Sanlang inquired. An orphan from a government welfare home? Or do you have a family? Rest assured, I shall not pry too deeply. I merely hope that if you have parents, they do not subsequently bind you with morals or emotions. Shen Ran remained silent. Did he still have parents? He truly was just a child. Dong Sanlang stood at an intersection, appearing lightly clad, yet internally equipped with a heat pump. To put it plainly, Dong Sanlang could survive for an extended period even in sub-zero temperatures. Nearby, Li Xian lingered. Somewhat dazed, he was aware that his friend Shen Ran was about to embark on a journey with this B-rank bounty hunter, yet he was uncertain of his own path. Li Xian felt tormented, unsure if Shen Ran's silence stemmed from his presence. After a moment, he clenched his fists and forced a smile, saying, Well, I'm dead tired now, Shen Ran. I'm going back to sleep. With that, Li Xian turned to retreat to his old, solitary room. Just then, Shen Ran called out, Wait! Li Xian halted, trembling slightly, tears nearly spilling, just as he was about to be moved by their brotherly bond. Shen Ran said, Lend me some money? Li Xian's face turned a deep shade of purple. Shen Ran, what do you have to compensate for my feelings? Just lend me 20,000. Dong Sanlang kept his distance, allowing himself some time. Shen Ran approached Li Xian and whispered, I'll transfer it to my aunt's family. Once I have the funds, I'll repay you immediately. Li Xian suppressed his tumultuous emotions and replied, This money was originally earned because of you. You are my only good mate. But I want to know, Shen Ran, are you going to transform into someone from a different world? Otherwise? Shen Ran retorted, There are things I have not shared with you. My second uncle was murdered. That day, I witnessed him die before my eyes, and I was powerless to help. Since then, I could no longer accept my former world. At that moment, Li Xian realized that his friend bore a heavy darkness within. Let us embrace. Finally, Li Xian opened his arms, wishing to hug Shen Ran. He felt that after tonight's parting, they were truly on the brink of diverging onto separate life paths. Shen Ran was taken aback. Hug? Li Xian, don't gross me out. Just send the money. Don't keep Dong Sanlang waiting. Shen Ran urged, and you mentioned going back? Where are you going? Have you lost your mind? Where else could I go? Li Xian hesitated. Of course, you should come with me. I was just thinking about how to get you a chip later. Don't waste time. Shen Ran replied without a second thought. Li Xian turned to Dong Sanlang, astonished. Not long after, Shen Ran received the substantial sum of 20,000, and without a moment's hesitation, he transferred it to his aunt's family account, hoping to alleviate her financial burden. After completing the transaction, Shen Ran felt a sense of peace but was soon beset by further thoughts. For when dawn arrived, his aunt would undoubtedly call frantically to inquire. Upon learning of his actions, she would surely scold him mercilessly, perhaps even mentioning his deceased uncle and father. The mere thought of such things left Shen Ran feeling quite unsettled. Having indeed let down the expectations of my family, once considered a respectable and educated household, I, as the sole descendant, have now become a bounty hunter on the fringes of society. However, compared to the prospect of dutifully studying at school and enduring the grim reality of my uncle's death, this path at least affords me a semblance of dignity and resistance in my existence. With this thought, Shen Ran took a deep breath and switched off his phone. A sleek, entirely black hovering vehicle descended, its design reminiscent of a supercar, captivating both Shen Ran and Li Xian. Moments later, the car door opened, revealing a tall woman who stepped out. She wore a white cropped t-shirt that exposed her midriff, paired with form-fitting blue jeans that accentuated her long, elegant legs, and stylish Korean sneakers adorned with Hangul characters. The woman sported sunglasses, her lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders, with a round, delicate face, fiery red lips, and a beauty mark that exuded sensuality. This was Qin Wei, a C-class bounty hunter specializing in electronic information engineering, serving as the hacker of the team. At this moment, Dong Sanlang approached, informing Shen Ran, "I've just completed your registration. From now on, you are an E-class bounty hunter." Qin Wei removed her sunglasses, revealing her fair and striking beauty, and looked at Shen Ran with surprise. "Ah, you really are a little brother. And quite handsome too. Come on, call me Sister Qin." As she spoke, she playfully pointed at Shen Ran's chin as if teasing a small kitten, facing such an assertive beauty for the first time. Shen Ran felt a wave of nervousness. "Hello, Sister Qin, I am Shen Ran, and my specialty is, I can eat quite a lot." "Can eat?" Qin Wei paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Dong Sanlang joined in, remarking, "He is indeed quite the eater. But he can also fight, and he's unarmed. So, your physique is quite impressive," Qin Wei said, her eyes sparkling as she regarded Shen Ran. Unsure if mythical creatures like seductresses truly existed, Shen Ran felt that this woman resembled one, her enchanting peach blossom eyes seemingly capable of ensnaring souls. "This little brother is quite shy," Qin Wei remarked with a mischievous smile, on the way here. She had already viewed the footage recorded by Dong Sanlang's artificial eye and knew Shen Ran was indeed quite formidable. Gulp. Li Xian swallowed hard, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety. However, he was elated that Dong Sanlang had not sent him away, and they all got into the vehicle together. Li Xian sat in the backseat, while Shen Ran still wanted to speak. "We happen to have a Marshall Series second-generation chip. If you and your friend are willing, we can install it for him when we return," Qin Wei said from the driver's seat. "In this day and age, aside from you, little brother, who is quite special, others, including myself and Dong Sanlang, have no unique traits. As long as one is willing to undergo modifications, everyone will eventually be the same." "I am willing to do anything," Li Xian exclaimed excitedly. Shen Ran also wanted to mention that his friend was capable of eating anything, which was truly impressive. Hearing the latter part of Qin Wei's statement, Dong Sanlang interjected, "Qin Wei, your perspective is overly pessimistic. I don't believe anyone can replace you." "I love to hear that. This girl is indeed one of a kind," Qin Wei replied with a radiant smile, before continuing, "Little brothers in the back, fasten your seatbelts. We are about to set off." With her words, the hovering vehicle roared to life, lifting off the ground. Shen Ran felt a palpable sensation of weightlessness, gazing out at the towering skyscrapers through the window with the wonder akin to that of an ordinary person flying for the first time. "Is this another elevated world?" he pondered, wondering if his life was about to ascend to a new height. Chapter 24. Team and Nightmares. The hovering car, still considered a premium vehicle, typically boasts a sleek, aerodynamic design with tires retracted beneath the chassis. Its center features an anti-gravity propulsion system capable of applying force in all directions, allowing the vehicle to glide effortlessly. In the backseat, Li Xian nudged Shen Ran's arm and handed him his phone. Upon glancing at the screen, Shen Ran saw the online price of this model of hovering vehicle. The base model was priced at 10 million Mars coins, while the top-tier version reached an astonishing 19 million Mars coins. Shen Ran stared at the figures, his expression remaining largely unchanged. "This is my first time riding such an expensive vehicle. It feels like a dream." Li Xian's heart raced with excitement. Wait a moment. Shen Ran suddenly furrowed his brow. I heard from my uncle that the cost of constructing the circular light rail in the underground city alone surpassed $12 billion. Adjusting for the purchasing power of dollars at that time, that would equate to at least several billion Mars coins today. You've never ridden the light rail? Li Xian was taken aback by his friend's comment. Scoffing, are you serious? One is a vehicle accessible to everyone, while the other is exclusively for private USE.ASA man. Which would you choose? You better be talking about the vehicle, Shen Ran retorted, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead as Li Xian emitted a typical teenage laugh. Clearly in high spirits, Shen Ran was rather indifferent to such matters. At that moment, he gazed out the window at the towering skyscrapers, his mind racing with thoughts. Dong Sanlang had brought him into his team, which undoubtedly meant he would soon be assigned some tasks. What kind of assignments could they possibly be? This high-end hovering vehicle, crafted from titanium, could reach speeds of up to 500 kilometers per hour. Even so, after about 20 minutes, it finally descended gently into an upscale residential area in the Neil District. The Neil District? This was Shen Ran's first visit to this entirely unfamiliar underground city. It was an upscale residential area, sprawling in size, filled with homes resembling villas. Trees lined the roads, ensuring a high greenery rate, with real plants thriving under artificial sunlight, creating a lush and vibrant environment. The refreshing greenery held Shen Ran's gaze for an extended period, seemingly more captivating than the sleek, expensive hovering vehicle. He even spotted a blue morning glory, its petals azure and stem white, resembling a poem. Meanwhile, Li Xian's attention was drawn to a white cubic building ahead. It was a house, but the right half had been hollowed out, supported by a metallic column, with transparent glass showcasing the interior furnishings. I never expected that my villa, which cost over $1 billion, would pale in comparison to a wildflower in your eyes. Shun Jun just then, Dong Sanlang approached Shen Ran. Who can blame the design of your house for being so atrocious? It looks like a matchbox, he commented. Beside him, Qin Wei, clad in sunglasses with her long legs accentuated by blue jeans, exuded confidence. Dong Sanlang, dressed in a black long coat adorned with sunflower patterns, stood at nearly 2 meters tall. His right arm a mechanical prosthetic, also possessing a certain aesthetic appeal. You simply fail to grasp the design philosophy and spiritual function of this house, he retorted. Let us go. Morning is approaching, and it's perfect timing for some hot porridge. With that, Dong Sanlang leisurely led the group through the entrance. Inside the villa, the floors gleamed like mirrors, furnished with minimalist black, white, and gray decor. The lighting was bright, devoid of any shadowy corners, creating an instantly comforting atmosphere. Welcome back, Lord Sanlang. As soon as they entered, a robotic dog dashed over. Dong Sanlang crouched down, affectionately petting the dog's head. The robotic dog then approached Qin Wei, who crossed her arms with a haughty expression, leaving the dog only able to nuzzle at her feet. Lord Sanlang, who are these two guests? The robotic dog inquired after satisfying itself. Register them as friends of secondary standard. This is Shen Wudi, and this is Li Xian. Dong Sanlang replied. Instantly, the robotic dog's eyes scanned Shen Ran and Li Xian, inputting their identities as secondary standard guests. Impressive. Li Xian marveled in awe, while Shen Ran wore a peculiar expression, wondering why he was referred to as Shen Wudi. Xiao Qiu, the household pet and butler, Dong Sanlang introduced. Feel free to communicate with it about anything at the base. However, Xiao Qiu has the personality of a mischievous 7-year-old, ranking just below me in the household hierarchy. You may need some time to adjust to interacting with him. With that, Dong Sanlang gave Xiao Qiu a pat, instructing, go, prepare some rice porridge. Don't forget the hot coffee. Qin Wei added. Understood, Lord Sanlang. Xiao Qiu promptly replied before darting away. Dong Sanlang yawned and led the group into the elevator, casually explaining, this house has 5 floors, 3 above and 2 below. The second basement is where we usually work and discuss tasks. The first basement features a swimming pool, spa, cinema, and physical training rooms, as well as a prosthetic modification area. The second floor above is where you will rest and sleep. The third floor is my domain, which you are not permitted to enter. Of course, without access rights, you can't even reach the third floor. As the elevator doors opened, they arrived at what appeared to be the base on the second basement level. Before them lay a space the size of 2 basketball courts. A stark contrast to the earlier homely style. Here, various instruments and equipment were haphazardly strewn about, with bundles of wires and even servers piled up alongside mechanical prosthetics that resembled discarded junk in the corners. Li Xian stared, utterly captivated. He beheld several mechanical prosthetics, each priced above 100,000 Mars coins. Truly, he thought, a B-grade bounty hunter is no ordinary figure. As Shen Ran mused, a sense of pressure began to mount within him. A hunter of the caliber of Sakaki T. Saba was undoubtedly a formidable presence in Fire City. Although the man had taken a liking to him and included him in his team, Shen Ran felt acutely aware of his inadequacies. The pressure to truly establish himself in this place was immense. Suddenly, he noticed a few other individuals nearby. At that moment, T. Saba and Qin Wei's expressions shifted dramatically. Just then, a voice filled with surprise rang out. Huh? What is happening? The instant T. Saba stepped out of the elevator, he encountered a disruption in the signals, as a stream of data forcefully invaded his brain chip and cybernetic eye. The world around him spun, and he found himself standing in the daytime of the ground city, as if ensnared in an illusion. Yet, T. Saba quickly activated his defensive mechanisms, just as a startled child's voice exclaimed, "Why don't those two have chips? Wendy, what mischief are you up to again?" Simultaneously, a red glow flickered at the right temple of Qin Wei, as she angrily commanded, "Cancel the link immediately," in Shen Ran's line of sight. A little girl in a white dress appeared. She had golden hair and appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, her petite frame accentuated by the white dress, and her fair skin glowed. Barefoot, with her hands behind her back, she stuck out her little tongue and remarked, "So silly. Your OC network security system needs an upgrade. I've already reached the highest level for civilian use." At this moment, Qin Wei regained her normal visual system and retorted angrily. T. Saba's expression darkened. For someone of his caliber, the fleeting disturbance could have been disastrous had it been an enemy's doing. Wendy, the daughter of a deceased veteran member, a prodigy, without a doubt, a talent that major corporations would surely go to great lengths to acquire should they learn of her. Noticing T. Saba's irritation, Qin Wei stepped forward to change the subject, introducing, "This is our new member, Shen Wudi." Shen Wudi. The golden-haired girl named Wendy gasped in exaggerated astonishment. What a formidable name! Shen Ran felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Yet, he was also curious. What had that little girl just done? No more of this in the future, T. Saba admonished. You just wielded a new weapon but aimed it at your own team. Who said you could stop me from going out? Wendy grumbled, clearly displeased, before dashing to Qin Wei's side and hugging her. At that moment, amidst a flurry of intricate equipment, a burly black man seated at a computer chair turned around and said, "Don't blame Wendy, boss, come take a look. A remarkable figure has recently emerged in Fire City." T. Saba approached upon hearing this, and Shen Ran, intrigued, followed alongside Qin Wei and Wendy. The black man began typing furiously on the keyboard. The nearby blackboard was plastered with printed images, depicting various individuals and street scenes. Despite everyone having a chip implanted in their brains by this time, humanity had yet to evolve into a state of digital life, relying solely on mental communication. Meetings, it seemed, had persisted from the feudal era all the way into 2327. Clearly, something significant was afoot, and the inclusion of Shen Ran and Li Xian was momentarily sidelined. Wendy clung to Qin Wei's leg, while the others watched curiously as the black man continued his rapid typing. Recently, there has been a presence known by the codename Nightmare. Whether a team or an individual remains unclear. Exceptionally skilled at hacking into personal chips, a number of high-level executives from tech companies have fallen victim, their brains invaded, revealing critical information within artificially constructed virtual scenarios. Shen Ran was baffled. He and Li Xian were pure, unmodified humans and had not been affected. However, the next revelation struck him like a bolt from the blue. Even many government officials have been compromised, disclosing information about the perpetrators behind the Chiming spacecraft crash incident. Shen Ran's breath quickened. T. Saba, too, appeared puzzled. How do you know this? Did they leak the incriminating evidence directly? Indeed, the black man confirmed with a grave expression. The deputy minister of the Mars government's defense department has just committed suicide at home. The news will likely break soon. A look of seriousness etched on his face. He continued. To dare delve deep into the Chiming incident means this is either the Earth Federation's doing or the work of a gang. Or perhaps a madman. Fire City is bound to become even more chaotic. These are the detailed reports regarding the Nightmare incident just released by the Daylight Group, Titanium Manufacturing, in Zhurong technology. The task has just been updated on the dark web. With a bounty of 200 million Mars coins. Chapter 25. Let us wait and see. Bang. A sudden gunshot rang out, akin to the shattering of a silver vase. Shen Ran abruptly opened her eyes to find herself in a darkened room. The silence enveloped her, save for the sound of her heart pounding in her chest. After a moment, she absently glanced at the time. It was already 5:47 a.m. In 13 minutes, the solar tower would rise. She got out of bed without making the sheets. After all, her mother was currently overwhelmed with exhaustion and lacked the energy to reprimand her. Slipping into her plush slippers, she retrieved her school uniform from Jiangnan Middle School and dressed, catching a glimpse of a beautiful yet expressionless girl in the full-length mirror. Stepping out of her room, she noticed her cousin Shen Ran's door tightly closed. If she didn't seek him out, he wouldn't come looking for her either, in a one to offer comfort. She felt as if her soul had been lost, her body moving like a hollow shell. With an empty heart, she made her way to the bathroom to wash up and tie her hair back before grabbing the leftovers from last night out of the fridge and heating them in the microwave. Everything was so mundane, almost painfully so. Alone, she sat at the breakfast table at 6 in the morning. A soft golden light streamed in through the window. The solar tower had risen, heralding a new day. As she slowly savored her meal, the faint blue glow flickered at her right temple, prompting thoughts about what she needed to learn today and the messages her classmates had sent the night before. Suddenly, Shen Ran's chopsticks halted midair. Last night, at 1:13 a.m. Mars time, a netizen going by the name Nightmare had simultaneously published information about the Qiming spacecraft crash across multiple websites. According to him, the Qiming incident was a disaster orchestrated by the ruling Huij party in collusion with major corporations. He asserted that the government should publicly apologize to the 122 victims who perished in that incident and reveal the truth hidden beneath the auspices of the daylight. In response, the Mars government hastily convened a press conference, claiming the netizens' information was mere slander. They vowed to pursue those who spread rumors without mercy. Additionally, the Earth Federation Investigation Commission had already intervened in the Qiming incident. They urged everyone to remain rational. Daylight, Qiming, fireworks, gunshots. The truth. Those haunting memories surged back like a tidal wave, bringing with them something new. Shen Ran stood frozen. The next moment, she set down her chopsticks and walked towards Shen Ran's room, knocking several times on the door. But received no response. Shen Ran. She pounded on the door, desperate to find someone to talk to. After what felt like an eternity, the door remained unyielding. Shen Ran. Are you dead asleep? Shen Ran fumed, gritting her teeth. Get out here quickly. Ran, what are you doing? Did you have a conflict with Shen Ran? At that moment, her aunt emerged from the master bedroom, her hair a mess, her own demeanor weary from only getting 4 hours of sleep a night lately. No, it's nothing. Shen Ran was at a loss for words on how to explain the situation to an adult. More importantly, her mother was already fatigued enough and shouldn't be burdened further. Is Shen Ran still not awake? Her aunt did not dwell on it, heading to the bathroom to wash up before eating breakfast at the table. Seeing Shen Ran still there while Shen Ran remained absent, her aunt gradually sensed something amiss. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Why has our family account inexplicably gained 20,000? 20,000? Shen Ran was taken aback. Her aunt, bewildered, noticed the faint glow at her right temple, confirming repeatedly that it was indeed true. Last night, someone had deposited 20,000 Mars coins into their account. For a typical family in the underground city, that sum was nothing short of a fortune. Even with capable individuals like her uncle and aunt, their household earned just over 10,000 a month. But soon, her aunt discovered that the source of the funds was none other than Shen Ran. How could it be him? Her aunt found it utterly absurd and hurriedly approached Shen Ran's door, knocking on it herself. What struck Shen Ran as increasingly absurd was that even in this situation, there was still no response from inside. Especially considering Shen Ran's peculiar condition, she instantly grew worried. Bang! Suddenly, her aunt forcefully slammed open the door in the room. A neatly folded quilt lay like a square, the floor immaculate, and the items on the desk arranged with precision. Tick, tick. The clock hanging on the wall continued its rhythmic movement of the second hand. Shen Ran's charming face turned pale, but where was Shen Ran? The room was empty. Aunt's breathing grew heavy, yet she quickly regained her composure, though her gaze resembled the icy waters beneath a glacier. Beep, beep. Aunt dialed Shen Ran's number. After a brief pause, the call connected successfully. Silence enveloped the other end. Who are you? I warn you, my husband's teacher is a legal advisor for the Ground City Police Department. Ant spoke sternly. Ant, it's me. After a moment of quiet, Shen Ran's voice broke through the silence. Hearing his voice, Ant felt a slight relief. Yet anxiety lingered, as in this day and age, it was all too easy to mimic someone's voice through technology. Where are you? Ant maintained her stern tone. Turn on the video. The place I'm at is a bit sensitive. I can't do video, Shen Ran replied. Ant glanced at her daughter beside her, then stepped onto the balcony, shutting the glass door to the living room before continuing. First, are you really Shen Ran? When is Shen Ran's birthday, and when did his parents divorce? Shen Ran answered truthfully. He understood that Ant, like Uncle Air, was an exceptionally clever person. Second, where are you now? And how did you acquire those 20,000 Martian coins? Ant's tone softened slightly as she asked. I earned them last night. On the other end of the line, in a deserted corner, Shen Ran leaned against the wall, holding a cigarette, attempting to calm his restless heart. Earned them last night? Shen Ran, you're quite impressive. How old are you? Did you sell a kidney? Or something else? Ant's voice, feigning calmness, only fueled her anger. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, I don't care what you were thinking, or what you did last night. Hurry back, now. Immediately. The other end fell silent for a long while. Finally, Shen Ran spoke. Ant, I will return. But not just yet. I have embarked on a different path. Before he could finish, Ant's sharp, frantic voice erupted. Shen Ran, do you want to drive me to the brink of despair? Do you have any idea how hard I've worked for you in Yingying since your uncle left? And now you are like this. In the living room, Shen Yingying stood frozen. She gazed through the glass at her mother on the balcony, who appeared to be having a manic episode, a sight she had never witnessed before. And where exactly had Shen Ran gone? What was he going through at this moment? Shen Yingying suddenly trembled, realizing that this once happy family had already lost a father, and now perhaps another member as well. On the other end, Shen Ran felt a deep sense of discomfort, struggling to navigate the complex relationship between children and parents. He merely stated, Aunt, rest assured. I simply wish to avenge Uncle Air. I do not want to see you working so hard every day. I just hope you and cousin. You better come back, Aunt screamed frantically. Do you think you are living up to us, Shen Ran? Aunt's outburst was more devastating than when Uncle had passed. It felt as if everything within her had been shattered by some overwhelming hatred. I don't want that 20,000. Uncle Shen Chung lost his life because of such money. I don't want your money. I don't want it. I don't want it. This hysterical outburst struck Shen Ran hard, nearly breaching his mental defenses. Yet, the thought of Uncle's brutal demise weighed heavily on him. As he envisioned the crimson scene from that room, he gradually clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh, causing blood to seep out. Aunt, didn't he tell you that a month ago, my third uncle gave me a birthday gift that changed my life? Shen Ran forced himself to speak calmly and maturely, and I cannot accept the helplessness of Uncle being murdered like that. After a lengthy outburst, Aunt finally cried. Her voice choked. Why don't you understand? Your uncle never shared anything with us. He just wanted us to live. The ones who killed him, the ones who destroyed the Qiming, we cannot provoke them. Just seeing them could lead to death. Last night, due to someone investigating, the Vice Minister of Defense committed suicide at home. At this moment, Shen Ran found complete calmness. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, and as he exhaled the smoke, his voice was hoarse from the haze. And there will be further investigations by the Earth Federation Investigation Bureau. I believe that as long as someone can persistently bite down on something, even steel will eventually wear away. They will pay a price. Just wait and see. With that, Shen Ran hung up the phone, finishing the cigarette before releasing a breath of stale air. Was it over? In the distance, several figures of varying heights and shapes stood in an open area. Shen Ran discarded the cigarette, and walked towards the group of bounty hunters. Chapter 26. OC system. In the dining room on the first floor, the television was broadcasting a new round of news. Qin Wei was not at the dining table. She lay on the sofa, her legs crossed, playing with a uniquely shaped Rubik's Cube. At the table sat Sakaki Tosuburo, a blonde girl named Wendy, a man named Mao, and also Shen Ran and Li Xian. Mao, a Class E hunter, was a quintessential example of a black man, with thick lips, curly hair, and large, bright eyes. His body was heavily augmented, resembling a gorilla from the primal jungle. It was said that his arms housed high-energy beam cannons, making him equivalent to a heavy firepower squad when necessary. Shen Ran shook hands with him, and Mal secretly applied some pressure. An ordinary person would have cried out in pain, but Shen Ran showed no reaction, prompting Mal to flash a broad smile. "Not bad, kid. I have high hopes for you. I just spoke with old Jia." Just then, Tosaburo, sipping hot porridge, suddenly interjected, "We won TB touching that nightmare task," this statement. The expressions of those present shifted slightly. Even Qin Wei, who had been idly playing with her Rubik's Cube on the sofa, looked up. 200 million contract. We have an absolute genius in this area. Wendy. Not touching it. Qin Wei frowned. Tosaburo replied nonchalantly, "Whoever touches this job will die. Even legendary hunters cannot survive." Upon hearing this, Qin Wei and Mal exchanged glances, both bearing unsightly expressions. "Why?" Li Xian, unable to contain himself, asked, primarily to assert his presence, feeling like he was merely a filler in the group. So foolish. Unexpectedly, the mechanical dog, Xiao Qiu, curled up beneath the dining table, spoke up. "It involves the Martian government and the dirty secrets of several major corporations. Our investigation into Nightmare might very well entangle us in the Qiming incident." Shen Ran was taken aback by the high intelligence of this mechanical dog. Li Xian's face turned green, feeling even more foolish than a dog. Click, click. The dining room fell silent, with only the sound of Qin Wei twisting the Rubik's Cube breaking the stillness. Everyone remained silent, fully aware that some matters were absolutely untouchable. The blonde girl in a white dress, Wendy, wore a face as if she had tasted bitter melon at tea that moment. Shen Ran suddenly asked with curiosity, "I have a question. I wonder if I can ask it?" "Go ahead," Tosaburo replied. "What method does Nightmare use? How can they pry information about the Qiming incident from those officials?" Shen Ran inquired. "OC network intrusion technology," Wendy suddenly stated. She sat in her chair, her bare feet swinging as if trying to kick something. With a displeased expression, she added, "Their technology is formidable, but I'm not necessarily any worse." OC network intrusion technology? Shen Ran was puzzled. He knew OC was an enormous and complex system, akin to the internet and also resembling a city management system. Countless sensors and cameras throughout the city served the OC system. More critically, as long as a person's chip was connected to the cloud, they were part of the OC system. Within the OC system, there existed a series of data-sharing arrangements between large tech companies, down to personal communications among friends and family. All information, all data resided on the OC servers. Wasn't he there a saying that the chip is akin to a second soul? But therein lay the problem. The chip transformed the human body into something akin to a mobile computer. On the sofa, Qin Wei spoke up. "As long as one can intrude into a personal chip via the OC system, they can rewrite a person's visual and sensory systems." Shen Ran was dumbfounded. "You haven't you don't have a chip in your head, but haven't you ever played virtual games?" Qin Wei looked at Shen Ran with curiosity. "No." Shen Ran shook his head. Due to not having a chip, he had to study diligently just to keep up, leaving no time or energy for video games. In simpler terms, those officials fell victim to an intrusion of their personal chips, leading them to enter a virtual world fabricated by another. Qin Wei remarked. Shen Ran pondered for a considerable time before he gleaned a fragment of understanding. It felt reminiscent of Inception. Shen Ran recalled an old film he had watched long ago, where the premise revolved around employing hypnosis to create dreams and extract a person's core secrets, truly deserving of the moniker Nightmare. Even if their visual and auditory systems were altered, how could they remain oblivious to the anomalies within the virtual realm? Shen Ran still found some aspects perplexing. Had he not heard of the philosophical concept of the brain in a vat? Suddenly, Dong Sanling picked up a tissue to wipe the corner of his mouth and stated, "The Nightmare has nothing to do with us. We should focus on that missing star energy stone." The mention of brain in a vat struck Shen Ran with clarity, followed by a wave of trepidation. Thankfully, his brain had not been implanted with a chip, nor did he possess any so-called second soul. Who would have imagined that a city as liberally free as Huaqing would be one that fully embraced control theory? Furthermore, Dong Sanlang's insistence on not investigating the Nightmare line made Shen Ran frown inwardly. Nightmare? Shen Ran murmured, a being traversing the virtual world yet in pursuit of genuine truth. If possible, he would very much like to meet this individual. After finishing breakfast, Dong Sanlang ascended to the third floor to rest, stating he would speak with Shen Ran later that evening. Meanwhile, the burly man, Mal, chuckled as he grasped Li Xian's arm with hands as large as a bear's. asking, "Can you still stand, kid?" Lee Exine trembled. He glimpsed a thumb-sized ultra-thin chip and a scattering of mechanical limbs, some even tinged with a dark red hue, reminiscent of dried blood scabs. "Sister Qin, this is dangerous." Shen Ran could not help but inquire upon witnessing the scene. "The danger is substantial." Qin Wei, tall and elegant, had changed into a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her curvaceous figure. What a coincidence that we happen to have AWU Series 2nd generation chip on hand. Military grade, made on Earth, produced by Sanchi Technology. She supported herself with her hands and began to stretch her neck and waist. C-14 particles, with an overclocking capability of up to 30,000, as formidable as a god of war who can go 13 times in one night. Far beyond ordinary goods, the average person cannot endure it. Furthermore, this chip was previously used by a madman, resulting in a chaotic data model. I can only say the chance of surviving normally is a mere 17%. Both Shen Ran and Lee Exine were baffled by the technical jargon concerning the chip, yet they understood the implication. This chip was immensely powerful. So, how about it? Does this little buddy have the guts? Qin Wei directed her gaze at Lee Exine, bluntly stating, "I also didn't sleep a wink last night. So let's not waste time. You want to seize the opportunity, or shall we leave now?" The circular city rail should have commenced operations by now. Without much hesitation, and under Shen Ran's worried gaze, Lee Exine gritted his teeth and declared, "Let us do this. Either I die and join my mother, or I, Lee Exine, will carve out a name for myself. Brother, wait for me to come back, and I'll start anew." In the end, Lee Exine cast Shen Ran a determined glance. Shen Ran, despite the overwhelming anxiety within him, the words felt as though they transformed into those of a convict preparing for rehabilitation. The door swung open. The burly Mao led Lee Exine inside, with Qin Wei joining in as well. She was responsible for adjusting the chip's data to adapt to Lee Exine's brain's electrical signals. Shen Ran stood rooted, watching the iron door close, as if witnessing a loved one being ushered into an operating room. He could only wonder what would emerge when that door opened again. "Big brother." It's he that moment. A clear and melodic voice broke the silence. Shen Ran turned to see a golden-haired little girl, Wendy, barefoot and fiddling with the backpack at her seat, asking, "Xiao Qiu told me you have something special in your bag that is shielded from electromagnetic detection. I'm so curious. What is it? Can I take a look?" Chapter 27. The Killing Technique. Whoosh! No sooner had she spoken than a shadow darted past, leaving Wendy momentarily stunned, not even able to see the action clearly die in an instant. The backpack was once again secured around Shen Ran's waist. Woof! Xiao Qiu, who had been dozing on the floor, suddenly perked up, recognizing that the earlier burst of energy exceeded normal standards. Shen Ran was also taken aback. His body had once again reacted instinctively. Such speed. Wendy gazed at Shen Ran in astonishment. Private belongings are not to be shown to outsiders. Only then did Shen Ran become belatedly aware of the fear creeping in. This little girl, Wendy, was merely 7 or 8 years old, an age marked by innocence and curiosity, with an insatiable thirst for exploration. Upon Shen Ran's refusal, Wendy pouted in discontent. "If you want tea, let me see." "Then fine. You're such a miser." She squatted down to stroke Xiao Qiu's mechanical dog head. Li Exine's transformation would take a considerable amount of time, and Shen Ran decided to ascend to the second floor for a brief rest. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned to look. Behind him was the staircase, empty and devoid of life. Shen Ran furrowed his brow and then averted his gaze. Just then, a cute little head peeked out from one side of the wall. It was Wendy. Her dark eyes brimming with curiosity, resembling a little cat. She was barefoot, light on her feet, and made no sound as she stealthily followed him. However, just as Wendy ascended to the second floor, a large hand descended from above. Gripping the nape of her neck, "What are you doing?" Shen Ran stood at the corner. Wendy displayed an innocent and pitiful expression. "I'm bored. Play with me." As Shen Ran prepared to dismiss the little girl, he suddenly recalled the matter of the nightmare. Wendy seemed to possess a talent in that area, so he inquired, "Wendy, tell me, can you do what the nightmare can do?" Wendy nodded earnestly. "I'm quite capable. I could have been of assistance, just that Dong Sanlang is too timid. Otherwise, I would have intended to counter-invade that nightmare. Counter-invade?" Shen Ran was unfamiliar with hacking techniques. After a moment of thought, he asked, "Without a chip, can one still enter such a virtual world?" "Of course. Haven't you played virtual world games before? All you need is the right equipment, Wendy replied. Shen Ran remained silent for a moment, then released his grip and reached out to pat Wendy's head. You're truly impressive. Wendy evaded like a cat. Don't touch my head. I'm not a little kid. Last night, Dong Sanlang and I were too tired. We can play later. With that, Shen Ran walked toward the end of the corridor, using his pupils to unlock the door. Behind him, Wendy watched Shen Ran's disappearing figure, feeling exceedingly bored. She had been confined to this villa by Dong Sanlang, forbidden from going out, and her only companion in the team was the experienced hunters, Qin Wei and Mao, while her sole friend was Xiao Qiu, the mechanical dog on the other side. The room style was minimalist and technological, equipped with an intelligent butler system that allowed for adjustments to room temperature, lighting, air circulation, and digital entertainment through voice commands, showcasing the immense convenience of technology. Shen Ran, like many youths, possessed a carefree side. Yet a series of encounters had forged his character, causing him to frown rather than revel in comfort. He sought a way to check for surveillance devices in the room. Dong Sanlang was not a benevolent figure. Apart from his uncle and a few relatives, no one would treat him kindly without reason. Placing the backpack on the bed, he opened his phone and searched for relevant information. After a flurry of activity, Shen Ran tentatively concluded that the room likely had no surveillance devices, but he would need to purchase a specialized shielding device to be entirely at ease. Bang! Shen Ran lay on the bed. He had left at 9 the previous night and had been through experiences that felt dreamlike. Notably, Shen Ran's right leg had previously sustained a fracture, but during their time in the hovercar, Qin Wei had administered a repair injection containing millions of nanobots. Given his unique physiology, it had healed remarkably well. Soon, Shen Ran recalled his earlier conversation with the little girl, Wendy. Nightmare. He turned over, facing the cold wall, his eyes reflecting a distinct coldness in the shadows. No one dared to become entangled in this vortex. His uncle, aunt, Dong Sanlang. Hopes and visions of the day surged back into his mind, and Shen Ran clenched his fists. A bold idea began to take root within him. Perhaps he could masquerade as a nightmare, utilizing Wendy's abilities. If he could capture a high-ranking government official related to the Kiming Heo incident, he could similarly extract valuable information. This notion was audacious for a 15-year-old. If Dong Sanlang were to discover this, he would undoubtedly be taken aback and would not hesitate to sever ties with him. Shen Ran was uncertain whether he possessed sufficient capability. He desperately needed assistance, genuine assistance, the kind that comes from walking a shared path with partners who have similar goals and ideals. Even Li Xian was unaware of Shen Ran's intentions to seek trouble with those colossal entities. At this moment, the first person who came to mind was his third uncle. He opened his phone but found his thoughts scattered. Covering his forehead with his arm, Shen Ran realized he needed to make time for a trip back home. In the hope that the old house preserves the significant belongings of my uncle, at approximately 7 o'clock in the evening, Shen Ran arrived at the underground level B2, a dedicated training facility equipped with various instruments. Including a shooting range, he stood on an expansive patch of ground. Opposite him stood Dong Sanlang, towering at nearly 2 meters, clad in his loose black coat. His right arm was a metallic prosthetic. Yet in his hand, he wielded a wooden sword. This sword, straight for the first half and curved with an arc for the latter, was a vivid crimson, measuring an impressive 1.3 meters in length, and bore no sharp edge. Suddenly, Dong Sanlang tossed Shen Ran a circular handle. Upon catching it, Shen Ran was initially taken aback, only to realize it could be opened. With a resounding click, the handle extended segment by segment, resembling a collapsible baton, ultimately revealing a silvery weapon akin to the wooden sword. Shinjun, your friend is undergoing mechanical enhancement and will soon become a formidable force. However, I believe you possess a distinctly unique path to tread. This is your greatest value, Dong Sanlang remarked. Shen Ran took a deep breath, gripping the silver metallic sword firmly, preparing himself. Previously devoid of any relevant experience, he was merely an ordinary student, accustomed to doing a few sit-ups at home for exercise. Yet, even in this technologically advanced era, no one is born with knowledge. Whether in martial arts or technology, the greatest schools of thought always revolve around transforming the weak into the strong. You are an ordinary person, but you possess exceptional physical abilities, which is particularly impressive, even terrifying. Dong Sanlang gradually adopted an offensive stance, grounding himself firmly, both hands gripping the wooden sword poised at his left side. His gaze was sharp as an arrow, exuding an aura of strength that commanded the weak to retreat. I perused the dark web and discovered countless assassination missions, each offering lucrative rewards. The primary challenge for assassins often lies in their inability to approach the target. Yet Shen Jun, you can achieve that die in 6 months. I will arrange for you to serve as a bodyguard for a prominent figure, accompanying the patriarch of the Kurguo family for a meal. Do you understand my intent? At that gathering, you must be able to kill the head of that powerful family with your bare hands and find a way to survive. Shen Ran's expression turned steely. He did not question Dong Sanlang about the sudden assignment of a 6-month assassination task. He understood only that he needed strength to learn the true art of killing. Bring it on. Shen Ran gripped the metallic sword with both hands, focusing intently. The determination was palpable on the young man's face. Dong Sanlang released his grip on the sword's handle. His left hand, appearing as a normal human hand, traced elegant arcs in the air as if stirring the surface of a lake. Just as his left hand returned to his waist, the air suddenly erupted with a thunderous bang, and the ground was instantly scarred with traces akin to those left by gunpowder. Shen Ran's pupils dilated. It was here. In the blink of an eye, Dong Sanlang closed the distance, his sunflower-patterned coat billowing. The wooden sword, devoid of a sharpened edge, cleaved through the air at a breathtaking speed that left one breathless. Clang! At that critical moment, although Shen Ran felt momentarily dazed, his body instinctively reacted in an extraordinary manner, raising the sword to withstand the blow. The force was immense. Shen Ran's body sank under the impact, realization dawning upon him as his palms and the webbing of his hands were forced apart. Following this, a kick, akin to a cannonball, struck Shen Ran squarely in the chest, propelling him 5 meters away. His reflexes were swift, yet the lack of experience was evident. Dong Sanlang stood firm, his towering figure of 1.9 meters, with a metallic sword in hand, emanating an overwhelming pressure. Shen Ran, his body racked with pain, gritted his teeth, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and resolutely rose again. Ready for more? Chapter 28. Training Clang. Once again, in a flash of movement, the clash of blades resonated. A flicker of astonishment crossed Dong Sanlang's eyes. Though he had not exerted his full strength, this young man's physical prowess was indeed extraordinary, almost monstrous. Following that, he took a step back. The air surged like a rushing stream. Dong Sanlang's wooden sword sliced through the air, leaving a trail reminiscent of a crocodile's tail. The legendary momentum of the sword seemed to materialize, the impact generating a howling sound in the atmosphere. Shen Ran's body was sent soaring like a droplet in a turbulent sea, crashing heavily to the ground. Pain. The second strike found its mark, impacting his body. It felt as though a piece of flesh had been torn away, the sensation prompting a primal roar deep within him. Yet another force suppressed that raw impulse. What was this? This was not a negative experience. Rather, in battle, one must maintain an unwavering focus point. One must operate like a machine, free from the distractions of emotions, with only the enemy in sight and the outcome in mind. However, this was not an experience he possessed. What ordinary youth would have the prowess of a killing machine? As Shen Ran rose once more, he clenched his teeth. It was not solely about combat. He needed to find a way to master and integrate that peculiar bodily response. My appearance fee is not low. Tonight is just the beginning. Thereafter, you must devise your own methods of improvement. Be earnest. Absorb the lessons of battle. Dong Sanlang swung his sword with exaggerated speed. Boom. His feet struck the ground heavily, his strides immense, evoking the feeling of a mythical giant chasing the sun. Given Dong Sanlang's considerable height, this man of Japanese descent resembled a samurai from the Warring States era. The wooden sword unleashed a terrifying pressure akin to a formidable halberd. Shen Ran's expressions turned icy. Clang! For the third time, the swords clashed. His body suddenly felt as if a mountain bore down upon him. Clang! The fourth and fifth clashes echoed, the surrounding space erupting with explosive sounds, the rapid exchanges ringing in his ears. Were the masters of the martial arts world to witness this spectacle, they would surely be moved to tears, witnessing a combat scene that seemed to belong only to the realm of television. It was the year 2327. Though Dong Sanlang appeared to be an ordinary tall and lean man, anyone acquainted with his prowess would comprehend the extent of his capabilities, leveraging advanced technology to dismantle mechs with ease. Dong Sanlang was merely testing his limits, Yet Shen Ran's palms and lips bled, and blood vessels surfaced around his eyes, a testament to the intensity of the encounter. In truth, this was already quite remarkable. Dong Sanlang grew increasingly astonished. It was important to note that this young man was nothing more than an ordinary individual. His agility and explosive power were products of sacrificing a frail human body, driven by top-tier technological enhancements. How reminiscent this was of the latest genetically modified soldiers of the Earth Federation, Dong Sanlang mused, contemplating a physical examination for him later. Shen Ran persisted, each moment feeling like an eternity. Yet within the process, he understood the gap between himself and such a formidable opponent. He also reaped immense rewards, gradually acclimating to and mastering his body's reactions. Clang! At that moment, the final crack echoed. The wooden sword shattered. Shen Ran had no time to ponder, instinctively retreating a large step. Yet before him loomed the colossal shadow of Dong Sanlang, breaching his defenses. That face resembled an ancient malevolent spirit. Just as Shen Ran's mind buzzed with chaos, a tempest of lethal intent surged forth. There was no death. All sounds faded into silence. Shen Ran's breathing quickened as he anxiously regarded the scene before him. Dong Sanlang halted, his eyes shimmering with an eerie light, ultimately resting his hand heavily upon Shen Ran's shoulder, signaling the end. It was finally over. Shen Ran collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat, his body akin to an overheated machine. At that moment, a mechanical dog approached, carrying 2 bottles of beverages on its back. Dong Sanlang retrieved one and tossed the other to Shen Ran, a high-energy drink to replenish his stamina. Subsequently, Dong Sanlang moved to the edge of the area, operating an instrument. The battle had been recorded by 4 360-degree cameras, and the AI would analyze their movements, compiling them into data models. Shen Ran sat sprawled on the ground, also extracting valuable lessons from the recent skirmish. How extraordinary, Dong Sanlang observed the AI's data analysis, murmuring in a tone only he could hear. How could an ordinary human possess such standards? Impressive. Shen Ran stole a glance at Dong Sanlang in the distance. Reflecting, is this what it means to be a top-tier hunter? Strength, speed, the ability to strike without losing momentum, and to retract movements in an instant. I could only defend the entire time. Both men harbored their thoughts. Having glimpsed a novel realm, come. After a brief respite, Dong Sanlang led the way, with Shen Ran following closely, accompanied by the mechanical dog, Xiao Qiu. Dong Sanlang brought Shen Ran to an armory, explaining, this is the place for weaponry and equipment, firearms, incendiary, smoke, grenades, EMP bombs, blades, bulletproof vests, optical camouflage suits, and even mechanical limbs. Everything you might need is here. However, supplies are limited. Once you have the means, procure your preferred items from the black market. Shen Ran listened attentively, nodding in understanding. Although I am unable to accept bodily modifications myself, the use of firearms, bulletproof vests, and multifunctional helmets is undoubtedly essential. Can you handle a gun? Suddenly, Dong Sanlang pondered a question. No, Shen Ran shook his head. Dong Sanlang sighed. Truly, I am burdened with a novice. However, this novice possesses immense potential. Once cultivated, he could bring in a substantial income. Such matters, I shall not teach you. During your free time, make sure to visit the reading room and familiarize yourself with this domain's knowledge. As Dong Sanlang set Shen Ran's permissions at the control panel, he added, all the e-readers in the reading room are connected to the dark web, allowing access to all available information. However, do refrain from touching any paper documents. If you wish to live, understand? Yes, I understand. Dong Sanlang only imparted some fundamental knowledge. The rest Shen Ran would have to explore and learn at his own pace. Fortunately, beside him was a mechanical dog, Xiao Qiu. After Dong Sanlang departed, Shen Ran found himself alone in the weapons room, gazing at the dazzling array of equipment, his heart brimming with excitement. Let us start with the basics. He picked up a handgun, its meticulous design reminiscent of a miniature railgun. The barrel was relatively large, and there was a blue energy display on the grip. The ZP-21 model pulse railgun boasted tremendous power. AS and novice. I suggest you begin with a vintage silenced pistol, Xiao Qiu remarked. Shen Ran did not wish to overreach, opting instead for the retro-designed pistol, equipped with a silencer and relying on the old-fashioned gas-operated principle. Loading the weapon, he pulled back the safety catch and chambered a round. Xiao Qiu took on the role of instructor. Subsequently, Shen Ran trained at the shooting range, firing dozens of shots at fixed targets within 100 meters. The sound of gunfire echoed continuously. After setting down the handgun, Shen Ran's attention was drawn to a handle within the weapons room. Though lacking a description, he recognized it as a plasma lightsaber. High-temperature plasma carries high-pressure electricity, rapidly vaporizing the metallic surface of the workpiece being cut. This characteristic makes it particularly suitable for breaching armored targets. He was not yet at the level of breaking steel with his bare hands. Thus he found himself momentarily transfixed by the plasma lightsaber. "Do you fancy lightsabers?" "This one is rather impractical," Xiao Qiu responded humanely. Given the current energy devices and magnetic field containment technology, even the more advanced market model, the Black Knight 7 lightsaber, can only sustain operation for 10 minutes. 10 minutes should suffice, Shen Ran inquired. Why not design it in the form of a dagger? That way, the duration could be extended. Are you out of your mind? Xiao Qiu retorted. This device is inherently a cold weapon. There's an ancient saying in Huaxia, a length of 1 inch is a strength of 1 inch. For an ordinary person, the truly formidable weapons are those capable of long-range kills, like sniper rifles. However, you must first rise above the novice rank before you have the privilege to handle such firearms. Yet, I am not an ordinary person in the conventional sense, Shen Ran muttered. If we are to think in that direction, missiles, with their greater range and power, surpass sniper rifles. Individual strength pales in comparison to that of an army. Once I have sufficient funds, I shall explore the black market. Shen Ran concealed his thoughts. Though he currently lacked the ability to breach metal shells, possessing a fitting plasma dagger would make all the difference. What man does not harbor the dream of being a hero? Suppressing his musings, Shen Ran continued to familiarize himself with the various high-tech equipment, assisted by Xiao Qiu. Afterward, he once again immersed himself in training at the shooting range. Xiao Qiu acted as a monitor, diligently recording Shen Ran's data and establishing an increasingly comprehensive personal data model through algorithms. At that moment, Li Xian was nearing the end of his modifications. Dong Sanlang leisurely prepared ingredients in the kitchen on the first floor. In the past, Qinwei, Mao, and Wendy from the team never ate his cooking, yet he enjoyed it quite a bit. For in the acts of killing animals, processing their carcasses and consuming them, he felt as though he were playing the role of a deity. Still training? Quite diligent. Through Xiao Qiu, Dong Sanlang noticed Shen Ran still engaged in shooting practice. To his astonishment, the bruises on Shen Ran's body appeared to have significantly healed. Meanwhile, a call interrupted Dong Sanlang's thoughts. He paused, the blue light on his right temple flickering. Dong Sanlang, is there an issue with the data model you just sent me? An elderly voice came from the other end of the line. Dong Sanlang replied, I simply wanted your assistance in determining what specialized enhancements this data module requires. This individual possesses a well-balanced physical condition. The elderly voice's owner remarked, the bodily modifications are quite comprehensive, with no exposed deficiencies. However, there are no particularly outstanding traits. If he wishes to ascend, all mechanical limbs will need to be replaced and upgraded. Additionally, there's something peculiar about the chip in his brain. I can't quite articulate it, and further data is needed. Understood, thank you. Dong Sanlang said thoughtfully before asking, by the way, how does this data module compare to the standard of a normal human? Compared to an average person? The other party seemed taken aback by Dong Sanlang's odd question. Why would a modified individual need to be compared to an ordinary person? By the way, who is this person to you? A new member of the team? He seems rather average, to be honest. It's nothing. See you on the weekend. Dong Sanlang did not engage further, ending the call. Shortly thereafter, he chuckled at the last remark. If the other party were to discover that this data module belonged to a human entirely devoid of any cybernetic enhancements, they would undoubtedly retract their statement of it being merely average. It remains uncertain whether further improvements are still possible. Dong Sanlang contemplated whether this represented the other party's limit or merely the beginning. Chapter 29. Dong Sanlang's quirk shooting is equally a tiring endeavor. The eyes require time to adjust to the scenery. Objects are clearest when viewed for about 3 to 7 seconds. Beyond this golden time frame, clarity diminishes, demanding immense concentration. After setting down the handgun, Shen Ran rubbed his eyes, his upper body muscles aching with fatigue. The screen beside him displayed his results, a sine wave graph with fluctuating curves. Your performance has declined. You ought to take a break. Xiao Qiu's youthful voice chimed in. Yes, I'm hungry. Shen Ran returned the handgun to its place and turned to leave. Xiao Qiu glanced back at the shooting range. Although it was a fixed target within 100 meters, each bullet left its mark on the target. It was hard to believe this was a first-time shooter. On the other hand, Shen Ran's stomach grumbled, the sensation of hunger overwhelming him, every cell within him seemingly transforming into a ravenous maw, poised to devour steel. Checking the time, he noted it was precisely 9 o'clock. That meant he had trained for 3 hours. 3 hours. Is it possible that I am not cut out for this? The energy expenditure feels excessive, as Shen Ran pondered. He took the elevator to a bathroom on the first floor to wash up. His body was coated in sticky sweat, an uncomfortable feeling. Nonetheless, sweating accelerates the body's fluid circulation and metabolic processes, expelling accumulated toxins such as lactic acid and urea. It also aids in the effective retention of calcium, preventing osteoporosis. Shen Ran, lacking knowledge of data models, could not analyze himself through AI. He could only intuitively sense the changes within. Exiting the bathroom, Shen Ran suddenly caught a whiff of a fragrant yet foul odor. Following the scent, he saw Dong Sanling busily working in the kitchen. What is he making? Just as Shen Ran was filled with curiosity, the elevator doors opened, revealing Qin Wei. With her sparkling eyes, she seemed to draw the affection of older women effortlessly. Qin Wei winked at the freshly bathed Shen Ran, her smile radiant in this day and age. Nearly everyone possesses some form of cybernetic enhancement, making the rarity and value of fully organic humans even more pronounced. Thus, Shen Ran had indeed considered seeking work in a host club. Qin Jia? Have you finished? What about Li Xian? Shen Ran's anxiety surged. Your friend is fortunate. He has made it through. Qin Wei walked to the refrigerator, retrieving a can of drink, tossing another one to Shen Ran. Hearing this, Shen Ran let out a long sigh of relief. Wait. Qin Wei suddenly turned her gaze towards the kitchen, pinching her nose in distaste. Dong Sanling, what on earth are you doing in there? Are you cooking again? Dong Sanling replied from the kitchen. Shun Jun said he loves my cooking. Qin Wei immediately looked at Shen Ran in astonishment. You love Dong Sanling's cooking? Shen Ran was taken aback. Thinking to himself that he never claimed to enjoy his cooking, he merely stated that he could eat it. Is there a problem? Shen Ran inquired. Qin Wei face-bombed. Dong Sanling is not a normal person. His thoughts differ from ours, you'll understand shortly. Before long, everyone gathered around the dining table. Li Xian's modifications had been successfully completed, but he remained unconscious in the modification room for the time being. Why do I smell something off? The black man, Mal, looked around anxiously. Then, Mal turned to Qin Wei and asked, Where's the boss? Qin Wei rolled her eyes. Guess, oh my god, has he really gone back in there again? Mal's expression resembled that of someone anticipating suffering. At that moment, the tall and slender Higashi Sanro approached, carrying a platter of food, exclaiming that he had kept everyone waiting. In the next instant, the steaming dish was placed upon the table. Shen Ran was taken aback. What a foul odor! Wendy pinched her nose and hastily vacated her seat, declaring that she was no longer hungry and would go off to play. Even Xiaoqiu sensed the impending disaster and quickly darted away. Higashi Sanro, what am I to say to you? Qin Wei lamented, propping her forehead with her right hand, utterly exasperated. The dish indeed had a rather overpowering aroma. Shen Ran frowned. He had neither seen nor tasted such a concoction before and was clueless about its contents. Wendy, aren't you going to eat? Higashi Sanro inquired, observing the fleeing Wendy. This is authentic pig intestine, not some synthetic food. Indeed, Qin Wei questioned in disbelief. Higashi Sanro, your knife skills and culinary expertise are undeniably top-notch. So why must you ruin such precious ingredients in this manner? What have I ruined? Higashi Sanro replied, equally perplexed. Just then, driven by hunger, Shen Ran could no longer resist and picked up his chopsticks, taking a piece to taste. Upon witnessing this, Qin Wei and Ma Er exchanged glances, their expressions akin to that of witnessing a martyr. Higashi Sanro looked on with a mix of satisfaction and anticipation directed at Shen Ran. After just the first bite, Shen Ran froze. How does it taste? Higashi Sanro inquired. It has a strange flavor, indescribable, Shen Ran responded, reaching for a nearby can of drink and taking several gulps before adding, after eating it, my stomach feels quite unwell. How could that be? At his words, Higashi Sanro frowned. Have you tasted it yourself? Qin Wei turned to Higashi Sanro. Of course, he replied. I removed most of the fishy odor, but retained a portion. I believe it's important to preserve some of the original flavor so that everyone knows they are eating pig intestine. Upon hearing this, Ma Er's expression darkened further, and Qin Wei was left speechless. Shen Ran was taken aback. Retain a portion of the original flavor? Higashisanro found the reactions of his companions quite strange and explained. Due to the implementation of the Life Preservation Act, everyone has been consuming synthetic food. Ingredients like fresh pig intestines fetch a high price on the black market. My processing method should be considered the best. The group was left in a state of shock. Shen Ran thought. It was only then that he understood why Qinwei had reacted the way she did earlier. However, he had no choice. He was simply too hungry. In the ensuing silence, Shen Ran resumed using his chopsticks, eating steadily from the platter. At the table, Ma Er and Qinwei's gazes toward Shen Ran shifted, thinking to themselves that this young man was truly exceptional. Higashisanro looked at Shen Ran with satisfaction. Shenjun, how is it? Do you enjoy it? I can eat it, Shen Ran replied after a moment of silence. Higashisanro then turned to Ma Er and Qinwei. Speaking earnestly, just look at Shenjun. He is a born hunter. You must understand that even tofu, with the right flavorings, can be made to taste like anything. I could certainly have prepared this pig intestine to be sweet and delectable. But then what would make this unique ingredient special? We are not civilized people in suits. We are hunters who walk the fringes of society, adhering to the laws of survival in the jungle. We must learn to respect the food we hunt and consume, for it is also a means of respecting ourselves as hunters. As his words lingered, Qinwei and Ma Er found themselves at a loss for words. One could only say that Higashisanro had inherited some peculiar traits unique to his island nation. Some viewpoints, when placed in the context of reality, were indeed difficult for outsiders to comprehend. Soon, Shen Ran finished eating, yet still felt hungry. Higashisanro was elated. This was the first time someone had polished off everything he had prepared. It is evident that Shenjun thoroughly enjoyed it. Perhaps I should prepare more next time? But unfortunately, I have matters to attend to tonight. You will have to fill your stomach with some other inferior synthetic food for now. Higashisanro clapped Shen Ran on the shoulder, increasingly pleased with this new member. Really? Shen Ran exclaimed, looking at Higashisanro with surprise. Noticing a change in Higashisanro's expression, Shen Ran quickly suppressed his excitement. It's fine, boss. You go ahead and handle your business. After Higashisanro departed, Qinwei cast a sympathetic glance at Shen Ran, asking, Do you need some water? Shen Ran nodded in silence. I'll go get you some. Meyer promptly offered as he stood up. Higashisanro was indeed a rather peculiar individual, as evidenced by the uniquely styled villa. However, this peculiarity fell within an acceptable range. In the bounty hunter circle, there were far more bizarre and inhumane individuals. Shen Ran found that this lifestyle seemed manageable. After the meal, he descended to the second basement level. Wendy, dressed in a white dress, was engrossed in a video game not far away. At a glance, Shen Ran was reminded of his cousin, who had once been an innocent and carefree girl. Realizing that Wendy had not eaten, he asked Wendy, Are you hungry? I finished the food that Higashisanro made, and he has gone back to his room. To his surprise, Wendy waved her hands dismissively. You stink. Don't talk to me. Keep your distance. Shen Ran was left speechless. Not even a starving ghost would want to eat that food cooked by Higashisanro. I've lost all appetite, Wendy added. Shen Ran thus chose not to approach her, instead finding a step to sit on and quietly wait. Bang! Shortly thereafter, the door to the modification room swung open, releasing a gust of warm air. A figure emerged from the shadows. Chapter 30. The transformations of Li Xian and Shen Ran. Thud. The heavy sound of footsteps echoed. Wendy, who was still playing her game, glanced over. For a fleeting moment, Shen Ran felt as if he were witnessing a fierce tiger breaking free from its cage. Yet in the next second, that tiger transformed into a husky. Shen Ran! Look, my friend has been reborn, Li Xian exclaimed, spreading his arms wide as he stood there, laughing heartily, his mirth resounding loudly enough to elicit a frown from Wendy. Shen Ran stared in astonishment. Li Xian, you haven't changed much. You still look the same. Upon hearing this, Li Xian's smile faltered. Shen Ran scrutinized him. Aside from appearing slightly taller and donning a black jacket, he still bore the same features, broad face, bushy brows, and large eyes. His arms retained their yellowish skin tone, and he had not undergone any radical transformation. However, at that moment, time seemed to slow down. Uncontrollably, Shen Ran's pupils dilated, and his mental focus sharpened, as if the world had been pressed to slow motion. This was due to Li Xian's movement. His body left behind a trail of afterimages, layered upon one another, making it difficult to discern the real from the illusion. Shen Ran found his own reactions lagging behind. Smack! Suddenly, Shen Ran caught Li Xian's palm mid-air. At that moment, the world returned to normal. Though it sounds lengthy, it all transpired in less than a second. Li Xian had seemingly teleported right before him. Yet, Li Xian wore a face of disbelief, exclaiming, "What the heck? How did you react so quickly?" Shen Ran, equally startled, replied, "What are you doing? Why did you suddenly move so fast?" Bang, bang, bang. Just then, Li Xian's heartbeat intensified, thundering like a drum, audible to outsiders. Following that, a stream of blood, resembling tomato juice, trickled from his nose. Wait a minute. Li Xian felt dizzy, but thankfully, Shen Ran quickly caught him, preventing him from collapsing. It was then that Shen Ran realized Li Xian felt unnaturally heavy. "What happened to your arm?" Shen Ran asked, noticing that the arm he held was not soft, but rather cold and rigid. Resembling metal, my hands have been replaced with prosthetics, and they are covered with a layer of bionic skin, making them indistinguishable. Wait, I'm feeling dizzy. I think I might be dying, Li Xian explained, his voice weak, akin to someone suffering from anemia. At this moment, Wendy chimed in from a distance, "You just completed your modifications, and you're already boasting. Be careful your head doesn't explode." Upon hearing this, Li Xian immediately looked terrified, gripping Shen Ran's hands tightly as if he were about to burst into tears. Shen Ran scolded, "You've become so strong, yet you still lack courage. A little girl can scare you like this." After a while, Li Xian gradually returned to normal. Due to his earlier experience, he refrained from acting recklessly, choosing instead to sit on the steps and converse normally with Shen Ran. Shen Ran listened intently, internally astonished. It was only then that he learned that in addition to having a second-generation military chip installed in his brain, Li Xian had also replaced his hands, spine, and right leg with powerful mechanical limbs. "Come on, Shen Ran, let's arm wrestle," Li Xian urged excitedly, rolling up his right sleeve. Shen Ran smacked Li Xian on the head. "Have you forgotten the pain after healing?" "Well, I feel so exhilarated," Li Xian exclaimed. Growing animated, unsure how to express his current feelings, Shen Ran, "Come on. I really want to see just how powerful I am now. Go to the training room on the first basement level yourself." Shen Ran stood up. "You're like a bull in heat right now. If you experienced it yourself, you'd understand. Honestly, I feel like if I run into Lu Pengzi again, I could pin him down with one hand," Li Xian declared earnestly. Lu Pengzi is their classmate, weighing over 150 pounds. Back in their previous school, he was a little tyrant in the class, often clashing with Li Xian. Observing the visibly agitated Li Xian, Shen Ran reflected that his own night of transformation was even more bizarre, yet he had never experienced anything quite like this. With this thought, Shen Ran's gaze deepened considerably, perhaps due to his family background and the influence of his second uncle. He had grown accustomed to viewing everything with a rational lens from a young age, which set him apart from typical adolescents. "Calm down," Shen Ran patted Li Xian on the back and said, "We have undergone some changes, but it is still far from enough. There are too many formidable forces in this world that we cannot conquer at present. You sound like a little adult." "Way too mature," Li Xian quipped. "If you had witnessed your second uncle being shot in the head in a dark alley, and found yourself forced to crouch with your hands on your head, taken away by the city's special police, then you would understand." Shen Ran pressed his lips together, refraining from voicing his thoughts. "What excites me is that I feel I now possess the qualifications to pursue my dreams. I, Li Xian, am no longer just a nobody in the underground city." Li Xian's face radiated enthusiasm, his eyes brimming with hopeful aspirations. Suddenly, he turned to Shen Ran and asked, "What is your dream?" Shen Ran's gaze flickered, and after a moment of hesitation, he replied, "I want to investigate the Kiming Heo incident." In an instant, Li Xian's expression shifted dramatically. At that moment, Shen Ran's eyes were calm, resembling a tranquil pool nestled in the mountains, which in turn soothed Li Xian's turbulent heart. "Are you serious? What a joke. Dong Sanlang wouldn't dare involve himself in such matters," Li Xian whispered urgently. "It's too far removed. You know, just like that so-called star energy transmission portal. I am only focused on the present," Shen Ran reassured him, patting Li Xian's shoulder to shift the topic. "Let us discuss that later." Regardless, this conversation had already planted a seed in Li Xian's heart. He looked at Shen Ran with bright eyes. "I, Li Xian, have no father nor mother left. You are my only long-time brother in this world, and I am just a worthless person, a mere life. This change can be said to be due to you, Shen Ran. What are you doing? Shen Ran was momentarily taken aback. His personality leaned towards introversion, while Li Xian was extroverted, sunny, confident, and direct. You can tell me anything? Really? Li Xian insisted, thumping his chest with a resounding thud. Even if you plan to venture into hell, I will absolutely accompany you. Shen Ran fell silent. After a lengthy pause, he suddenly smiled, ruffled Li Xian's hair, and stood up. All right, you just love to boast. We are merely small fry in the Fire City. What hell can we possibly venture into? In the following period, Shen Ran dedicated himself to rigorous training at the base from dawn till dusk. Once Li Xian stabilized his condition, he too engaged in foundational physical training. However, it wouldn't be entirely accurate to say Li Xian was training. While Shen Ran focused on building muscle through constant combat to ingrain instinctual responses into his body. Li Xian did not require muscle. His formidable path merely involved upgrading his mechanical limbs. This disparity stirred complex emotions within Shen Ran, and no matter how exceptional he was ultimately still a youth. Shen Ran toiled through nights and days, ascending the ladder of hardship built upon the foundation of pain, while Li Xian soared effortlessly on the wings of technology, achieving success without exertion. The most striking difference was that while Shen Ran delivered thousands of punches to a sandbag, Li Xian shattered that same bag with a single blow from his M3 model mechanical arm, sending countless grains scattering. Shen Ran stood still, feeling as though something within him had also been dispersed. This required time to digest. The process of growth was destined to be fraught with such experiences. Fortunately, he now had ample time to savor the nuances of this journey and to piece together what had been shattered. He too possessed things that ordinary individuals could not attain. Occasionally, Shen Ran still dreamt that dream. The dark alley, the broken water pipe, his second uncle in a navy blue coat, uttering his name just before his demise, Shen Ran. Upon waking, Shen Ran would sit quietly at the edge of his bed for an extended period before eventually leaving his room to immerse himself in rigorous training once more. Thus, time swiftly passed. And 2 months had elapsed on this day. Dong Sanling announced he would take Li Xian along for a job, leaving Shen Ran and Wendy to guard the base. During this time, Li Xian had ventured out 5 or 6 times, completing several tasks with Dong Sanling, and had become a standard bounty hunter. It must be said, Li Xian was indeed well suited for this line of work. I want to go out too, Shen Ran suddenly declared. He had not yet opened the black box in the villa, nor had he attempted the second radiation of the star energy stone. Additionally, he felt that after 2 months of specialized training, he was now ready to infiltrate the government-sealed Shen family estate. Chapter 31. The Secrets of the Shen Family. At the end of August, 2 months had passed since the Kiming-Heo incident. Unlike other matters, this event had never settled in the Fire City. It had been brewing and fermenting in the neon-lit metropolis. The underground gang leader, Chen Ku, had been misled into believing that a single explosion could alter the fate of the Fire City, which was far from the truth. While online forums buzzed with discussions of independence for the Fire City, convinced that there were winds of change blowing from high-ranking Martian officials, on the day the Kiming-Heo crashed, they had nearly raised their banners. However, the current government published a thought-provoking article in early July, just before the Earth Federation investigators arrived in the Fire City. In the article, the government's spokesperson accused a faction of right-wing new conservative war profiteers in the Fire City of being involved in the Kiming-Heo crash, attempting to shift the blame. With the arrival of the Earth Federation, a formidable entity, a genuine tempest began to brew in the Fire City. A series of institutions commenced investigations into individuals across various societal strata, from government officials, celebrities, and authors to university professors and students. Anyone who had expressed grievances regarding the colonial government's policies in public or online would be scrutinized, subjected to constant surveillance, and their income sources publicly examined. Fear gripped everyone. No one knew whether they would be next to face persecution. Prime Minister Zhu Long declared that the Fire City had not changed in the past and would not change now. Any attempts to disrupt or incite such change would be met with the full force of the law. Yet, the true aim of this campaign was to muddy the waters of the Fire City. For that damned nightmare still loomed over it. It was said that they had a list containing the names of 37 demons. History has repeatedly shown that the more brutally something is suppressed, the stronger the backlash. Rumors suggested that new ideological movements were emerging from several universities in Lihua City. However, as Shen Ran walked down the streets, he observed that most of his peers were vibrant and full of life, their faces reflecting only curiosity about the upcoming school season. Shen Ran, too, felt a sense of longing. Yet that beautiful youth had been buried by his own hands. Pulling his gaze back, he adjusted his cap to cast a shadow over his face, hands tucked into his pockets as he navigated the bustling city streets. Today marked his first venture outside Dong Sanlang's villa in 2 months. Breathing in the fresh air at 89 in the morning, he arrived at the high-tech district. Familiar streets, recognizable residential buildings, and a few familiar faces surrounded him. A group of blossoming young girls chatted and laughed as they brushed past him. A few idle youths lounged by a roadside stall, sizing up passers-by, suddenly taking notice of Shen Ran. Dressed in a black tracksuit, with a baseball cap pulled low over his brow and a satchel slung at his waist. He looked rather inconspicuous. Is he wearing all that because he struck it rich? A blonde youth wondered aloud, eyeing Shen Ran's backpack. Shen Ran simply walked past, maintaining his composure. Seeing this, the blonde youth attempted to rise and follow, but a companion suddenly grasped his hand. This guy seems a bit different. He feels tough to provoke. How can you tell? Can't quite explain it. He just doesn't seem like a local. With the chaos in the Fire City, it's best not to mess with someone whose intentions are unclear. Meanwhile, as Shen Ran approached the entrance of Guanlun Bay, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Upon checking, he saw a video call request from Wendy. It seemed the young girl was exceedingly bored at home. Shen Ran declined the call and scrolled through another page, revealing over 50 missed calls from his aunt over the past 2 months. The latest was from last night, where she sent a message. Ying is starting Jiangnan High School tomorrow. She just mentioned you. Shen Ran settled onto a stone bench beside the gate. After about 10 minutes, a young girl clad in a black and white school uniform, with a single ponytail and an aura of youthful vibrance, emerged from the community. Okay, Mom, I understand. You focus on your work, no need to worry. I'll talk to you once I get to school. The girl was on a call, and hadn't he noticed Shen Ran seated nearby? He lifted his gaze slightly, peering through a small gap in his cap to watch Shen Ying's receding figure. She had lost weight. However, his cousin seemed to be in good spirits today. Through the phone call, Shen Ran learned that his aunt was also at work at that moment. Suddenly, he rose to his feet, parting ways with Shen Ying as he stepped through the entrance of the residential complex. The access control system emitted a sharp beep. According to the property management, a high-end item valued at 300,000 yuan had been effortlessly compromised. Shen Ran held a small card between his fingers, which contained an intelligent chip. As Sister Qin Wei mentioned, aside from tech companies, other societal service facilities, including light rail systems, could be accessed freely. It appeared to be true. Moreover, Shen Ran's concealed hand pressed a button resembling that of a pin. Almost instantly, the personnel at the management office witnessed the screen's image distort, inundated with a flurry of static. What could be happening? Is the camera malfunctioning? The staff were perplexed. Meanwhile, Shen Ran glided down the corridor like a specter. Before long, he returned to the home he had lived in for many years. He opened the door, his footsteps silent upon the floor, and gazed at the portrait of his late uncle on the wall, pondering for a considerable time. What thoughts resided in those eyes? Uncle, trust me. I will take care of this family. Shen Ran finally murmured. He retrieved several items from his backpack and placed them on the sofa, including a life-saving injection capable of sustaining a breath on the brink of death, a stun baton powerful enough to kill, an emergency pager, and a small smoke grenade, among others. Additionally, he left behind a letter detailing the functions and usage of these items, briefly explaining his situation and reassuring his aunt not to worry. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Ran entered his uncle's study. His next destination was the old Shen family residence, primarily to gather information regarding his third uncle, Shen Xiuzhu. Perhaps his uncle had some insights on this matter as well. Before long, Shen Ran discovered a photograph in the drawer of the study, revealing his father. Father? Observing the man who resembled a laborer, Shen Ran let out a sigh. His father was an ordinary worker. Much like the majority, after his wife left him in disdain, the man's sole aspiration for the latter half of his life was to reclaim his dignity. Suddenly, Shen Ran noticed a book nestled deep within the drawer. His curiosity piqued, he extracted it, only to find it was a diary, penned in his uncle's handwriting. The entries were minimal, not intended for recording mundane affairs, but upon a mere glance, Shen Ran was abruptly taken aback. He had received another message today to AS before. It was an email, programmed to self-destruct within 3 minutes of opening. Alas, after all these years, he had only sent 5 messages home. I am uncertain how to accept such a reality. I think I need to write it down to remind myself that he is still alive, that he is pursuing something I have long dreamed of. At this juncture, Shen Ran immediately realized that the he referenced here was none other than his enigmatic third uncle. Suppressing his emotions, Shen Ran continued reading. According to the previous message, he seemed to be neither on Earth nor Mars. Where else could he possibly be? Could it be that place? How could that be? Has interstellar travel technology already been developed? Following this line of text were some circled red words. Lihua University, Morning and Dusk Poetry Society, 2315. Professor Hai from the Federal Star Academy, the Huij Party. Shen Ran, engrossed, furrowed his brow. It seemed his second uncle had been investigating the matter of his third uncle all along, merely not disclosing it to the family. The information contained in this diary was immensely valuable. Shin Cheng, his second uncle, undoubtedly possessed knowledge far exceeding that of his current self. Lihua University was where his third uncle had studied, and it stood as the premier institution on Mars, constructed using the most elite resources by affluent magnates. As for the Morning and Dusk Poetry Society, Shen Ran had never heard of it and would need to search online later. The year 2315 marked the year of his third uncle's disappearance. However, the references to Professor Hai from the Federal Star Academy and the Huij Party, currently governing Mars, were somewhat beyond Shen Ran's comprehension. Regrettably, the information left by his uncle in the diary was scant. Perhaps the thoughts swirling in his mind were too vast to articulate. The final line of the diary read, "Incredible, the technology for interstellar travel has truly emerged. Star energy technology, star energy stones, but why did he know so early?" The words were fragmented. Shen Ran furrowed his brow tighter. Was it a fear of expressing the entirety of his thoughts? Subsequently, Shen Ran sighed inwardly. Indeed, what kind of person was his third uncle, and why was he entangled with such matters? Even though the information in this diary was significantly incomplete, lacking specific names, those terms still represented monumental entities. If all those elements truly formed a network, it would undoubtedly involve something astonishing, at the very least. It provided some clues. Shen Ran silently committed these details to memory, stowing the diary in his backpack before searching once more, but finding nothing else of note. In the next moment, Shen Ran departed from this home, heading towards Anyang District. Upon exiting Guanlan Bay, Shen Ran stood by the roadside and hailed an ordinary vehicle. Anyang District lay 3 administrative zones away from the high-tech zone. A considerable distance. The driver, surprised, inquired, "Young man, where are you headed? Why not take the light rail?" The Shen family's old residence was situated in Anyang District, one of the oldest areas in the underground city of Huacheng. As for the lengthy journey, Shen Ran thought it more fitting to arrive around 8 in the evening. His earlier stealthy entry into his uncle's home had merely been a practice run. There was no choice. The house belonging to the old Shen family was now a foreclosed property, an asset of the government. He would need to employ some dubious methods to gain entry, ensuring he was not discovered. The drive would take a good 9 to 10 hours. As they neared Anyang District, the vehicle halted at a service station. Even with the aid of autonomous driving, the driver needed a breather. Shen Ran also alighted, purchasing a substantial amount of high-protein snacks at the convenience store. Glancing at the time, he noted it was 5:30 in the afternoon. While contemplating the Shen family residence and his third uncle, Shen Ran replenished his energy when suddenly, a piercing siren echoed from the distant street. Shen Ran cast a cold glance. 2 months of training had endowed him with a hunter's instincts, rendering him rather indifferent to public enforcement personnel. Yet, that single glance altered Shen Ran's demeanor. This was no ordinary police vehicle. It was a fully armored car, painted entirely black, emblazoned with silver symbols. CIO.IT was a specialized task force for handling urban emergencies. Moreover, overhead, several disc-shaped flying crafts whizzed past, racing towards Anyang District. What was happening? Shen Ran furrowed his brow, peering ahead. Such a grand display again. Humph. The prosecutors from Earth love to flaunt their authority on the streets of Huacheng. This incompetent government is merely a puppet, complying at every turn. Returning to the vehicle, the middle-aged driver scoffed, exuding an air of disdain. Shen Ran remarked, "In these peculiar times, uttering such words may not be wise." The driver immediately recoiled, trembling as he glanced through the rearview mirror at Shen Ran. "Young man, please don't report me. I'm just an ordinary driver." Shen Ran remained silent, his expression impassive. He harbored no fondness for the Martian government either. "So, are we still heading to Anyang District? It seems there's something big brewing over there," the driver hesitantly asked. Shen Ran replied succinctly yet firmly. Go. A short while later, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was Dong Sanlang. "Are you still out? Haven't returned yet?" "Not yet," Shen Ran replied, gazing out at the receding streets. "I should still need some time before heading back. I've received news. Something significant has occurred," Dong Sanlang cautioned. "The investigators from Earth, utilizing counter-tracking technology, have pinpointed the coordinates of the nightmare. Huaching is in chaos right now. Shinjun, you should return swiftly. Don't think, just because you've gained some skills, that you can act recklessly in Huaching." Upon hearing this, Shen Ran's expression momentarily froze. He immediately associated it with the mobilized task force from earlier. Coincidentally, the driver interjected at that moment, "We're approaching Anyang District." Chapter 32. The Nightmare Organization and the Shun family residence. Upon arriving in Anyang District, the driver insisted that Shen Ran disembark, claiming he still had over 10 hours of driving ahead and refusing to continue. After handing over 400 yuan for the fare, Shen Ran stepped out of the vehicle. Before him lay an antiquated urban area. The buildings were a haphazard mix, showcasing the diverse architectural styles from 3 centuries ago, including sections resembling Chinatown and Japanese quarters. Between the structures, countless aerial walkways had been constructed. Occasionally, sleek hovering vehicles zipped by, akin to fish navigating a steel forest, their turbo engines emitting azure flames. He would need to acquire a vehicle of his own in the future, Shen Ran mused as he watched the taxi vanish from sight. Unbeknownst to him, behind him, the taxi abruptly halted at an intersection. The middle-aged driver sat in the driver's seat, silently observing Shen Ran's retreating figure. Suddenly, the driver ignited a cigarette with a lighter and muttered, "The prince has arrived." At 7:15 in the evening, several armored vehicles from the CIO task force traversed the longitude and latitude avenues of Anyang District. On the roads, other vehicles seemed to scatter like prey before a prowling tiger. In the midst of the armored vehicle, a group of individuals clad in coordinated black suits was anxiously deciphering the network keys. At the forefront stood a man in his 40s, his visage sharp as if sculpted from stone, with features as defined as marble. His name was Chris, a graduate of the National Security Program at the Federal 1st Military Academy. During his tenure at the academy, he exhibited exceptional performance, achieving the highest GPA in his class. Subsequently, he transitioned to the Human Federation Security Bureau, where he became renowned as one of the most enigmatic special prosecutors in the eyes of outsiders. Presently, Chris held the position of director and investigator for the Earth Temporary Investigation Committee, tasked specifically with thoroughly investigating the Qiming incident. Having been in Huaching for over a month, the complexities of various intertwined relationships and the ulterior motives of powerful factions had significantly hindered the progress of the investigation. Nevertheless, Chris remained unfazed, perpetually wearing his icy poker face, attentively observing and meticulously documenting everything on Mars. A turning point occurred today. At precisely 4:03 p.m., a network firewall error was reported by an official of the Martian government. Although the discrepancy lasted only milliseconds, the Martian government, already in a state of heightened tension, promptly contacted the official. During the interaction, the individual displayed evident signs of distress, offering various excuses to evade returning to headquarters. This suggested a potential intrusion into the official's cerebral chip via the OC system. Consequently, the Earth Temporary Investigation Committee swiftly resolved to take action. After over an hour of intensive decryption, they pinpointed the target's location to the Anyang district of the underground city. The OC system was exceedingly complex. Beside Chris, a fellow disciple from the Human Federation Security Bureau furrowed his brow, expressing concern that the level of security in this system surpassed even that of their own bureau. The OC system was originally predicated on cutting-edge artificial intelligence technology. Chris, seated impassively, resembled an emotionless automaton. The core of Huaching revolved around this OC system. Scientists on Earth had repeatedly urged the Martian government to relinquish certain data to avert the impending crisis of artificial intelligence awakening. In addition to investigating the Qiming incident, Chris and his team were covertly burdened with multiple tasks, one of which involved the OC system. "How much longer?" Chris inquired. His disciple responded, "Within an hour. The keys used by the target are multifaceted, changing with each decryption." Just then, another team member exclaimed in excitement, having discovered a crucial piece of information. The codename for that individual is Spade K. Chris's expression turned steely. Over the past month, this elite group from the Human Federation Security Bureau had unearthed numerous valuable insights. The nightmare was not the work of a single individual. It was impossible for one person alone to create such chaos and Huaching. There had to be formidable support behind it. The nightmare was an organization, comprising even prominent figures within the Martian government. This was the reason the nightmare incident had persisted for so long, entangling numerous factions and internal struggles. Members of this mysterious organization employed playing card suits as their code names. If arranged by the hierarchy of poker cards, the rank of Spade K would indeed be quite high. With this realization, Chris felt a chill in his gaze. Should we notify the Martian government and request additional manpower for support? His disciple sought his counsel. No, Chris decisively rejected the suggestion. The Chiming incident was not merely a terrorist attack. The internal divisions within the Martian government were the paramount concern. Contemplatively, the others absorbed his words. Chris gazed out at the cityscape through the vehicle's window, his voice cold as ice. We shall personally peel back the layers of this city to unveil every lurking demon and monster within. Meanwhile, Shen Ran was blissfully unaware of how perilously close he had drawn to such a turbulent vortex. On Democracy Road in the Anyang district, there lay a community known as Sunshine Community. Years ago, Sunshine Community had been one of Huaching's prestigious neighborhoods, far surpassing the East Sanlang villas valued at over 100 million, as it housed some of the earliest pioneers of Martian transformation. The patriarch of the Shen family once resided here. However, 2 centuries later, the community had aged like a once vibrant elder, its attempts at maintenance failing to conceal its faint scent of antiquity. Nonetheless, it still hosted a few distinguished individuals, elevating its security level well beyond that of Guanlan Bay. Dressed in a black tracksuit and donning a baseball cap, Shen Ran lingered outside the Sunshine Community for over 10 minutes before ultimately opting to scale the wall to gain entry. Although he possessed an electronic card capable of breaching most facilities, it likely did not extend to this community. The 5-meter-high wall, constructed of metal and electrified, posed a formidable barrier, yet its intensity was not lethal. The crucial factor was the presence of electronic detectors within the wall, which would instantly trigger alarms upon detecting individuals with mechanical limbs or chips nearby. Fortunately, Shen Ran did not fall under that category. The only challenge lay in circumventing the surveillance cameras. At 7:45 p.m., as the solar towers dimmed, the brilliant neon lights of the skyscrapers failed to illuminate the shadows. A balloon gradually ascended, perfectly obscuring the camera's view. In the next moment, Shen Ran inhaled deeply, charging toward the metallic wall like a cheetah. At the moment of impact, he exerted his legs with agility, leaping gracefully, and using the friction of his palms against the wall to propel himself upward. Landing securely with his left hand gripping the ledge, the entire sequence of actions was executed seamlessly and with precision. Upon landing, Shen Ran crouched, refraining from standing immediately, his black eyes reflecting calmness and composure as he scanned his surroundings. The old community was devoid of pedestrians, and only a few rooms in the buildings were illuminated. However, the surrounding foliage surely concealed 360-degree surveillance cameras, leaving no blind spots. Shen Ran reached into his pocket and pressed the button on his signal jammer. During the 2 months of training at the base, in addition to basic physical conditioning, he had simulated various high-difficulty hunter missions in virtual game scenarios, including stealth operations. Although Sunshine Community had its peculiarities, it was ultimately a retirement haven, lacking any confidential materials, thus its security level was not excessively stringent. Soon, he arrived at a 6-story building resembling a villa, housing 2 units per floor. The Shen family's ancestral home was located on the 3rd floor. Shen Ran circled to the back of the building, scanning the vicinity before retrieving a device installed on his arm from his backpack. He then aimed at the 2nd floor and shot a thread resembling a spider's silk. This high-strength fiber, combined with a launcher, boasted an extremely high viscosity, appearing no thicker than yarn yet capable of supporting up to 300 kilograms. Utilizing this, Shen Ran ascended to the balcony of the 3rd floor within 5 seconds. "I am in." Shen Ran crouched, concealing himself beneath the balcony railing, peering into the transparent glass room, excitement bubbling within him. Although shrouded in darkness, he could discern that the room was not devoid of contents. It was cluttered with numerous miscellaneous items. This was the very place where his father had lived during his childhood. Gently pushing open the balcony door, Shen Ran, driven by curiosity, stepped inside. Uncertain of whether the government had tampered with this foreclosed property, he proceeded cautiously, holding his breath as he meticulously sifted through the clutter in the living room. Most items were clothing, various blueprints, and outdated equipment. According to his second uncle, anything of value in the Shen family had long been sold off by his grandfather. On the wall hung a photograph, not a family portrait, but a picturesque lake nestled within a deep mountain forest, an image of Earth's beauty. Suddenly, Shen Ran's eyes widened in surprise. He discovered a USB drive on the coffee table, the contents unknown for the moment, which he pocketed for later examination. He then realized that this house comprised 3 floors. A corridor in the kitchen led to the second floor. Presumably, his second uncle, third uncle, father, and grandparents had their childhood rooms situated above. Just as Shen Ran prepared to explore the second floor, a sudden thud resonated through the long-abandoned house, shattering the silence. Chapter 33. Capturing the living. The sound of a thud was abrupt, causing Shen Ran's hairs to stand on end. Was there a noise? Yet, he quickly regained his composure, moving stealthily like a tabby cat, pressing his back against the corridor wall as he regulated his heartbeat. Slowly, the rise and fall of his chest became scarcely perceptible. After approximately 2 seconds, the house was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Shen Ran cautiously peeked out to observe the corridor leading to the second floor. The sound had originated from above. Was it a person or something else? At this moment, the results of his rigorous training over the past 2 months became evident. Due to the stringent control measures in Huaching, this building was a stacked villa, divided into upper and lower levels. Shen Ran remained vigilant and composed. Being on the upper level, it was unlikely that a small animal had caused the sound. All doors and windows were tightly sealed, rendering wind movement improbable. Had the government installed surveillance devices in this house that detected him? Or was there an outsider present? Rather than hoping for the slightest possibility of a favorable outcome, Shen Ran now leaned toward the notion that matters were veering toward the dire. The old residence is quite expansive, with each floor encompassing over 200 square meters. The number of rooms is considerable. And coupled with the clutter left untreated, the internal structure is intricate, as it is nighttime. The house is enveloped in darkness, rendering visibility nearly impossible. In the silence of the surroundings, the potential presence of a second individual creates an unsettling atmosphere. Shen Ran furrows his brow. The sound he heard moments ago cannot have been a mere figment of his imagination. There may indeed be two. Regardless of who it is, the situation is dire. Regrettably, he has not brought an infrared detector with him. Just then, a thought abruptly surfaces in his mind. Shen Ran turns to gaze towards the balcony behind him. It is now 8:07 in the evening. In Anyang District, Sunshine Community. Should anyone be observing closely at this hour, they would witness a remarkable scene. On the exterior wall of a stacked villa, a small black moves like a gecko. That is Shen Ran. The autumn wind howls, as sharp and chilling as the edge of a blade. With the solar tower shut down, the underground city has ceased its heating, and the nighttime temperatures can plummet to below -10 degrees Celsius. Logically, in such circumstances, the most rational choice would be to evacuate immediately. However, Shen Ran thinks differently. If there is indeed someone infiltrating the Shen family old residence, just like him in the dead of night, what could their intention be? The Shen family holds no particular significance. The eldest son of the previous generation is merely a laid-off worker whose wife has left him, while the second son, Shen Cheng, though talented, has been suppressed by large corporations throughout his life, unable to hold his head high, especially since his family resides in the high-tech zone. The only remaining possibility is the third son, Shen Xiuzhu. At this moment, Shen Ran has climbed to an exterior window on the second floor, entering a bedroom. Upon entering, he cautiously shuts the window, then retrieves a dagger from his backpack, securing it in his right hand. He then notices some papers lying on the bare bed. Upon picking them up, he discovers they are warning statements from the court, along with various bills accrued by his grandfather. Just as he is about to set them down, he notices the final sheet is an admission notice from a school. The name is Shen Xiuzhu. His uncle's name from childhood? Shen Ran murmurs to himself. This room must have been his grandfather's bedroom. There are even a few pieces of clothing in the wardrobe and numerous miscellaneous items in the drawers. After a cursory search, he finds no further treasures. Shen Ran then opens the door and steps into the hallway. The second floor seems to have a square layout, with a corridor 1.5 meters wide. Although there are lights, they are not on, casting a stifling darkness. Shen Ran holds his breath, stealthily making his way to the corridor, where he uncovers a crucial piece of information. There is a shallow trail of footprints on the floor. Indeed, someone is here. Instantly, a vivid image flashes through Shen Ran's mind. A figure standing in the darkness of the second floor while he was on the first. Did they sense his presence as well? They must have been lurking around the corner of the corridor. The thought sends a chill down his spine. Bang! At that moment, a sudden noise erupts from a room ahead. Shen Ran's expression shifts, and he presses himself against the wall as he approaches the room. His hand slowly finds the doorknob. At that moment, his gaze is as sharp as a blade forged from cold iron, while the blood coursing through his veins feels like molten lava, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Yet, in the next instant, Shen Ran abandons the idea of storming in. The information at hand is too scant. And he has not donned a bulletproof vest for this outing. He retreats to the previous room, then peeks out the window again, gripping the protruding exterior of the wall with both hands. His feet carefully treading the edge as he moves, apart from himself and his uncle. Who else would dare to infiltrate the Shen family old residence at this late hour? It seems his uncle is far more enigmatic and dangerous than he had imagined. And Shen Ran braces himself for the worst. However, he is soon astonished to see that the window of that room is ajar. As he sneaks over and peers inside, he is utterly taken aback by the scene within. There, in the room, stands a machine with a lit screen, its soft blue glow illuminating the surroundings. Shen Ran recognizes it as a full-body high-fidelity virtual machine, one he has used frequently over the past 2 months. Additionally, on the floor lies a person. Shen Ran swiftly leaps into the room, assessing the environment for danger before shutting the window and ensuring the door is firmly closed, finally directing his attention to the individual on the ground. It is a middle-aged woman, her short hair neatly styled, dressed in a crisp black suit, now dust-covered. She is still alive, as evidenced by her rising and falling breath. This is a government official. Shen Ran's expression darkens. Next to her on the ground lies a fallen government identification badge. Swiftly, Shen Ran glances back towards the window, disbelief etched across his face. Could it be that someone was just in this room and then escaped through the window? Shen Ran finds this utterly unfathomable. But why? Wait, what is this development? He had returned to the Shen family old residence tonight merely to search for his uncle's past belongings. If he could find something like his uncle's notebook that might provide clues, that would be ideal. But why is a female government official lying here? No, that's not right. Shen Ran rapidly recalls the instructions given by Dong Sanlang, including having seen the CIO mobile unit personnel in Anyang district discussing an apprehension operation. Nightmare. This implies that the individual who had just shared the room with him is the Nightmare. With this thought, Shen Ran's first instinct is to flee, fearing he has been framed. However, the subsequent discovery overturns his assumptions. Shen Ran realizes that this bedroom is none other than his uncle's former quarters. The drawers still hold many of his uncle's childhood report cards. Shen Ran stands frozen for a moment. When did the Nightmare first appear? Suddenly, an important thought strikes him, and his heart skips a beat. It was after the Chiming spacecraft's crash, after the Day of Hope, the Nightmare emerged in Fire City. Could it be? An enormous, even terrifying hypothesis surfaces. Shen Ran murmurs, "Is my uncle back? Is my uncle the Nightmare?" In the dark room, the machine emits a soft blue light, resembling a dream under the moonlight. Shen Ran stands motionless, the government official lying at his feet. The 15th birthday gift, stellar energy, the Earth Federation, Mars, the Chiming explosion, the death of his uncle, the Nightmare. All these thoughts swirl in his mind. However, if that individual moments ago was indeed his uncle, then why did he not reveal himself? Shen Ran cannot comprehend, as if ensnared by countless threads, like being trapped in a thick fog. Is it that he does not wish for me to be involved in this? Or does he intend to observe my choices? Suddenly, he looks down at the government official lying at his feet. Who would dare to touch her? His aunt had cried so heartbreakingly that day, yet still wished to pull him back to a normal life. Dong Sanlang, a renowned hunter in Fire City, had likewise warned everyone without hesitation to steer clear of the Nightmare in Fire City. Everyone understands that even if the mastermind is uncovered, neither justice nor the law would be able to hold them accountable. Meanwhile, outside, amidst the thick darkness, a hummingbird-type drone has ascended unnoticed, its lens trained on the silent young man. As a group of federal prosecutors stares intently at vast amounts of data on their computer screens, Another group is equally fixated on Shen Ran's image. Success. After an indeterminate amount of time, a voice rings out from an unknown source eyeing the footage. Shen Ran's expression has inexplicably turned calm. He does not flee the scene, but instead retrieves his phone and dials a number. Hello, Wendy. Are you free right now? Thunderous roars echo, like the furious roar of a tiger, shaking the steel forest with tremors. This is the sound of the CIO mobile unit's armored vehicle executing a U-turn on the road, driving against the flow, leaving countless vehicles in panic. Success. A senior cybersecurity expert dispatched by the Federation exclaims excitedly, the decryption is complete. That guy's address has been obtained. Chris, donning sunglasses, his already expressionless face growing even more austere, then retrieves a black briefcase from nearby, ready for action. Chapter 34. Red Heart Q. After the passing of his father, Shen Ran's second uncle became the paternal figure in his life. Silent yet astute. His second uncle embodied the ideal image of a family patriarch. However, that flawless reflection shattered before his eyes with a single gunshot. Despite the investigations conducted by the entirety of Fire City and the Earth Federation, the political landscape remains fraught with intrigue, akin to a moon reflected in water, visible yet untouchable. For a 15-year-old boy, these truths are unbearably harsh. Shen Ran seeks answers, yet the path is fraught with peril, and he cannot even perceive this moment. His only glimmer of hope lies in his enigmatic uncle. Thus, upon seeing the full-body high-fidelity virtual machine in the room and the government official lying on the floor, an unavoidable fantasy unfurls in his mind. His uncle has returned. The nightmare that strikes terror into the hearts of numerous high-ranking government officials seeks revenge for his brother's death. The reason why my third uncle has yet to reveal himself lies in the formidable nature of the adversary he faces. Such circumstances are fraught with peril, and he wishes to ascertain whether he possesses the requisite courage to venture forth. A mysterious kin, a powerful foe, an endeavor rife with the unknown and challenges. These elements represent a common fantasy among adolescents, akin to the enduring tales of heroes from alternate realms. Shen Ran clenched his fists. At this moment, he remained oblivious to the trials that awaited him, lying upon a machine resembling a CT scanner. His head encircled by a 360-degree screen, mechanical arms extended like tendrils, connecting to his body. The instant the screen illuminated, Wendy's astonished voice echoed, remarking on the high security level of the individual in question. Certainly not an ordinary person. Shinwudi, what sort of character have you enlisted? On the ground, a female official bore a port on her neck, linked to the apparatus by a data cable. Can it be resolved? Please expedite the process. Shen Ran urged. It can, she replied. Although the firewall is formidable, it has been breached, and it is not even a wireless connection. Within East Sanlang's base, the golden-haired girl, Wendy, sat cross-legged on a computer chair, her fingers flying over the keyboard with remarkable speed. It wasn't long before her proud voice rang out again, done. When you return, don't forget to bring me some treats. As a faint current surged through Shen Ran's body, a scene materialized on the screen. Oh, has a scenario program been integrated? Wendy exclaimed in surprise. Yet, the external sounds had been muted. That moment, Shen Ran found himself enveloped in a virtual realm. Though the experience bore resemblance to VR, lacking the profound immersion of the Deep Blue network, it still blurred the lines between reality and virtuality. He found himself in a dimly lit room. Directly in front of him sat a woman bound to a chair, the aforementioned government official. Unlike her physical form in reality, her consciousness remained alert, her eyes bloodshot. Paired with her disheveled hair and the dark stains of blood on her suit, the details betrayed the torment she had endured. Shen Ran was taken aback, but did not catch Wendy's last comment, mistakenly believing this to be an environment crafted by her. The woman in the chair did not glare at him like a vengeful spirit. Her gaze, though frigid, retained a semblance of rationality. Why are you here? Who interrogated you before? Shen Ran inquired directly. She furrowed her brow, taken aback that he had not inquired about the Kimingheo incident. Did this mean the two factions were not aligned? Or had she already been rescued, and now the higher-ups desired to ascertain whether she would divulge critical information? After a moment's contemplation, she replied, it was a person approximately 1.7 meters tall, well-proportioned, wearing a white mask with a red heart Q beneath the right eye. Red heart Q? Shen Ran echoed, puzzled. She added, that was a virtual persona. The appearance may be fabricated, and it is inconsequential. Who are you? Shen Ran gasped inwardly but maintained his composure on the surface. Are you aware that this is a virtual space? Yes, she responded. I realized it after the 15th minute of my arrival here. How did you know? When that individual tormented me, he did not breach my neural interface, that moment. I concluded that this might be the brain-machine world. Bound to the chair, the female official, despite recognizing her surroundings, found herself unable to escape. She regarded Shen Ran, retorting, And you? Who are you? Shen Ran remained silent, pressing on with his inquiry. What do you know about the Kiming Heo incident? From whom did the Sanlonghui S. Chun Ku acquire the materials to construct the doomsday missile? A lengthy silence ensued. Her battered hands clutched the iron chair, uncertain of Shen Ran's identity. Was he from the opposing faction or an ally? Ultimately, she relinquished her intention to deceive her superiors, stating, Everything I know has already been disclosed. Repeat it to me, Shen Ran urged, taking a step forward. Instantly, she regarded him with astonishment. You are not my rescuer? You still wish to know more? Are you not one of those people? Who exactly are you? I demand answers. Shen Ran felt he was but a step away from the perpetrator behind his uncle's line. Over the past 2 months, influenced by East Sanlang, he had shed much of his naivete, adopting an air reminiscent of a jungle hunter. The manner in which he handled the intestines was indeed crude, and the taste was repugnant, yet East Sanlang was correct. It at least proved it was a part of a living being rather than a mere accumulation of chemical materials churned out by a mechanical assembly line. Moreover, it subtly indicated that he had consumed a living being of higher order. Despite the absolute sense of superiority that vegetarians possess, East Sanlang was undoubtedly a thorough carnivore. The woman remained silent. Shen Ran scrutinized her face, believing that this virtual space was somehow different from reality. I can inform you that there are far more possibilities here than in the real world. If you are an individual uninvolved with the forces, if you are a citizen of Fire City, then you ought to comprehend that the Kiming Heo incident is not a malevolent affair. The female government official, maintaining her composure, replied in a rational tone. The Earth Federation will not engage in war with Mars over this, and we can temporarily sever our connection with Earth while acquiring a precious star energy stone, secretly utilizing it for interstellar development. Forging a path of our own for Mars, do you comprehend how many have selflessly dedicated and sacrificed for this grand endeavor? As her words faded, Shen Ran suddenly interjected, Who said we? The day of Hope's demise claimed not only his second uncle but also over 100 innocent residents of Fire City. If this plan were indeed as splendid as those prominent figures claimed, why then the secrecy? Would they dare to present their shameless proclamations to the public? In ancient China, there existed a form of punishment known as lingqi. Shen Ran wished not to delve into such discussions, cutting straight to the point. Lingqi first emerged during the 5 dynasties, recognized as one of the most brutal forms of execution, requiring a total of 357 cuts. Only those who had committed heinous crimes would endure such a fate, and to prevent their premature demise, ginseng would be administered for life prolongation. Yet, even so, no individual had ever truly survived through all 357 cuts. The color drained from the woman's face. However, in modern times, this issue had been resolved. Shen Ran observed her intently, his tone devoid of emotion. I have personally witnessed several individuals experience lingqi in the virtual realm. This is illegal, utterly deranged, a complete violation of human rights. You will be expelled from Fire City, the female official shouted. Observing her expression, Shen Ran narrowed his eyes. Is it only at times like this that you advocate for human rights? Descending from the apparatus, Shen Ran felt a sense of disorientation, having acquired a wealth of information. The female official worked within the finance department. According to her, in May, the CIO Mobile Corps submitted a financial report request, including fuel and guidance systems, carbon fiber, and other materials, intending to assist the Yuri Group and 2 tech companies, Titanium and Manufacturing, in producing a batch of missiles. Subsequently, in June, those materials inexplicably found their way into the hands of a certain Chen Ku, an underground gang leader. The name on that financial report request was Lei Zhao, secretary to the head of the CIO Mobile Corps. It was already past 9 at night. The night outside was as thick as impenetrable ink. The vibrant, multicolored neon lights added an enchanting hue to the city. Shen Ran's earlier excitement gradually settled, and he suddenly felt a sense of numbness, as if drained. Why do I feel this way? He murmured, lost in thought. Although everyone was aware that the Kiming-heo incident represented the core turmoil of Fire City, for Shen Ran, he was merely a child seeking vengeance for his kin. If one were to summarize his current state of mind in a single phrase, it would be, drawing my sword, I gaze around in confusion. Can you emerge now, third uncle? Shen Ran longingly scanned his surroundings. He had already stepped into this realm. Surely a guide should appear now. Yet, no such figure materialized at that moment. A blinding light suddenly appeared outside the window. What? Shen Ran, momentarily blinded by the brilliance, instinctively shielded his eyes. A loud, piercing siren followed. The building trembled slightly, and debris danced upon the ground as black armored vehicles and flying saucer-like crafts emerged. Shen Ran stood frozen. The once dark room had become the epicenter of the world, and an overwhelming sense of terror engulfed him. Is the CIO? Shen Ran thought incredulously, glancing out the window as a chill rushed through him. Sunshine Community had been sealed off, and fully armed soldiers emerged from the armored vehicles, advancing in a tactical formation. Swarms of hive-like drones, military-grade products equipped with devastating weaponry, filled the air by the hundreds. A relentless tide of despair. Have I been discovered? Shen Ran was utterly bewildered. He had originally thought that after he interrogated the female government official, his third uncle would emerge from the shadows. Little did he expect to be met with such a harsh reality. The CIO's mobile task force surrounded this sunlit community, their formidable armed presence reminiscent of the video Li Xian had previously shown him. Crouched beneath the window ledge, Shen Ran stared in disbelief at the apparatus and the still unconscious government official. How could this be happening? Shen Ran forced himself to regain composure, urging himself to remain calm. He then rummaged through his pocket for a pack of cigarettes, lighting one and inhaling deeply. Although he longed to leap down with the same panache as the A-grade hunter Spike and carve his own path, all he could do was take a drag. Coughing violently, he furrowed his brow, puzzled that shouldn't he have outgrown the naivety of 2 months ago. He could only attribute this reaction to the potency of a smoke at such a moment. Next, he pulled out his phone, intending to contact his aunt. No, he realized, the call records would undoubtedly be logged. He could not endanger her. It turned out that touching this device truly led to a dead end. Shen Ran scoffed at himself, releasing the phone as he finally grasped the helplessness his second uncle must have felt. The drone-like buzz of the hive-shaped drones filled his ears in that agonizing limbo. Shen Ran leaned against the wall and suddenly opened his phone again. His fingers danced across the screen, composing a final message. He would reveal the name of the CIO minister's secretary, Lei Zhao, to the public in a nightmarish fashion. Just then, with a loud bang, the bedroom door burst open. To his surprise, it was not a gun-toting CIO mech, but a tall figure clad in a black trench coat. The stranger's face was obscured by a white mask, with a heart symbol marked in red at the corner of her right eye. Shen Ran's expression turned to one of shock as he involuntarily asked, Is that my third uncle? No, came the cold voice from beneath the mask. In the next moment, the figure extended a hand toward Shen Ran, stating, Many years ago, Shen Xiaozhu secretly joined us in pursuit of freedom. Now, Shen Ran, do you wish to join me outside? Chapter 35. Shen Xiaozhu's status in the room. Shen Ran extended his hand. The masked figure grasped it firmly, and it was not the frigid touch he had expected. Perhaps it was a synthetic skin. Regardless, it was a warm handshake. How do we escape? And why are you doing this? As he stood, Shen Ran urgently fired off question after question. However, the masked figure remained silent, leading him straight to the window. Outside, a blinding beam of white light illuminated the scene. Black armored vehicles were parked outside the sunlit community, resembling ferocious beasts lying in wait, while the sky swarmed with drones. Their buzzing a chilling sound. With a sudden motion, the masked figure shattered the window, sending a cascade of glimmering glass shards tumbling down. Shen Ran was utterly stunned. Wait, he exclaimed, are you really planning to jump down like this? Even the legendary A-grade hunters would struggle against such overwhelming force, only to meet a gruesome end. Furthermore, they were on the 4th floor, nearly 20 meters above the ground. The masked figure, codenamed Heart Q, paid no heed to Shen Ran's fear and instead propelled him toward the window. A frigid evening breeze swept in as drones zeroed in on the two, their dark gun barrels poised to fire. Shen Ran watched in disbelief, his body trembling with sheer terror. Below lay a beam of intense white light, resembling a portal to paradise yet seeming capable of dissolving everything in its path. Suddenly, a melodious voice emerged from beneath the mask. "This is freedom." I in the next instant, she leaped. The instinctive resistance to death prompted Shen Ran to unleash the most exhilarating scream of his life as he plummeted, feeling as if the most precious aspects of his existence were being ripped away, including all the joys and sorrows he had known. At that moment, thoughts of freedom faded, replaced by an overwhelming desire to cling to her, as if he were an octopus desperately grasping onto its companion. With a jolt, Shen Ran opened his eyes. The dark terror of impending impact surged through his mind, rendering his expression beyond description, his pupils nearly dilating in shock. Yet, in the next heartbeat, he was confronted with a fact that made him want to curse. Before him was a circular screen, and he found himself still lying on the virtual machine, his body connected to mechanical tentacles resembling an octopus. What the hell? Shen Ran furiously tore away the mechanical appendages and stepped off the device, ready to vent his anger. Simultaneously, his phone buzzed. It was Wendy, urgently asking, "Shenwudi, are you okay? The virtual machine's built-in program is incredible. I couldn't crack it. You mustn't remain trapped inside." Taking a deep breath, Shen Ran replied, "It's nothing. I've already come out." At this point, he was still shaken, hastily rubbing his arms and legs. Outside, the night was tranquil, devoid of any CIO mobile task force or terrifying hive drones. Did that mean his earlier experience of escaping the virtual machine was merely a second dream? It was simply too hard to believe. Shen Ran's expression took a long time to regain its composure. He had previously wondered how those government officials had been ensnared, but after experiencing such a hyper-realistic virtual encounter, a creeping sense of horror enveloped him. "I thought you were quite bold, given your earlier actions," he mused. Just then, a figure appeared at the door. Shen Ran clenched his teeth in frustration. It was the one wearing the white mask. She appeared to be an adult woman, leaning against the door with her arms crossed. Overall, still somewhat presentable. Buzz again. His phone rang. It was Wendy calling once more. Before Shen Ran could respond, she spoke. "Is this the team of bounty hunter Sakamoto T. Saba?" End the call. There's no need for further contact. A flicker of hostility ignited in Shen Ran's eyes, stemming from his unease about her knowing everything about him. No need for further contact? What does that mean? He asked, cautiously stepping back while casting a sidelong glance at the night view outside. "Rest assured, the CIO won't find us here," the masked figure reassured him, sensing his concern. "You seem quite confident, but I really don't want to jump out of a window in reality," she added. Shen Ran was not naive enough to let his guard down simply because of her words. The CIO Mobile Task Force might struggle to locate Nightmare, but there were still the elite agents of the Earth Temporary Investigation Committee, the Armée de la Armée of the Earth Federation Security Bureau. In response, the masked figure let out a light chuckle, stating, "Even in reality, as long as you hold on to me tightly, you won't perish. Furthermore, those individuals are not investigating us tonight. They are after Spade K, Heart Q, and Spade K." The suits of playing cards.it seemed that Nightmare was not a solitary individual, but rather an organization. In the quiet room, Shen Ran sat at the edge of the bed, needing a moment to digest and organize the information from the night. "What should I call you?" he inquired after a brief pause. "My current code name is Heart Q. The name is rather perilous. However, if you truly wish to address me, you may call me Anchi," she replied. Shen Ran pondered for a moment before asking, "So, you mean to say my third uncle is one of you? What kind of organization are you?" "Shinshoju is not merely a member," Anchi paused, then added with significance, "He is exceptional, so much so that many elders believe he should become our leader." Shen Ran's heart raced as he absorbed this revelation, prompting him to ask, and then, perhaps he was too exceptional. His thoughts diverged from ours, and his goals changed later on, leading him down a different path. Anchi spoke calmly. Yet, Shen Ran detected a hint of regret in her tone. Even when he later returned to Earth, the self-important individuals in the Federation held high hopes for him. Anchi continued, "My uncle went to Earth." Shen Ran's mind raced with connections. During his time at Pear Blossom University, his uncle had abruptly halted his studies, and everyone believed he had crossed some wealthy heir. But now, it seemed, was he a spy? "Yes," Anchi responded, unfazed by Shen Ran's deduction. For a long time, there were concerns within the organization. Shinshoju's status in the Federation rose increasingly, becoming more enigmatic. Eventually, the organization could no longer contact him unilaterally. Shen Ran was at a loss for words. Anchi gazed at him, revealing, 6 years ago, Shen Xiuzhu disappeared once more, and the organization was unable to reach him through various channels. He wouldn't betray us, would he? Shen Ran couldn't help but ask. Anchi refrained from providing a definitive answer, instead stating, perhaps he was simply reassigned by the Federation to undertake other secret missions. Ultimately, after the Kiming-Heo incident, the organization received a message from Shen Xiuzhu for the first time in many years. Upon hearing this, Shen Ran began to grasp the situation. His uncle had requested the organization to investigate the Kiming-Heo incident. Anchi's gaze remained fixed on Shen Ran. Moreover, he mentioned you. Shen Ran remained silent. A deep stillness enveloping him. It was evident that his uncle was at the center of a significant storm, and the nightmare had indeed descended upon the Fire City because of him. At that moment, a crucial realization struck Shen Ran, causing his heart to sink. You all seem quite formidable, he murmured, sitting on the edge of the bed. His gaze lowered and his voice somber. My uncle is an important member among you. But why? On the day my second uncle died. You all? This was a confession from Shen Xiuzhu himself, who had repeatedly stressed that his affairs were unrelated to their family. Anchi observed every nuance of Shen Ran's demeanor, fully aware of his thoughts. Speaking of which, Shen Sheng almost joined us, but he chose to abandon that path, opting for the life of an ordinary person. Who could have predicted that he would encounter such matters later? Amidst these words, Shen Ran fixated on the floor, remaining reticent. He pondered whether this organization possessed enough power to comprehend the details of the Kiming-Heo incident, and if they could have intervened to save his second uncle at that time. His uncle had not been in contact with this organization for many years, surely for his own reasons. Could it be a rejection of this group? Shen Ran found himself deep in thought. With that in mind, he posed a pivotal question. What kind of organization are you exactly? Is it the Nightmare? Certainly not, Anchi replied. The Nightmare is merely a faction that emerged from the organization, established at Shen Xiuzhu's behest. To understand our organization, one might liken it to a government within a government. You are a political party? Shen Ran gasped, suddenly alert, quickly rifling through his mind for related information. Anchi, clad in a pure white mask devoid of eye sockets, seemed to look deeply into him, the main party. Shen Ran was immediately taken aback. Mars operated under a competitive party system, hosting numerous factions, primarily due to the interference of the Earth Federation, which sought to prevent the emergence of totalitarianism. Aside from the ruling government's Huige party, the main party was the second largest faction. No wonder his uncle had been sent to Earth as a spy, Shen Ran reflected, a tempest of emotions surging within him. Though Dong Sanlang and others often mocked the Martian government, facing such a colossal entity was undeniably astonishing. At that moment, Anchi grew serious. The current state within the party is quite dire. Shen Xiuzhu is crucial to us. And so are you. She gazed intently at Shen Ran, speaking earnestly. We deeply regret the death of your second uncle, yet it also serves as a testament that if you do not change the Fire City, the Fire City will change you. Shen Ran, the organization places immense importance on you. Should you wish to join, you could receive training as the second Shen Xiuzhu. I can even reveal that some have privately referred to you as the Crown Prince. Crown Prince? What on earth? Shen Ran's mouth fell agape. What a ridiculous jest. Just a few months ago, I was an ordinary youth from the underground city, struggling to gain admission to a public high school. However, he soon realized that this title of Crown Prince was far from glamorous. In the year 2327, there was no existence of feudal dynasties. Above the Crown Prince was the Emperor, who held the true significance. Are you attempting to use me to entice my uncle back into contact with you? Shen Ran thought astutely, suppressing his emotions. I cannot act impulsively. My uncle must be doing exceptionally well in the Federation. With his own career and concerns, meanwhile, Anchi's brow furrowed slightly. She sensed that Shen Ran's reaction was not as profound as she had anticipated. Typically, one of his age would be brimming with fervor upon discovering a mysterious and powerful governmental force, especially concerning a relative. Little did she know that for Shen Ran, he was far more inclined towards the straightforwardness of the martial world than the intrigues of the political arena. Moreover, now that he had uncovered various enigmatic aspects of his uncle's background, the wisest course of action was to wait. His uncle would likely reach out to him soon. Chapter 36. Nonchalant as Anchi pondered in confusion, a sleek, black vehicle parked outside Sunshine Community. where several individuals inside shared the same sentiment. After waiting for over 2 months, Zhang Lao was present tonight. Enough. Just bring him in, spoke a middle-aged man with a crew cut. His square face bore sharp eyes and eyebrows that arched like arrows, marking him as a natural authority figure. His tone conveyed a commanding presence that brooked no refusal. A cough interrupted the conversation. The voice belonged to an elderly man clad in a dark Zhongshan suit. His jet-black hair streaked with silver, meticulously groomed. I often say that many matters cannot be rushed. They must be allowed to mature on their own, the elder said slowly. Haven't we learned from the organization's previous hasty endeavors? The others in the vehicle nodded, like chastened students. Yet the middle-aged man's brow remained furrowed. The era of change brought by stellar energy loomed, and once the truth of the Kiming-Heo incident emerged, the Earth Federation would re-establish the portal to the Fire City. Particularly, the last 3 administrations had been dominated by the Huij Party, placing the organization in an unprecedentedly challenging position. At such a juncture, it seemed that only Shin Xiuzhu could turn the tide. That child is not yet a member of the organization, nor is he subordinate to you. Xiao Chen, do not impose your organizational dynamics upon him, the elder remarked, casting a glance at the middle-aged man. Instantly, the man bowed his head. I understand. However, young people tend to lean towards individualism. That is natural, the elder continued, his face weathered, deep-set eyes resembling the depths of the ocean. I suspect he adheres to a philosophy of supremacy through force, lacking sufficient understanding of the organization, remaining fixated on the surface of what he perceives. Let us not wait here any longer. Have Anchi take him to Red Flower Ridge Park and notify the technical department, the elder concluded. Outside Sunshine Community, a mysterious black vehicle vanished into the night. Shen Ran remained oblivious that with a simple nod. He could have boarded that vehicle at this moment. His mind was awash with questions. For instance, if the news had reported that Nightmare had a list of over 30 participants in the Kiming-Heo incident, and his uncle had also mentioned this organization, then why had they not made it public? After a moment of contemplation, Shen Ran arrived at a conclusion. Perhaps this was politics, where the answer was not the goal they pursued, but rather, the answer was his own pursuit. Meanwhile, Anchi frowned, a sigh of disappointment escaping her lips. The elder had actually come, yet he had departed. You may not wish to accompany me, but a visit to Red Flower Ridge Park would be acceptable. Wouldn't it? Anchi suggested. Red Flower Ridge Park? For what purpose? Shen Ran inquired, puzzled. You will understand once we arrive, Anchi replied, moving towards the window. Shen Ran's eyes widened in surprise, his words caught in his throat. Subsequently, Anchi did not shatter the glass like in a virtual space. Instead, she opened the window and gracefully leapt down like a cat. Shen Ran hastily approached the window and looked down to find Anchi already standing on the ground, glancing back at him. Dong Sanlang should be able to do the same, Shen Ran muttered under his breath, then obediently closed the window and descended the stairs. Inside the room remained a government official and a piece of equipment. Upon reaching the ground floor, Shen Ran eagerly posed his questions. Yet before he could finish, Anchi suddenly removed her mask, revealing a cascade of golden hair that gleamed like sunlight. Why do you talk so much? She remarked. Anchi possessed an exquisite oval face, seemingly of mixed heritage, combining Western features with the gentle allure of Eastern women. However, her gaze was far from gentle. Do you think we would not consider everything you can imagine? The organization will handle matters appropriately. Shen Ran merely offered a faint smile. His second uncle had once shared insights about his aunt, stating that when a woman is enamored with someone, that person's flaws become endearing, while when she harbors disdain, their virtues become points of aversion. It appeared that Anchi held a dislike for him. This was entirely natural, Shen Ran discerned, sensing an inherent air of superiority about her. As an ordinary youth from the underground city, his repeated rejections would hardly endear him to her. Crown Prince. Merely contemplating this title left a bitter taste in Shen Ran's mouth. Just then, a low-profile hovercar descended from the sky, its 4 glowing blue thrusters sending debris swirling into the air. Anchi opened the door and took the driver's seat. Get in. Curiosity piqued, Shen Ran entered the vehicle, stating, before my uncle messages me, I will not rashly join you. Understood, Anchi replied, her expression one of impatience. You need not continue showcasing that stubbornness of yours, as obstinate as a stone in a latrine. Be quiet. The hovercar ascended swiftly, heading in a determined direction. After a while, Anchi suddenly inquired, "You are rather timid. Yet why did you dare to connect with that female government official through the virtual machine in that room?" No answer came. Anchi frowned, glancing through the rearview mirror at the silent Shen Ran. "Why do you not respond?" "You asked me to be quiet," Shen Ran retorted, now devoid of any fondness for her, choosing instead to gaze out the window. "Do as I say," Anchi instructed. "Not quite," Shen Ran replied. Shen Ran replied, "But if I were to join you, I would indeed become that so-called prince." Upon hearing this, Anchi's eyes widened in surprise. This 15-year-old youth is quite astute. One might say he truly embodies the intelligence of Xin Xiaozhu and Shan Cheng's nephew. "After all, that room belongs to my third uncle." Suddenly, Shen Ran spoke again. Anchi was momentarily taken aback. "What?" I said, "because that room is my third uncle's." Outside the window lay the intricate nightscape of Huacheng. And Shen Ran softly remarked, "There, I feel at ease. Family would never harm me." It's his words. And she was first taken aback, then fell into silence, reflecting on this youth, who should have been enjoying love, games, and friendships at school like his peers, now ensnared in such a colossal vortex, rendered all previous reactions comprehensible. 10 minutes later, the hovercar came to a stop atop a tall skyscraper. "Get out." The air circulation system of the underground city unleashed a gust of wind. They were perched several hundred meters above the ground, affording a sweeping view of the Anyang district. "Aren't you cold? Or did you undergo some transformation at Dong Sanlang's?" And she then noticed that Shen Ran was clad only in a thin tracksuit. "No, I'm really cold now," Shen Ran replied, shivering. "The wind is quite fierce here. If there's nothing pressing, I think I should head back." And she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Was this fellow genuinely clever or merely feigning ignorance? He acted nonchalant until prompted, at which point he immediately began to tremble, a performance too contrived. She sighed and walked to the edge. Shen Ran curiously followed, and only then did Anchi notice Shen Ran's backpack. "What is in that bag?" "Some tools for being out and about," Shen Ran answered, while inwardly contemplating the immense value of the star energy stones. His third uncle had bestowed that gift upon him rather than this organization. Did this indicate his disillusionment with both the organization and the Earth Federation, with many aspects of the world? "Are those items used by bounty hunters?" And she pondered, shifting the topic. "Did you so easily follow Sakaki Dong Sanlang because you think that kind of hunter is cool? That he is powerful? What kind of question is that?" Shen Ran was perplexed by her implications. "Is there a problem? You little brat, you have no idea. If given the opportunity to join the organization, Sakaki Dong Sanlang would likely kneel on the spot," and she remarked with a hint of disdain. Perhaps it wasn't arrogance in her eyes. She saw no reason to be proud of it. "While I don't wish to argue, I must say, the example you cited, the scenario you fantasized about, will never happen." Just then, Shen Ran calmly responded. Anchi furrowed her brows, observing Shen Ran's unexpectedly tranquil demeanor. Was this merely a youthful pursuit of personal heroism? After all, who hasn't harbored fantasies of being a chivalrous hero in their youth? Yet, one soon realizes that even heroes must bow when entering the halls of power. However, to Shen Ran, Anchi's words exuded an intolerable arrogance, revealing the inherent pride of those in the upper echelons. As for Sakaki Dong Sanlang, his acquaintance was brief, and clarity eluded him. Yet, Qin Wei had mentioned that the chairman's son of the Yao Ri group had once offered a hefty sum to hire Dong Sanlang as his personal bodyguard, only to be met with an unwavering refusal. Dong Sanlang had often expressed his disdain for societal conventions, where the so-called civilized would indulge in debauchery under the veil of secrecy. Far less free than his current lifestyle. "What exactly have you brought me here for?" Shen Ran inquired, feeling that the evening's revelations were already substantial. "Look," and she replied, without answering his question, directing her gaze towards a certain area. Following her line of sight, Shen Ran's expression shifted dramatically. It was a small park area. Just like his experiences in the virtual space, the elite of the CIO mobile unit had cordoned off the vicinity. Black armored vehicles blocked the streets, and waves of heavily armed SWAT officers surrounded the area, while several UFO-shaped black flying machines hovered above, accompanied by a swarm of hive-like drones. Among them were several individuals not clad in mechanical armor, but dressed uniformly in black suits, carrying black briefcases. "What is this?" Shen Ran immediately turned to Anchi. "Can't you tell?" They are searching for Black Spade K. Shen Ran noted the lack of emotion on Chi's face, feeling a mix of shock and trepidation, as it seemed she was watching the demise of a comrade with indifference. Just keep watching, and you'll understand. Just as Shen Ran struggled to comprehend, and Chi uttered another remark. Meanwhile, Dong Sanlang, Qin Wei, Mal, and Li Xian had returned to the base. Is Shan Jun not back yet? Upon entering, Dong Sanlang's expression shifted, sensing an ominous turn. Nearby, Li Xian, injured during the mission, found his right arm blackened and crackling with electricity. Yet, Li Xian suddenly turned to Wendy. The phone is off. Wendy, perched on a computer chair with her legs crossed, casually licking a lollipop, did not conceal Shen Ran's whereabouts, quickly revealing that Shen Ran had asked her to connect a person's mind to a machine. Upon hearing this, Dong Sanlang and Qin Wei's expressions changed drastically, and even Li Xian was momentarily bewildered, his heart racing. Oh my god. Shen Wudi is the nightmare? Suddenly, the black man Mal shrieked, his face paling. The group collectively bore expressions of disbelief. The old black man's intelligence was lacking. Li Xian couldn't help but glance at Mal. Shen Ran was certainly not the nightmare. Yet why would he tread upon such perilous matters during this sensitive period? Dong Sanlang pressed further, and Wendy's next words nearly sent everyone into a frenzy. The last signal from Shen Wudi's phone was traced to the Anyang district. Anyang district? Anyang district? Dong Sanlang's complexion drained of color as he grasped the gravity of the situation. Having just returned home without rest, he immediately summoned Qin Wei and Mal to prepare for a search. Mal, still confused, looked at Dong Sanlang in a panic. Hurry! The urgency in Dong Sanlang's voice was unprecedentedly severe. Those madmen in the government don't care who the nightmare is or who is responsible for the Kiming Heo incident. If Shen Jun is captured, we too could be implicated. For now, we can only be grateful that Shen Jun has yet to encounter any misfortune. Just then, wait, Qin Wei suddenly froze. What are we waiting for? Time is of the essence. The CIO Mobile Unit and the Earth Temporary Investigation Committee are already in the Anyang district, Li Xian shouted. No, Qin Wei interjected, her face a mask of disbelief. I just received a message. In Anyang district, everyone, quickly check the news. Honghua Ridge Park is a small public park surrounded by commercial streets. Due to the relatively good public safety in the Anyang district, the streets dimmed after 10 at night, leaving only streetlights and a few shops still open, with few pedestrians around. However, tonight, the entrance to Honghua Ridge Park was unusually lively due to the CIO Mobile Unit's operations to apprehend the so-called Black Spade K. On a street at the park's entrance, Chris stood with his fellow disciples, all clad in black, exuding an aura colder than the sub-zero winds. Once the SWAT teams completely surrounded the park, Chris, holding a black briefcase, proceeded at a steady pace towards the park entrance. But just then, whoosh, 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 in the darkened environment, the towering buildings suddenly flickered to life. Those massive electronic screens illuminated, but instead of advertisements for technological products, they displayed the image of a man. Chris halted, glancing around. The kaleidoscope of colors converged into one point, the neon lights too extravagant, rendering the scene somewhat surreal. On each screen of the surrounding skyscrapers was the same man's face, with lines of text below detailing his significant position within the government and his role in the Kiming Heo crash incident. The onlookers witnessing the arrest from afar gasped in astonishment. People hurriedly took out their phones or used their ocular implants to capture the shocking scene. Not just at Honghua Ridge Park, but within 1,000 meters, every building's electronic screen lit up, all showcasing the imposing visage of that man. Cancel the arrest. All units return. The commander of the mobile unit received an urgent directive from the government and shouted immediately. Cancel? Standing at the park's entrance, Chris, whose face was as chiseled as marble, finally showed signs of yielding. 3 kilometers away from Honghua Ridge Park, on the rooftop of a tall building, Shen Ran stood frozen in place, witnessing the swift retreat of the CIO mobile unit, as if his worldview had been upended. How is it? And Chi leaned against the railing, casually pulling out a cigarette, lighting it with a nonchalant demeanor. Now, do you understand what it means to have a gap? Chapter 37. Resolution and Choice. From a tender age, Shen Ran was acutely aware of the significance of terms such as underground city, influential figures, and governmental organizations. This awareness stemmed from the life of his second uncle, Shen Cheng, who had been oppressed by these entities throughout his existence. Observing the soldiers outside Honghua Ridge Park, who had toiled all day only to obediently board their vehicles and depart, A peculiar emotion began to stir within Shen Ran, a sentiment reminiscent of the moment he witnessed his uncle being shot in the head in that narrow alley beside him, and she remained oblivious to the implications of her words regarding disparity for the minor figures in this underground city. She continued to casually discuss the concept of difference. After a brief pause, Shen Ran responded with indifference to the biting cold. Indeed, quite impressive. Just then, amidst the throng of returning soldiers, one individual clad in a black suit, clutching a black briefcase, made his move. Shen Ran's voice faltered. He beheld the scene before him. Lao San, Jack, Su Linya. Outside Honghua Ridge Park, investigator Chris's poker face resumed its customary sternness. As he spoke, 3 other investigators, similarly attired in black, stepped forward with unwavering resolve. What are you doing? Orders from above have been issued for immediate withdrawal. All security personnel were retreating, even the drones were descending, when a sergeant stepped forward. Attempting to grasp Chris's hand, bang! Suddenly, chaos erupted. Without a word, the sergeant was sent sprawling backward as if struck by a heavy hammer, flying 5 or 6 meters away. This spectacle instantly drew the attention of all, including Shen Ran. Chris retracted his fist, his tone devoid of any emotional nuance, and he did not even glance at the fallen sergeant. I have no interest in your political struggles in Huacheng. I have received no orders from superiors. Do not obstruct my path. Is that understood? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the nearby mobile unit soldiers shifted, but they harbored no resentment toward the prosecutor from the Federal Bureau of Security. Though soldiers are duty-bound to obey commands, there exists a fundamental precept that transcends all positions: humanity. When the superiors proclaimed a mission to apprehend the Spade K of the Nightmare Organization, they diligently labored for 7 or 8 hours, only to receive a sudden command to return. This was the 24th century, not the feudal and corrupt Song dynasty. Song Gaozong's historical image was already infamously tarnished. Chris, cold and unyielding, possessed the authority befitting his role in the Federal Bureau of Security. Under the scrutiny of perplexed gazes, he alone ventured into the dark expanse of Honghua Ridge Park with his black briefcase, while the other 3 investigators sealed off the remaining exits, though faced with millions. I shall forge ahead, a stirring ancient phrase echoed in Shen Ran's mind. He was unaware of the complexities surrounding the Nightmare Organization, the Huig Party currently seizing control of the Prime Minister's residence, or the federal investigators representing Earth. The moral ambiguities that intertwined these formidable entities eluded him. Yet, observing everyone retreat while Chris boldly sought answers in the darkness of Honghua Ridge Park, Shen Ran felt an undeniable sense of spiritual encouragement. What a troublesome fellow that moment, and Chi turned, the nonchalance on her face dissipating. Shen Ran relished witnessing the downfall of one who fancied themselves the puppet master. Yet, in the next instant, a smirk returned to Chi's lips, leaving Shen Ran momentarily stunned, though it was not unexpected. The investigators likely realized the answers need not be sought externally. A direct inquiry to the Huig Party would suffice. What do you mean? Shen Ran was momentarily baffled. However, Chi offered no explanation, instead flashing a radiant smile and posing a question to herself. So, have you made your decision? Shen Ran fell into silence once more. He leaned against the railing, remaining motionless in the profound night. The rooftop wind howled, chilling his face as if it were frozen. Even for Sakaki Tosaku, a bounty hunter of a higher caliber, facing such a situation tonight would be a perilous endeavor. Meanwhile, Chi appeared relaxed, her voice melodious as she continued, "But we can resolve this with a simple phone call. Only children resort to violence to solve problems. Shen Ran, you should experience a youth akin to others. We can arrange for you to attend Jiangnan High School, and then university at Lihua University, where your uncle once studied. Furthermore, we can find a reason to acquire the benefits of a first-class martyr's family for your aunt's household." After a significant interval on the rooftop, a pitch-black hovercar ascended, and Chi departed. With a thud, Shen Ran stood at the edge of the railing, a spark igniting as he lit a cigarette against the dense night. He inhaled deeply, the smoke filling his airways and lungs, ultimately inducing a violent cough that brought tears to his eyes, an excruciating yet oddly self-punishing sensation. He then gazed at the departing hovercar, muttering curses under his breath. "Damn it, you brought me up here but left me stranded. How am I supposed to get down?" Though Chi had not overtly ridiculed him throughout, after his final refusal, She showed no inclination to maintain even basic civility. Shen Ran approached a nearby iron gate, only to find it locked. Was he to endure a night of freezing solitude? Such callousness was unbearable. This building stood 100 meters above the ground, and Shen Ran had no intentions of becoming a superhero. Instead, he retrieved his phone, powered it on, and dialed a number. "Hello, boss. I'm fine. I'm currently trapped in a place." At 11 o'clock that night, in the Neil district, at Sakaki Tosaka's base, Shen Ran resembled a student who had erred, or perhaps a cat, as Qin grasped his neck and ushered him inside. Nearby were Tosaku, Mao, and Li Xian. "Your good friend, Li Xian, hasn't even had his arm treated. Just think about the trouble you've caused tonight." Qin, clad in jeans and a cropped t-shirt, exuded a striking presence. And this time, she showed no sisterly kindness, ready to unleash her frustration upon Shen Ran. Tosaku regarded Shen Ran with a somber gaze. "Shunjun, do you realize the trouble you nearly brought upon us all? Your audacity knows no bounds. I shall punish you. No cooking for you this month?" Mao raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Did Tosaku truly believe his previous culinary efforts were a reward? Only Li Xian remained silent, often appearing foolish but not entirely dim-witted. Earlier, Shen Ran had mentioned his aspiration to investigate the Kiming-heo incident, which Li Xian had committed to memory, expressing a desire to accompany Shen Ran on this quest. "Shinwudi, you cannot blame me. It's all Mao's fault for pressuring me." At that moment, Wendy squatted with her arms wrapped around her knees on the sofa, looking woefully aggrieved. Shen Ran proactively apologized to everyone, only for his stomach to growl audibly. Fortunately, Tosaku and Qin were not overly harsh, granting Shen Ran time to eat. "Li Xian, how's your injury? Don't delay. Get it treated." Shen Ran glanced at Li Xian. "It's nothing that it's not like before. Out with the old, in with the new. Just a new arm. What's the big deal?" Li Xian chuckled, avoiding inquiries about Shen Ran while enthusiastically recounting the excitement of working with Tosaku and the others. Especially when discussing their rewards, his joy radiating. Gradually, Shen Ran found himself infected by Li Xian's optimistic spirit, a smile creeping onto his face. Chapter 38. Returning to tranquility that night, Shen Ran returned to his room and turned on the television, where breaking news from that very evening unfolded. He opened his phone to find the forums ablaze with discussions, presenting a stark contrast to the news. This was a significant blow to the Huig party. With a year remaining until the next election, Shen Ran surmised that the organization behind Enchi likely intended to release explosive information about the Kiming-heo incident during the election period to maximize their gains. However, the odds of success were slim, given the close ties between the Huig party and the Earth Federation. Additionally, the establishment of the Stellar Transportation Portal would ensure the completion of this project within a year, leading to Mars's eventual reintegration into the collective of the Human Federation. What is happening to me? Why am I contemplating such matters? Shen Ran set down his phone and lay back on his bed. Staring at the ceiling in a daze, he sought to empty his mind, yet a multitude of enigmas continued to surface. While he had indeed uncovered some truths about his third uncle, the process had gradually deviated from its original course. Suddenly, he recalled a story his second uncle had once shared, about a club he had formed during university with friends, which, as it grew, lost its initial purpose, prompting him to withdraw. Perhaps he should wait for news from his third uncle. With a sigh, Shen Ran resolved to cease his ponderings. After a while, he suddenly remembered something and retrieved a USB drive from his backpack. This drive had been discovered in the Shen family ancestral home. He inserted it into his computer, and upon opening it, he found a folder. Shen Ran's expression darkened. The folder contained documents and records from Shan Xiuju's youth, detailing his affiliation with the main body party, along with photographs from his formative years and handwritten quotes that conveyed his genuine emotions. It was evident that Enchi and her associates had deliberately placed this here. Perhaps it is due to Shen Ran's prolonged existence in the dim recesses of the underground city that he feels no fervor or yearning towards the slogans and programs that entice idealists. There may also be a certain bitterness within Enchi's final demeanor towards him. In any case, Shen Ran harbors no interest in the organization and has no intention of assuming the role of a so-called prince. Is this a means for you to leverage against my uncle? Shen Ran has even contemplated this aspect. Subsequently, he gazed at a photograph of his uncle taken at the age of 19, a time brimming with youthful vitality, as he stood quietly beside a colossal stone inscribed with the name of Pear Blossom University. With a handsome visage and a tall stature, he caught the attention of a female classmate nearby, whose eyes seemed to glimmer with admiration. Yet, the young man merely stared at the camera, his gaze bright and clear. The sunlight was just right. The lens captured that fleeting moment, encapsulating the essence of youth within the relentless passage of time. The following day, the anticipated confrontation arrived. Dong Sanling escorted Shen Ran to a small dark room, claiming to understand Shen Ran's family background and knowing that his second uncle perished on the day of Hope's dawn under suspicious circumstances. But you are one of us now, Shinjun. Your every action will influence those around you. Do you realize what the consequences would have been if you were caught last night? Dong Sanling spoke with gravity, locking his gaze onto Shen Ran's eyes. Shen Ran lowered his head, acknowledging, I understand. I will refrain from further investigations for the time being. If there is a next time, I will personally deliver you to the police station. Dong Sanling's tone was merciless, yet softened thereafter. I can empathize. The death of a loved one is indeed tragic. However, you are still too young, too weak. What you ought to learn now is to bide your time and grow. Thank you, boss. Shen Ran expressed his gratitude. Although their relationship was purely transactional, having such a superior was already a stroke of fortune compared to others. By the way, Wendy mentioned you were connecting with someone's brain machine in Anyang District last night. Did you uncover something? Suddenly, Dong Sanling inquired with curiosity. Shen Ran scrutinized Dong Sanling's eyes. The latter furrowed his brow under the boy's gaze, then adopted a serious demeanor. Speak if you wish. If not, it is of no consequence. Boss, are you familiar with the main party? Shen Ran redirected the question. The main party? The second largest party on Mars. Of course, I know it, Dong Sanling replied. The district chief of the near district is affiliated with the main party. I once did a job for him a year ago. Why? Noticing Shen Ran's silence, Dong Sanling seemed to realize something. His curiosity piqued. You don't think the Kiming Heo incident was orchestrated by the main party, do you? Not at all, Shen Ran refuted. How could such a young individual possibly delve so deeply into it? Dong Sanling did not press further, stating, You have been growing rapidly during this period, but remember this, regardless of your ambitions. First, understand that haste makes waste. Second, remember you are not alone. Your actions will also impact those around you. In the next moment, Dong Sanling rose and casually remarked, By the way, I just learned a recipe online called Boy's Urine Boiled Eggs, and it sounds quite intriguing. Shinjun, you must still be a virgin, right? Shen Ran's face turned pale. Boss, weren't we supposed to punish me by forbidding those peculiar foods for a month? If you admit your mistake sincerely, I may consider reducing your sentence. Dong Sanling replied with utmost seriousness. Shen Ran was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether Dong Sanling regarded his own culinary creations as bizarre or as gourmet delights. Did the other party intend to punish him or reward him? Upon exiting the dark room, they found themselves in a spacious underground chamber. To Shen Ran's astonishment, Li Xian had indeed replaced his right arm, now clad only in a black tank top, revealing his steel arm devoid of synthetic skin. As he engaged in an arm wrestling match with the black man, Ma Er, Shen Ran's expression was one of surprise. The two appeared evenly matched, neither yielding ground. Ma Er's dark complexion flushed a deep red. The sound of roaring engines filled the air as they exerted their strength. Initially, I thought I was merely acquiring a treasure in you. Your friend was just a bonus, Dong Sanling remarked. Yet, Li Xian's performance has truly surpassed our expectations. Bang! Soon enough, the outcome was decided. Li Xian successfully pinned Ma Er down, rising triumphantly, thumping his chest like a jubilant gorilla. What has transformed him into this? Shen Ran muttered. Although Li Xian had always possessed an extroverted nature, there was something about him now that seemed even more pronounced. Ma Er kicked Li Xian in irritation. My arm's modifications are for firepower. What are you so smug about? Li Xian grinned and rushed over to Shen Ran upon seeing him emerge. Shen Ran then realized that Li Xian had indeed changed his arm. Don't overdo the modifications, he cautioned. However, he could not celebrate his friend's newfound strength, frowning. Moreover, why haven't you even donned a layer of synthetic skin? Have you no intention of resembling a human anymore? Shen Ran, you are too conservative. This is a symbol of my strength. Why should I hide it? It's akin to the gold chains wealthy individuals flaunt around their necks. Some even adorn their foreheads with crystals. Li Xian, basking in his victory over the veteran member Ma Er, held his head high, brimming with pride. Shen Ran felt a sense of helplessness. Their values differed. and he found it challenging to correctly Xin. Furthermore, Li Xin's mother had always been of that ilk. Nevertheless, he believed that body modification technology, much like past cosmetic surgery, could be beneficial in moderation. Yet, exceeding that threshold could indeed transform a person into a monster. Come, let us compete. Shen Ran cast aside all concerns. As Dong Sanlang had advised, he should focus on his current path and strive to grow stronger. Bring it on! Li Xian was brimming with confidence as they proceeded to the shooting range, where the two resumed their daily training. On the other side, in the underground city, in the Huashan district, a mere 500 meters from the Prime Minister's residence, within a high-rise building, and she was reporting various matters to her superiors in an office. Have we truly fallen to such depths? The prince of the main party refuses to take up his role, returning to the underground city merely to be a bounty hunter. What a coward! The middle-aged man behind the desk, in his 30s, slammed his hand onto the table, his square face visibly irate. She lowered her head, equally perplexed. Shen Ran's choice undoubtedly intensified the organization's suspicion towards Shen Xiuzhu. What is Shen Xiuzhu's perspective on the organization now? Had it not been for old Zheng's instructions, nevertheless, the middle-aged man suppressed his anger, gesturing dismissively. It is the year 2327. There is no concept of protons, and we cannot forcibly detain him. Chi, you are responsible for keeping a 24-hour watch on him. Give him some time. People always strive to ascend. He will come to understand eventually. Understood. And Chi nodded, relieved. She feared that her superiors would resort to force, which could lead to a complete rupture with Shen Xiuzhu. Yet, the enigmatic figure of Shen Xiuzhu, now residing in a high position within the Federation, had become the organization's last hope. There is one more matter, the middle-aged man continued, flipping through paper documents. Casually stating, grant Shen Ying a 3-year scholarship at Jiangnan High School. Chi's expression shifted slightly, hesitating. Did the higher-ups not instruct us to refrain from interfering in their lives? Do you believe I am harming that girl? Or attempting to coerce Shen Xiuzhu? I fail to comprehend how this could be deemed a bad deed. The middle-aged man initially appeared puzzled, but his tone shifted abruptly to one of cold authority. Just execute the order, speak less, act more upon hearing this, and Chi could only nod and depart. Chapter 39. Guests and New Tasks. In a transformed flatland piled high with cargo boxes, the environment was complex. At this moment, Shen Ran, clad in a pitch-black special operations uniform, concealed himself behind a cargo box, holding his breath. He glanced down at the display screen strapped to his arm, which indicated a red dot 10 meters ahead. The red dot remained motionless. Both parties were acutely aware of each other's positions, sharing an unspoken understanding. Shen Ran smiled slightly. He lacked the patience of a sniper and intended to take the initiative. He began to breathe deeply, air flooding his lungs, and his heart surged like a pump, delivering an unceasing flow of energy throughout his body. At that moment, it felt as though his blood had transformed into scorching oil. Boom! Just then, the massive cargo box, measuring 5 meters long and 3 meters high, was suddenly hurled into the air, like a colossal stone soaring skyward, an exaggerated spectacle. Didn't he see that coming, did you? Ha ha ha! A tall shadow stood there, laughing heartily, then raised his left hand, gripping a heavy assault rifle, its muzzle poised to unleash lethal flames. In the blink of an eye, Shen Ran surged forward like a bowstring drawn taut, his explosive momentum exceeding previous data models. Crack! In the next second, Shen Ran brandished a handgun, its dark muzzle aimed squarely between Li Xian's eyes. Likewise, Li Xian's left hand held the heavy assault rifle pressed against Shen Ran's abdomen. The scene was frozen in time, a perilous standoff fraught with tension that rendered bystanders breathless. However, Li Xian's expression was stiff, while Shen Ran's gaze was chillingly cold, his pitch-black eyes revealing no hint of emotion. Boom! The enormous cargo box crashed heavily to the ground, producing a deafening sound. At that moment, the burly black man outside the training ground, began to applaud, declaring, a perfect draw. After the training concluded, Shen Ran sat at the distant steps, resting, a substantial piece of synthetic beef jerky clasped in his hand as he chewed vigorously. Shungu, what's been bothering you lately? Li Xian approached, casually tossing a bottle of energy drink to Shen Ran. What's wrong with me? Shen Ran replied, accepting the drink, twisting off the cap, and gulping down the entire 500 milliliters in one go. Lixine settled beside him, scratching the back of his head. Well, I can't quite put it into words. Then don't overthink it, Shen Ran said, playfully punching Lixine's chest. You did well just now. Your strength must be nearing a ton, right? Hey, Lixine grinned proudly, lifting his shirt to reveal his waist, tapping it to produce a metallic clang. Just got this upgraded yesterday. The Weilong series prosthetic cost a fortune. As Shen Ran munched on the synthetic beef jerky, his gaze remained calm, almost indifferent. What's your prosthetic modification percentage now? 70%, Lixine replied, lying back on the ground, resting his hands behind his head as he gazed at the interconnected pipes above the base. It had been 2 months since they joined Dong Sanlang's team, making it a total of 4 months in the underground hunter path. 4 months is neither long nor short. Yet for Lixine, the events that transpired during this time were more significant than anything in his past decade. Xingu, is it because you're about to undertake a mission that you're feeling a bit off? Lixine suddenly inquired, recalling the intensity in Shen Ran's eyes during their confrontation. Under the pressure of his aura, Lixine almost pulled the trigger. I don't know. Shen Ran's expression darkened slightly, perhaps. You mentioned wanting to investigate the Kiming Heo incident, but it seems Dong Sanlang warned you after that night. Lixine continued. Xingu, do you enjoy this life? The title Xingu was earned by Shen Ran through his prowess over these past few months. Known only to a select few within this base, including Sakaki Dong Sanlang, Qinwei, Ma Er, and Winnied. Lixine had tirelessly modified his body, undergoing multiple upgrades, yet Shen Ran remained steadfastly on par with him. A mere mortal standing shoulder to shoulder with technological deities. Presently, Lixine had made a name for himself in the hunter community, having risen from an E-level to a D-level hunter, earning the moniker of madman or monster due to the terrifying frequency of his enhancements, while others might change their upgrades once or twice a year. Lixine attempted 4 or 5 times a month. However, in his eyes, the seemingly ordinary young man beside him was the true monster. Do I enjoy this life? Shen Ran paused momentarily, contemplating the question. A moment later, a faint smile graced his lips. Wendy is quite adorable, and Qinwei takes good care of us. Aside from occasionally dealing with the boss's peculiar interests, it's not too bad. Upon hearing this, Lixine felt a sense of relief within. He genuinely cherished their current existence. However, if Shen Ran had other thoughts, he would instinctively stand by his brother's side. After a moment, Lixine added, Shen Ran, you should consider taking it easy. There's no need to train so relentlessly if it comes down to it. I can tell the boss to cancel your mission for next month. No, Shen Ran shook his head. Although he might be influenced by certain factors, he had yet to take a life. His gaze turned somber. I've just been feeling off lately. Your body has always been a bit off, Lixine remarked, casting a peculiar glance at the synthetic beef jerky in Shen Ran's hand. To be honest, my scalp has been itchy lately, Shen Ran admitted, scratching his hair and frowning. Lixine gasped. Shen Ran, are you growing a brain? Shen Ran shot Lixine an exasperated look, not intending to share his concerns. He stood up, waving his hand. I'm going to take a shower first. In the bathroom. Enveloped in dense steam, stood a lean yet muscular male figure akin to a fitness enthusiast, his muscles sharply defined, reminiscent of sculptures from ancient Rome. Turning off the shower, Shen Ran leaned one hand against the mirror, his handsome face framed by sharply defined brows that furrowed in concentration. Examining his hair in the mirror, he found it straight, lustrous, and healthy. Given his daily showers post-training, he couldn't possibly have lice or anything similar. Yet, he couldn't shake the itchy sensation from his scalp, and scratching did little to alleviate the discomfort. Could it be a parasite or something? Shen Ran pondered, his mood darkening. Over 5 months had passed since the night of the anomaly. Yet the terror from that darkness remained vividly etched in his memory. He still kept the remnants of the shattered black eggshell in his backpack. The thought of it stirred a tumultuous unease within him. Shen Ran had consulted Qinwei and undergone a CT scan, which revealed a thumb-sized, mysterious black object in his brain. Qinwei had been quite startled. Only Shen Ran knew that this object was not a chip, but something alive. In the bathroom, Shen Ran gazed at his reflection, feeling an inexplicable sense of estrangement. Uncle San has yet to contact me, he murmured, noting that his feelings of hunger had diminished significantly. I suppose I should try that star energy stone again. Exiting the bathroom, Shen Ran returned to the underground base. The black man Ma Er and Lixine were sharing a drink, discussing the training data from earlier. Meanwhile, Wendy, the young girl, still donned her white dress, sitting cross-legged in her chair, tapping away at her keyboard. Nearby, Qin Wei furrowed her brows, intently studying the screen, evidently facing some trouble. Noticing her distress, Shen Ran inquired, "Qin Wei, is there something wrong?" She replied, for some reason. "Since a while back, our network system has been under attack." Shen Ran frowned at this revelation, approaching her but unable to decipher the strings of data on the computer screen. He could only gauge the severity of the issue from Wendy's serious expression. "Who dares to provoke us?" Shen Ran asked. "I don't know." "Ugh, it infuriates me," Wendy exclaimed. "I've fended off that intruder countless times, yet they persist in trying to breach our defenses. Can we trace their location?" Shen Ran inquired further. Wendy pouted. "It seems their access level is government grade. I can't do it." Upon hearing this, Shen Ran's brows furrowed deeply. Could it be them? He recalled the entity behind Angel, and his disdain grew even stronger. Noticing the change in Shen Ran's expression, Qin Wei asked, "Do you know who they are?" Shen Ran shook his head. "I don't know if Dong Sanlang and the others learned that the entity intended for him to become some kind of prince. They would likely expel him without hesitation. He dared not contend with such a colossal force." Yet, as Qin Wei scrutinized Shen Ran's face, suspicion flickered in her eyes, for the attacks had commenced the very night he went to Anyang District. "I'm tired. I want milk," Wendy suddenly declared, kicking her legs as she slouched back in her chair. "Xiao Qiu," Shen Ran called out, not opting to fetch the milk himself, but summoning the intelligent mechanical dog instead. He then strode away, preparing to lie on the full-body virtual machine for further simulated training. Just then, Xiao Qiu halted abruptly, not heading to fetch the milk for Wendy, but excitedly dashed upstairs. Meanwhile, the others in the underground base received a message summoning them to the first floor. Sakaki Dong Sanlang had a special guest arriving at a guest. Shen Ran was about to lie down, but had to rise again. Taking the elevator, they reached the first floor, where Shen Ran found Dong Sanlang lounging on the sofa. Alongside him were two other individuals, one an elderly man clad in traditional attire, and the other a girl of about 17 or 18. The girl sat gracefully beside the elder, her delicate hands pale as jade. Her dark hair styled in a princess bun adorned with a floral hairpin, from which tassels swayed gently. She wore a black dress, just knee-length, revealing her slender, fair calves. The hem featured intricate lace, and the fabric bore subtle floral embellishments, exuding an air of cold elegance, mystery, and nobility. Her hands rested gracefully on her lap as she sat there. At a glance, Li Xian's eyes widened in awe, excitedly tugging at Shen Ran's sleeve. Shen Ran scrutinized the girl, noting a striking peculiarity. She displayed no reaction to the gazes of those around her, as if they were invisible to her. A typical peer would have shown some response, wouldn't they? On the other hand, the elderly man in traditional garb glanced at Shen Ran and his companions, his gaze settling on Shen Ran. "Dong Sanlang, how come there's a new member in your team?" "Distant nephew," Dong Sanlang replied, not intending to expose Shen Ran's dagger to the outside world, beckoning him over. "Come sit. Sakaki is invincible?" Shen Ran was taken aback. How had his name become so absurd? Meanwhile, the girl also lifted her gaze to Shen Ran. Hee. The elderly gentleman in traditional attire smiled, perceiving that Dong Sanlang was reluctant to speak further, and thus refrained from pressing him with questions. "The matter is as follows. My granddaughter has encountered some troubles at school." He stated directly, "I can handle adult matters, but issues concerning children are, at least on the surface, quite challenging. I am about to leave Fire City for a while, and I thought I might seek your assistance, Dong Sanlang, to see if there is a solution." "What troubles?" Xiao Qiu brought over a tea tray, and Dong Sanlang poured a cup of tea for the elder. The old man continued, "There is an inconsiderate young lad who has recently taken a liking to my granddaughter." "Mr. Dudley, are you implying?" Dong Sanlang inquired. The elder gazed at the girl and replied, "That boy is the child of a major shareholder from the Yari Group, who has previously engaged in some improper conduct. I have addressed this matter with his parents once, but they paid no heed to my words, which is why I have come to you, Dong Sanlang." Dong Sanlang chuckled, "We are merely tasked with carrying out assignments. Yet we often find ourselves entangled in affairs beyond our comprehension. Mr. Li, please specify what you require from us," he urged. "I need my people to travel to Lihua City for approximately 10 days, during which you shall look after my granddaughter," the elderly gentleman stated. "Be by any means necessary, regardless of what may unfold. My granddaughter must not lose a single hair during this 10-day period." Dong Sanlang pondered for a moment. Then turned to the girl. If that is the case, it is quite simple. Miss Lee, you can stay with us for 10 days. Upon hearing this, the girl frowned. That is a rather lowly approach. Dong Sanlang? I trust you will devise a more suitable plan, the elderly gentleman said with a kind demeanor. As for compensation, rest assured, it will exceed your expectations. Chapter 40. Shen Ran's first assignment. The cup of tea on the tray remained untouched as the elderly gentleman departed with the girl. As they left, Shen Ran noticed a silvery hovering vehicle ascending outside. He recognized it from the internet. It appeared to be the latest model from titanium manufacturing, the white one, with a full configuration priced at 60 million Martian dollars. A troublesome endeavor, he mused. Seated on the sofa, Dong Sanlang, clad in a floral home shirt, sipped the remaining tea. Qin Wei asked, Does Mr.Li intend for us to eliminate the suitor pursuing his granddaughter? Isn't that quite apparent? Dong Sanlang replied with discontent. However, that old fox is quite shrewd and does not wish to pay us a commensurate price. According to the elderly gentleman, the boy pursuing his granddaughter was the offspring of a prominent shareholder from the Yuri Group. Such a task was indeed feasible for Dong Sanlang. Yet, eliminating the boy would inevitably provoke a vengeful response from his parents, thereby inflating the price. However, Mr. Li had not explicitly mentioned the need for murder, merely stating the necessity of safeguarding his granddaughter's safety for 10 days. Thus, the nature of the assignment altered, and so did the remuneration. In essence, the elderly gentleman sought to achieve a grand objective at a lesser cost. Hoping to elicit a favor from Dong Sanlang, it was ironic, given that he had once been the vice-chairman of the Fire City Import-Export Bank. The more astute the individual, the more meticulous their calculations. Akin to a miserly old hen, Dong Sanlang shook his head. What shall we do then, boss? Should we accept this job? Li Xian inquired. Of course. Why not? Dong Sanlang replied. It is merely a matter of looking after a young girl for 10 days. Although Li Qingyuan may have lost his former power and wealth, he can still part with a substantial sum. Li Xian's face lit up with anticipation. Speaking of which, I haven't interacted with girls my age in quite some time. Shen Ran, what do you think of that girl from earlier? He nudged Shen Ran's arm. You two seem quite compatible, Shen Ran responded. Really? Li Xian exclaimed with excitement. Not at all, Shen Ran retorted bluntly. With his current appearance, even Optimus Prime would have to call him Big Brother. Li Xian immediately deflated, muttering softly, I could just change my outfit. I could also have a normal physique. Hey, where are you going? Shen Ran? Training. After informing Dong Sanlang, Shen Ran turned and made his way to the underground base. Observing Shen Ran's retreating figure, Dong Sanlang exchanged glances with Qin Wei and remarked that, oftentimes, he felt this young man resembled a robot more than Li Xian, as he seldom indulged in typical leisure activities. The transformation had indeed been significant. Qin Wei nodded, then broke into a charming smile, exclaiming, he has become more reserved and cooler. Ah, it feels like I'm playing a nurturing game. And he's such an adorably delicate young man. Individuals like him should only exist on Earth. Delicate? Dong Sanlang frowned. The latest data module indicated that Shen Ran could strike down a fully grown bull with a single punch. How he managed to achieve such feats remained a mystery. That evening, after playing on the virtual machine and engaging in a hyper-realistic shooting game, Shen Ran returned to his room. He dreamt once more of the dimly lit alley. Above him, a pipe burst, sending streams of water cascading down like fine rain. But this time, standing there was not his second uncle, but his third uncle in his youth. Are you ready? His third uncle asked. Shen Ran, perplexed, replied, Ready for what? In the dream, he could not vocalize his thoughts. Are you ready? His third uncle repeated incessantly. Upon awakening, it was 4 a.m. Shen Ran sat on the edge of his bed, sipped a glass of water, and lit one cigarette after another, shrouding the room in smoke, including Li Xian. Everyone felt they had undergone significant changes. Of course, they had. Witnessing a loved one shot in the head right before his eyes, his cousin wailing helplessly beside him. How could these memories be purged from his mind? The Kiming Heo incident had entangled him in the political strife of the Martian government. He felt as if a tumor had taken root in his mind, and every little thing compelled Shen Ran to numb himself with nicotine. Fortunately, he had yet to resort to stronger hallucinogenic substances such as drugs. I need to access the Deep Blue Network? Shen Ran mused to himself. He had only connected to the Deep Blue Network on that initial night, and had not returned since. Yet, in recent times, news about the Deep Blue world frequently graced the headlines released by the Earth Federation. Another sleepless night passed, but fortunately, his mental fortitude remained robust. The following morning, at 7 o'clock, Shen Ran busied himself in the kitchen. Influenced by Dong Sanlang, he began to view eating not merely as an act of survival, but as something that ought to be imbued with greater value and joy. Of course, the primary reason was that Shen Ran had yet to acclimatize to Dong Sanlang's peculiar dietary habits. He refrained from preparing breakfast himself, uncertain if Dong Sanlang might whimsically concoct something like a pig's intestines wrapped in durian. Good morning. Shortly thereafter, Qin Wei emerged from her room, her hair disheveled, not in pajamas but rather a cropped t-shirt and blue jeans. Good morning, Sister Qin, Shen Ran greeted while frying eggs. Detecting the aroma, Qin Wei moved closer, practically leaning over Shen Ran, allowing him to catch a whiff of her potent perfume and traces of alcohol. Sister Qin, did you drink last night? Shen Ran frowned. And you don't reek of smoke? Qin Wei retorted, suddenly becoming alert. Why are there so few eggs in your frying pan today? My appetite has been gradually returning to normal. Shen Ran explained. Sister Qin, you should freshen up. It will be ready shortly. Hemph, are you implying I have bad breath? Qin Wei shot him an annoyed glance before walking away. Soon after, apart from Dong Sanlang, the other team members gathered around the dining table for breakfast. Shen Wudi, it's wonderful to have you here. Wendy cheerfully sipped her hot milk. The boss's culinary skills are quite impressive. It's just that he has grown weary of most dishes. Hence his peculiar taste, Mal explained. Mal had been with Dong Sanlang the longest. It was said that Dong Sanlang had once saved Mal's life. When Mal was lying near death in an alley, his first words upon seeing Dong Sanlang were a plea to take care of his cat at home, to which Dong Sanlang merely replied, I do not like cats, and yet, he saved Mal. Like Li Xian, Mal harbored an admiration for Dong Sanlang that outsiders could scarcely comprehend. This team had existed for 6 or 7 years, bound by a mixture of emotional ties and mutual interests. Shen Ran, in just over 20 days, it will be your turn, Mal remarked, turning his gaze to Shen Ran. Not much feeling, Shen Ran replied. Unlike Li Xian, who had never truly engaged in a mission and had only trained in the base, Shen Ran's experiences had shaped his taciturn and aloof demeanor. Relax and smile a bit, Qin Wei encouraged. We'll be nearby to support you. After finishing breakfast, as everyone prepared to disperse, the sound of a hovering vehicle landing outside the villa broke the moment. Simultaneously, Dong Sanlang, clad in a black coat adorned with sunflowers, appeared on the second floor of the corridor. Good morning, Lord Sanlang. Xiaoqiu exclaimed excitedly. Li Suxian has arrived. Dong Sanlang, tall and graceful, descended the stairs, personally opening the front door. Under Shen Ran's watchful gaze, the door swung open to reveal bodyguards in black suits on either side, and the girl from yesterday stepped inside. Her name was revealed to be Li Suxian, and indeed, a beautiful girl with an equally melodious name. Li Xian's spirit soared. Today, he specifically crafted a set of bionic skin, making his arm appear considerably more normal, no longer resembling the original form of a Terminator. Shen Ran looked on with mild astonishment. Unlike her attire the previous night, which resembled a princess dress, the girl today wore a black and white school uniform skirt, adorned with a badge on her chest. Jianan High School? Shen Ran recognized this elegant uniform, as his younger cousin Shen Ying also wore the same distinguished attire. Dong Sanlang furrowed his brow as well. A school uniform? Hello, Mr. Dong Sanlang. My grandfather and father have left. May I inquire how you plan to arrange my protection moving forward? The girl stood at the door, politely asking without stepping inside. Simultaneously, she glanced at Shen Ran, perhaps remembering the formidable name of Ban Mu Wudi from the previous day. Are you planning to go to school now? Dong Sanlang inquired, wishing to invite her inside. Yet she remained stationary. Yes, Li Xian nodded, indicating that there were 30 minutes until class started and requesting Mr. Dong Sanlang to make arrangements promptly. Dong Sanlang felt a headache coming on. Did Li Qingyuan intend to have his team provide 24-hour close protection for her, especially since the price offered last night was rather mediocre? Mr. Dong Sanlang is renowned in this circle, and my Li family is not so weak as to require such measures. I hope you understand. Li Xian spoke with great decorum. Please wait a moment. Dong Sanlang replied, to which the girl nodded in agreement. With that, Dong Sanlang made a call to Li Qingyuan. The voice on the other end insisted that his granddaughter would not be intimidated into skipping school and refused to accept the inferior option of staying at the base for 10 days. I can increase the payment, and the school can arrange for a temporary position, Dong Sanlang, You only need to look after my granddaughter for 10 days, the elder stated before hanging up. Dong Sanlang found the matter somewhat peculiar but, considering the not insignificant amount offered, turned his gaze towards the few individuals in the hall, that moment. Li Xian and others had also overheard the conversation at the entrance, on the sofa. Qin Wei crossed her legs and declared haughtily, "Don't look at me. I could never be a bodyguard for such a little girl for 10 days. I have no fondness for the people and matters in the upper city." "I can," Li Xian eagerly volunteered, standing up with excitement. Shen Ran tugged at him. "With your personality, it wouldn't bode well for you in the circles of the upper city." "Why not? I can definitely take good care of Li Xian." Li Xian insisted, using a colloquial expression in his urgency, "Don't be fooled by my usual carefree demeanor. I'm meticulous like Zhang Fei threading a needle." However, Dong Sanlang shook his head, similarly believing that Li Xian's personality was ill-suited for such a task. "I can," a youthful voice chimed in again. "It was Wendy." Dong Sanlang promptly rejected the idea. Wendy was merely an elementary school student, and her skills were of great utility to the team. "Boss, I really think I can do it." Just then, a deep voice echoed Li Xian. Shen Ran, Qin Wei, and Wendy stiffened, looking towards Mao, who stood tall at over 6 feet, with dark skin resembling an iron tower. Dong Sanlang felt a vain throb on his forehead. "No, you cannot." "Why not?" Mao asked, confused, thumping his chest while assuring, "I've been to school before. Isn't it just a closed environment where people fight? I was the best fighter in my school. Even the teachers would offer me cigarettes." "That's precisely why you cannot." Dong Sanlang shook his head. The hall fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, Qin Wei turned to Shen Ran. Shen Ran was momentarily stunned, then looked around before finally fixing his gaze on the mechanical dog. "Xiao Qiu, lying under the sofa." "Xiao Qiu." Shen Ran nudged the mechanical dog. "What is it?" Xiao Qiu raised its head in confusion. "Shin Jun, it seems you fit the bill." Dong Sanlang interjected, "I cannot. I absolutely cannot. I get dizzy reading, I'm timid, and I fear campus violence." Shen Ran quickly declined. Heavens, how could he possibly serve as a bodyguard for that girl at Jiangnan High School? After all, his cousin Shen Ying was currently a first-year student there. "Shen Wudi cannot leave us." At that moment, Wendy tightly hugged Shen Ran, pouting at Dong Sanlang. "If Shen Wudi is gone from the team, that won't do." Yes, Wendy is right." Shen Ran nodded vigorously. Yet, Wendy's next remark infuriated Shen Ran. "Although Shen Wudi spends all day in the base doing nothing but eating and playing, worse than Xiao Qiu, I don't understand why we've been taking care of him for over 4 months. But that girl is quite pretty. What if he runs away after we've looked after him for so long? What nonsense are you spouting?" Shen Ran kicked Wendy, who appeared cute but harbored a mischievous mind. At this moment, Dong Sanlang hesitated. Because Shen Ran's greatest asset was surprised in the period of anonymity, he had assassinated one after another of those self-proclaimed luminaries in Fire City. If such a trivial task were to expose him prematurely, the impact would be significantly diminished. However, after pondering, Dong Sanlang still felt that everyone in the team had a relatively crucial role. Shen Ran, currently doing nothing in the base, was essentially redundant. Shen Jun. Dong Sanlang turned his attention back to Shen Ran. "Li Xian, I suddenly feel that you could do it." Shen Ran brought up Li Xian again. Li Xian stood tall and proud before Dong Sanlang. Dong Sanlang didn't even glance at him, shoving the overly confident Li Xian aside and seriously stating, "The Li family has arranged a position for you as a temporary worker at the school. Outside of class time, you can do as you please during Li Xian's classroom hours. Furthermore, you must remember that you are an ordinary person. Unless the other party is audacious enough to act recklessly, you must never take the initiative to strike. Boss, I really can't do it." Shen Ran insisted on declining. "My task is approaching. I want to just be taking up space in the team. I truly have significant contributions. Why must I be assigned to such trivial matters? Can it be cancelled?" Dong Sanlang frowned and lowered his voice. "The other party just increased the payment." Shen Ran nearly spat blood. "Is it ready?" At that moment, the girl at the door politely inquired. "It is." Dong Sanlang brought up Shen Ran again, reiterating, "This task is actually quite easy. Regardless of how formidable the opponent may be, it is improbable that anything would occur at a prestigious institution like Jiangnan High School that would be more fitting for the underground city." Li Xian gazed at Shen Ran's back with a complex expression, suddenly blurting out, "I want to switch with him." Meanwhile, the girl looked at Shen Ran, astonished, noting that he didn't even have a chip in his neck. "Does he not even have a chip?" Mr. Dong Sanlang, what does this mean? The girl frowned at Dong Sanlang. Dong Sanlang replied, Miss Li, are you dissatisfied? I, Sakaki Dong Sanlang, assure you that he is our team's most outstanding member. The girl eyed Shen Ran with suspicion. The two bodyguards behind her exchanged discreet frowns. Their perspectives differed from ordinary individuals, noting Shen Ran's well-proportioned physique and steady breathing, indicating he was no ordinary youth. Isn't there a bodyguard? Shen Ran asked. Not the same. This type of bodyguard cannot enter the school. The girl shook her head, then politely extended her hand. Hello, Sakaki Wudi. Shen Ran stood frozen for a long time, not extending his hand. When the girl's eyes turned puzzled, he finally replied, I am not called Sakaki Wudi. Please refrain from using that name. Then what is your name? The girl asked, intrigued. Whatever. Shen Ran gazed forlornly at the scenery outside the base. His face etched with reluctance. Firstly, there was his cousin Xian Ying studying at Jiangnan High School. Secondly, if he were to be discovered by the main party, he would face a series of disturbances. Thirdly, his backpack was in the room, and carrying it around would inevitably raise suspicions among outsiders. Kill that guy? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Shen Ran's mind. There's no need for 10 days? No matter how complex society becomes, there will always be a shortcut. Chapter 41. An inextricable adhesive inside the hover car, silence prevailed. Shen Ran had grown accustomed to it. The girl, possessing a similarly quiet demeanor, occasionally stole curious glances at Shen Ran through the rearview mirror. The hover car passed by the iconic solar tower of the underground city and then traversed a tunnel connecting to the upper city. At this point, Dong Sanlang finally sent the task information to Shen Ran. Shen Ran checked his phone, discovering that the girl's name was Li Xian, the biological granddaughter of Li Qingyuan. Moreover, Li Qingyuan held a significant status. He had served as a high-ranking official in the Martian government for over a decade. From 2301 to 2315, he was the vice-chairman of the Fire City Import and Export Bank. However, Li Qingyuan was a member of the main party and had gradually lost influence in recent years. Wait! Suddenly, Shen Ran's attention lingered on a detail. The main party? In the next moment, an overwhelming sense of confusion enveloped him. At this juncture, Dong Sanlang sent another message, advising Shen Ran not to reveal his true capabilities on campus. Boss, can I return? Shen Ran asked over the phone, his voice betraying his urgency, causing the front passenger, Li Xian, to cast him a bewildered glance. It's such an easy task. It's not like you need to stay by her side for 24 hours. You can come back at night, Dong Sanlang replied. Shinjun, you shouldn't be a lazy person, right? Dong Sanlang expressed his bewilderment. Shen Ran was momentarily at a loss for words. He placed his phone aside, gazing out the car window at the expansive urban landscape. Yet his mood remained taut and unyielding. He had come to a realization. This mission was orchestrated by the ruling party, aimed solely at extricating him from the base. Would this ever come to an end? Shen Ran was profoundly vexed in a pond. Some aspired to soar like dragons, while others merely wished to swim freely like fish, often embroiled in endless debates. Little did they know, a mere whim from those in power could drain the pond entirely. At that moment, a melodious voice, akin to a golden oriole, chimed in. We will arrive in 7 minutes. Oh, how thoughtful. Thank you for the reminder, Shen Ran replied mechanically. Truly, I appreciate your family's consideration. Upon hearing this, Li Xian's expression shifted from surprise to a hint of anger. She sensed the young man's discontent regarding this journey. Stop, Li Xian instructed the driver, then turned to Shen Ran, her tone icy. If you are unwilling, you could have said so earlier. You can exit the car now. And why grandfather paid for this? Do you possess any sense of professional ethics? Professional ethics? In our line of work, what ethics exist? Shen Ran found the entire situation somewhat amusing. As for whether they would let him exit, he was skeptical. Get out, now. Li Xian's delicate face was stern. To his surprise, dissent arose from within the vehicle. It was the elderly driver, also the steward of the Li family. Appearing gentle, he advised, Miss and Mr. Shun, you are both of the same age. It is only natural to have some friction. However, trust me, after the friction, your relationship will be even more harmonious. What? Li Xian was taken aback, her chest heaving with indignation. This man, hired at great expense by her grandfather, had worn a sour expression throughout, acting more like a young master than herself, and now she was expected to tolerate him. See, Shen Ran forced a smile, knowing what to expect, and refrained from saying more. The hovercar did not descend due to this minor conflict but continued towards the Jiangnan district. I cannot stand this in the passenger seat, Li Xian, maintaining her decorum, suppressed her emotions, donned a headset, and chose to think of nothing at all. Meanwhile, in the urban center, in the Fire God district, within a high-rise building, and Chi sat in an office. Beside her lay a mask adorned with a red heart Q. She reclined in her chair, stretching her body unabashedly, her curves exquisite. Humph, the little one is quite stubborn. Wanting to play with me? Observing the monitor. And Chi's lips curled into a smile, feeling a sense of relief. For the past 2 months, due to organizational demands, she had expended countless brain cells concerning Shen Ran's affairs. Shen Ran was not mistaken. The relentless attacks on the Dong Sanling base were orchestrated by Chi and her team. Normally, they would have successfully infiltrated Dong Sanling's home system, monitoring Shen Ran's every move around the clock. However, within Dong Sanling's team was a gifted young girl, Wendy. Soon, and Chi dialed a number, reporting, "The prince has emerged. He will arrive at Jiangnan High School in 5 minutes." Unlike the underground city, the dome of the urban center was a transparent circular shield, allowing the warm sunlight to stream through. Inside the hovercar, Shen Ran glanced downward and beheld a square area. Within it stood several white spires, artificial lakes, and lush gardens, all adorned with breathtaking architecture. One glance revealed the identities and statuses of those present. The hovercar gently descended onto a spacious plaza, attracting numerous gazes. As the car door opened, Li Xian stepped out. Although clad in the same black and white school uniform as her peers, her flowing black hair, exquisite features, and delicate nose paired with cherry lips set her apart distinctly. It's the Li family's car. It's Li Xian. Outside the gates of Jiangnan High School, the plaza bustled with individuals of notable stature. Their demeanor and eloquence markedly different from the children of the underground city. Some recognized the latest model of the hovercar, Li Xian. Several girls approached her warmly. Li Xian, however, paid them no heed, her eyes glancing back at the vehicle in dissatisfaction. Removing her headset, she could not help but demand, "Why aren't you getting out? What on earth is wrong with you?" Inside the rear seat of the car, Shen Ran was crouched by the window, cautiously surveying his surroundings as if he were a thief, reluctant to alight. This behavior incensed Li Xian to no end, rendering her speechless with frustration. Wasn't it said that Banmu Dong Sanlang was a formidable bounty hunter? How could there be such a person on the opposing team? "Mr. Shen, do you have any reservations?" The driver steward chuckled helplessly. "Stop urging me. I am well aware of the true purpose of this mission and will not respond favorably." Shen Ran retorted, "I've told you I'm timid and never completed my middle school education. You all insisted on dragging me along." After a moment, ensuring there was no sign of Shan Yingying, Shen Ran retrieved a cap he always carried and finally exited the car. This moment instantly captivated many gazes, some filled with curiosity, others shock and disbelief. Who was that fellow in the cap? A male classmate gawked at Shen Ran's retreating figure, noting his physique resembled that of a boy. How did he come out of Li Xian's car? Meanwhile, from a distance, several mysterious black vehicles were also observing Shen Ran's every move. On another front, at the gates of Jiangnan High School, the driver steward alighted but did not accompany Li Xian, instead opting to escort Shen Ran to the administrative office for formalities. Chapter 42. The Girl and the Cat. Fire City boasts several prestigious secondary schools, including Jiangnan Secondary School, Fire God First High, and the Federal Talent School. Except for the Federal Talent School, it is quite challenging to rank these institutions. The reason the Federal Talent School is regarded as the pinnacle in the hearts of Fire City residents is that its students graduate directly to take the Earth Federation's entrance examination. In contrast to those schools with distinctive characteristics, Jiangnan High School is merely an elite institution situated in a wealthy district. The primary objective of its students is to acquire noble knowledge and refinement. Rather than more intricate political maneuvers, upon entering the campus, one encounters a vast garden plaza adorned with a fountain. The garden extends into numerous pathways that wind toward the surrounding buildings. Students and faculty members here exhibit a considerable degree of freedom. Most attired in formal wear, devoid of peculiar mechanical limbs. This is due to Jiangnan High School's stringent regulations prohibiting entry for individuals with body modifications exceeding 20%. Should someone attempt to breach this rule, the campus can summon a security company as well equipped as a motorized task force within 5 minutes. To Shen Ran's surprise, The individual handling his paperwork was none other than the vice principal of Jiangnan High School. A dignified elder donned in a white suit and gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement. Very well. The elder swiftly handed a long-term contract to the steward of the Li family. From this moment on, you shall be a maintenance worker at Jiangnan High School. The role of a maintenance worker was rather agreeable, as for the clauses in the contract regarding dedication to one's position, adherence to work discipline, punctuality, and so forth. Shen Ran hardly glanced at them. Go collect your uniform. The elder instructed Shen Ran to follow the secretary outside. Afterwards, the vice principal turned to the Li family steward, saying, I find it peculiar that this was personally arranged by Deputy Director Chen. If that is the case, why not assign him as a student instead of a maintenance worker? The Li family steward replied helplessly. I am unsure. However, this child is indeed significant, so I kindly ask for your continued support. The vice principal nodded with a smile. The Li family may not hold much sway, but since this matter was entrusted by a prominent figure within the ruling party, it warranted respect. Meanwhile, Shen Ran had changed into a deep gray work uniform, with a name tag denoting his identity, numbered 9527. Normally, he would be assigned to a worker's dormitory and then receive a few words of guidance from the head teacher. Expected to obediently become a mere brick within Jiangnan High School, moving wherever needed. However, none of that transpired. Shen Ran felt as though he had been set free. The pager at his waist frequently buzzed with instructions from above. But they were not directed at him. This is better. Shen Ran mused, aimlessly wandering through the campus, inhaling the youthful energy that permeated the air. Under the sunlight, he traversed the expansive courtyard, passing through vine-covered corridors, arriving at a passage adorned with various artistic paintings. The grandeur and vastness of Jiangnan High School revealed only a fraction of its splendor to him, to someone with even a slight understanding of its intricacies. It would likely be a feast for the eyes, leaving them entranced. Although Shen Ran lacked an artistic sensibility, it did not hinder him from appreciating these artworks to pass the time. Just then, a middle-aged teacher halted him, requesting his assistance in delivering a stack of documents to a particular building in no time. Shen Ran ignored him. The middle-aged teacher, glaring, noticed Shen Ran's name tag and threatened to report him to the administration. Hurry up, I won't go. I look down on you, Shen Ran retorted without turning back, leaving the irate teacher fuming. A silver lining was that Li Xian was a second-year student, while Shen Ying was in the first-year cohort, thus quite distanced from each other. After wandering for a while, Shen Ran found himself outside the second-year teaching building. He reclined on a chair, obscuring his face with a book of uncertain origin, and began to doze under the warm sunlight. Ding, ding, ding. After a considerable time, the class bell rang, and a throng of exuberant youth surged out. Upon noticing Shen Ran napping on a garden bench, many cast curious glances and whispered amongst themselves. Buzz! Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Shen Ran awoke to discover a video call from Li Xian. How's it going? Li Xian expressed envy towards the task at hand. While he relished the life of a hunter, he simultaneously yearned for the vibrancy of school life. Bored, Shen Ran replied. It's not as if I have to shadow Li Sichuan constantly. Most of the time, I find myself with nothing to do. Damn, so many beautiful girls, Li Xian exclaimed, having already spotted the campus scenery behind Shen Ran, his eyes widening in astonishment. Send me a picture. I'll post it on the campus dating forum and see if any wealthy young ladies take a liking to you. After hanging up, Shen Ran resumed his slumber, relishing a level of relaxation he hadn't experienced in quite some time. Unlike the schools in the underground city, Jiangnan High School, while not devoid of bullying, did not suffer from it to such a severe extent. Li Sichuan was admired by a young man named Lu Shuqiang, whose father was a major shareholder in the Yuri Group, with assets estimated to exceed several billion. However, Lu Shuqiang was merely the sixth son, not groomed as the favored heir. His father's indifference left Lu Shuqiang uncertain about his life goals, leading him to indulge in hedonism at this tender age. A tendency shared by many second-generation affluent youths. Li Qingyuan's concerns were not unfounded. Lu Shuqiang had previously engaged in the reprehensible act of covertly filming a female teacher and had nearly assaulted a first-year female student at a campus party. Nonetheless, during regular class hours, significant issues were unlikely to arise, so Shen Ran paid it no mind. At this moment, having had enough sleep, he noticed a plump, round orange cat on Mars. Any creature was akin to a rare, protected species in a zoo, holding a status even higher than that of many citizens in the underground city. The large orange cat seemed aware of its noble status, curled up basking in the sun, casually flicking its long tail at Shen Ran, the bipedal creature. Shen Ran approached and began to stroke the cat's fur, which raised its head in enjoyment. Quite affectionate, he thought. Meanwhile, Angel, watching this scene through campus surveillance from her office while sipping coffee, was taken aback by what unfolded next. Shen Ran, astonished, exclaimed, "What? You want to come home with me?" The orange cat looked puzzled at Shen Ran, who was cradling it. Angel hastily set down her coffee. That cat was akin to a guardian spirit on campus, and if Shen Ran were to carry it away, the organization would need to clean up after this young prince. On the other hand, Shen Ran, knowing full well he was being monitored by Angel and feeling bored, contemplated creating some mischief to escape their watchful gaze. Just then, "Hey, who are you? What do you intend to do with the big yellow cat?" A soft voice resonated from behind. Shen Ran turned to see a girl in a Jiangnan high school uniform skirt standing there, with short hair and a round face. While her features lacked the refinement of Li Sichuan's, she possessed a certain liveliness and grace. "Big Yellow?" Shen Ran glanced down at the squirming orange cat in his arms and replied, "Big Yellow says it no longer wishes to remain in this campus. It desires to leave with me for a life of freedom." The girl was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such audacity from a mere maintenance worker. "Meow." The orange cat, growing restless from being held too long, began to struggle more intensely, almost attempting to scratch Shen Ran's face. "Put Big Yellow down, otherwise I will inform the teacher," the girl reproached. "All right," Shen Ran conceded, though he found her reaction amusing. The large orange cat wriggled free from his grasp and leaped elegantly to the ground. The girl crouched down, gently stroking the cat, and retrieved some cat food from her pocket. Under the golden sunlight, the short-haired girl in the school uniform, with her tender, meticulous actions and the adorable orange cat, made the feeding process quite a charming sight. "Are you a first-year student?" Shen Ran observed the subtle differences between her uniform and Li Sichuan's, noting its exact resemblance to that of his cousin. "Shen Ying." The girl ignored his question, directing all her warmth toward the cat. "Isn't it lunchtime? Have you eaten?" Shen Ran inquired, perhaps due to boredom or perhaps because he was a typical adolescent boy. The atmosphere devoid of the hunter's presence sparked a certain feeling within him. "You talk too much," the girl replied, still not looking up, countering with a question of her own. "You're quite young, still a minor. Aren't you? How come you are working as a maintenance worker? Who arranged for you to come here?" Shen Ran chuckled. For a girl like her, child labor laws should deem such work illegal. Suddenly, a thought struck him, causing his smile to fade. "It wouldn't be an arrangement by the party, would it?" he mused, eyeing the girl cautiously, swiftly suppressing any budding feelings. Just then, his phone rang. The girl, hearing the ringtone, looked up in surprise, only to see Shen Ran producing an antique-like mobile phone. "Lu Shuqiang is causing trouble for you in the cafeteria and wants you to come over now." Shen Ran frowned. "Lu Shuqiang?" the girl exclaimed. Startled, he was a notoriously troublesome second-year student, yet how could he be connected to this maintenance worker? Right away, Shen Ran's brow furrowed, but he eventually relented. "I'll feed the cat after I have my meal." He then added, "I have something to take care of. I'll be leaving," and promptly walked away. The girl watched Shen Ran's retreating figure with suspicion, muttering softly to herself. As he approached the cafeteria, Shen Ran's heart sank. Fortunately, Li Sichuan had mentioned she was on the third floor, which was a more upscale area where gourmet dishes were prepared by renowned chefs. Shen Ying was not a spoiled girl, so she likely wouldn't be there. Shen Ran made his way to the third floor. Upon arrival, he was met with a disheartening sight. Regardless of where she sat, a male classmate always accompanied Li Sichuan, clinging to her like a stubborn adhesive. As a result, she stood there, holding her meal with a frosty expression, clearly perturbed. The food was nearly cold. "What do you want me for?" Shen Ran initially thought she might be seeking assistance with something untoward. However, he did not leave right away. After all, he was still a young man with a sense of justice. Despite his reluctance to become involved, the male student's persistent harassment forced Li Sichuan into an uncomfortable position, which, to an outsider, seemed rather despicable. Jiangnan High School, though prestigious, was home to individuals who were not necessarily paragons of virtue. Competition, oppression, bullying, indifference, disdain. These traits were starkly apparent. More critically, seeing Li Sichuan standing her ground reminded Shen Ran of his cousin, Shen Ying, who was even more vulnerable in such an environment. Simultaneously, Li Sichuan spotted Shen Ran. Many students in the hall turned their gazes toward the young maintenance worker clad in overalls and a cap. A maintenance worker? What is he doing here? A slightly chubby boy in the corner wondered. Under the scrutiny of numerous eyes, Shen Ran felt no discomfort. His mind recalled Dong Sanlang's instructions, along with the backing of the party, and the more intricate web of information surrounding him. It was time for swift action. Shen Ran quickly formulated his next move. Without glancing at Li Sichuan, he strode over to the male student seated beside her. The atmosphere shifted instantly. All eyes, including Li Sichuan's, froze in confusion. Lu Shuqiang, however, remained seated, continuing to eat his meal, wearing a face of indifference, almost contempt for the maintenance worker. Yet, after 3 seconds of standing still, Lu Shuqiang finally wiped his mouth with a napkin, suppressing the gloom in his eyes, and calmly asked, "Looking for me? What do you want?" Shen Ran remained silent, suddenly seizing the lunch tray and smashing it against Lu Shuqiang's face. Bang! Chapter 43. Campus Bullying. Only Lu Shuqiang. The loud crack echoed as the tray shattered, scattering uneaten spaghetti all over Lu Shuqiang's face and upper body. The entire student body was left dumbfounded by this unexpected scene. Especially Li Sichuan, her mind buzzing with shock, followed by a surge of anger. Chairs toppled, screams erupted, and a cacophony of chaos flooded her senses. Lu Shuqiang yelled in surprise, but before he could rise, a large hand pressed his head down onto the table. The force was immense. Lu Shuqiang's head rubbed harshly against the table's surface, turning his face crimson, bloodshot eyes glaring in disbelief. What was happening? Lu Shuqiang could not fathom why a maintenance worker had suddenly approached him and, without a word, initiated an assault. "Don't let me see you at Jiangnan High School again, or I'll make sure to beat you whenever I do. Let us see who ends up on top." "Understood," Shen Ran whispered into Lu Shuqiang's ear while holding his head down. "You're asking for it." Lu Shuqiang raged like a bull, attempting to break free. At this moment, he could only lament the absence of bodily enhancements and the presence of a mere learning chip in his mind. "Quick, notify the teacher." The onlookers reacted swiftly. A female classmate, filled with astonishment and fear, contacted the administration office. Meanwhile, Lu Shuqiang felt the oppressive pressure dissipate abruptly. He stood up immediately, only to see a worker clad in a deep blue uniform sprinting towards the staff corridor. "I'll make you pay for this," Lu Shuqiang, a quintessential campus scion, whose pride eclipsed all else, was incensed at being so thoroughly humiliated in front of a crowd. He seized a knife and fork from the table and pursued the worker. "Stop, Lu Shuqiang, calm down." The male and female students around him were in a state of panic. To them, the individual was an outsider, an unknown worker hired from who knows where, making the situation exceedingly perilous. Only Li Sichuan understood the true identity of the person involved. Her previous perceptions had been completely overturned. Indeed, this individual was associated with the B-level hunter Sakaki T. Saba, exhibiting an alarming level of ferocity and recklessness. Li Sichuan stood frozen, still holding her lunch tray, unable to regain her composure. In the desolate staff corridor, Lu Shuqiang had just given chase when, at a corner, an elbow struck him forcefully in the face. Crack! His nose was broken, blood oozing forth. The pain was so intense that tears threatened to spill from his eyes. "Have you forgotten what I said? I can't believe I ran into you again. How bold of you." The voice of Shen Ran echoed like that of a demon. "Lu Shuqiang?" It dawned on him, and he felt a wave of regret. He had been foolish, for the other party had deliberately lured him here for a confrontation. "I'll kill you," Lu Shuqiang growled, lunging towards Shen Ran with the knife and fork, now recklessly disregarding the consequences. Bang! Shen Ran effortlessly knocked the utensils from Lu Shuqiang's grasp and seized his shoulders, delivering a powerful knee strike. Lu Shuqiang doubled over in agony, his stomach churning violently. He curled his body like a shrimp. "You think you can kill someone like this? Your level of existence is too low. You are only fit to be prey." Shen Ran picked up the fork and knife from the ground, still smeared with tomato sauce, resembling fresh blood. He then began to slap the now weakened Lu Shuqiang's face with them. "Little boy, do you realize the trouble you've gotten yourself into?" Lu Shuqiang felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, his anger fading into sheer terror. "Calm down. My father is Lu Ji. Just take it easy. Who are you? What have I done to deserve this? He stammered, desperately stalling for time, his heart racing like a panicked insect on a hot stove. Although Shen Ran had entertained thoughts of eliminating this brat, he deemed such measures unnecessary. He didn't particularly enjoy violence, but preferred to resolve issues swiftly and simply. Some big shots have decreed that they no longer wish to see you at Jiangnan High. They intend for me to eliminate you. As Shen Ran spoke, he observed Lu Shuqiang's expression. Indeed, aside from shock and fear, there was a glint of malice in his eyes. How unfortunate. Who sent you to do this to me? I warn you, the moment my life signs cease, my father will be alerted. Lu Shuqiang gritted his teeth and inquired. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Ran delivered a brutal punch to Lu Shuqiang's abdomen. After all, he is just a scoundrel. Let us incapacitate him. Shen Ran's eyes were cold. In a few days, he would personally attend a banquet to eliminate a major underworld figure. Teaching a campus ruffian a lesson was merely a light appetizer. Stop! Please stop! Woo-woo! Lu Shuqiang began to cry, his sobs growing faint. However, it wasn't long before footsteps echoed through the staff corridor. Strip him of his clothes. Suddenly, Shen Ran conceived a better plan and moved to remove Lu Shuqiang's garments. No! Lu Shuqiang, akin to a bullied schoolgirl, was now tasting helplessness and despair. Shen Ran then proceeded to take photographs of the now bare Lu Shuqiang. Ugh, how disgusting. Shen Ran clicked his tongue, unable to bear the sight. But as Lu Shuqiang attempted to cover his private parts, he swiftly delivered a slap. Woo-woo. Ah! Lu Shuqiang wept inconsolably, feeling as though his life had crumbled. Get out of Jiangnan High quietly, or else I'll ensure these photos find their way onto the campus network. Understand? Shen Ran concluded, gripping Lu Shuqiang's bloodied hair with malice. Stop it. At that moment, a group of teachers finally arrived, accompanied by security personnel. The guards pointed their tasers at Shen Ran, having already uploaded the photos to the cloud. Shen Ran stood there as if nothing had happened. Why goodness. All present were rendered speechless by the scene before them. Lu Ji's sixth son, Lu Shuqiang, lay stripped on the ground, his body covered in bruises. Bloodied and tear-streaked, trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the perpetrator, the worker in the blue uniform, stood there with his hands raised, appearing utterly unfazed. Snap! Shen Ran was quickly subdued, his hands cuffed behind him. You! A teacher stared incredulously at Shen Ran, who merely smiled faintly, resembling a psychopathic murderer. Quick, contain the news. The teacher hastily retrieved a walkie-talkie. If Jiangnan High were to disclose such a heinous campus brawl to the outside world, affluent families would cease sending their children here. Despite the school's immediate efforts to suppress the news, some students had witnessed Shen Ran striking Lu Shuqiang with the tray. Soon after, a figure resembling a mummified corpse was carried out of the school gates, and an ambulance from Jiangnan First People's Hospital appeared in public view. In no time, the campus forum erupted in chaos. In the freshman department, Shen Ying and the girl who had previously fed the orange cat discussed the incident anxiously. Curious about who dared to assault the notorious Lu Shuqiang, Lic Xuan was on the phone with Sakaki Tsaba, astonished by this turn of events and uncertain how to proceed. Tsaba, upon hearing the news, was taken aback. Shen Ran was not supposed to exhibit such reckless behavior. Was he intent on forcing his boss to pay a hefty price for him? Little did they know. Shen Ran hadn't even gone to the police station. He hadn't spent much time in the detention room at Jiangnan High before someone came forward. Inside the detention room, the door swung open, light flooding in to chase away the darkness. Shen Ran, bound to a chair, smiled. I initially thought you were just a stubborn poor kid from the underworld, but it seems you're a natural-born ambitious one. A familiar voice resonated. A tall figure stood silhouetted against the light, and she crossed her arms and gazed at Shen Ran. When I was your age, I wielded power as well, but I never dared to overstep. Power is a double-edged sword. It can harm one's own standing. You, on the other hand, wish to avoid becoming a prince while simultaneously enjoying the privileges of one. It appears you have mastered the methods of certain individuals. Shen Ran feigned surprise, asking, Oh? And Qi, what brings you here? What are you talking about? Keep pretending. I should have kept you locked up a few more days, and Qi huffed, but she stepped forward to make one final declaration. Join the organization as soon as possible. We cannot afford to indulge an outsider repeatedly. Indulge? Shen Ran retorted, This situation was instigated by you in the first place. Moreover, my third uncle's record of joining you was commendable, stating that he aimed to make Huaching fairer and promote equality. Yet, a campus scion like Lu Shuqiang operates under your very noses, even extending his reach to your own member's granddaughter, and you remain indifferent. And she fell silent momentarily, her gaze dropping as she unbound Shen Ran from the chair. Everyone is equal, but some are more equal than others. Just as you now disregard the law, Chapter 44. Li Xian falls in love. This statement momentarily shook Shen Ran's inner resolve. However, he did not allow himself to be swayed by Enchi's rhetoric. A figure who roamed beyond the law could only be punished by means outside it, could he not? Otherwise, how did ancient emperors meet their demise? Enchi looked at Shen Ran in astonishment. His logic was sound, and I'm curious who taught you this. Shen Shuzhu, oh, Shen Chang is quite a character as well. Mention of his second uncle made Shen Ran lose interest. He waved his hand. Let us wait for news from my third uncle. I'm just an ordinary little mouse from the underworld, hardly suited to be a prince. Exiting the detention room, it was now 4 in the afternoon. Shen Ran changed back into his usual black sportswear, walking through the campus filled with students in uniforms, feeling distinctly out of place. The taste of power was indeed delightful. Shen Ran had not anticipated that he would experience a day like this, violently confronting someone on campus. With the aftermath brushed aside so casually, it was as if a significant figure had waved their sleeve lightly, dispersing the ominous clouds. Yet, Shen Ran shook his head, refraining from becoming addicted to such a formidable vice. Boss! Shen Ran made his way to the lakeside, settling beneath an artificially planted willow tree before retrieving his phone. Dong Sanlang was taken aback, exclaiming that he was almost in the Jiangnan district by now. No need for that. I've already stepped out, Shen Ran responded, attributing it to the influence of the Li family. The Li family's influence? Dong Sanlang inquired, puzzled. While Li Qingyuan once held considerable power, his influence had long since waned. Yet, Dong Sanlang could not fathom that it was the second largest faction in Huaching that had come forward to protect Shen Ran, so he refrained from probing further. IVE dealt with Lu Shuqiang, who harassed Li Sichuan. Can we conclude the task ahead of schedule now? Shen Ran asked. After a moment of hesitation, Dong Sanlang replied affirmatively. However, he insisted on discussing it with Li Qingyuan because that old fox was quite cunning. He had not instructed Dong Sanlang's group to eliminate Lu Shuqiang, but rather to protect Li Sichuan for 10 days. This was akin to a legal contract, open to interpretation. Not long after, Dong Sanlang sent a message indicating that the other party had firmly insisted that the 10 days had yet to be fulfilled. Is there something wrong with them? Shen Ran questioned, his confusion mingled with rising anger. I am not sure. Perhaps Li Qingyuan is concerned about the aftermath. He wants to be in Huaching for those 10 days. And with the contract in place, he likely wants us to exert ourselves further. Dong Sanlang explained over the call. In that case, I'll ask him to increase the payment in a way. Shen Ran decisively rejected. Ever since he had left home and become a hunter, he despised the feeling of being manipulated and constrained. Additionally, following the death of his uncle Shen Cheng, he harbored an inexplicable hatred for the upper echelons of Huaching. After hanging up, Shen Ran contemplated causing a ruckus at Jiangnan High School to disrupt everything. Yet, he was acutely aware that he could not go too far. Otherwise, if he landed in prison and Anchi chose to disregard him, the situation would only worsen. He arrived at the teaching building of the second-year department and, once the class ended, stepped into a classroom. The students were engaged in various activities, chatting, studying, or napping. Suddenly, a young man not in uniform entered, drawing countless curious glances. Li Sichuan, seated by the window, was momentarily taken aback. Shen Ran approached her, causing her to instinctively display a hint of fear, as she was well aware of his violent nature. During lunch, he had silently bashed Lu Shuqiang's head with a tray. A scene that was chilling to recall. Are you looking for Li Sichuan? The classmates were astonished. What do you want? Who are you? I'll call the teacher. A girl from the adjacent table stood up. Li Sichuan tugged at her sleeve and rose, taking a deep breath to meet Shen Ran's gaze. Come with me. I have something to say to you, Shen Ran stated directly. All right, Li Sichuan nodded. Exchanged a few words with her companions, and then followed Shen Ran outside. In an instant, the classroom erupted into a cacophony, with numerous boys trailing behind. On the other hand, Shen Ran led Li Sichuan to a corner of the corridor and stated, Miss Li, I've taken care of Lu Shuqiang. You're no longer in danger. Can I go now? Li Sichuan appeared bewildered. not anticipating that he had sought her out for such matters. I'll call my grandfather. It seemed she was unaware of the situation. Beneath her smooth hair, a glimmer flickered at her right temple. Moments later, Li Sichuan furrowed her brows. Why? She asked, seemingly perplexed by her grandfather's decision. I in the distant pear blossom city. Li Qingyuan was sipping tea with an elderly professor, casually remarking, Sichuan, let me be straightforward. That Shen Ran is no ordinary person. He is highly regarded within the party. What do you mean? Li Sichuan glanced at Shen Ran, her delicate features darkening with concern. Born into this family, she was sensitive to certain matters and naturally discerned her grandfather's implication. Do you know Shen Xiuzhu? Li Qingyuan inquired. I do, grandfather. You and my father have mentioned him a few times. It seems the elders in the party hold him in high esteem, but I don't know why he suddenly disappeared. He disappear. Rather, he altered his appearance and adopted an identity unknown to anyone. Heading to Earth, Li Qingyuan explained. Now, the organization is facing a critical juncture and urgently needs Shen Xiuzhu's assistance, and the young man before you is his only nephew. Upon hearing this, Li Sichuan's expression turned to shock, followed by a wave of anxiety that quickened her breath. Is it done yet? Shen Ran, growing impatient, urged. Seize this opportunity, not only for our Li family but also for the countless comrades within the organization. Li Qingyuan concluded before hanging up, confident in his granddaughter's intelligence. However, he could not anticipate the immense pressure this sudden revelation would impose on a normal young girl in her prime. Li Sichuan's gaze wandered, and she instinctively distanced herself from Shen Ran, her mind momentarily clouded. What's wrong? Shen Ran detected her unease. I don't know, Li Sichuan replied, her complexion pale, shaking her head. You should go back first. I don't need you nearby. I need some time to think. Out of courtesy, Shen Ran, noticing her distress, inquired, Is everything all right? No, you should leave. Don't linger here, Li Sichuan insisted, appearing resistant. Thank you for your understanding. Shen Ran refrained from pressing further and turned to leave. After he departed, the onlooking female classmates rushed over, surrounding Li Sichuan with eager chatter. Who was that? What's your relationship with Sichuan? You look terrible. Did he say something outrageous? Li Sichuan shook her head repeatedly at their nonsensical inquiries. Although she had anticipated this day, the reality felt like something intangible had been crushed by an invisible giant. Upon exiting the teaching building, Shen Ran called Dong Sanlang to inform him that he had successfully communicated with Li Sichuan and that it should not tarnish Dong Sanlang's reputation in the underworld. Subsequently, he visited the garden where the orange cat had been. Unfortunately, the cat was still lazily basking in the sun, but the short-haired girl was nowhere to be found. Perhaps, for him, that girl and the cat symbolized the true essence of campus life under the autumn sun. Imbued with a faint fragrance, shaking his head, Shen Ran reached the school gate just as dismissal time arrived, and a throng of students clad in Jiangnan High School uniforms poured out, most accompanied by chauffeurs. Housekeepers or kindly relatives, Shen Ran, with his hands in his pockets, stood at a distance, scanning the crowd. Perhaps due to the uniformity of the attire and the youthful faces, he failed to spot his cousin, Shen Ingying. Suddenly, Qin Wei arrived in a stylish hovering vehicle, landing gracefully before him. As she stepped out, her mature and alluring demeanor was accentuated by her sunglasses. Well done, Shen Wudi. You exceeded expectations on your first mission. Shen Ran climbed aboard the hovering vehicle, and at that moment, Shen Ingying and the girl who had fed the orange cat emerged from the school entrance. Nearby, Li Sichuan brushed past the two girls. Her usual icy demeanor restored, though once inside the vehicle, her hands clenched, turning pale. Upon returning to the base, Shen Ran's heart sank as he noticed the kitchen door ajar and sounds emanating from within. In the living room, Ma Er looked up at Shen Ran, eerily stating, You're back, Shen Ran. Everyone has been waiting for you. Shen Ran nearly bolted in the opposite direction. I'm gradually regaining my appetite. I am not hungry, I'll head to my room now. He hurriedly attempted to leave. Qin Wei latched onto his arm, insisting, No, you must be properly rewarded for completing your first task. Has Lord Shen returned? A devilish voice echoed from the kitchen. Don't leave just yet. There's something I need to tell everyone. What is it? Shen Ran, held captive by Qin Wei, was curious and glanced around. By the way. Where's Li Xian? He.s in love, Qin Wei replied. Shen Ran was left speechless. What? Li Xian is in love? It's only been a day. With whom? Is it Bumblebee or Megatron? At that moment, Dong Sanlang, clad in black and exposing his chest, emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of strangely odorous food. Although we still Haven T found the Star Stone from the Chiming ship, the Martian government announced this afternoon that the Earth Federation has sent a new Star Stone. And this time, there were no issues. The Star Energy Technology Gate has been established. Tonight at 8, there will be a live broadcast where individuals will enter the mysterious deep blue world, attempting the first connection between Earth and Mars. Chapter 45, ZX 32.459 Deep Blue World. Dong Sanlang's earlier dishes had been passable, at least recognizable. Yet today's offering appeared as a dark, slimy mass, reminiscent of slime. Wendy clung to Qinwei in fear. With a displeased expression, Qinwei confronted Dong Sanlang. What on earth have you prepared today? Special ingredients. If you don't want to eat it, fine. It wasn't made for you anyway. Dong Sanlang placed the dish in front of Shen Ran, who remained silent. However, the most remarkable feature of his bodily transformation was his newfound ability to create. Thus, with his eyes closed, he thought to himself that regardless of what it was, swallowing it whole would yield the same result. Gurgling, Shen Ran consumed the porridge-like substance from his plate in a single gulp, only to suddenly open his eyes in surprise, discovering that it was surprisingly delightful. Beside him, Dong Sanlang only began to move his chopsticks after ensuring that Shen Ran had finished eating. Qinwei, Mao, and Wendy beheld Shen Ran with eyes that mirrored those reserved for a monster. Boss, what did you prepare this time? It's quite good. Shen Ran even licked the plate clean, smacking his lips, reluctant to part with the taste. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a warm sensation enveloping his body. Even his mind seemed to secrete a unique feeling, a sense of satisfaction he had never experienced before. It appeared that Mao was right. Dong Sanlang's culinary skills were indeed top-notch. Perhaps it was akin to how an artist, upon reaching a certain level, tends to incorporate extravagant abstract elements into their work. High-energy food, quite expensive, and you wouldn't recognize the name even if I told you. As Dong Sanlang spoke, he turned on the television to divert everyone's attention. The time was 7:45 p.m. With only 15 minutes remaining until the 8 o'clock live broadcast. The host and scientists on the program had already begun their preliminary discussions. Qinwei and the others curiously watched. Shen Ran was still lost in thought about the dish he had just consumed, regretting that he hadn't savored it like Zhu Beiji devouring the ginseng fruit. He couldn't help but wonder why Dong Sanlang had suddenly changed his demeanor today at that moment. Li Xian arrived via the elevator. Shen Ran immediately glanced over and was taken aback to see a different expression on Li Xian's face. It was an expression reminiscent of a spring breeze. His footsteps seemed to float as if he were walking on clouds. How long until you get married and obtain a marriage certificate? I need to prepare the gift money, Shen Ran blurted out unexpectedly. Huh? Li Xian was taken aback by Shen Ran's remark. Meanwhile, Wendy couldn't help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Let's wait until Fire City officially implements the human-machine marriage law." Human-machine marriage law? Shen Ran suddenly realized something. Exaggeratingly staring at Li Xian. You can't be serious. Your XP is quite impressive. Wendy, what are you talking about? What human-machine love? Enough already. Don't make fun of me, Li Xian replied, casting an annoyed glance at Wendy. Sit down and watch the news. Everyone quiet down. Dong Sanlang spoke in a commanding tone, adding, besides, what's there to be embarrassed about? It's perfectly normal for a man to seek comfort and companionship when feeling lonely. Is it really a machine? A machine girl? Once Li Xian sat down, Shen Ran immediately inquired. Over 100 years ago, a tech company introduced bionic machine girls, also known as sex dolls. Shen Ran didn't hold a strong opinion on sex dolls, merely finding it peculiar. He had been away for just a day, yet Li Xian seemed to be in heat today. Li Xian's face showed no hint of embarrassment, but he felt quite uneasy. No, you shouldn't listen to their nonsense. It's not a machine girl. It's... Wendy burst into laughter. A mischievous and cunning little girl. It's an AI butler. Li Xian actually developed feelings for that thing. This is hilarious. What feelings? Li Xian retorted angrily, eager to teach that little brat a lesson. An AI butler? Shen Ran was astonished. No, I said no. Li Xian quickly clarified. I just chatted with the AI butler in my room for a few hours this afternoon, and I found its logic, personality, and intelligence impressive, so I asked Wendy a few questions. Who would have thought they would think that way? You didn't say it like that at the time. I remember you saying that AI was so gentle and that you felt a motherly love from it. Wendy teased, poor boy, falling into the neural network of artificial intelligence. What nonsense, Lee Exine protested. Visibly irritated. AI butler? Shen Ran was still in shock. No. I said no, Lee Exine hurriedly reiterated. I only talked with the AI butler for a few hours this afternoon and found it quite impressive. I even asked Wendy a few questions. Who would have thought they would misconstrue it? You weren't saying that back then. You claimed the AI was so gentle, and you found a motherly love in it. Poor boy, just like that, you fell into the clutches of artificial intelligence's neural network. Wendy cackled. Lee Exine stood up in a huff, moving toward Wendy. Wendy quickly curled up in Qinwei's embrace like a cat. All right, you can kill without batting an eye, yet you can still argue with Wendy. Qinwei chided. No worries, tomorrow if I have time. I'll take you to the sex doll house to pick one out. Mal, the black man, chimed in at Lee Exine. Once you hit your heat cycle, after going through it once, you'll realize there's nothing to be shy about. Now Lee Exine's face truly turned crimson. After stammering a few words, he quietly asked, how much? What? Mal didn't catch that, then suddenly realized, oh, you're asking how much for a sex doll. It depends on what level you want. The expensive ones can go for millions, while cheaper ones are available for tens of thousands. Lee Exine looked as if he wished he could bury himself in the ground. Don't talk about such things here. Men really do have nothing but lust in their heads. Qinwei scolded, covering Wendy's ears with her hands. Women in reality often have their quirks. Lee Exine. You've walked down the wrong path for decades. Sex dolls are great, and artificial intelligence is wonderful. Mal commented. Amidst the usual playful banter, Dong Sanlang, sitting in the center of the sofa, chuckled, then picked up the cocktail that Xiao Qiu had delivered, savoring it while watching the news on television. Suddenly, Dong Sanlang seemed to recall something. Glancing at Shen Ran, oh right, Shenjun, you've also reached puberty. If there's nothing going on with Li Sichuan tomorrow, why not join Mal and the others to pick a sex doll? Shen Ran hadn't anticipated that the fire would reach him as well. No. He quickly shook his head in refusal. Dong Sanlang took a sip of his drink and teased, experiencing it early is a good thing. It prevents you from being overwhelmed by love later on. What's that old saying? Heroes are often defeated by beauty. Lee Exine nudged Shen Ran's arm. Having felt no particular concern before, the life of a hunter was filled with sensory stimulation. It was mainly when he saw Li Sichuan and then had a video call with Shen Ran, witnessing those vibrant schoolgirls, that these thoughts began to emerge. Isn't this merely venting? Shen Ran couldn't comprehend the romantic views of Dong Sanlang and his group. He believed that the love shared between his uncle and aunt was the true essence of love. Venting is right. Otherwise, would you rather think of climbing mountains of knives or walking through seas of fire? Tormenting yourself endlessly, using various sacrificial romances to prove the sanctity of love? Dong Sanlang shook his head. That is just foolishness. But the strange thing is that humans possess a tendency toward foolishness. It is better to eliminate that early on. In response, Shen Ran was at a loss for words. Shut up. At that moment, Qinwei shot a fierce glare at Dong Sanlang, who lay on the sofa. Exposed and seemingly carefree, you're a muddy mess, but still want to lead your juniors astray. Are you really that wicked? Qinwei exclaimed in frustration. Who was it that drank away for 7 days and nights in a bar after arriving on Earth? Was it necessary to demean oneself so? Ha ha ha. Dong Sanlang suddenly erupted in laughter, then instantly turned serious. Look, the live broadcast is starting. The group's attention was drawn back to the television screen. Simultaneously, across Fire City, including Lihua City, and even farther away on Earth, many humans at various times and locations were tuning into the same live broadcast. Nearly 5 months had passed since the Kiminghao incident. Although that star stone seemed to have scattered among the populace, the Earth Federation's interstellar colonization plan would not be halted by such a minor setback. While the majority of people were captivated by the whirlpool of events in Fire City, only a select few continued to discreetly construct the crucial star energy teleportation gate. Inside the villa, Dong Sanlang, Qinwei, Mal, Lee Exine, Wendy, and Shen Ran all fell silent. The large screen first displayed the logo of the Federal Star Institute, before swiftly transitioning to a vast laboratory. High-ranking officials from the Martian government, including Prime Minister Zhu Long, were present. The first individual on the left side was a middle-aged man dressed in attire resembling military uniform. With a stern face and eyes gleaming like diamonds, he was the Minister of the Mobile Forces. Scientific personnel donned in lab coats bustled about the laboratory, while a few elderly men were fine-tuning the last data at the critical teleportation gate. As for the blue star stone, it quietly floated within a sealed device. Accompanied by the synthesized voice of AI, the device within the screen displayed a flowing energy reminiscent of blood, with lights blinking on and off, causing all of humanity to seem to hold its breath. Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted the anticipation. Dong Sanlang and the others immediately turned to look. Shen Ran was astonished to receive an unknown call, prompting him to stand up and step away for a moment. Upon answering, he first heard Angel's voice, laced with tension, which was soon replaced by an elderly voice. Shen Ran, you're still young. You don't understand. If a passage is truly established between Earth and Fire City, it would mean everything for us on Mars. The elderly man spoke solemnly. You cannot fathom the role Mars will play in the vast network of stars envisioned by Earthlings. Shen Ran listened in silence. You haven't systematically studied our theories, and you strongly reject contact with us. Yet, at this pivotal moment, I must briefly explain. The old man continued, human civilization has never truly escaped the bizarre cycle of the 20th century, which is indeed a great pity. From Earth to the solar system, and ultimately to the future colonization of the galaxy, in their imagination, it is merely a colossal factory. The Earth's overlords are the proprietors of this factory, while we are merely its laborers, even to the point of depleting its resources. The promises of a brighter future made by the experts and politicians on the program are mere illusions. In the foreseeable future, the economic growth of Fire City will undoubtedly show an upward trend, yet we shall be stripped of our most vital assets. The Earth intends to implement a thorough policy of industrial monoculture upon us, rendering Mars reliant on a singular industry and income, thereby preventing the formation of a comprehensive industrial chain. In doing so, our fate will lie entirely in the hands of Earth. The elder spoke rapidly, and Shen Ran found it difficult to grasp the meaning, yet sensed both advantages and disadvantages. To ponder further would only lead to a headache and was not aligned with his current interests. What exactly are you trying to convey? After a moment of silence, Shen Ran inquired. The elder replied, at midnight tonight, in the God of Fire District, at 43 Justice Avenue, we must meet to discuss. Shen Ran shook his head in refusal, stating, no, he felt the weight of the matter was too great and perceived the urgency in the other's tone. He harbored no trust in any of the behemoths within Fire City. History has repeatedly shown that whenever a power feels threatened, it is capable of any act. The elder attempted to speak further, but Shen Ran hung up the phone and walked back. Who called? Asked Dong Sanlang, looking at Shen Ran. Shen Ran nodded, sinking into the sofa. Suddenly disinterested in going anywhere, it was at that moment he understood why his third uncle, despite possessing extraordinary abilities, had never attempted to influence the lives of his second uncle's family or his own. For once such matters commence, they cannot be halted. A sense of dread enveloped Shen Ran. The title of Crown Prince had ceased to be a mere ornament, transforming into something genuine that he currently could not control. Just then, Dong Sanlang's right temple flickered, and he uttered a curse. The live broadcast viewed by Earthlings differs from ours. As he spoke, the bionic skin on Dong Sanlang's right arm opened, projecting another live broadcast into the air. The image appeared somewhat blurred, accompanied by significant delays, as it was relayed from Earth. Shen Ran was astonished. Isn't it the same event? Why are there two different broadcasts? In the next moment, Shen Ran understood why. The star energy transmission portal that had been constructed in Fire City could currently only receive signals, functioning as a one-way channel. In other words, the Earth was the true protagonist of the night. ZX 32.459.03. Mars. Adjustments are complete. Frequency resonance is consistent. In another broadcast, scientists from the Federal Star Institute were calibrating in front of the towering portal, akin to tuning a radio station. At that moment, the commentary explained to the Earthlings that the deep blue world is not a separate realm but a collective term for parallel universes. ZX 32.459 is the most suitable parallel world identified by the scientists of the Federal Star Institute, with the suffix 03 indicating a passage within that world, while Mars serves as the destination at the end of the passage. Parallel worlds. Shen Ran was astounded, momentarily forgetting the chaotic matters between Mars and Earth. Before such miraculous occurrences, everything else seemed trivial. Upon entering the deep blue world, many mediums would fail to transmit. Hence, the backs of the Special Forces soldiers were connected to a long tube. Employing this simplest physical means to facilitate the broadcast, Incredible, Qin exclaimed. Star energy technology has only been unveiled for less than a year, and Earth can already broadcast from the deep blue world? This only indicated that the technology had matured, leaving one in disbelief at the rapid advancements of Earth, as if aided by celestial beings. Even more astonishing revelations lay ahead. The Falcon team had entered the ZX-32. 459 Deep Blue World.as. The live broadcast shifted. The heavily armed 7-member Special Operations team found themselves walking along a dark forest path. Simultaneously, the commentary announced that only a straight distance of 2.7 kilometers needed to be traversed to walk from Earth to Mars through this path, governed by different physical laws. Chapter 46. The Joker of the Nightmare Organization. A dim, pallid moonlight enveloped the peculiar forest. The stillness was so profound it seemed as though everything lay in slumber, gripped by the terror of death. The towering, bizarre vegetation appeared extraordinarily unusual. Within the villa, including Shen Ran and Dong Sanlang, everyone's worldview was being reshaped. Each individual's spirit was subjected to a profound shock. In other parts of Fire City, there were those who had not watched the Mars broadcast, but were instead viewing the Earth broadcast. Many on Earth were likewise expressing their astonishment, particularly among the religious individuals who knelt in fervor, trembling as they invoked Lord, Jesus, Buddha, Brahma, the three pure ones, essentially the names of countless deities. For contemporary human civilization, what they witnessed was akin to a miracle. Is this real or not? Li Xian pondered aloud. I don't know. It shouldn't be staged, Ma Er remarked, lifting his iced coffee in an attempt to calm himself, yet his hand trembled uncontrollably. The universe had merely revealed a fragment of its mystery, and humanity's pride suffered yet another monumental blow, as feelings of insignificance and ignorance spread throughout each heart. In the broadcast, the 7 members of the Falcon team, fully equipped, each dragged a tube extending from the portal behind them, resembling fetuses still connected by their umbilical cords. Yet they exhibited none of the shock or confusion typical of ordinary individuals. Their minds were equipped with the most advanced military chips, complemented by an array of modifications ensuring individual strength. Within a radius of 3 kilometers, no signs of life were detected. The team leader spoke, issuing orders for the 7 to advance in a tactical formation. Despite the forest path being so extraordinary, overturning everyone's worldview, the Federal Star Institute, having dared to utilize it for broadcasting, had surely conducted numerous explorations beforehand, rendering the likelihood of accidents minimal. Of course, no one knew what bizarre events transpired the first time the elite soldiers of the Earth Federation set foot on this land. Under the scrutiny of all humanity, the Falcon team navigated cautiously along the forest path. Towering trees with peculiar branches intertwined, resembling clawed hands, rustled as the wind passed through their leaves. Shen Ran immediately opted to take photographs and research online, soon discovering that these were unknown plants. What purpose do these trees serve? Shen Ran wondered, his mind inundated with questions. What would happen if we deviated from the path and ventured into the forest? Does this world possess a sun? Is there life here? He could not fathom that the Earth Federation had not collected samples from this mysterious world, including soil research. Regrettably, the information revealed during the broadcast was exceedingly scant. Approximately 5 minutes later, having encountered no significant danger, the Falcon team came upon a luminous portal, as if a section of the void had collapsed, enveloped in a sea of blue light. They detached the tubes connected to their backpacks and stepped through the portal. The broadcast immediately switched to the perspective of Mars. A resounding gasp erupted among the humanity of both Earth and Mars, the fervor surpassing that of mankind's first lunar landing in less than 6 minutes. The 7 members of the Falcon team had traversed from Earth to Mars. What did this scene signify? The greatest shackles that had constrained the advancement of human civilization, the barriers of time and space, were shattered at this very moment by star energy. The team leader removed his helmet, bowing to Prime Minister Zhu Long of the Martian government. The high-ranking officials behind applauded. Prime Minister Zhu Long, beaming with friendliness, firmly shook hands with him. Meanwhile, beyond the broadcast, members of a corporate board fainted in shock. This was a company entrenched in the Starship logistics industry, upon which the government had relied heavily in recent years. Simultaneously, members of the ruling party turned pale. The current Martian government, closely allied with the Earth Federation, had even seen news reports indicating that Prime Minister Zhu Long's campaign funds were provided by a prominent figure from Earth. One could foresee the devastating blow this 6-minute passage between Mars and Earth would deal to the ruling party. Furthermore, what secrets lay hidden behind Prime Minister Zhu Long's smile? All of this would require subsequent analysis by network experts. Within the villa, the broadcast concluded, followed by a slew of official, uninspiring announcements, such as the impending signing of agreements between Mars and Earth to vigorously promote mutual development. At that moment, the atmosphere in the hall was somewhat peculiar. Good, very good, extremely good. Suddenly, Dong Sanlang exclaimed loudly. The crowd turned to him in confusion. Dong Sanlang drained his drink, rising to his feet, his towering height of nearly 2 meters reflecting his excitement. Although Earth had not disclosed much information regarding the deep blue world, I have already deduced some insights, Dong Sanlang proclaimed fervently before the onlookers. They use Earth as the coordinate origin, exploring various parallel worlds, then locating corresponding anchor points in the real universe and establishing pathways within the deep blue world. ZX32.459.03. Mars. The preciousness of this string of data surpasses any line of information from the previous information age. I am uncertain how much such data exists on Earth, but they could not possibly have a route radiating across the entire galaxy at this very moment. The significance of this data is immense. It is akin to the invaluable navigational charts of the age of exploration. Undoubtedly, we are on the brink of a new era reminiscent of that grand age. Can we rely solely on official explorations? No, I do not believe so. I am convinced that an endless stream of adventurers will emerge. Indeed, this is a golden age brimming with vibrant life and a spirit of exploration. At this moment, Dong Sanlang's demeanor is exaggerated, resembling a scientist possessed by his fervor. Qin Wei, do you prefer to be an interstellar adventurer or a bounty hunter in the Fire City? Dong Sanlang suddenly turns to Qin Wei. She is taken aback. Shen Ran, can you comprehend my current feelings? If I could enter the deep blue world, I would willingly sacrifice everything. Dong Sanlang raises both hands in exasperation. No, Chief, you seem somewhat unwell. Shen Ran notices a red flash at the right temple of Dong Sanlang. Mal and Qin Wei's expressions change instantly. They too have detected this alarming signal and hurriedly intervene to stop Dong Sanlang. Shouting anxiously, Wendy? Wendy has understood. Wendy hastily hacks into Dong Sanlang's neural interface, using a form of mental influence to calm him down. What is happening? Li Xian stands up in fear. It seems the chip in the chief's brain has conflicted with his humanity. Shen Ran's expression grows grave as he casts a worried glance at Li Xian. Li Xian is somewhat better off. His mind contains a military-grade chip. However, many hunters these days possess civilian-grade chips, which have been modified to attain overclocking capabilities and download violent data modules. This implies that such chips harbor issues. Consequently, individuals with them are potentially problematic. Of course, there may be deeper reasons behind the loss of control. After some time, Dong Sanlang regains his composure. He collapses onto the sofa, coldly staring at Shen Ran, Qin Wei, and the others. There is an unprecedented degree of indifference in his gaze, as if he is observing a cold machine. Leave me alone for a while, go away. Even the way Dong Sanlang utters the word go lacks any emotional inflection. Shen Ran and the others exit, leaving only the mechanical dog, Xiao Qiu, curled up beside Dong Sanlang's right hand. Once they leave the hall, Mal glances back at Dong Sanlang with lingering concern. Is this situation common for the chief? Shen Ran inquires while lighting a cigarette. Not often. Qin Wei shakes her head, her tone filled with anxiety, but precisely because it is infrequent, when it occurs, it often becomes dire. Douc. You are just beginning. Do not think your youth grants you the liberty to act recklessly. Be more cautious in the future. Shen Ran gives Li Xian a fierce glare. Li Xian sheepishly scratches his head. Sigh, the chief is primarily dissatisfied with his current life, yearning for that deep blue world. The black man Mao sighs. Qin Wei joins in, but what good does it do? The broadcasts that Earthlings watch are not the same as what we in the Fire City see. Those scoundrels only think of extracting our sweat and blood. How could they possibly grant us the same opportunity to colonize the universe? In her final words, Qin Wei spits out a curse. Shen Ran's expression shifts slightly upon hearing this. He recalls a previous phone call, some words spoken by that old man. The era and the individual may be inextricably linked. However, Shen Ran remains uncertain about how to perceive all of this, unsure of how to handle it, and even more uncertain about the path to take. For now, he can only remain silent. Let's disperse. You need not worry too much. I will attend to Dong Sanling shortly, Qinwei states. The group returns to their respective rooms. Back in his room, Shen Ran lies on the bed, staring at the ceiling, his mind still occupied with the earlier broadcast and various matters. Suddenly, he feels a warmth spreading through his body. What is happening? Shen Ran furrows his brow, turning over, sensing something amiss, his body temperature rising. Just as he prepares to take a shower, his phone rings again. Is it in Qi and the others calling again? Shen Ran feels impatient but still answers the call. To his surprise, the first voice on the line is a processed electronic tone. I am the leader of nightmares. You may call me Joker. Shen Ran, shall we play a game? If you win, you can obtain all the information I possess regarding the Kiming-heo incident. You may also compel us to publicly reveal the true culprits responsible for either directly or indirectly causing your uncle's death, providing the public with the truth. If you lose, I expect you to accept our collaboration, allowing Shan Xiuzhu to provide the Federation with detailed information about stellar energy technology. Chapter 47. The game of hunters. Shen Ran remains silent for a moment, then utters two words, disgusting. The era is undergoing a monumental shift, and Mars faces a precarious situation. You and Shen Xiuzhu, as residents of the Fire City, are unwilling to contribute, which makes it even harder for us to comprehend. The voice on the other end is a synthesized tone, devoid of any emotional inflection. Now I understand why my uncle is disappointed in you. Shen Ran replies, I will not wager others' affairs. I refuse to gamble with you. On the other end of the line, the caller is taken aback by how uniquely resolute Shen Ran is. Wealth, power, grudges, beautiful women. These are temptations difficult for anyone to resist, especially for a child from the depths of the underground city, possessing nothing at all. Even the notion of national duty cannot bind him. This truly a 15-year-old boy. One must acknowledge the profound impact of family education on an individual. With an uncle like Shen Chang, Shen Ran is precocious, his temperament even surpassing that of many adults, lacking only in experience. Joker falls into a momentary silence, then, after communicating with higher-ups, reveals a significant piece of information. Shen Ran, are you interested in the Deep Blue world? What do you mean? There is a stellar energy stone in the Fire City, and what we need now is the technical data for the stellar energy portal. Once successful, Mars will possess a gateway to the universe, enabling the exploration of resource planets, the construction of extraterrestrial colonies, and expansion. If you are willing, you too can join this endeavor. Shen Ran is initially shocked, recalling Dong Sanlang's earlier reaction. Dong Sanlang is willing to sacrifice everything for such an adventurous life. But soon, his voice turns cold with inquiry, which means that the stellar energy stone aboard the Kiming-heo starship has fallen into your hands. At this point, the other party falls silent. This prompts a flurry of thoughts in Shen Ran's mind. Igniting something within his chest, he presses further. You are indeed connected to the Kiming-heo incident, aren't you? It is evident that the Nightmare Organization is investigating the Kiming-heo incident, yet they now appear to have acquired the stellar energy stone, transforming into a party of interest. If you win, you will uncover all of this. The synthesized voice on the other end states, let us play a game. Shen Ran. The stakes involve the future of the Fire City. The door opens. The villa is quiet. In the living room, Dong Sanlang sits on the sofa, his legs splayed outward, head bowed, holding a glass of liquor in his metallic right hand. Beside him is Qinwei's silent companionship. Upon seeing Shen Ran emerge from the corridor, Qinwei glances over. Shen Ran offers a slight acknowledgement, remaining silent, and takes the elevator down to the underground base. Shen Ran resumes his training vigorously. He is working too hard, Qinwei remarks. Dong Sanling rasps, isn't it normal for his kin to have perished on the Day of Hope? Yet, in the Fire City, what can one truly gain from hard work in the end? After taking a sip of his drink, Dong Sanlang reclines back on the sofa. Qinwei massages his head. Despite Dong Sanlang's skull being entirely metallic, he cannot perceive the relaxation from the massage. Yet, Dong Sanlang's mechanical heart still senses the faint warmth brought by this woman. After regaining consciousness, I pondered, if I had never seen the sun, could I endure the darkness of now? What do you think? Qinwei? Dong Sanlang closes his eyes, suddenly questioning. Qinwei responds with discontent, is your current life truly dark? My beloved has gone to Earth, and my aspirations belong solely to the Earthlings. What remains here is merely a hollow shell. Dong Sanlang's voice grows increasingly faint as he drifts into sleep. Qinwei sighs, tidying up the clutter on the coffee table. instructing Xiao Qiu to adjust the room temperature, then dims the lights, plunging the hall into quiet darkness. Meanwhile, Shen Ran arrives at the underground base and requests Wendy's assistance in calibrating a full-body virtual machine. "Are you going to play a game? I want to play too." Wendy exclaims excitedly. "Wendy, be a good girl. I will play with you later. I need to engage in a one-on-one match with someone." Shen Ran lies down in the full-body virtual machine. Wendy pouts in dissatisfaction, always claiming to accompany him later, yet never following through. They all treat her like a child. Nevertheless, Wendy begins to adjust the data. Before long, Shen Ran relaxes completely, and the world around him transforms into a quaint Eastern European cottage. A fireplace crackles with flames, and outside, snow falls like feathers. In the void before him lay a tray brimming with numerous options. This was the grand hall of a VR gaming platform. As soon as he logged in, a red dot appeared on his personal messages. In this era, VR gaming had become an integral part of many people's lives. The distinction between the virtual and the real had become increasingly difficult to discern, with some individuals spending over 10 hours a day immersed in the metaverse. Of course, Shen Ran was a rather unique gamer. The platform he frequented had a dark web nature, with many of its features strictly prohibited by law, particularly those games simulating hunting tasks with striking realism, nearly indistinguishable from actual murder. This bore similarities to the simulation games used for training soldiers in the military. The red on his personal messages indicated that Shen Ran had garnered a modicum of fame on this platform, having added a few friends for team missions. Notably, Wendy was the true gaming prodigy, ranking among the top few on this platform, though no one knew that this formidable player was, in reality, a girl of no more than 9 years old. An invitation from Chong Kong appeared. Team Room, Crimson Abyss. A pop-up notification emerged. Shen Ran swiftly dismissed it. The Crimson Abyss was a high-difficulty game instance, inspired by a real-life incident that had occurred 6 years prior, which had once caused a sensation. Another message arrived, cold and aloof. "Need something?" Shen Ran replied. This Chong Kong was a gaming expert who had imparted several crucial insights to him during his early days. In reality, he was likely a formidable hunter as well. Chong Kong. Okay. Subsequently, Shen Ran began to wait. Before long, the platform erupted into commotion as an ID came online. The previously stagnant public screen suddenly surged with an influx of messages. Shen Ran's expression turned to one of astonishment. Soon after, a pop-up appeared. It referred to a consciousness stream novel written by Stephen King during the Earth era, widely recognized and known far and wide. In it appeared and vanished without a trace, transforming in myriad ways, embodying pure terror. Is it really you? Shen Ran was astonished, for it was one of the top 3 entities on the platform's leaderboard. Many speculated that this individual was undoubtedly an A-level hunter in real life, as many of the high-difficulty simulation games were even more challenging than real-world tasks. Had a top-tier hunter been recruited? Shen Ran furrowed his brow, realizing that the leader of the Nightmares organization, Joker, might indeed be an A-level hunter in reality. In Fire City, A-level hunters were often synonymous with legends. Shen Ran clicked to accept the friend request. Shortly thereafter, a pop-up appeared. It invites you to enter a custom room. Shen Ran clicked confirm, and the once cozy Eastern European-style abode was instantly transformed into a dimly lit prison cell. The murky cell featured an antiquated ceiling fan, creaking ominously as it spun in the oppressive silence. The sound was grating, as if it could rattle one's very bones. In the shadows ahead stood a vaguely discernible figure, exuding an immense sense of pressure. Shen Ran opened the individual's profile, his eyelids fluttering. It. Task completion rate, 91. Gold tasks, 15. Silver tasks, 56. Legendary tasks, 4. Shooting accuracy, 82.3. Here, the task completion rate referred to the successful clearing of a game instance. In contrast, his own task completion rate was merely 56, with only 1 gold task and no legendary tasks to his name. The disparity highlighted the vast gulf between an ordinary player and a top-tier deity. The only sound in the cell was the creaking of the old fan overhead. "What shall we play?" It suddenly spoke. Shen Ran felt a surge of tension as he contemplated his options. This was a 2-player duel room, with numerous modes available to choose from, such as street racing, gunfights, and scenarios where one side protects a hostage while the other tries to assassinate them. The essence of the game lay in a system bound by rules, wherein players engaged in artificial conflicts leading to quantifiable outcomes. In essence, the game adhered to a paradigm of artificial conflict, resolving issues within the constraints of rules, culminating in results. There was no clear definition of ability. Everyone had their own strengths. Shen Ran pondered which game rules would be most advantageous for him. Meanwhile, outside in the gaming hall, its friends, also top-tier hunters, discovered that he was engaged in a two-player duel. Expressing their astonishment, unfortunately, the room was private, and no one knew of Shen Ran's presence within. Hostage mode. Shen Ran finally declared, "I choose to be the assassin in a one-on-one scenario." This game mode presented the greatest disparity. It did not refuse, opting to be the protector. "If I win, you will reveal all the truth surrounding the Chiming incident?" Shen Ran inquired once more. "You cannot win." Its voice was still electronically synthesized and altered. At that moment, Chong Kong sent another message. "Are you in a duel with someone?" Shen Ran replied, "Yes, Chong Kong, that's quite rare." "Who is the opponent? Are they skilled?" Shen Ran stated, "Extremely skilled." He then took a deep breath. It remained still in the shadows, motionless, like a sculpture in the darkness. The next moment, the game commenced. Both participants' worlds suddenly crumbled, revealing a void of data streams, only to swiftly reassemble. Blinding sunlight flooded in. "I see this a closed environment?" Shen Ran exclaimed in surprise, surveying his surroundings, only to be met with further astonishment and anger. This was the urban area of Fire City, teeming with people, their cheers resounding fervently, while bursts of eco-friendly fireworks exploded in the sky, creating a riot of colors. The roar of engines thundered in his ears as, beneath the circular dome, a triangular starship soared toward the God of Fire district, flanked by two escort ships. "What?" Shen Ran murmured. Before him appeared a floating pop-up. Task objective: eliminate Shan Sheng within 2 hours while ensuring your own capture-free escape. Choose weapons, up to 3 plasma laser sword, Hummingbird model pistol, Hadron anti-material rifle, Hunter 2 drone. On the other side, on a street, it observed the AI virtual character, the target hostage, Shancheng.at. That moment, a message from Anchi arrived. "Just a child, easily dealt with." It replied succinctly, Chapter 48. The prey is you. Thanks to 3D photographic modeling technology, the game scene was strikingly realistic. The starship flew over the city, festooned with colorful banners, as the bustling urban districts vibrated with jubilant cheers. Towering skyscrapers glowed with the vibrant red characteristic of Fire City. Amidst the throngs of people, Shen Ran felt like an anomaly compared to the NPCs, his face a mask of disbelief. This scene was reminiscent of that fateful day, a day that tormented his heart with every recollection. Hope Day, bang, with a deafening sound, Shen Ran's complexion paled, only to realize it was merely an eco-friendly firework bursting in the sky. "Wah wah!" Another cry erupted. Shen Ran glanced around in panic, spotting a little girl who had been frightened to tears by the fervent crowd. Yet, it triggered memories of his cousin, Shen Ying, who had once collapsed on the ground. Wailing in despair. Shen Ran recoiled, stumbling against a man who angrily shoved him aside. Before him hovered the virtual window once more. Task objective: eliminate Shan Sheng within 2 hours while ensuring your own capture-free escape. Just reading that line sent tremors through Shen Ran's body, as if he were submerged in icy water. Why must it be this way? For 5 months, he had often found himself waking in the dead of night, haunted by that dark alley. The rain had been frigid, a merciless bullet tracing a deadly trajectory through the downpour, striking down his beloved kin. With a deafening roar, vibrant colors filled the world. Upon waking, he was drenched in cold sweat, unable to regain his composure. Since that incident, Shen Ran felt he had developed post-traumatic stress disorder, yet he had never sought the counsel of a therapist. As time passed, the wounds in his mind had not healed. Rather, they seemed to fester. Suddenly, Shen Ran clutched his head, scratching vigorously at his scalp. This peculiar behavior drew the attention of passers-by. The NPCs, equipped with rudimentary AI, whispered amongst themselves about Shen Ran. Not only was he suffering mentally, but physically as well. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Shen Ran scratched at his scalp with increasing fervor, feeling an intense itch in his brain. Ultimately, he was still a 15-year-old boy, possessing a calm demeanor. Yet, witnessing the brutal demise of a loved one was an unbearable burden for anyone. The crowd roared with laughter, moving in sync with the chiming starship above. Shen Ran sat on a bench at a bus stop, still scratching at his scalp with fervor, as if he might draw blood in reality. Glancing up at the virtual window, which now displayed a countdown of 1 minute remaining, He felt something rise from his stomach to his throat. One knew how desperately he wished to cry out like a normal child. Time passed. The virtual window began to fade. 10 seconds remaining. 9.8.7.6. Shen Ran ceased scratching, seemingly calming down. Yet he felt more like a mere shell. He kept his head bowed. Simply recounting the painful experience was enough to torment his soul. The human mind and body could not withstand such devastation. 5 seconds. 4. One was more unfortunate than those who had never encountered misfortune, for they had never had the opportunity to test their abilities. In an instant, a phrase spoken by his second uncle echoed in his ears. Shen Ran's eyes, filled with confusion, flickered slightly. Regrettably, after experiencing failure, I chose to withdraw from that path rather than persist. Fortunately, with your companionship, my sense of loss is somewhat alleviated. At the family dining table, my uncle Shin Chung gazed at his wife, Shin Ying and Shen Ran, with tenderness in his eyes, yet his weathered face bore the weight of unshakable regret. The past loomed vividly in memory. That sense of regret was akin to Dong Sanlang's desolation as he sat alone on the sofa after a moment of ecstatic joy. Shen Ran understood that they all yearned to push open that door to another world. Yet none could surmount that threshold. He too had glimpsed that door, but it did not signify that he had matured to the level of his uncle or Dong Sanlang. Only upon recognizing that barrier could one claim to have reached a similar height. This barrier bore many names. Perhaps it was called setbacks, or perhaps suffering. Its very existence defied human nature, in the face of such an antithetical force. Fear and withdrawal were entirely natural responses. Yet, it seemed that regret had always been the backdrop of his uncle's life. If I do not wish to spend my life enveloped in regret, I must transcend my uncle, confront pain once more, and leap over this hurdle. As the countdown reached 3 seconds, Shen Ran lifted his head. He beheld the inhumane task displayed on the virtual window. Suddenly, with remarkable speed, he selected 3 self-chosen weapons, decisively and efficiently. In the next moment, Shen Ran stood up, adjusted his hood, and stepped into the shadows of the city. Did it move? In the North District, the Clown's Resurrection sat on a bench, holding a watch that indicated Shen Ran was approaching in this direction. Shen Ran possessed a similar watch, albeit one only effective for course positioning within expansive game scenarios, losing its function once within 3,000 meters. This was indeed unexpected. Is he truly the nephew of Shin Xiuzhu? The Clown's Resurrection glanced towards a crowd where an NPC, indistinguishable from an ordinary passerby, gazed skyward. That was Shen Chung, Shen Ran's uncle. Although a virtual game character, the psychological impact on the counterpart was undeniably real. Which ordinary individual could bring themselves to slay an entity resembling their own kin within a game? Soon, the watch's display screen showed no red dot. This indicated that the target had entered within a 3,000-meter radius, marking a perilous moment. The Clown's Resurrection retracted the watch. This was a park, with only a single, heavily secured high-rise in the vicinity. The available sniper vantage points were no more than 3, each pre-equipped with cameras. Through surveillance, the Clown's Resurrection found no trace of the target. Moreover, he refrained from closely protecting Shin Chung, allowing him to remain among the crowd while he observed from 10 meters away. The reason? The Clown's Resurrection wished to see if that youth could truly harden his heart enough to take action against his uncle. Such a scene should prove captivating. With this thought, the Clown's Resurrection let out a cruel chuckle. Another critical reason was that the Shen Chung among the crowd was not the real target. It was merely a disguise created with a game prop, a human skin mask. The true Shin Chung was concealed within a trash bin to his left. Even if one were to muster the resolve to shoot their uncle, the outcome would still be mission failure. How could one then speak of revenge or maintain youthful fervor? The Clown's Resurrection felt a surge of excitement. He relished this method of psychological torment, deeming the opponent unworthy of being his rival. The primary aim of this game was to alter certain aspects of the youth's character in the park. The Clown's Resurrection sat on a bench, observing the densely packed crowd, with the false Shen Cheng among them. Time passed, leaving only 40 minutes remaining. The opponent displayed remarkable patience. The Clown's Resurrection mused, glancing up at the starship Chiming. Just like in reality, hope was on the brink of annihilation. About to explode, it seemed he intended to strike at the moment of detonation. The Clown's Resurrection scrutinized the surveillance footage. The adversary remained unyielding, and in the standoff between hunter and hunted, he gradually immersed himself in the role, adopting a serious demeanor. refusing to relax. Finally, with a deafening roar, the starship resembling a terrestrial aircraft began to tilt in the sky. Flames erupting like a raging serpent. In an instant, chaos ensued. The entire Fire City erupted in cries of panic, the populace in disarray, with men and women of all ages scurrying about like ants on a hot skillet. Even the false Shen Chang sought to flee with the panicking crowd. In this tumultuous city, only two individuals maintained their composure. The clown's resurrection had reached a state of utmost seriousness, focusing intently. At the same time, his heart raced with excitement. He was about to witness the youth pull the trigger on his own kin, followed by the transformation of his once calm visage into one of utter disbelief, culminating in a complete mental breakdown. Bang! As anticipated, the gunshot echoed forth. Like an arrow-piercing reality, it resonated like a ferocious beast's roar. The scene fell into an immediate hush. The false Shen Chang stood frozen in place. Then, he let out a scream, abandoning all composure to flee with the crowd in terror. What? A voice of disbelief rang out simultaneously. The clown's resurrection felt a bullet strike his back, the force propelling him several meters away. He watched the false Shen Chang, still lively and running, while he felt the devastating injuries to his own body, his eyes brimming with fury. That little brat dared to aim at an A-class hunter. Behind him, Shen Ran crouched among the bushes, his steely gaze flickering with surprise. The anti-material rifle he had exchanged for, though an outdated model, was still a formidable weapon for killing. Hitting the target would likely result in the body splitting in two. A stroke of luck. It appeared this fellow's game stats were excessively high. Upon seeing the clown's resurrection struggling to rise, Shen Ran discarded the heavy rifle and charged forward. You target me? What audacity! The clown's resurrection did not bleed. The disparity between game and reality was too vast. He raised his right palm, revealing a gathering energy orb within. However, his bodily system had been disrupted, and he could not complete the energy accumulation in a short span. Damn. The game settings were atrocious. At this moment, Shen Ran had already surged forward, akin to an ancient swordsman, wielding a plasma laser sword, carving a beautiful yet lethal arc through the air. Swish! The clown's resurrection's right arm flew high into the air, the pulse cutting smoothly, revealing electronic components within. This is your end. Chapter 49. The impulse to grow stronger. The enormous starship tilted in the sky, the city engulfed in chaos, with cries for help echoing everywhere amidst the flames. In the tumultuous park, the clown's resurrection, now missing his right arm, remained unperturbed, instead growing calm and letting out a sinister grin. Well done, kid. In the next moment, the subsonic device implanted within the clown's resurrection activated. Shen Ran experienced an overwhelming impact, unable to hear anything as if several motors were revving at high speed in his head. Boom. Seizing the opportunity, the clown's resurrection delivered a powerful kick to Shen Ran's chest, sending him flying. The plasma laser sword slipped from his grasp, embedding itself in a blue trash can. Shen Ran collided with a park bench. The pain in the game was not severe, yet that single kick caused his UI interface to show a 20% decrease in health. Buzzing. Furthermore, the high-frequency sound wave attack made him feel as though he were trapped within a colossal bronze bell. When struck, the bell resonated, leaving his mind buzzing and unable to think clearly. Shen Ran gritted his teeth, struggling to stand. However, his stance wavered precariously. Observing this, the clown's resurrection, despite his severed arm, expressed surprise. Although the game and reality differed greatly, he had accomplished numerous high-difficulty tasks, and thus had heavily modified his body. He possessed a bat-like model of a subsonic generator, capable of attacking a person's internal organs, potentially leading to unconsciousness or even death. Moreover, subsonic waves were known as invisible killers, nearly impossible to defend against. Your courage is commendable. I prefer your naivety. The clown's resurrection intended to utter some cruel words to torment his opponent. However, recalling the arrangements made by the main party's prince, he suppressed his words and merely beckoned to Shen Ran. Come, are you going to finish me off? Shen Ran remained silent, enduring the effects of the subsonic waves as he charged forward. Yet, in this state, his steps faltered, and his fists felt weak. Snap! The clown's resurrection easily seized Shen Ran's fist. Did you not wish to avenge your uncle? Did you not receive a lead about the minister's secretary of the mobile forces last time? Can you accomplish it? Shen Ran swiftly kicked out, aiming for the clown's groin. To his astonishment, the clown's resurrection did not block. With a clang, Shen Ran's kick met the resistance of a metal surface. The clown's resurrection remained unfazed, while Shen Ran's face turned purple. Shen Ran, still restraining himself, possessed formidable combat talent and sought to withdraw his hand, but the clown's resurrection held on tightly. Who gave you the confidence to think you could kill me? Who led you to believe that as a mere child you could single-handedly resolve the Chiming incident in the Fire City? The clown's resurrection continued. Shen Ran remained silent, his peripheral vision catching sight of the laser sword hilt lodged in the blue trash can. The might of an A-class hunter is indisputable. Even enduring a relentless barrage of strikes to the groin without uttering a sound, he was more grotesque than the legendary Shaolin 18 bronze men from martial arts novels. At that moment, only a plasma laser sword could breach such defenses. Just then, witnessing Shen Ran maintain such resolve, the clown returned to the fray, intensifying the frequency of the infrasound wave generator. Shen Ran's eyes widened. This was no longer mere confusion but felt like needles piercing through his mind. In reality, a brat like you. The clown held Shen Ran in contempt, yet could not afford to underestimate the formidable Shen Xiaozhu behind him. Following that, the clown powered down the infrasound wave generator and released his grip. Shen Ran collapsed to the ground like a heap of mud. He was not oblivious to the nature of infrasound weapons. Yet such devices belong to the cutting edge of military technology, designed to prevent widespread, unseen killings in society. Therefore, the infrasound weapon surpassed the military-grade chips previously installed by Dong Sanlang and his cohorts for Li Xian by several tiers. What Shen Ran did not anticipate was that the clown actually wielded such a potent weapon. More terrifyingly, this was merely the tip of the iceberg for an A-level hunter. The clown did not kill Shen Ran. Instead, he crouched down, scrutinizing Shen Ran's face. Are you mingling with Sakaki Dong Sanlang? You might want to inquire about my reputation with him. The clown flashed an exaggerated grin. To take down a legendary hunter? This is merely a game. In reality. At this point, the clown raised 3 fingers. At least 30 members of a mobile unit would be required. Shen Ran's icy gaze remained fixed on the clown's face. I am not like those guys. The clown matched Shen Ran's stare. Let me tell you, I couldn't care less about Shen Xiaozhu and the trivial matters on Earth. Right now, I demand the information regarding the Star Energy Technology Portal. Immediately! You better hurry up and roll out from that villa in the Neil District and cooperate. Or else, as he spoke, the clown stood up, aiming his left hand at Shen Ran. His arm transformed like something out of Transformers, ultimately revealing a dark muzzle pointed at Shen Ran's forehead. Game over, you've lost. Just as the clown's words hung in the air, his expression abruptly shifted. Shen Ran was equally taken aback. A virtual interface materialized before both of them. Target hostage, Shin Chung has died. Whoosh! The clown swiftly turned to look, only to see the blue garbage bin still standing there, with no signs of being opened or moved. However, an unmistakable laser sword hilt was inexplicably inserted above the bin. Following the clown's gaze, Shen Ran's eyes widened in shock. You hid my second uncle in there? Previously, Shen Ran had thought Li Xian's desire to use virtual technology to restore his mother was somewhat inappropriate. But now he viewed the virtual character in the game as a projection of his second uncle in his heart. The clown rushed forward, kicking over the garbage bin, revealing a middle-aged man bound like a zongzi. A burned cut marred the man's neck. After the laser sword was released, the energy output could not be turned off in time. It was clear that the laser sword had completed a rotation in the air before. In the instant prior to shutting down, it had pierced the garbage bin and severed the middle-aged man's neck. Police fail, gang wins. A virtual interface rose before both parties, followed by a tally. The clown's win rate in the duel mode plummeted while Shen Ran soared, even reaching 100%. How could this be the outcome? The clown stood frozen, staring at the hostage he was meant to protect. Now lifeless at his feet, an indescribable emotion enveloping him. Behind, Shen Ran struggled to rise, though equally astonished. He gazed at the clown's silhouette. I won. According to our previous agreement, you must now disclose the details of the Kiming Heo incident. No response. The clown, missing an arm, stood there with his back to Shen Ran. Shen Ran frowned. I ask you, who ordered the killer that day to murder my second uncle? Suddenly, the clown raised his left hand and, without turning back, fired a shot at Shen Ran. Bang! Shen Ran froze, the world before him fading into darkness, a simulated wave of fear engulfing him entirely. In the next moment, he found himself back in that dimly lit room. Enraged, Shen Ran shouted, "Clown, come out, shut up." Emerging from the darkness, the clown appeared, obscured in shadows, his features indiscernible, only a vague outline visible. "You said it earlier. Now it's my turn to win." Shen Ran seethed. "You must reveal the events surrounding the Kiming Heo incident. Who killed my second uncle? Wasn't it you?" The clown could not accept such a conclusion. Suppressing his emotions, he coldly stated, "Shen Sheng went to the Detroit district to find Shen Ku to buy you a chip so you could get into high school. The one who caused Shen Cheng's demise was you. I ask you, who killed my second uncle?" Shen Ran was taken aback by the clown's vile nature, intensifying his tone and stepping forward. "Trash." The clown spat the words out, then slowly faded away, exiting the game entirely, leaving Shen Ran alone in the dim room. He refrained from shouting in anger, instead standing silently in the darkness. After a long moment, Shen Ran scratched his head vigorously, only to feel more itchy. He opened his eyes. This was a room resembling a laboratory. The virtual machine's protective shield disengaged, and a white male with Western features emerged. "How long has Shen Ran been gone?" A large crowd gathered nearby, eagerly inquiring. "Bad news. The Zhua Shanjiao was exposed while investigating Shan Xiaozhu and fell into the hands of the Federal Security Bureau within 10 minutes. A middle-aged woman said gravely. "Additionally, it seems a prominent figure from Earth has also arrived in Fire City through that portal. Someone spotted the Huaj Party's vehicle at the Hanmin Hotel. There's no choice but to escalate our efforts. At all costs, we must establish contact with Shan Xiaozhu quickly." Another member furrowed his brows and asked, "How long until Shen Ran sets out?" "I lost." The room was filled with a cacophony of voices, but the moment Joker spoke, an immediate silence fell. Everyone stared in disbelief at Joker. A legendary hunter was undoubtedly the benchmark in Fire City, representing the highest standard. How could he have lost? What about the Kiming Heo incident? The middle-aged woman shot a glance at Joker. "No comment," Joker replied coldly. Only then did the crowd reluctantly accept this, though bewilderment still lingered on their faces. Suddenly, Joker spoke again. "Get me Li Xixian's contact information." "What do you mean?" Several people immediately looked at Joker. Joker turned to leave the room, leaving only a single sentence. "I will personally bring him in." Exiting the game, Shen Ran's expression revealed nothing. "Finished so soon?" Wendy approached, chattering away. Shen Ran patted Wendy's head, but she turned away, her small face serious as she said, "Shen Wudi, if you touch my hair again, I'll be sure to hit you." Hush. Shen Ran exhaled a breath of frustration, then took the elevator down. Wendy hurriedly called out from behind, "Hey, don't be angry. Come back and play a game with me." Upon reaching the first floor, the living room was already dark, enveloped in silence. Dong San Lang lay on the sofa, a mere silhouette against the darkness, with the mechanical dog Xiao Qiu curled up beside him, glowing faintly. "Come here." Just as Shen Ran felt an inexplicable warmth coursing through his body and intended to freshen up, a voice suddenly rang out. Shen Ran was taken aback. Xiao Qiu immediately stood at attention. "Go grab 2 bottles of Jägermeister," Dong Sanlang instructed Xiao Qiu, then turned to Shen Ran. "If you have nothing else, care to join me for a drink?" Shen Ran hesitated for a moment before walking over. "Boss, I want to know how strong one must be to remain unmanipulated." Sitting on the sofa, Shen Ran took a sip of alcohol and asked. This question caught Dong San Lang off guard, and he glanced at the young man with interest. "What, have you encountered trouble? Or are you dissatisfied with life here?" "I want to grow stronger, faster, more powerful." Reflecting on everything that had transpired over the past few months, Shen Ran gripped the glass tightly. "I want to smash some things to bits, bang." The glass shattered suddenly, dark red liquid splattering like fresh blood. Dong San Lang paused, and in Shen Ran's eyes, he seemed to see flames. Chapter 50. 2 individuals afraid of school life. Late at night, in a villa in the Neil district, Dong Sanlang and Shen Ran had been conversing for quite some time. Tonight, they were, in essence, kindred spirits. Sakaki Dong Sanlang craved adventure and yearned for the deep blue world, a passion for exploring the unknown. However, once that mental fervor faded, he was left to endure the monotonous life in the Martian underground city, forcing himself to tolerate the tedium he had grown weary of. Shen Ran's situation was even more dire. His father had been a worker discarded by machines, and he had embarked on this unique path due to his enigmatic third uncle. only to suffer defeat at the hands of the clown, enhanced by high technology, while also witnessing the death of a loved one. So tell me, what do you wish to smash? Dong Sanlang gazed at the newcomer he had discovered, which rendered Shen Ran momentarily speechless. Ha ha ha! Dong Sanlang laughed heartily, clinking glasses with Shen Ran, then remarked, Shun Jun, I see a flicker of flames igniting in your eyes. Speak up, let them blaze brightly. Dong Sanlang looked at Shen Ran with eager anticipation, hoping to hear the words he yearned for from his companion. Shen Ran stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts, so they continued to drink. After more than half an hour of revelry, Dong Sanlang was unsure whether he was intoxicated. But he was certainly drunk. It was then that Shen Ran finally summoned the courage to declare, I want to smash this city to pieces. Dong Sanlang burst into laughter once more, his mirth resonating loudly, tinged with a hint of mockery, yet largely infused with an indescribable sentiment. Not enough, far from enough. Dong Sanlang shook his head, sensing that Shen Ran had not fully unleashed the tempest of emotions within him. Akin to a volcanic eruption, expressing life's fervor through his words, Dong Sanlang felt unsatisfied. However, he quickly pondered how one could expect to extract such intensity from this young man. I am no different. With this realization, Dong Sanlang relinquished that thought, as if accepting a certain reality, and returned to his silent drinking. Boss, thank you. Shen Ran toasted Dong Sanlang earnestly, adding, truly, you have shown me a path, a trivial conversation. Dong Sanlang languidly reclined, responding merely in a perfunctory manner as he clinked glasses with Shen Ran. Spare me any platitudes of gratitude. Just help me earn more money. Indeed, I shall not let you down. Boss. Shen Ran nodded, indifferent to wealth. He hadn't even inquired about the commission from Li Sichuan's task. After chatting for over an hour, Dong Sanlang grew bored again and dismissed Shen Ran. Curiosity suddenly piqued. Shen Ran asked, Boss, what was that dish you made last night? It felt rather peculiar after eating it. Seemed to be some newly cultivated insect from Earth, a product of genetic engineering. I'm not entirely sure. However, I tried it too. It's not toxic, just reminiscent of mucus. This. Dong Sanlang regarded Shen Ran with an odd expression. This fellow truly could consume anything. Feeling a warmth in his body and an itch in his mind, Shen Ran hastened to return to his room. For reasons unknown, as he walked down the corridor, Dong Sanlang, observing Shen Ran's retreating figure, inexplicably recalled their earlier conversation and called out, Shenwudi, what is it? Boss? Shen Ran paused, turning back in confusion, wondering why his name had resurfaced. Nothing. Dong Sanlang waved a dismissive hand. The living room fell silent once more. Dong Sanlang lay on the sofa, his thoughts plunged into stillness, accompanied only by the mechanical dog. The clock on the wall had struck 2 in the morning. He watched the hands of the clock rotate in endless cycles, round and round. Upon returning to his room, Shen Ran took several cold showers, yet his body felt even hotter, akin to suffering from a severe cold, albeit without any sense of weakness. Could a second transformation be commencing? Shen Ran felt a mixture of confusion and excitement. The first transformation, along with subsequent training enhancements, was merely insufficient. Normal punches seemed incapable of penetrating titanium alloy steel plates. Glancing beneath his bed, he spotted the backpack containing the star stone. Dimming the lights, Shen Ran lay on his bed, closing his eyes as he began to organize his thoughts, including the strange, deep blue world and everything that had transpired within a single day, which played vividly in his mind. This phenomenon is referred to as rumination on a physiological level, akin to certain animals, like cows and camels, regurgitating food for further mastication. Psychologically, it is known as ruminative thinking, which has both advantages and disadvantages. I have transcended that hurdle. Shen Ran did not succumb to negative emotions, for in that game, he had confronted the death of his once greatest nightmare, his second uncle. This experience was immensely formative for him. At this moment, Shen Ran was rationally contemplating a series of matters, ultimately concluding, no, with the advancement of stellar energy and the onset of the era of interstellar colonization, the tumult surrounding Mars will only escalate. I cannot escape it. Those individuals will undoubtedly not let me off easily. They will relentlessly pursue me, compelling my third uncle to procure the technical data for stellar energy technology. I must possess power formidable enough to ensure my own safety. With this realization, the weight of pressure intensified upon Shen Ran. Unable to sleep, he rose once more and retrieved the backpack from beneath his bed. Yet, recalling the fainting episode following his first encounter with the Star Stone, he hesitated. 3 days. Within 3 days, if my body does not undergo significant evolution, I shall disregard the consequences and risk everything. Shen Ran gritted his teeth, ultimately granting himself a carefully considered time frame for his life. If I were to re-enter that deep blue network, I would take the gamble and log in to see. Simultaneously, in the underground city, Jiangnan District, within the Jiangnan First People's Hospital, a convoy arrived at the hospital entrance in the dead of night. Among them was a rather peculiar business vehicle, seemingly a sheep amidst a pack of wolves. The vehicle door swung open, and out stepped a wealthy individual from Fire City, a member of the board at the Yuri Group. Lu Ji entered a hospital room where Lu Shuqiang lay, having recovered from his injuries. With modern medical techniques, particularly for the affluent, as long as one was not dead, one could be snatched back from the clutches of the afterlife. Yet, the scars on a psychological level were far more challenging to heal. Compared to the past, Lu Shuqiang now resembled a cat in a state of acute stress, curled up in fear on his hospital bed. His gaze evasive. Upon seeing his father come to visit, Lu Shuqiang was momentarily taken aback, then joyfully exclaimed, "Father, you actually came to see me. You don't despise me." What father would disdain his own son? Lu Ji entered the room. Before Lu Shuqiang could bask in the warmth of his father's presence for too long, Lu Ji began to caress his face, saying, "You need to return to school tomorrow." Lu Shuqiang's expression changed instantly, and he hurriedly protested, his demeanor mirroring that of a terrified young girl. "Dad, campus bullying is terrifying. How could I possibly face Jiangnan High School again?" Lu Shuqiang began to weep. Lu Ji appeared to gently stroke Lu Shuqiang's head, yet his eyes were filled with indifference. "If someone strikes you, find a way to retaliate. Besides, don't you fancy Li Sichuan? Tomorrow, do whatever you wish. Your father will protect you." Having said this, Lu Ji did not allow Lu Shuqiang a moment to contemplate and departed the room. Unbeknownst to Lu Shuqiang, outside the hospital room, his father was bowing to a group of men in black, stating, "All right, Lu Shuqiang has agreed. He will return to school tomorrow." The following day, Shen Ran awoke from his slumber, sitting at the edge of his bed, his brow furrowed for an extended period. He had dreamt a dream. No longer concerning the death of his second uncle, but rather a highly bizarre, absurd, and terrifying dream. However, the details of that dream eluded him, leaving only a lingering impression of its peculiar, absurd, and terrifying elements. Evoking considerable unease, shaking his head, Shen Ran dismissed further contemplation. Exiting his room, he washed up, then began preparing breakfast for everyone. To his surprise, during the cooking process, his phone suddenly lit up. It was a call from Li Sichuan. "Lu Shuqiang is back." The first words out of her mouth left Shen Ran momentarily stunned. Li Sichuan spoke gravely over the phone. "Lu Shuqiang has returned. Is that necessary to phrase it like that? That guy dares to come back?" Shen Ran inquired. "The school is organizing a party today. You need to come and protect me." Although Li Sichuan's voice was melodious, it carried a cold, commanding tone. Upon hearing this, Shen Ran frowned, hesitating to respond. Lu Shuqiang was merely an unremarkable wealthy heir, and considering how severely he had been beaten, it was only natural for him to seek revenge. However, the crux of the issue lay in the fact that he had taken revealing photographs of Lu Shuqiang. Could it be that Lu Shuqiang was inherently an exhibitionist? Meanwhile, perhaps sensing Shen Ran's disbelief, Li Sichuan initiated a video call. The screen first displayed her exquisitely fair face, then the camera shifted to the entrance of Jiangnan High School, where Lu Shuqiang stepped out of a vehicle. "DOUC?" Li Sichuan turned the camera back to herself, preventing Shen Ran from witnessing Lu Shuqiang's timid demeanor as he nearly stumbled upon disembarking. "It seems the indomitable little pest truly cannot be killed." Shen Ran was taken aback. "Come to school and protect me," Li Sichuan stated expressionlessly, resembling a delicate doll in the video. Shen Ran remained perplexed and ended the call. Just then, Dong Sanlang descended from upstairs, still speaking on the phone. Okay, rest assured, we will accomplish the task." After hanging up, Dong Sanlang glanced at Shen Ran below, saying, "Shen Jun, Li Qingyuan just called, mentioning that Lu Shuqiang has been discharged and is still trying to pursue his granddaughter." Shen Ran, lost in contemplation, simply acknowledged. "Could you please make another trip to the school?" Dong Sanlang, noticing Shen Ran's hesitation, chuckled. "Li Sichuan is hardly an unattractive woman, Shen Jun. What exactly is going on with you? It's not that. Shen Ran pondered for a moment before responding. Boss, you may not understand, but I have a persistent feeling that someone is trying to capture me during this period. Capture you? Who? Why? Dong Sanlang was genuinely bewildered. Lacking any knowledge of the underlying circumstances, Shen Ran shook his head and turned to walk into the kitchen, stating, "This situation is rather peculiar, and I prefer not to get involved. Perhaps you should consider seeking assistance from someone else." Upon witnessing this, Dong Sanlang leaped down from the upper floor and approached Shen Ran. "Shinjun, what on earth is going on? If there truly is a threat, you must confide in me. If there isn't, I find it difficult to accept that one of my subordinates would neglect such a simple task, opting instead to hand over the money to someone else." How could Shen Ran possibly reveal to Dong Sanlang that the ruling party had placed him under scrutiny? This colossal entity had even enlisted the so-called legendary A-level hunters as its minions. "Boss, please don't put me in such a difficult position," Shen Ran implored. Dong Sanlang gazed sternly at Shen Ran and asserted, "There are 2 points to consider. First, you are my subordinate, and you are required to follow my orders. Second, as my subordinate, if you have a legitimate reason for refusal, you must disclose it honestly. I am not fond of your current demeanor." After much hesitation, Shen Ran finally divulged a fragment of the truth. "There really are individuals who wish to harm me," and no sooner had the words escaped his lips than Dong Sanlang seized Shen Ran's hand, preventing him from lingering in the kitchen. "Now, go to Jiangnan High School." "Boss, you cannot," Shen Ran protested vehemently, feeling utterly helpless. "Why are you so timid? Why burden yourself with such immense pressure? To cower before such a trivial task. What does that say about you?" Dong Sanlang fixed his gaze on Shen Ran, exuding a sense of unyielding disappointment, and declared firmly, "Whoever seeks to harm you, I, Sakaki Dong Sanlang, shall cleave them in two. You are to proceed boldly to school today. Even if you must confront Lu Shuqiang, no matter what transpires, I assure you will return home for dinner as usual." Chapter 51. The Saint and the Crown Prince. After Shen Ran departed, a tall woman with disheveled hair emerged from the hall. "What happened?" Qin Wei yawned, her face devoid of makeup yet still remarkably lovely. Dong Sanlang suppressed his amusement, his expression contemplative. "I am not entirely sure. However, it seems Shunjun is apprehensive about potential enemies." "Enemies?" Qin Wei settled onto the sofa, crossing her legs, and skillfully lit a cigarette. "He may be reluctant to speak, but it likely isn't anything serious." Dong Sanlang remarked, "I have long investigated Shinjun's family background. Aside from the peculiar records concerning his uncle's death at the police station, he appears to be an entirely ordinary child. I do not believe an ordinary person could possess such exceptional physical attributes without mechanical augmentations," Qin Wei countered. "Everyone harbors their own secrets. It is only natural. Who would have guessed you were the heiress of the Qin family?" Dong Sanlang chuckled. "Emph." Qin Wei exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, creating an ephemeral beauty with her delicate features. "Have you considered that our understanding of Shen Ran is quite limited? Unlike Li Xian, he is someone who insists on having certainty before taking action. Since he possesses some knowledge about us yet is reluctant to venture out, could it be that the trouble he fears is insurmountable?" Dong Sanlang pondered this for a moment before shaking his head. "I shall seek another opportunity to converse with him. However, I refuse to harbor an inconsequential individual. Shen Ran is destined for greater things. I do not appreciate his current timorousness regarding such a simple task. Greater things? This is not necessarily a commendable notion, as significant undertakings often belong to those of great stature." Qin Wei held her cigarette in her right hand. Its end nearly burned out, her beautiful eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. After a brief pause, she rose, opting not to continue the discussion, merely advising Dong Sanlang to consume less alcohol before turning to freshen up. In the bustling city, Shen Ran sat within a Ring City rail train, engrossed in his mobile device. On the Hunter Forum, discussions predominantly revolved around the deep blue world behind the Star Energy transmission gate. Unlike ordinary netizens, most hunters were privy to the Earth's broadcast images, witnessing that otherworldly realm seemingly crafted by deities. ZX 32.459. This was the designation of the deep blue world into which the elite squad from the Earth Federation had ventured the previous night. Shen Ran closed his eyes, reclining in his seat, as the images from that time replayed in his mind, akin to a tape being rewound. Perhaps due to his recent state of agitation, the memories appeared more vivid than ever. This world possessed skies, mountains, soil, and flora, indicating that its ecological environment fell within a realm comprehensible to humanity. All experts spoke solely of the benefits the deep blue world presented, contemplating ways to harness this technology for interstellar expansion and envisioning humanity's future. Shen Ran's thoughts raced, his brows furrowing. However, none had broached the specifics of the deep blue world, deliberately sidestepping its potential threats. Presently, with resources depleting and a new industrial revolution yet to emerge, incessant friction persisted among various interest groups. The Human Federation had collectively begun to refer to themselves as interstellar colonizers, intent on expansion. Just imagine, a covetous group of colonizers suddenly discovering a land unclaimed, resembling Earth's environment. What would they do? By the natural course of development, the deep blue world designated ZX 32.459 should have long since transformed into a bustling metropolis, replete with skyscrapers and oil drilling sites. Yet, during that live broadcast, the Falcon Squad of 7 presented a picture of extreme caution. Traversing a meticulously established safe route, utterly hesitant to explore further, offering the public only a glimpse of that world. The sole force capable of curbing humanity's insatiable greed is the fear of death. How could such a world possibly lack life? Had the Earth Federation already established contact with extraterrestrial civilizations? Shen Ran pondered extensively. Alas, the era had reached a critical juncture, with all major interest groups poised for action. The deep blue world served as the cornerstone of this age, and far too much information would remain withheld from the public. Jiangnan District had arrived. Just then, the train's announcement echoed. Shen Ran disembarked alongside the throng of passengers. Outside, the sun blazed fiercely, and the bustling city was alive with towering edifices and incessant traffic. Upon arriving at Jiangnan High School, he noted that classes had already commenced. "Boss, I have arrived," Shen Ran messaged Dong Sanlang. Carefully surveying his surroundings before entering the school, this moment, he realized Dong Sanlang's concerns were not unfounded. He could not indefinitely avoid interactions with those individuals simply because he wished to evade confrontation. If Anchi and her group were to re-emerge, he would engage in a serious discussion, ensuring that he severed that connection decisively. Simultaneously, Shen Ran observed that Jiangnan High School appeared to be hosting an evening event. Several workers, dressed similarly to him, were preparing the outdoor venue. Suddenly, he concealed himself around a corner, cautiously observing a group of young men and women adorned in peculiar attire reminiscent of medieval English nobility, gathered at the not-yet-prepared outdoor site. Among them was a young lady clad in a long dress and cloak, the garment exquisitely embroidered. Though she wore a golden wig and was dressed lavishly, Shen Ran instantly recognized her as the round-faced girl with short hair who had fed the orange cat the other day. Beside her stood another girl. Shen Ying? Shen Ran's heart stirred in contrast to her companion's noble attire. Shen Ying wore plain, coarse linen garments in shades of gray and white. Yet this only served to accentuate her pure, untainted presence, as though they were classmates. Hiding in the corner, Shen Ran observed as the group of young men and women rehearsed, their laughter and cheerfulness echoing, and Shen Ying appeared particularly joyful. Among them was a young man clad in a fitted pullover and a cloak, a large decorative pin adorning his chest, a sword at his waist, and possessing striking features reminiscent of a knight from Western adventure tales. He engaged in light-hearted conversation with Shen Ying and the other girl, appearing quite amiable, as Shen Ran watched from a distance. He couldn't help but smile softly. Just then, the school bell rang, and his phone buzzed. Li Sichuan had sent a message, "I have arrived." "Should I come to the classroom now?" Shen Ran replied. No, Li Sichuan quickly typed back. Fearful of Shen Ran's potential violent response akin to the previous incident, "Where are you?" "I will come find you." "Qinghe Courtyard, the venue for the evening event, is being set up." "All right." With that, Shen Ran continued to observe the preparations, silently watching his peers. Meow. Suddenly, a cat's meow resonated beneath him. Shen Ran looked down in surprise to find the large orange cat, seemingly recognizing him, rubbing its backside against his foot in a friendly gesture. "I'm sorry, I forgot to bring you a snack," Shen Ran chuckled, reaching out to pet the cat. Yet, just then, the orange cat suddenly darted away. Before Shen Ran could register his astonishment, a voice emerged from behind him. "The Orland Circle." Shen Ran was suddenly startled, turning to discover a mysterious man standing behind him, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. The man donned a purple suit, his hair long and disheveled, with gaunt cheeks that accentuated his cheekbones. adorned with a metallic mark. "Are you familiar with the siege of Orleans?" he inquired, casting his gaze towards a group of young boys and girls at the open-air venue. "What?" Shen Ran replied, perplexed, while cautiously adopting a defensive stance. "It's a medieval mystery play that those children are set to perform," the man explained, telling the tale of a peasant girl who led an army to defeat the English during the 100 Years' War. "Is it the story of Joan of Arc?" Shen Ran asked, maintaining a wary distance. "Indeed," the man affirmed, "the narrative unfolds during a time when the French forces faced relentless defeats. A revered maiden emerged from the populace, volunteering to join the campaign, clad in white armor and bearing a banner embroidered with images of Christ and the angelic host, heralding the miracles at Orleans." Shen Ran furrowed his brow, uncertain of the man's identity or his purpose in sharing this information. "That truly was a miracle," the man continued, lost in his own thoughts. In the midst of fierce combat, an arrow struck Joan in the neck. The injury was fatal, yet she prayed in a vineyard for but a moment, and merely 7 minutes later, the Christ and Angels banner was once again planted on the battlefield, her white figure reappearing. The English soldiers, witnessing her resurrection, were thrown into chaos, as if a saint had walked among them, allowing the French forces to seize a decisive victory and bring an end to the century-long conflict. Shen Ran grasped only fragments of this tale. Yet, as a person of Chinese descent, he perceived the introduction of a heroic figure during wartime as a typical political maneuver. The legendary exploits of heroes were often embellished according to circumstance, capable of being as grandiose or exaggerated as desired. Ultimately, this was merely a reflection of religious rhetoric. The Siege of Orleans indeed served as a mysterious play, prevalent among the bourgeoisie and the common folk of the time, showcasing divine resurrection, the propagation of faith, and the extraordinary experiences of the Maideness devotees. Yet the next moment, the man spoke again. "Shen Ran is portraying Joan of Arc in this production. What do you think? Is she suitable?" In an instant, Shen Ran's expression shifted dramatically. "Who are you?" he demanded, looking intently at the man, suddenly comprehending the entirety of the situation. "What's this? Are you preparing to strike?" The man grinned, baring his teeth like a wolf. "Joker!" Shen Ran hissed through clenched teeth. The man then glanced at the girl still dressed as a peasant, commenting, "Frankly, I believe she falls short. While the girl possesses some resilience, it is insufficient, lacking that religious mystique. You, however, seem to embody that quality. How did you achieve this without mechanical limbs or chips?" At that moment, Shen Ran felt an overwhelming urge to lunge forward and eliminate this scoundrel. Shen Ran came from a family of modest means. How could she possibly excel in such an elite school and become the star of the campus performance, embodying Joan of Arc? It was clearly all orchestrated by them, and this so-called Joan of Arc was merely the role they required. "How dare you treat us this way while expecting my uncle to serve you? To use family as leverage is the lowest of the low." Rage ignited in Shen Ran's eyes. Meanwhile, at the open-air venue, Shen Ran shyly accepted the praise of her peers, suddenly glancing in Shen Ran's direction, not due to sensing any aura, but because she spotted an orange cat darting out from that spot. Elsewhere, Joker's hand tightened menacingly on Shen Ran's shoulder, applying pressure until the bones began to creak. Shen Ran gritted his teeth, fists clenched. "Behave yourself, and come with me quietly," Joker sneered. "You should be grateful for one thing. Shen Xiaozhu is indeed of great use, and we cannot afford to offend him too severely. Otherwise, do you really think you hold any significance in my eyes? In our presence, do you even have the privilege to speak?" Angel, observing this scene through the surveillance camera, sighed behind the screen. Ironically, these words jolted Shen Ran into clarity. Yes, this entire act was a deliberate threat, an attempt to deceive him. They would never dare harm Shen Ran. That would be equivalent to severing their last thread of survival. "Let go of me!" Shen Ran shouted, his left hand suddenly forming a fist, striking Joker with explosive force. The impact resounded like thunder. Joker's expression shifted as the blow destabilized his iron chest. He had never anticipated such formidable strength from Shen Ran in reality. A normal person might have been killed by such a punch. The commotion immediately drew the astonished gazes of many onlookers. At that moment, Li Sichuan arrived and witnessed Shen Ran clashing with the mysterious figure. Her beautiful eyes wide with shock. "You truly dare to lay a hand on me?" Joker remarked, his gaze peculiar. "You are utterly out of line." Shen Ran broke free from Joker's grasp, adopting a combined offensive and defensive stance. Reminiscent of a bulldog. As he confronted the threat in fury, he pressed the signal transmitter hidden in his pocket. In the underground city, in the Detroit district, Dong Sanlang was conversing with an old customer in a bar when a faint glow flickered at the corner of his right forehead. "Apologies, I have an urgent matter to attend to." He swiftly wrapped up the business deal, but as he stood, his expression darkened. Shen Ran had truly found himself in trouble? What kind of trouble? Without a moment's hesitation, Dong Sanlang contacted Wendy, inquiring about Shen Ran's current location, Jiangnan High School. Wendy quickly replied, "Understood." Dong Sanlang downed the last of his drink and strode out of the bar. Chapter 52. The hunters and the colossus of upper city. Things appeared to be awry. Yet this was not solely due to his own actions. It also stemmed from the distrust others held towards him as the leader. Perhaps it was a consequence of life experiences that rendered the young man introverted, preferring to conceal his concerns. What was he truly afraid of? Upon leaving the bar and entering the hover car, Dong Sanlang furrowed his brow, mentally retracing the details of Li Qingyuan's mission. Suddenly, he broke into a carefree smile. "Nothing mattered. Joining my team means you have me, Sakaki Dong Sanlang, watching over you. Things should improve from here on." Before long, Dong Sanlang returned to the villa in the Nil district. Qinwei and Mao awaited his arrival, with the curious Mao asking, "Boss, why are you back so soon? Was the discussion unsatisfactory?" "Not at all. Shen Jun has encountered some trouble." Dong Sanlang strode purposefully towards the underground base. Mao quickly followed up with, "Wasn't the task straightforward? What kind of trouble could arise?" Meanwhile, Qinwei appeared lost in thought, a flicker of unease growing within her. The task was indeed simple, but Jiangnan High School was filled with the offspring of the wealthy. Had they provoked some formidable figure? Qinwei inquired. Dong Sanlang's tone suddenly turned grave. "Regardless of who he has offended, when he left, I told him that even if he were to commit murder at Jiangnan High School today, I would ensure he returned home for dinner tonight." As the elevator descended, Dong Sanlang finally dialed Li Qingyuan's number. However, his expression abruptly shifted. On the other end, Li Qingyuan, the former president of the Import-Export Bank in Huaqing, spoke in a calm tone, "Forget about Shen Ran. He is not someone from your world." The elevator doors opened. Dong Sanlang and his companions exited, making their way to the equipment room of the base. Rather than pausing at Li Qingyuan's words, Dong Sanlang's face hardened. After passing through iris verification, the heavy security door deeper within the equipment room opened, revealing rows of cold, metallic weapons. Mao's expression changed, and Qinwei sensed something was amiss. Weapons were categorized by various levels. For ordinary brawls, a simple steel pipe sufficed. To subdue a violent individual, a handgun would do. Against armed assailants, a rifle was necessary, escalating to war-level responses, which would involve deploying warships. The armory now accessible was designated for high-level conflict situations, particularly in urban environments, where the destructive potential was significant. "Boss," Mao turned to Dong Sanlang. The latter had only experienced one instance of losing control the previous night, raising concerns about his current state. Dong Sanlang remained on the line with Li Qingyuan. "Are you suggesting that this mission was indeed aimed at him? Far away in Lihua City?" Li Qingyuan replied. "This is not my personal desire but the will of higher-ups. Think it over carefully." Those casually spoken words bore the weight of a mountain. Dong Sanlang immediately halted his movements. "I have a meeting to attend." "So I want," he lingered. "I hope we can continue our collaboration in the future." With that, Li Qingyuan hung up. Only then did Qinwei look at Dong Sanlang. Was that Li Qingyuan, that scoundrel? Dong Sanlang spat the words out. At that moment, he finally understood the source of Shen Ran's anxiety and realized that their adversary was indeed a formidable entity. Dong Sanlang's expression turned as cold as ice. 4 months prior, when he had encountered Shen Ran at the Texas branch of the Crazy Grass Bar, it had been nothing but a chance meeting. Shen Ran's family background was that of an ordinary repairman from the high-tech zone. With only his uncle's wife and daughter at home, a torrent of information surged through Dong Sanlang's mind, eventually honing in on a pivotal point. The Qiming incident? The nightmare? Did he perhaps uncover some profound truth? In that instant, Dong Sanlang's mind wandered back to an outing 2 months prior with Shen Ran. Dong Sanlang. Just then, Qinwei yanked Dong Sanlang back, gripping his right hand firmly, her gaze piercing into his eyes as she spoke earnestly and solemnly. "Dong Sanlang, are you certain about what is happening now, and whether we can resolve it?" "I have not stooped to such foolishness," Dong Sanlang retorted coldly, breaking free from her grasp. Subsequently, He fell silent, resuming his search for equipment. Behind him, Ma Er was bewildered. Yet his loyalty to Dong Sanlang compelled him to step forward and choose a weapon he was skilled with. Only Qin Wei interjected, "Dong Sanlang," before she could finish. Dong Sanlang interrupted, "That old dog deceived me, claiming Shen Ran and we do not inhabit the same world. And he expects me to relinquish my people just like that. If this gets out, how am I supposed to navigate my life as Bamboo Dong Sanlang?" Qin Wei seemed to realize something. Her eyes suddenly filled with sorrow and melancholy. "It's nothing," she said softly, repeating, "It's nothing. In the underground city, we are all aware of what must not be provoked. When they bear down upon us, everyone bows their heads, remaining silent. Everyone has subconsciously grown accustomed to this, haven't they?" Dong Sanlang's movements paused once more. "Everyone, what is going on?" At that moment, Wendy's youthful voice echoed from afar. The atmosphere in the armory shifted with the innocence of the child's voice. "What has Shen Ran encountered?" Qin Wei inquired gently. "I'm not sure. But it seems Shen Ran has discovered some truth regarding the Qiming incident, and there are formidable figures seeking to capture him." Dong Sanlang pondered aloud. The flickering light at his right temple quickened, a sign of his brain's neuronal activity, as well as the rapid operation of his mechanism. Upon hearing about the Qiming incident, both Ma Er and Qin Wei's expressions changed in unison. "Calm down," Qin Wei spoke cautiously. "Dong Sanlang, I know you are dissatisfied with your current life and have made promises to Shen Ran. But this matter," Dong Sanlang's face remained stern, his silence unyielding. "Boss? What are you all doing?" At that moment, Li Xian and Wendy appeared behind them. Li Xian, tall and robust, wore a look of disbelief, while Wendy, barefoot, mirrored his curiosity. "Something has happened to Shen Ran." Dong Sanlang gazed at Shen Ran's companion. Li Xian's expression shifted dramatically. "What's going on?" "There are powerful individuals after him," Dong Sanlang stated coldly. "Even if the King of Hell comes for him, I will not care," Li Xian shouted angrily. "Where is Shen Ran now?" As he spoke, Li Xian rushed forward, his eyes reddened. "Boss, if you want to take action, no worries, just give me a gun and a knife. I'll handle it alone." Though Li Xian appeared rough and carefree, he, like Shen Ran, had experienced the harsh realities of life from a young age, understanding that this was a perfectly ordinary occurrence. Suddenly, Dong Sanlang kicked Li Xian aside. Li Xian stumbled back like a great bear, nearly falling, then shot Dong Sanlang an enraged glared. Ma and Qin Wei looked at Dong Sanlang in shock. Yet in the next moment, Dong Sanlang glared at Li Xian, coldly questioning, "What the hell do you mean? You barely say a few words and then shout about going alone, disregarding me as your leader?" A fist struck Shen Ran's abdomen with brutal force, the intense pain nearly causing him to retch. Nevertheless, Shen Ran merely gritted his teeth, remaining stubbornly silent. "To put it nicely, I shall call you Prince. To put it harshly, you are but a piece of dog feces." The man in the purple suit roughly seized Shen Ran's hair and spoke contemptuously. Shen Ran ceased to struggle, knowing it was futile. Despite possessing extraordinary strength, the power displayed by his captor was even more terrifying. The adjacent steel-reinforced concrete wall had crumbled under a single punch, all without the use of any advanced weaponry. Yet, that did not prevent Shen Ran from showcasing his defiance and pride. Even with his hair in a grip, he remained unafraid, staring into the cold mechanical eye of his captor. Joker laughed, a sinister grin spreading across his face. He was a psychopath, often relishing the resistance of his prey, as their stubbornness allowed him to better immerse himself in the role of the abuser. Unfortunately, a phone call interrupted this moment. It was a high-ranking official from the organization. Furious upon learning of Joker's sudden actions, even in the face of the organization's senior members, Joker's tone dripped with disdain. "The person is in my grasp. Do you want me to release him now and return to write you 1,000 pages of tedious reports?" For a brief moment, the other party fell silent. After urgent discussions, an aged voice finally responded, "Bring him back. Also, a report and reflection must be written." "Fuck." Joker chose to vent his frustration on Shen Ran. He then dragged Shen Ran along the ground, emerging into the campus. Swish, swish, swish. The earlier commotion had already attracted a crowd of onlookers. In an instant, the group of teenagers rehearsing a play was left dumbfounded by the scene before them. "Is it him?" gasped a girl dressed in an aristocratic princess gown. "Shen Ran!" Shen Ying cried out in disbelief, her entire being frozen in shock. her hands and feet cold. Lic Xuan stood rooted to the spot as well. Wasn't he supposed to be the prince of the ruling party? Grandpa even hoped she would have a chance to be with him. Could it be that the prince, like herself, was merely a pitiful creature whose dignity was easily crushed by that colossal entity? Who are you? Let Shen Ran go. Shen Ying, filled with rage, attempted to charge forward. Oh, 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 beautiful Saint Joan, do not be hasty. He is just like you. In need of a transformation, a true metamorphosis. Joker twisted Shen Ran's hair, glancing at him with a grotesque smile. Am I right? Shen Ran felt the humiliation wash over him, being dragged across the ground in front of his peers, his youthful pride threatening to shatter. Yet, he did not succumb to the typical breakdown. His heart did not melt under the searing pain, merely an itch in his brain intensified. Shen Ran did not respond to Joker's taunts, suddenly shouting, Shen Ying, don't act like some saint. If you're going to be anything, be a god. Shen Ying was momentarily stunned, as were the students of Jiangnan High School, all taken aback by his audacious declaration. Joker, too, was caught off guard by such a bold statement, momentarily halting his actions. Who are you? What do you want? Meanwhile, the school security personnel approached, wielding electric batons. Bang, bang, bang. Joker waved his hand, and bullets rained down from an unknown source. Accompanied by the sound of gunfire, several security personnel fell dead, one after another, into pools of blood. This scene left the students and faculty of Jiangnan High School in utter shock, plunging the entire school into chaos. A madman, a true lunatic. Shen Ran's heart raced, filled with concern for Shen Ying's safety. The latter turned pale, standing there as if transported back to that day of despair. Angel, behind the screen, was left in a daze. Hee, I suddenly find myself quite fond of you, Shen Ran. Joker cackled maniacally, thoroughly pleased with Shen Ran's earlier remark. Outside the gates of Jiangnan High School, within mere minutes, personnel from Black Hawk Security arrived. However, as they arrived, the scene shifted yet again. Armored vehicles emerged from all directions, and several helicopters hovered overhead, encircling the Black Hawk security team. Simultaneously, the higher-ups and the school board issued commands, informing them that the situation on campus had stabilized and instructing them to withdraw. Yet, in plain view, the man in the purple suit, Joker, continued to drag a young man by the hair, making his way out of the campus in such a manner. Black Hawk? Is this all the manpower you have? Joker mocked, surveying his surroundings. What? Is this some kind of child's play? The organization's senior members rushed to communicate with Joker. His individual combat ability was indeed terrifying, yet it was precisely this that made him a double-edged sword for the organization. Soon, a group of unidentified individuals in black approached, seizing the bloodied Shen Ran and ushering him into an armored vehicle. Target confirmed. Inside the vehicle, a man spoke into a communicator, then looked at Shen Ran. Fortunately, the prince appears merely disheveled. His physical condition has not suffered severe harm. Meanwhile, Joker faced the organization's upper echelons, enduring their stern reprimands. This was an impulsive action on his part, significantly impacting subsequent strategies. Say one more word, and I swear I'll slit that kid's throat. Joker concluded with a chilling tone, dripping with mockery. I still don't know what you old folks are thinking. I'll take responsibility for this. There will be no report. You're all just a bunch of old dogs. With a thunderous roar, the engines ignited. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a fleet of mysterious and powerful black armored vehicles sped into the distance, leaving only a trail of dust in their wake. In Jiangnan High School, a tempestuous wave surged within the hearts of all students and faculty members, rendering them unable to find tranquility. Whence came this formidable entity? It is even conceivable that despite the magnitude of this event, the following day's news and online platforms would scarcely mention it. The crowd buzzed with speculation, the topic ever evolving. This matter seemed to be entwined with a first-year student named Shen Ying, as well as a second-year student known as Lu Shuqiang. It was my father's doing. Lu Shuqiang, oblivious to the machinations of the highest echelons in Huaqing, found himself engulfed in ecstasy, exclaiming, could it be that my father is not merely a wealthy man? He actually dispatched such a ruthless figure to eliminate that individual in Huaqing, Jiangnan District. Shen Ran's hands were bound behind him with high-strength plastic ropes, tethered to a seat. His hair was disheveled, and his body bore an array of dark bruises, all testament to Joker's handiwork. Yet, Shen Ran maintained his composure, remaining resolutely silent despite the incessant chatter of those within the vehicle. This silence confirmed to the adults present that the youth was indeed a formidable individual. A rare breed capable of such restraint, aside from the influence of Shen Xiuzhu. We sincerely apologize. This operation is entirely the result of Joker's own volition, a female member spoke gently. Shen Ran paid no heed. His gaze fixed on the window, yearning to glimpse their destination. Alas, the windows were sealed. One could discern the irony. While they professed regret, their actions indicated a resolve to proceed without reconsideration. An elderly gentleman expressed profound anger upon learning of your plight. Having just chastised Joker, he now fears for your safety and seeks confirmation of your condition, the woman continued. Still, Shen Ran remained mute. Do not worry about your cousin. She fainted during the incident and has since been transported to a premier private medical facility. Another man interjected. This remark finally elicited a reaction from Shen Ran, who turned his gaze toward the speaker, asserting, "Do not harm her, we did not intend any harm. We merely wish to put your mind at ease." The other replied. Shen Ran's voice intensified. "I said, do not harm her." The man frowned, sensing the chilling intensity of Shen Ran's gaze, which rendered him uneasy. The other individuals in the vehicle also perceived the boy as akin to a wild stray cat. "I believe it is imperative for you to ascertain the situation," the man suggested, receiving new orders that altered his expression. "Very well, the elder wishes to confer with you via video. Ascertain the situation?" Bound forcibly to the seat, Shen Ran felt nauseated by the very notion. He had resolved that no matter the grand aspirations of these individuals, they could not justify their despicable actions along this path. He would never ally himself with such scoundrels, nor would he allow his third uncle to serve them. Yet, in the next moment, Shen Ran reopened his eyes, compelling himself to confront the loathsome reality before him, and began to think calmly. He needed to identify a means of escape, and the first order of business was to address the plastic rope binding his wrists. Unbeknownst to anyone, Shen Ran was subtly exerting force upon his arms. Though it appeared to be merely plastic, it was, in fact, more secure than steel handcuffs. The high-strength synthetic material possessed a resilience that rendered it nearly inescapable. No ordinary person could hope to break free. But he was not ordinary, however. Even if he did manage to free himself, a series of nearly insurmountable challenges awaited him. With the armored vehicle's speed, the journey from Jiangnan District to Huaxing District would take approximately 3 hours. Would help arrive? Shen Ran remained uncertain. Perhaps due to overwhelming tension, his mind felt feverish, and he began to experience auditory hallucinations. The sunlight, unimpeded by atmospheric refraction or disturbance, pierced through the Martian atmosphere and illuminated the vast urban structures beneath the circular dome. In Huaxing, the dazzling neon advertisements thrived amid a labyrinthine forest of steel, where a group of individuals of varying statures stood at a height. Just ahead lay an 8-lane expressway, where vehicles of all kinds flowed incessantly, the cacophony of urban life resonating through the air. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept by Sakamaki T. Saba's black trench coat billowed in the breeze. He stood tall, sporting a samurai hairstyle, with a blade resembling a wooden sword at his waist. Bathed in genuine sunlight, the sunflowers on his black attire appeared even more refined. The miniature gears in his cybernetic eye whirred as it locked onto a speeding black armored vehicle. Beside him, a burly black man lay prone, while Mao was poised with an exaggeratedly designed sniper rifle. "That's the vehicle," he declared. Qin Wei received a message from Wendy at the base. The latter had infiltrated the OC system and witnessed the scene where Shen Ran was violently dragged into the school by a man in a purple suit, covered in dust and blood. This revelation stirred deep emotions within Qin Wei. Her hands clenched tightly in indignation. "Take action!" In an instant, Sakamaki T. Saba leaped down, akin to a great black rock diving toward the earth. Shen Ran's earlier suspicions proved correct. He could execute a leap of freedom akin to Anchi's, and his height was even more astonishing. Chapter 53. Engagement and confrontation. From above, several large black armored vehicles traversed the 8-lane expressway. Curious glances were cast by the drivers of accompanying sedans. The woman in the passenger seat inquired playfully when her partner might drive such a vehicle, to which the man replied awkwardly. The model was akin to those utilized by mobile units, and mere wealth could not procure it through conventional channels. Meanwhile, he could not help but wonder what sort of personages were being transported within this convoy. Inside the vehicle, a screen displayed an elderly man clad in a Zhongshan suit, exuding a benevolent demeanor. He spoke amiably, Yet Shen Ran absorbed not a single word. His condition was peculiar. His body gradually heated up, to the point that anyone touching his skin would be startled by the intensity. Simultaneously, his mind began to itch, bound to the seat. The increasing itchiness overwhelmed him, prompting Shen Ran, who had previously endured a severe beating without a sound, to shift uncomfortably. What is this sensation? Shen Ran's expression soured. He mused that he could not possibly have been rendered incapacitated by Joker. This had been a prior manifestation, after consuming the dark, dubious dish prepared by T. Saba the previous night. This peculiar state reached its zenith. A few members of the Nightmares organization noticed Shen Ran's subtle movements. However, they perceived them merely as the fidgeting of a child or the erratic behavior of a suspect inexplicably seizing up after being apprehended by the police. Shen Ran? Shen Ran, perhaps due to his brain overheating, auditory hallucinations assailed Shen Ran's ears. One moment he heard his mother's voice, the next Joker's, followed by a bizarre cacophony. In truth, these sounds belonged to the elderly man behind the screen. The elder uttered in confusion, "What is happening to him?" A few individuals in the vehicle called out to Shen Ran, but his silence prompted them to approach and prod him. "So hot," a middle-aged woman exclaimed. Realizing the young man was not merely pretending, "I don't know. His temperature has soared to 42 degrees Celsius. Another man observed, alarmed by Shen Ran's rising fever. The elder immediately abandoned further conversation, commanding, "Accelerate. If he is not back within 10 minutes, deploy a helicopter." Upon issuing the command, the elder instructed his secretary to prepare the medical team in advance. Such an operation was already deemed excessive, and should anything untoward occur to Shen Ran en route, the organization dared not even contemplate Shin Xiuju's reaction. However, just as the screen dimmed, an unforeseen event transpired on the road. The 4 large armored vehicles abruptly halted, along with the entire flow of traffic. "What is happening?" a man inside the vehicle inquired urgently through his earpiece. Soon, word came that vehicles had lost control and collided ahead. The man exited the vehicle, peering down the road to confirm the sight of several wrecked cars. What is causing this disruption? In an era of advanced automated driving technology, the only plausible explanation for such a malfunction was a hacking incident. The man realized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly alerted the others. "Oh." In another black armored vehicle, Joker raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, "I sense something interesting." Meanwhile, inside the vehicle, Shen Ran's temperature continued to rise, causing concern for the woman beside him. She hastily retrieved a syringe filled with nutrients and nanobots, capable of making even the Grim Reaper tremble. "Don't move," she instructed, inching closer to aim for Shen Ran's neck. Boom! At that moment, a sudden gunshot erupted, reverberating for miles. Drivers in numerous sedans ducked instinctively, terrified. The armored vehicle shuddered violently as one of its rear wheels exploded, sending shockwaves through the massive, heavy frame. The woman lost her balance, her expression transforming into one of alarm. In that instant, Shen Ran, who had been keeping his head bowed, suddenly lifted it. His body was ablaze, every cell quivering, a source of heat coursing through his muscles, transforming into an unfathomable power beyond scientific explanation. Even more astonishing, this upward motion was instinctual. Shen Ran's mind swirled in a haze. He found himself in a state of confusion, uncertain of the events unfolding around him. For an ordinary person, the immediate reaction to a sudden gunshot would undoubtedly be one of sheer panic. Even a seasoned soldier, caught unaware, would struggle against the deeply ingrained instincts of self-preservation. Yet, Shen Ran remained unperturbed. With a sharp crack, the plastic cord binding his wrist was forcefully severed, in the blink of an eye. As the woman's body leaned back, he surged forward within the slanted confines of the black armored vehicle. "What? This is bad." The others in the vehicle gasped in shocked in that fleeting moment. Shen Ran tackled the woman clad in professional attire, pinning her down with his knees, rendering her breath nearly impossible, before seizing the medical syringe from her grasp. With lightning speed, he launched the syringe like a dart, striking another individual squarely in the eye socket. "Ah!" The other party screamed in agony, blood gushing as pain surged through them, their hands trembling in a futile attempt to shield themselves. Shen Ran then thrust the syringe's contents directly into the eye socket, transforming the scene into one steeped in carnage and violence, causing his victim to faint from the excruciating pain. The woman beneath him was left utterly stunned, her mind reeling from the rapid succession of events. The gunfire erupted, and in that instant, the boy sprang into action, effortlessly breaking free from the high-strength synthetic cord, executing a series of swift, powerful, and lethal maneuvers. Damn. Another member of the Nightmare Organization lunged at him, driving his knee into Shen Ran's head while his right elbow swung viciously toward him, showcasing a deadly combat technique. Clearly, Shen Ran was not the only one with instinctual reflexes. This maneuver was dangerously lethal, exceeding even the organization's rigorous standards. The woman stared wide-eyed in shock, unable to scream before the next shocking moment left her dumbfounded. The man, akin to a ferocious tiger, charged at Shen Ran with lethal intent. The boy leaned back, then thrust his right hand forward, fingers poised like a dagger, aiming for the man's lower rib. In the next heartbeat, a muffled thud echoed. In a split second, Shen Ran not only evaded the attack but also retaliated, striking the man's lower rib with a resounding metallic clang. This adversary was also a heavily modified hybrid of man and machine. Shen Ran's hand fractured, yet his expression remained stoic. The opponent, momentarily stunned, could hardly believe that this was merely a 15-year-old boy. Almost instantaneously, realization dawned upon him, accompanied by a wave of dread. Yet, in that fleeting moment of relaxation, Shen Ran struck again. Even faced with an unyielding metallic structure, he was determined to bite down like a wolf. As his body leaned back, touching the seat of the vehicle, he suddenly propelled himself upward, seizing the opponent's lower torso with his right hand while his left fist, with the middle finger slightly protruding, rocketed toward the man's temple. Boom. A terrifying sound erupted, akin to a gunshot inside the vehicle. Although the man's temple was also reinforced with metal beneath the skin, it lacked the resilience to withstand Shen Ran's strike, causing him to collapse instantly. Had this been an ordinary person, they would have met certain death. At that moment, Shen Ran gradually emerged from his fog. Realizing the gravity of his actions, he had no time for hesitation. Gritting his teeth, he understood that Dong Sanlang and his companions were likely arriving. His current state was precarious, teetering on the brink of a second transformation. Crack! But just as Shen Ran prepared to escape the vehicle, the sound of locking mechanisms echoed ominously. 10 seconds prior, at a vantage point 500 meters from the elevated highway, the black sniper Ma-Er lay prone on the ground. Pulling the trigger, the uniquely designed anti-material sniper rifle unleashed a thunderous roar, its recoil shaking the earth beneath him. Ma-Er spoke. Nearby, Li Xian was about to leap down to rescue his only brother. However, Qin Wei swiftly restrained him, while rapidly decrypting the surrounding traffic control systems, rendering an area of 300 meters paralyzed. She coldly remarked, "The previous operation was merely to give you, a novice, some practice. The real mission is beyond your capability. You would only complicate matters. Dong Sanlang will handle it alone." Upon hearing this, Li Xian's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he looked ahead. Boom. A smoke grenade exploded on the elevated highway, enveloping the area in thick, swirling mist. The drivers within their vehicles were blinded by the dense fog. Moreover, the airborne particles caused numerous pedestrians to cough violently, their anxiety reaching a fever pitch. No one knew what was happening. Someone was hijacking cars. It was an assault directed at the prince. Only the members of the Nightmare Organization realized the gravity of the situation. Numerous combat personnel swiftly disembarked from other armored vehicles. And while they attempted to contact their higher-ups, they encountered interference. The signal was jammed. Pft, pft, pft. Gunfire erupted incessantly, and those who had just exited their vehicles into the smoke began to drop one by one. "Snipers!" Someone shouted. "Take cover." Just as the words left his mouth, a member of the Nightmare Organization, hidden behind the vehicle's cover, suddenly felt a line of blood appear across his neck. Blood gushed forth, and his head was severed, along with several electronic tendrils resembling veins. From a distant high point, Ma-Er's visage was as cold and unyielding as marble, the harbinger of death. Amid the fog, a tall, shadowy figure advanced with ghostly silence. It was Dong Sanlang, moving with a speed too swift for the eye to catch, his left hand wielding a katana, while his right drew the blade from its sheath, revealing a metallic edge glowing with a dark red laser. Dong Sanlang's objective was clear: the black armored vehicle where Shen Ran was ensconced. Bang bang, gunfire erupted from all directions, a cacophony akin to a frenzied symphony. Despite the obscured visibility, The members of the Nightmare Organization tracked Dong Sanlang's movements using infrared technology. Bullets struck Dong Sanlang's body, piercing his black attire emblazoned with sunflowers, leaving behind a series of dents. Use EMP electromagnetic pulse bombs, someone shouted as comrades tossed small, specialized explosives. These bombs could unleash billions of watts of microwaves in a trillionth of a second, incapacitating all electrical systems without causing fatal harm to humans, making it one of the most formidable weapons against cybernetic beings, hindering their capacity to engage in warfare. Thunderous explosions of blue electricity erupted from the point of impact. Yet, Dong Sanlang had shut down most of his bodily systems, feeling only a slight impact. He braced himself against a vehicle's hood, leaping 3 meters high, agilely navigating the rooftops of parked cars amidst the chaos of gunfire. Quick! Protect the prince! The members of the Nightmare Organization cried out in desperation, fearing that rival factions had discovered Shin Xiuju's whereabouts. The Fire City now had countless formidable figures eyeing the clandestine star energy portal. And failure was not an option in the blink of an eye. Dong Sanlang had charged forward to the black armored vehicle. Amid the fog, a bullet struck his right arm, tearing through the bionic skin and revealing a metallic arm gripping the katana. A fusion of technological advancement and the era of the samurai was embodied within him. Suddenly, Dong Sanlang swung his blade, the dark red laser cutting through the air, creating a crescent-shaped arc. The armored vehicle's formidable exterior was cleaved open with astonishing force. Shen Ran, inside the vehicle, was left in utter shock. Then, with a powerful kick, the vehicle's door was flung open, revealing Dong Sanlang, battle-scarred and towering, brandishing a katana before him. "I've found you. Let's go," Dong Sanlang said urgently, leaving no time for further explanation. "Go? Where?" But almost simultaneously, a sinister, eerie laughter echoed from behind them. Amidst the lingering smoke, a terrifying shadow emerged on the elevated highway, advancing step by step. Bang! Suddenly, the figure kicked aside a car that obstructed its path, sending it skidding several meters, the tires barely holding together against the strain. The ordinary driver inside was paralyzed with fear, on the verge of screaming for help. Shen Ran's expression shifted dramatically. Dong Sanlang, too, was taken aback in disbelief. He had initially thought they were discovered by the Earth Federation's prosecutor, but it turned out to be a group. Clad in purple suits, the Joker appeared, deliberately hunched over, resembling an old dog, sending a chill down Shen Ran's spine. Bang! Just then, the deafening gunfire erupted as a bullet whizzed through the smoke. This was Ma Air's reinforcement from the distant vantage point. In a flash, the Joker's head appeared to blur, and despite Shen Ran concentrating his mental energy, he still could not discern the scene clearly. It was too fast, too overwhelming. The Joker seemed to have made no movement, yet a deep bullet hole marred the ground beneath him. Simultaneously, his sinister grin grew even more terrifying as he uttered, "Third-rate scum." Chapter 54. Beneath the legend as Dong Sanlang cleaved through the prison-like black armored vehicle. The moment he appeared before Shen Ran was undeniably striking. The colossal entity known as Huaching found itself paralyzed in a certain area due to his influence. The highways were shrouded in a thick haze. Vehicles were ensnared in a gridlock, and the air was filled with the sounds of gunfire mingling with the piercing screams of civilians. In such a seemingly advanced yet fundamentally chaotic order. Crafted from lies and injustice, a momentary thrill could indeed be felt by someone like Shen Ran. However, neither of them had yet truly earned the right to trample upon this city. "Shinjun, what exactly have you come to know?" As soon as Shen Ran leaped from the vehicle and approached Dong Sanlang, the latter spoke in a low tone. Before Shen Ran could utter a word, Dong Sanlang continued, "I never anticipated that they would send a clown to deal with you. Do you know who the clown is?" Wendy had previously accessed the surveillance footage from Huaching's OC system, but any electronic monitors depicting the clown displayed nothing but a swirling purple mosaic. At this moment, facing the true form of the clown, Dong Sanlang grasped the magnitude of the terrifying storm that his subordinate had provoked. Shen Ran was equally surprised that the Joker still lingered. Hesitating for a moment, he suggested, "Boss, perhaps you should leave." "Leave?" This statement both irritated and amused Dong Sanlang. Yet, considering the maturity of his companion, he realized that he was still just a child at heart. "I can't leave now." Restraining his urge to curse, Dong Sanlang replied, "And you shouldn't waste your energy either. Just follow me. Let us go home for dinner." Once these words were spoken, Shen Ran's resolve solidified. If Dong Sanlang was willing to risk his life for himself, there was no need to hold back any longer. Thus, he revealed everything. They are from the main party. They captured me not because I uncovered any truth, but because the Nightmare is a faction they have split off, and the Joker is its leader. Upon hearing this, Dong Sanlang's expression shifted slightly. Oh, this is related to the main party? You choose now to tell me this. Should I say you are young, Shin Jun, or are you intentionally trying to put me in harm's way? Then, with a bitter smile yet devoid of reproach, he added, at this point, what is there left to blame? Shen Ran continued, the reason they captured me is that they seem to have acquired the Star Stone from the previous Qiming ship, and I have a relative who has risen to a high position in the Earth Federation. They intend to use me to coerce my relative into exchanging intelligence on stellar energy technology. In an instant, Dong Sanlang could no longer maintain his composure. He held his defensive stance while stealing glances at Shen Ran's profile. Are you telling the truth? Shen Ran nodded, feeling apologetic. I'm sorry. Boss, this matter is too significant. I was unaware until now. Damn it. I told you not to waste energy thinking about those things. Dong Sanlang cursed, then remarked, no wonder. If you had mentioned it earlier, perhaps no one would have dared to protect you, let alone be able to. Shen Jun, do you truly have a relative who is a high-ranking official in the Earth Federation? You're not deceiving me, are you? Is it real? Yes, Shen Ran affirmed. Beyond the complexity of emotions, a hint of envy flickered in Dong Sanlang's eyes. In the next moment, he gripped the obsidian katana tightly. Confronting the Joker, he inquired, how does the boss treat you? Very well, it's one of the few strokes of luck in my life. Why speak so nicely? I initially saw your potential, thinking you would earn me some money in the future. Coming to rescue you today was also to prevent disappointing others. It's troublesome. Even in this line of work, it's not enjoyable when there's so much to consider. Dong Sanlang appeared to be making small talk with Shen Ran, yet the pressure in his heart was unprecedented. Given the meals I've prepared for you in the past, once you contact your relative in the Earth Federation, could you find a way to get me to Earth? Suddenly, Dong Sanlang asked jokingly. Yet at that moment, Shen Ran's mind grew hazy, and the sounds around him became intermittent. He only caught fragmented words, cooking, relatives, me, boss, hurry, let Sister Qin Wei and the others find a way to contact the Earth Federation Security Bureau. Shen Ran did not respond to Dong Sanlang's yearning. He gritted his teeth. Amidst his delirium, he uttered a crucial piece of information that could save his life. Dong Sanlang first felt a tinge of disappointment, then quickly realized, using the Earth Federation Security Bureau to counterbalance the Nightmare and the main party? Clever! Dong Sanlang looked at Shen Ran with admiration, only to find him on the verge of fainting. What's wrong with you? Dong Sanlang grabbed Shen Ran, his expression changing. Your temperature is alarmingly high. Did they drug you? Can you hold on? Quick, contact. At this point, Shen Ran had become oblivious to the external world, clutching Dong Sanlang's tattered sleeve like a helpless, pitiful cub. I don't want to be captured by them. I don't want to live like this anymore. It's so hard. Shen Ran murmured deliriously, gradually slipping into darkness. Hearing Shen Ran's murmurs stirred something within Dong Sanlang. The next moment, he laid Shen Ran flat on the ground behind him, then removed his bullet-riddled sunflower shirt, revealing a muscular torso combined with machinery. This series of actions was completed while facing away from the Joker. The Joker, a legendary hunter, had previously interacted with Dong Sanlang and would not attack during such a moment. Indeed, the Joker in his purple suit stood still, a sinister smile on his face, until Shen Ran lost consciousness and finally spoke to Dong Sanlang. Are you not planning to escape in front of me? Meanwhile, from a distance, despite the haze obscuring their view, Qin Wei and her companions still observed 3 heat sources on the vacant ground through their ocular implants. The sniper, Mal, was utterly perplexed. Did they actually dodge the bullets? Dong Sanlang, have you encountered some situation? Qin Wei inquired. I've run into a clown. A clown? Instantly, Qin Wei was taken aback, and Mal's hand trembled on the trigger. How could it possibly be a clown? What's going on? Who is the clown? Only Li Xian, who had recently entered the field, was left bewildered. An A-class hunter. Qin Wei's 4 words ignited a tempest within Li Xian's heart. In watching, the number of A-class hunters did not exceed 10. What did that signify? With a population nearing 100 million, only 10 legendary figures had emerged, each standing atop the pinnacle of the pyramid. How could Shen Ran be entangled with such a legendary powerhouse? Qin Wei was frantic. operating quickly on the projection screen on her arm, her heart racing like an ant on a hot pan. Just then, Dong Sanlang's voice rang out again. Qin Wei, find a way to contact the prosecutor from the Earth Federation's Security Bureau. And tell them the leader of the Nightmare Organization is here. The clown is the leader of the Nightmare Organization? Qin Wei's eyes brightened instantly. All right, I'll try right away, quickly. Dong Sanlang, you must find a way to hold on. I'll go help the boss. Mal jumped out without even bothering to pack up his sniper rifle. I'm going too. I want to see just how ugly that guy really is. His mother must have given him such a ridiculous name. Li Xian clenched his teeth, moving with equal decisiveness. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the crowd on the highway began to disperse. The earlier sounds of terror were replaced by an eerie silence, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Only 4 black armored vehicles remained, alongside the scattered ordinary vehicles. Dong Sanlang removed his sunflower-printed black trench coat, folding it neatly beside Shen Ran. He then drew the black obsidian katana embedded in the ground. The dark red laser blade, reminiscent of a mythical sword from special effects, radiated a dazzling brilliance that was hard to look away from. Sakamaki Dong Sanlang, a 37-year-old from the underground city of Near District, with no parents, no offspring, and no partner, currently single, possessing 3/4 Japanese blood. Occupation: B-class bounty hunter. Beneath the cover of the surrounding vehicles, several members of the Nightmare Organization cautiously drew their handguns, simultaneously contacting their organization through earpieces. Their mission: to report Shen Ran's current condition and to request the organization to mobilize energy to seal off the surrounding area, preventing government intervention. Suddenly, the Joker began to move. His steps were slow. As if he were strolling leisurely, Dong Sanlang bent slightly at the waist, pushing off with his left leg, positioning his right leg forward in a bow stance. His mechanical right arm, weighted with the katana, concealed behind him, his entire being poised in a still, drawn sword posture. One was an A-class hunter, the other a B-class hunter. Both had enhanced their bodies to superhuman levels, and even in their minds. The battle had already begun its calculations. I'm coming. The Joker approached, excitement slowly manifesting on his face. I want. Before he could finish, the air suddenly exploded with a resounding crack, the smoke being violently disturbed into a series of circles. A purple-black afterimage dashed forward, accompanied by a frenzied laugh akin to a bat's shriek. It's here. In the blink of an eye, Dong Sanlang decisively stepped forward, leaning his body ahead as the dust beneath his feet began to rise. With a swift upward slash, the katana cut through the air, tracing a half-circle arc. Chapter 55. Out of control silver-white arms, dark red blade light. Draw the sword. Dong Sanlang's dual cybernetic eyes shifted into combat mode, no longer displaying the stark contrast of black and white pupils. Instead, concentric gears appeared to mechanically lock onto the truth. Yet what was truly perceived was fear. The strike was swift, but the Joker was swifter. With a thunderous roar, at the very moment the katana was raised, the Joker's flying kick was unleashed with even greater speed, his foot landing squarely on the blade. From a distance, it seemed as though he had shattered a blood moon beneath his foot. Dong Sanlang's arm sank under the force, nearly losing his grip on the sword, his body compelled to retreat several steps. The members of the Nightmare Organization, concealed beneath the vehicles, were rendered speechless by the overwhelming shock. The Joker cackled, reminiscent of a bat in hell, flapping its wings in exhilaration. To encounter an opponent capable of exchanging blows with him was a delight he relished. Dong Sanlang placed his left hand on the hilt, gripping the sword with both hands, and suddenly reversed his stance. The Joker immediately retracted his leg, then, with keen precision, targeted the opening that would be exposed during Dong Sanlang's next swing, the corners of his mouth curling into an exaggerated grin. Whoosh! Dong Sanlang indeed unleashed his blade, carving a crescent-shaped gleam in the air. Yet before it could be appreciated, he suffered a grievous blow to his abdomen. In that instant, as the Joker stepped back to evade the blade's arc, he lunged forward, delivering a punch akin to a cannonball that struck Dong Sanlang squarely in the gut. Boom! In an instant, Dong Sanlang was sent flying, colliding forcefully with the rear of a black armored vehicle. While this may sound protracted, it transpired in the blink of an eye. Boredom. Such insufferable boredom. Sakaki Dong Sanlang, after all this time, have you made no significant progress? The Joker's eyes now shimmered with a blue glow. His mind calculated the flow of battle, Analyzing the series of actions following Dong Sanlang's draw, the compatibility was exceedingly high. To exaggerate, before the fight began, victory had already manifested in the Joker's intelligent chip. Rather than the straightforward answer of triumph, he yearned for unexpected surprises. A madman. The bionic skin on Dong Sanlang's abdomen seemed to peel away, revealing a stark steel color, marked by an exaggerated fist imprint. He gritted his teeth in silent curses. His opponent's second soul, the chip, was a prototype of the celestial pivot. It had been a failed project of the Earth Federation more than 50 years ago. Initially conceived for special forces, but abandoned due to a success rate of less than 30%, leading to its discontinuation. The failure of the celestial pivot chip stemmed from the fact that most soldiers who had it implanted experienced personality collapse. Descending into madness, the Joker currently existed in a state of half madness, half awareness. The intelligent chip could not assume the role of a deity, as its capacity to compute the complexities of reality was limited. This lunatic reveled in the thrill of combat, yet he failed to consider the factors concerning the Earth Federation's Security Bureau. In contrast, Dong Sanlang pondered more deeply and comprehensively. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Suddenly, Dong Sanlang moved again, his legs trembling like bowstrings, relinquishing the katana and launching a punch with his right hand. The air vibrated with a resonant hum, culminating in a thunderous explosion. The Joker vanished from sight, striking out with a punch of his own at a speed unattainable by mere mortals. With a resounding crash, Dong Sanlang's punch was shattered by the Joker, his metallic joints snapping apart. Again, the Joker was ecstatic. In this close-quarters brawl, he felt less like a cold, mechanical tool and more like a beast dismembering prey on the savannah. However, after Dong Sanlang's right hand was broken, a dark muzzle emerged from within. Energy coalesced, then erupted in a brilliant beam. The Joker showcased his inhuman side once more, twisting away in an instant, followed by a powerful kick that struck Dong Sanlang's body. Dong Sanlang's form collided with a car, leaving a substantial dent. Pain etched across his face, his bodily functions severely impaired, his exposed torso riddled with wounds, and sparks flickering from his right arm. "Qin Wei, how much longer?" Dong Sanlang inquired, seizing the opportunity while the communication system remained intact. "I've already made contact," Qin Wei promptly replied, stating that assistance was en route. "However, I did not take extensive safety precautions, fearing they might be tracked." Meanwhile, members of the Nightmare Organization received urgent directives from their superiors. "Allow me to eliminate everyone first, to prevent our affairs from being leaked." The Joker retorted. 3 individuals stealthily approached Shen Ran, intending to abduct the prince first. Just then, bang! A towering figure emerged from the smoke of the highway, wielding a rifle, and shot one of the assailants near Shen Ran, causing his head to explode like a watermelon. It was none other than Li Xian, AT-16. He now stood nearly 6 feet tall. Robust, and with a single shot, he sent a spray of flesh flying, his face bearing a fierce expression. "So this is the so-called Joker. How dare such a pathetic creature target Shen Ran? Li Xian?" Dong Sanlang's expression shifted. "Oh?" The Joker, clad in a purple suit, turned to look, and upon hearing the name, he grinned widely. Boom! The Joker delivered a powerful kick to a nearby vehicle, sending the massive weight of over 1,000 kilograms crashing toward Li Xian's position. "Damn it!" Li Xian shouted, bracing himself, using his left hand with great effort to hold it back. Only then did he catch sight of the Joker, the one who had reduced Dong Sanlang to such a state. "You are the Joker? What a monstrous being! Your name is Li Xian? Do you believe I will sever your head and convert it into a urinal for a public restroom?" The Joker revealed his chillingly twisted side. Yet before he could finish, another deafening gunshot rang out. It was Ma Er, the burly black man, who had also infiltrated the highway, firing a powerful shot with his shotgun from 100 meters away. But the Joker, seemingly caught unawares, blurred in Li Xian's vision. It was an exaggeratedly rapid movement. Pfft. Before Li Xian could comprehend, the Joker dodged, although some parts of him were still hit by stray bullets, exposing a damaged metal plate beneath his black hair at the back of his head. Crackle! The Joker's head flickered with arcs of electricity. Air's pupils contracted sharply. Li Xian was left dumbfounded. "What sort of creature is this?" "Heh, he. The Joker, having suffered his first injury, turned to glare at Ma Er and his oversized shotgun, grinning ominously. "EVA 8, is it? Quite the aim, but just a tad lacking. Meyer glanced at the severely injured Dong Sanlang, then quickly flipped over, searching for another opportunity to fire. Dong Sanlang's expression darkened. The Joker suddenly cackled and charged forward. That moment, the blue glow in his right temple, once a sign of normalcy, had shifted to a perilous Lixin. Take Shen Ran and flee, Dong Sanlang bellowed, disregarding any adjustments, as he picked up the katana with his left hand and rejoined the fray. Lixin immediately met Dong Sanlang's gaze. A leader's valor reflects upon his soldiers, a truth that has endured throughout history. Lixin was no coward. Yet as he looked at the unconscious Shen Ran on the ground, his attention was irresistibly drawn, igniting a fierce anger within him. Crackle! The moment Lixin charged forward, he was met with gunfire from the surviving members of the Nightmare Organization in the vicinity. Several bullets struck him, fortunately avoiding his head. Though blood seeped from a gaping wound in his chest due to his substantial modifications. Gritting his teeth, Lixin retaliated against the assailants, then scooped Shen Ran into his arms. Warm blood trickled down onto Shen Ran's face. Shen Gu, Shen Gu, Shen Ran, Shen Wudi, Lixin shouted repeatedly, yet Shen Ran remained unresponsive. At this moment, Shen Ran lay with his eyes shut tightly, his brow furrowed, as if ensnared in a nightmare, his temperature alarmingly high. The sight filled Lixin with dread. Who were these beasts, and what had they done to you? Thankfully, Shen Ran was still breathing. Lixin suppressed his turmoil and notified Qin Wei to prepare an escape vehicle. Just then, boss! It was Ma Er's anguished cry, boom! The dissipating smoke was once again disturbed by a powerful shockwave. Dong Sanlang, battered and bruised, was sent flying, crashing down from several meters high onto the roof of a car. Lixin's heart tightened instantaneously. Crack! In the next moment, Ma Er's cries abruptly ceased. Lixin froze in place, his body feeling as though it had been doused in icy water. The Joker grasped Ma Er by the neck. Dragging the burly man from the smoke, he appeared as if he had emerged from the depths of hell. At this moment, the Joker bore even more scars, his bionic skin charred, and his head flickering with electricity. Most notably, his eyes radiated a lethal red glow. Simply gazing into those crimson orbs sent a wave of paralyzing fear coursing through Lixin, rendering him immobile. Truly a pitiful bunch. However, I suppose you have provided me with some amusement. Alas, the time for play has come to an end. The Joker's sinister grin widened. Dong Sanlang struggled to rise from the car's roof, witnessing this scene igniting a surge of fury within him. As his breathing quickened, a red glow began to appear in his eyes. This is bad. Within the near district base, Wendy noticed changes in the data on the screen. The little girl quickly straightened her posture and urgently notified Qin Wei. Sister Qin Wei, what exactly is happening over there? Dong Sanlang's condition is deteriorating. It seems he is on the verge of losing control. Upon hearing this, Qin Wei's complexion paled, as she desperately attempted to contact Dong Sanlang. Boss? Lixin also realized the gravity of the situation, his face frozen in shock. With the clown's grip tightening around his throat, Mal's eyes flared with rage as he desperately attempted to speak, but could only emit muffled whimpers. I will kill you. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the car's roof caved in. Dong Sanlang's mighty frame trembled as if he had transformed into a prehistoric beast descending from the heavens. As he plummeted toward Mal, the latter's eyes widened in sheer terror, a tumultuous force surging within his chest. Bang! In an instant, his pupils turned to lifeless voids. The clown had effortlessly snapped Mal's neck with a single hand, rendering him a pitiful and insignificant insect. His heavy body collapsed to the ground, while his severed head rolled away like a deflated ball. Silence, silence. Time stretched unnaturally. In the next moment, a flood of memories surged through his mind. Lixin's mechanical eye flickered ominously, a red glimmer illuminating his anguish as he bellowed, Mal! Ah ha 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 ha! Following this was a maniacal laughter, the crimson light pulsating in rapid succession. The clown's hands produced two mantis blades, lunging towards Dong Sanlang. The ground beneath them cracked and trembled, as if it were a scorched biscuit, quaking violently. In that moment, Dong Sanlang and the clown resembled ferocious beasts in a primordial forest, poised to clash. At that moment, Qin Wei was consumed by fear. But then, an unforeseen twist unfolded. Bang! A gunshot resonated through the air like thunder. Although the clown exaggeratedly reacted, What was unexpected was that he was not a mere machine controlled by a chip. He was an unadulterated beast. His desire to annihilate Dong Sanlang overpowered the system's evasion mechanism, and he did not flinch, his eyes filled with a terrifying thirst for blood. However, he could not have anticipated that the force of the gunshot would obliterate half of his body on the spot, akin to a brick wall being shattered, scattering countless fragments and electronic components into the air. What? The clown was astonished. Boom. Just then, in that flash of electric light, Dong Sanlang pounced upon the clown, slamming him to the ground. At this point, Dong Sanlang's mechanical eye had turned entirely red, data replacing the thoughts within his mind, rapidly escalating in intensity. Whimper above them, a helicopter had appeared without warning. It was the Federal Security Bureau. They've arrived. Quickly, Dong Sanlang, you must flee. Qin Wei urgently shouted through the communication channel. Lixin. Now regaining composure, noticed the red light fading from his eyes. Boss. Li Xian called out to Dong Sanlang, who was pinning the clown down. Let us go. Yet, Dong Sanlang had lost control, his left hand gripping the clown's neck with the intent to crush his windpipe, just as the clown had done to Mal without a moment to spare. Li Xian gritted his teeth and drew a handgun, aiming at Dong Sanlang's back. Meanwhile, the clown's body was gruesomely mangled, yet his face bore no trace of panic, only a deranged grin. Buzz-bang, two entirely disparate sounds erupted simultaneously. The clown activated an electromagnetic interference within his body, while Li Xian, left with no choice, pulled the trigger. Dong Sanlang first experienced a disruption in his cognitive system before being knocked back several meters by the bullet's force. Li Xian rushed over, hoisting the unconscious Shen Ran with his left hand, while using his right to support the similarly unconscious Dong Sanlang, then leaped off the elevated highway without hesitation. Who is it? The clown's body trembled with fury. That last shot had been overwhelmingly powerful. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly killed Dong Sanlang and eliminated every life in that vicinity. At that moment, a fierce wind accompanied by blinding light descended upon the battleground. The clown looked up to see a helicopter hovering above. Standing atop it was a figure clad in black, wearing sunglasses and holding a black briefcase. Oh? The manic smile faded from the clown's face. Chris was observing the clown from above, looking down without uttering a single word before leaping directly from the helicopter. Beep, beep, beep. The sharp, urgent sound of police sirens echoed through the streets. Qin Wei dove into a vehicle parked by the roadside, while the wounded Li Xian rushed into the backseat with Shen Ran and Dong Sanlang. Immediately, Qin Wei opted for manual driving, flooring the accelerator in a specific direction. Mal was dead, his corpse left behind, and that damned clown was nothing short of a mad beast. Li Xian's face contorted with agony, tears mixed with curses. Qin Wei suppressed her inner turmoil, exclaiming, "Why are you crying, you little brat? Stop it. In our line of work, death is commonplace. If you're afraid of dying, you should just get lost. What about Dong Sanlang and Shen Ran?" When she uttered the last question, Qin Wei dared not even glance in the rearview mirror to check the situation. Li Xian quickly replied, "Boss's right temple is still flashing red, and Shen Ran's body is burning up." Qin Wei, I don't know. Upon hearing this, Qin Wei's complexion turned pale. Qin Wei, what about Mal's body? Li Xian couldn't help but glance back at the street scene through the car window. Today's events were far from over. Shen Ran had evidently provoked some of the most formidable entities in Fire City. Why was this happening? Li Xian gazed at the unconscious Shen Ran, his lips nearly bleeding from biting them. The latter had hardly stepped outside in a month. How could he suddenly end up like this? Forget about that for now. Pay attention to your own condition. Qin Wei's grip on the steering wheel tightened, her knuckles turning white. While driving, she dialed a number to this Dr. Chen. May I book an appointment? Yes, right now. Following this, Qin Wei hurriedly contacted Wendy, instructing Xiao Qiu to set the base to the highest security status. Unless they returned, no one was to open the door. Chapter 56. The clinic, just as Li Xian feared, they successfully rescued Shen Ran, but the matter did not end there. The sheer number of police cars on the roads and helicopters flying overhead illustrated the gravity of the situation. Fortunately, Qin Wei's exceptional driving skills allowed them to reach the Inhua district of the underground city without incident. Once the capital administrative district of Fire City, the Inhua district, akin to the current Huashan district, served as a core area for politics, culture, and technological innovation. The name itself hinted at its significance. as Fire City had almost been named Inwa City. Though the underground city now resembled the old city in its desolation, the Inwa district still retained a unique charm. To Li Xian's surprise, Qin Wei drove them to a bar. Qin Wei, I believe the boss is still alive. Let's make an effort to bring him back. We haven't reached the point of parting ways yet, have we? Li Xian remained in the car, reluctant to exit. Qin Wei nearly lost her temper upon hearing this and chose not to waste words. Stepping out of the vehicle, she lit a cigarette, and moments later, several people emerged from the bar. They assisted with Dong Sanlang and Shen Ran. You'd best check your own head too. Qin Wei tossed away her cigarette but, speaking with annoyance. Only then did Li Xian notice the bar's logo, which belonged to the renowned Crazy Grass Bar. It was midday, and the bar was closed, with only a small door ajar. Qin Wei and the others entered through the small door, bypassing the bar and ascending to the fourth floor. Li Xian observed that each floor had 2 bodyguards stationed in the safety passage. All dressed uniformly and wearing matching earpieces, he wondered what lay behind the doors. Upon reaching the 4th floor, the 2 bodyguards scanned Qin Wei and the unconscious Dong Sanlang before the door to the safety passage swung open. An elderly man with white hair, clad in a white coat, appeared. Dr. Chen, Qin Wei greeted politely. Li Xian felt somewhat awkward, his hands awkwardly resting on his thighs, almost bowing in respect. The elder glanced at Dong Sanlang and Shen Ran before speaking. Startlingly Xian with his first words, a significant incident just occurred in the North District. Are you aware? It was our doing. Qin Wei bit her lip, unwilling to conceal the truth. The elder studied Qin Wei for a moment before turning. Come in, as those words were spoken. Li Xian exhaled in relief and hurriedly carried Dong Sanlang and Shen Ran inside without waiting for the 2 bodyguards to assist. Inside, the room indeed resembled a clinic. Although it was not as polished as hospitals or high-end private medical institutions, Li Xian could discern that it was well equipped with various necessary instruments. The Crazy Grass Bar was backed by the largest gang in the underground city. The Chaozi gang. Li Xian secretly scrutinized the elder's back. Could this old man be the gang's ace physician? With that thought, he felt considerably more at ease. Physicians were one of the most unique professions in this day and age. A competent physician must possess expertise in both biomedicine and mechanical maintenance. It could be said that an exceptional physician was exceedingly rare and precious. Most of them enjoyed the lavish treatment afforded to the wealthy in the upper city. While those in the underground city were generally of third-rate caliber, I can do my utmost to save Dong Sanlang, the elder suddenly spoke. But as for the other child, I dare not touch him. Qin Wei's expression shifted immediately. Why not? He is not a delicate flower. What is there to be cautious about? Li Xian had just placed Dong Sanlang and Shen Ran on 2 hospital beds when he couldn't help but exclaim. The elder turned to glance at Li Xian. In this day and age, I haven't encountered such a fool in quite some time. Upon hearing that the other party was unwilling to attend to the comatose Shen Ran, Li Xian, both infuriated and anxious, stepped forward and demanded, what will it take for you to save my brother? Money or a life? State your terms and I, Li Xian, will go all out to fulfill them. The elder gasped in surprise, and the disdain in his gaze towards Li Xian diminished somewhat. Yet, he chose not to engage in further conversation with Li Xian, instead turning his attention to Qin Wei. For the sake of your father and the considerable work that Sakaki T. Saba has done for us in the past, I am making an exception to take you in at this critical juncture. You should understand, he stated. I understand. Qin Wei replied, her face pale as she clenched her fists, still insisting, but we have already sacrificed so much for him. Dr. Chen, you? Seeing Shen Ran lying on the hospital bed, his complexion distressed, Li Xian touched his dangerously high temperature, growing increasingly anxious. However, Dr. Chen waved his hand, instructing Li Xian to leave before he could voice his concerns. Once Li Xian exited, Dr. Chen began to inquire about crucial information. Which faction behind the Nightmare Organization is pulling the strings and watching? Qin Wei was taken aback. What? Do you still wish to conceal it? Dr. Chen continued, the conflict between the Earth Federation Security Bureau and the government can only stem from the Qiming incident and the Nightmare affairs. Be straightforward. His tone was calm as he turned to examine T. Saba's condition while adjusting the equipment. I don't know. I only know that the clown is a cadre of the Nightmare Organization, and we had a confrontation with him, Qin Wei replied, shaking her head. As for the rest, we must wait for T. Saba and Shen Ran to awaken. The clown? Dr. Chen paused, glancing at Shen Ran on another hospital bed. His name is Shen Ran. Is he a new addition to your group, alongside that impassioned young man? What is his background? Dr. Chen's interest peaked as he remarked. You dare to protect someone like that, especially from the hands of that terrifying lunatic known as the Clown. Quite the display of loyalty, T. Saba. After this exchange, Dr. Chen returned his focus to T. Saba, evaluating him with an inscrutable tone. Indeed, Dr. Chen held a prestigious position within the Grass Character Gang, and people of his caliber were naturally privy to the latest significant events occurring in Linbei District. Almost all major factions in Huaching had also turned their attention to this newly emerged vortex. Meanwhile, Qinwei sat beside Shen Ran's hospital bed, touching his hand and noting his abnormally high temperature. His brows were tightly furrowed even in slumber, further complicating Qinwei's emotions. Shen Ran, what kind of person are you, truly? She murmured before she could restrain herself. Dr. Chen, do you have any biological agents to reduce body temperature? Dr. Chen had already begun connecting a line to T. Saba's neck, and upon hearing her question, he glanced back at Qinwei and Shen Ran, responding on the right side, third shelf. A blue bottle. Taking 2 capsules should suffice. In the corridor outside the room, Li Xian paced back and forth, visibly anxious. Suddenly, a hand extended from the side, offering him a cigarette. Relax, young man. Being overly eager accomplishes nothing. Care for a smoke? Li Xian, taken aback, accepted the cigarette, noticing a man in a white suit with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement and affability. The man had slicked back hair, a broad forehead, and well-defined features, projecting an image of charm, confidence, and success. The man leaned against the wall, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Is your friend inside? He asked suddenly. Aren't you from the Grass Character Gang? Don't you know? Li Xian scoffed, thinking to himself that while he could be impulsive, he was hardly foolish. I just arrived. The man chuckled lightly. I only heard that T. Saba and another young man were brought in. Beyond that, I know nothing. Li Xian remained silent, his thoughts consumed by Shen Ran's current predicament. Oh, I remember now. Your name is Li Xian, isn't it? 4 months ago, you were with Sakaki T. Saba. You've only been in the bounty hunter profession for a short while but have already risen from E rank to D rank. What of it? Under normal circumstances, Li Xian would have felt a sense of pride at such words, but in this moment, he felt none of its nothing. The man finished his cigarette, grinning broadly as he patted Li Xian on the shoulder. For some reason, I find you rather likable. If you ever decide not to work with Sakaki T. Saba anymore, feel free to seek me out in the Grass Character Gang. What do you mean? Li Xian shot him an angry glare. Are you implying that something has happened to my boss? I forgot how loyal you are. I apologize for my inappropriate remarks. The man maintained his smile before opening the door and walking inside. Inside the room, as the man in the white suit entered, Qinwei immediately stood up, visibly moved. The man smiled. No need for such a reaction. I heard you had an altercation with the clown, so I came to take a look. At his words, Qinwei felt a bitter taste in her mouth. How is T. Saba? The doctor, seated before the computer screen, wore a grave expression, shaking his head. Not very optimistic. The man's smile faded as he turned his gaze to Shen Ran on the other bead. Is this the boy? Before Qinwei could respond, he asked, Miss Qin, shouldn't we discuss this matter with your father? It would be prudent to see what those in power are scheming, to understand why the clown would target a young man from the underground city. Qinwei wrestled with her thoughts, uncertain whether her decision to come here was right or wrong. Yet, there was no alternative. Aside from the underground city, this was the best medical facility she could think of. I'll take a look shortly, she replied vaguely. Point one of your men, that Mal, remained at the scene. The man remarked, I personally suggest that if you have anything stored at T. Saba's base, it would be wise to retrieve it now. Qinwei glanced at T. Saba on the hospital bed, her heart racing, for Wendy was still at home and no need to worry here. The man added, since I'm here, it means I'll ensure stability at the bar. Although Boss Liang hasn't emerged yet, we can withstand any pressure for at least 3 hours. Thank you, Lord Wenqi, she said gratefully. I will take my leave now. Qinwei prepared to depart, but just then, Shen Ran on the hospital bed finally stirred, his eyelids fluttering as he let out a faint sound. Shen Ran? Qinwei froze, her heart racing as she looked on with tension. The man named Wenqi also turned his gaze to Shen Ran, intrigued by the boy who had given rise to yet another vortex in Huaching. Chapter 57. The proud Qinwei. My head hurts so much. It feels as if there's a tumor pressing against my brain. causing excruciating pain. Beyond the physical discomfort, my consciousness has plunged into a bizarre dreamlike realm, as if my soul has been forcibly crammed with incomprehensible things. In the distance, I hear gunfire, shouts, maniacal laughter, and the drone of police cars and helicopters, all swirling together like a chaotic mixture in a washing machine, ultimately forming an indescribable concoction that churns the stomach worse than any strong alcohol. Amidst the haze, I gather all my strength and finally manage to open my eyes. Just as I barely crack them open, a man with slicked-back hair enters my blurred vision. "You're awake." "Idiot," a completely unfamiliar smiled I in that instant of awakening. My heart tightens, but I refrain from shouting out, for I soon catch sight of Qinwei beside me. "Sister Qinwei, where is this place?" I attempt to sit up, but the moment I move, my limbs feel as though they are burdened with lactic acid from excessive exertion, rendering them powerless. It is Qinwei who helps me up, noticing my still dangerously high temperature. "Why are you still burning up like this?" Qinwei immediately turns to the busy Dr. Chen behind a glass partition. I follow her gaze and am taken aback. "Boss." I see T. Saba as if he is being dissected, and I stand frozen in shock. His skull is opened, revealing the brain's gray matter, wrapped in a metallic shell, with several lines connected to it. This sight chokes me, leaving me speechless, then learn that we are in the crazy grass bar in the underground city's Nuwa district. The man with the slicked-back hair is Lu Wenqi, a senior officer of the Grass Character Gang. He is also known by another title in the underworld, A-rank hunter, Qi Wang. After a long silence, I finally ask, "How did Mal die? Was it the clown?" Qinwei does not respond. Mal had been with the team for 7 years, even longer than Ida. He was a life saved by T. Saba, and he held him in the highest regard. When I first joined the team, he would always mediate during disputes with T. Saba, his imposing exterior belying the heart of an honest man. Qinwei gazes at me, and after a moment of silence, she counters, "How do you feel now?" "I'm all right," I reply, looking down at the gray floor beneath the hospital bed. The monotonous gray appeared to be a hue more akin to death than darkness itself. Mal's lifeless body lay abandoned at the scene, attracting the scrutiny of both the Martian government and the Earth Federation's Security Bureau. "I must hasten back to the base," Qinwei declared. "What about the chief now?" Shen Ran lifted his head once more, casting a glance at Dong Sanlang behind the glass, his words faltering. Qinwei had lost the inclination to say anything further, turning abruptly to exit the room. Shen Ran attempted to follow, but as he moved, his body seized up as if cramping, nearly causing him to stumble. Fortunately, Lu Wenqi was there to grasp his arm. "Thank you," Shen Ran expressed his gratitude. When Qinwei had inquired about his condition earlier, he had not spoken the truth. In reality, his present state could only be described as utterly abysmal. "Could you possibly elaborate on how you offended the clown?" Lu Wenqi's smile remained intact. This question drained even more color from Shen Ran's face. He remained silent, forcing himself to keep pace with Qinwei. The three of them settled into the hovering vehicle en route back to the Neil District base. Throughout the journey, the cabin was so quiet that one could hear the sound of breathing. Li initially exchanged a few words with Shen Ran, but the latter responded with little more than murmurs. Leading Li Xian to fall silent as well, he turned to gaze out the window at the vibrant city beyond. The ever-optimistic Li Xian now exhibited a profound sorrow, akin to a river overflowing with grief. Shen Ran unlocked his phone, the screen illuminating his youthful features. The news reported that the clown had not been apprehended by the Federation's Security Bureau. That madman had managed to escape with the assistance of the ruling party. Furthermore, Shen Ran saw a report about Mal's body being transported into a police vehicle belonging to the Martian government. As he contemplated delving deeper into the news, a sudden and sharp pain struck his temple. As if someone had jabbed him with a needle. The phone slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground, a pained sound escaping his lips. Qinwei immediately glanced back through the rearview mirror. Just as she was about to speak, she seemed to recall something, halting her words. "Are you still unwell?" Li Xian quickly turned his attention to Shen Ran. "No, I'm fine." Shen Ran reclined against the seat, eyes closed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "If there's something to discuss, just say it." "Shen Ran, you can't keep hiding this from us," Qinwei suddenly interjected. The moment her words left her lips, Li Xian felt a heavy weight settle in his chest. Shen Ran opened his eyes, revealing not only discomfort but also a profound sense of guilt and self-reproach. His heart raced, uncertain whether it was due to his physical state or something else. I'm sorry. Finally, he spoke, his tone imbued with an unfamiliar gravity. What bewildered him further was that although tears ought to have streamed down his face, they stubbornly remained at bay. This compelled Shen Ran to bow his head, clenching his fists, unsure of how to proceed. What are you doing? Why are you apologizing? Li Exine asked, perplexed. You have nothing to apologize for. Just don't bottle things up inside. Qin Wei's emotions were tangled. Yet, given the circumstances and witnessing Shen Ran's demeanor, she found herself both advising him and encouraging herself. You are a part of our team. When trouble arises, it is perfectly normal for Dong Sanlang to step in to help you. If we were to abandon you, you might not complain, but we would all feel like a failure as a team. Such words offered no solace to Shen Ran. His mind spun with thoughts, questioning whether he had indeed been too headstrong. The stakes were monumental. Stellar energy technology, Mars and Earth, all of it felt overwhelmingly grand. Even if he had done nothing wrong, even if he was merely an ordinary citizen with no connection to these matters. The moment those individuals set their sights on him, it seemed he had but one choice: to obediently accept their arrangements. The more he resisted, the more he would be battered and bruised. Now, he had inadvertently implicated Dong Sanlang and his associates. At that moment, the hovering vehicle descended into a villa district. After Qin Wei checked the urban management OC system for anomalies and found none, she prepared to disembark. In the silence, Shen Ran suddenly spoke up, Sister Qin Wei, upon careful reflection, I realize my forthcoming words may be rather nonsensical, but I believe I may no longer be suited to remain with everyone. With a whoosh, as the vehicle doors opened and he was about to step out, Qin Wei abruptly halted, the atmosphere seeming to freeze. Li Exine looked at Shen Ran in disbelief. You're aware that saying such a thing is foolish? Qin Wei turned to Shen Ran, her face gradually betraying her anger for the first time. When she saw that he still had his head bowed, she commanded sharply, Lift your head. Shen Ran complied. Sister Qin Wei, please don't be angry. Li Exine flustered, quickly added, Have you lost your mind? What are you saying? Don't waste time. The chief is still waiting for us at the clinic. Sister Qin Wei, I truly apologize, but I am at a loss as to how to proceed. Shen Ran disregarded Li Exine, forcing the words out to Qin Wei. I know I seem like a fool right now, but the ruling party will not let this go lightly. Even if this matter escalates and the Earth Federation Security Bureau becomes involved, the ramifications will be immense and could affect my uncle. What ruling party? What uncle? Li Exine was left utterly bewildered. He was primarily concerned about the conflict brewing between Shen Ran and Qin Wei, wrapping his arms around Shen Ran in a bear hug. All right, Shen Ran, hurry up and get out. But just then, bang. Qin Wei lunged towards the back seat, yanking Li Exine aside before seizing Shen Ran by his collar and pinning him against the seat. Shen Ran was taken aback. Qin Wei's oval face was now mere inches away, her exquisite features contorted with fury. She shouted at him, her words nearly spitting on his face. So you intend to grovel to those bastards who killed Mao? Faced with Qin Wei's wrath, Shen Ran froze momentarily. After a pause, he averted his gaze, unable to meet her fiery stare. Unsure of where to look, let me tell you, you cannot fathom just how filthy and shameless those individuals are. That circle is utterly repugnant. Qin Wei's breaths came in rapid succession, her chest rising and falling dramatically, as her thoughts turned inward. Observing Shen Ran's current state, her anger erupted like volcanic magma. Mal died because of you. And Dong Sanlang is in an uncertain predicament right now. I harbor some resentment, but it's of no consequence. At least Mal didn't die in vain. At least I've always admired Dong Sanlang. You, on the other hand, dragged us into this mess and now suddenly wish to kneel and plead for mercy from those people. Shen Ran, do you even consider yourself a man? Inside the vehicle, Qin Wei unleashed her fury for the first time, revealing a side of herself that was starkly different from before. Her words were sharp, her temperament explosive, leaving Li Exine too frightened to breathe. In contrast, Shen Ran gradually calmed. It's not quite kneeling, he said bitterly, self-deprecatingly. Those guys want me to be their prince. Even if it's a bit humiliating, at least everyone could stay alive. Moreover, their cause seems quite noble. Claiming it's for the future of Fire City. I was born in the Ground City. How could I not know what those people proclaim with righteous words while secretly harboring ulterior motives? Qin Wei looked at Shen Ran, filled with exasperation, and questioned. If you believe that surviving is the most important thing, then why did we dare to risk everything to bring you out? As her words fell, Shen Ran's hands trembled. He could find no retort. Simply entertaining those thoughts sent jolts of pain through his heart. Meanwhile, Qin Wei's anger subsided slightly, though she still gritted her teeth. Shen Ran, you little brat. Remember this. Your life was saved by us. I want you to carry yourself with pride. You are not to bow your head to those people. Do you understand? If it were possible, who wouldn't he wish to live with their chest held high? With pride? Yet Shen Ran found it hard to envision how to maintain a semblance of life amid such turmoil. Nevertheless, he sensed that Qin Wei's emotions were running high. That I understand. Yes, it was you and the chief who brought me back. I will heed your words. Shen Ran took a deep breath and apologetically said, I'm sorry for making you angry, Sister Qin Wei. Qin Wei released her grip, her expression fierce as she replied, Just know that. I also ran away from home at your age. For all these years, I have never considered returning no matter what I faced out here. I would rather die outside than bow to those bastards. When she spoke those words, Qin Wei did not conceal her pride. Despite the dire circumstances, she remained a proud queen regarding her life. After exiting the vehicle, Qin Wei opened the villa's grand door. Li Exine supported Shen Ran, whispering, What are you afraid of? I'm quite carefree, thinking that I've lived these past few months wonderfully. Even if the heavens were to claim my life now, I would harbor no resentment. In response, Shen Ran managed a strained smile. The unwavering support of his friend, coupled with Qin Wei's earlier words, gradually tightened Shen Ran's fists. What should he do? The ruling party seemed to have grasped a star stone and intended to construct their own portal. They would undoubtedly not spare him. After tearing off the mask, the situation would only worsen. His uncles had embroiled him in this series of events, and now he had dragged others into the fray. How could he secure a foothold? Shen Ran pondered the myriad circumstances surrounding him. Since Qin Wei had already dismissed the path of submission, there remained only the option of raising his head high and continuing to resist. Yet, how could he possibly mount such a resistance? While lost in thought, Shen Ran nearly stumbled down the stairs, his body still radiating heat, as if streams of warmth coursed through his muscles, an odd sensation that eluded his control. Rendering him powerless, Li Exine expressed concern, but Shen Ran shook his head, assuring him he was fine. It seemed he had reached the critical juncture of his second transformation, yet something felt amiss, keeping him perpetually in this state. Was it truly necessary to lack the radiation of a star energy stone, as had been the case previously? Shen Ran mused, subsequently urging Li Exine to leave while he gathered his belongings and swiftly exited the room. Upon entering his chamber, Shen Ran closed the door behind him and retrieved his backpack from under the bed. Opening it to extract the black box, that moment, an alarming impulse surged within him, causing his heartbeat to quicken and his body to feel increasingly unmanageable. A desire that did not belong to him, akin to a persistent hunger, greedily yearning for the stone contained within the box. Chapter 58. Logging in, damn it. No, not now, not here. The room echoed with thoughts that stirred the imagination. Were an outsider to witness this, they would surely be taken aback. At that instant, Shen Ran sat on the floor, clutching a square black box, appearing as though he were in the throes of a mental breakdown, vacillating between the urge to open it and the resolve to suppress it through gritted teeth and closed eyes. In truth, it was a profoundly terrifying experience. Shen Ran was certainly not suffering from schizophrenia, yet he felt something far more dreadful, as though a demon resided within him. Initially, it generated warmth in his body, but upon entering the room, he was overtaken by goosebumps, as if being reminded that it was time to feed. Shen Ran disregarded it, striving to resist the urge to open the box. Now, however, that demon unleashed an even more terrifying assault. His heart raced, pounding heavily in his chest, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. How could this be happening? Shen Ran was drenched in sweat, unable to believe he had descended to such a state. His bones felt as though they were rebelling against him, and the blood within him resembled an army of ants, crawling and gnawing through his muscles, evoking sensations of itchiness, pain, and a maddening tickle that was excruciatingly unbearable. Open the box, if only the blue light could shine upon him. All discomfort would dissipate, and he would ascend to paradise in an instant. Shen Ran seemed to hear such a voice emanating from within. This truly resembled the craving of an addict. Shen Ran gritted his teeth, enduring the torment, even resorting to slapping his own face, declaring, "If my body won't obey, I'll beat it into submission. Damn it. How could the radiation from the star stone alter my brain's mechanisms like a drug? This must be a transformation in brain function." The problem was that the Kaisi gang would only provide shelter for Dong Sanlang for 3 hours, and soon the investigators from the Martian government and the Earth Federal Security Bureau would arrive. He could not possibly open the black box here. Suddenly, Shen Ran's resolve hardened. He seized a fruit knife from the table and slashed a long gash across his arm. He allowed the blood to flow freely, the sharp pain piercing his heart. Struggling to overcome the sensation, he rose, stowed the box in his pocket, and kicked open the door, stepping out of the room. "Qin Wei, Li Xian, are you ready? Hurry up," Shen Ran bellowed, finding himself unable to communicate normally. Soon, Li Xian rushed out of the room, startled by the scene before him. At this moment, Shen Ran could only be described as frenzied. More terrifying than addiction was the person who could suppress it. Shen Ran was dripping with sweat, a fog-like aura forming around him. He stood there, his right arm inexplicably marked by a 2-diameter-long gash, blood dripping steadily onto the floor. "Shen Ran, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me." Li Xian's eyes widened in shock. "I can't hold on much longer." "Hurry up," Shen Ran shouted, his mind trembling, an experience beyond comprehension for outsiders. "What do you mean you can't hold on? Something big is about to happen, right?" Li Xian was utterly bewildered, witnessing Shen Ran punch a hole in the wall, prompting him to shiver and quickly contact Qin Wei and Wendy. Fortunately, Qin Wei and Wendy soon emerged with the important items packed. "Shen Wudi, you?" Wendy gazed at Shen Ran in fear, clutching Qin Wei tightly. She was terrified, feeling as though he might devour her. "Shen Ran, what's wrong with you?" Qin Wei glared at him protectively. "Enough with the nonsense. I am about to lose control." Shen Ran's hair was drenched in sweat, his breath coming in heavy gasps, a truly frightening sight to outsiders. "You don't even have a chip in your brain. What do you mean losing control? Are you trying to become a Super Saiyan?" Qin Wei scolded. The group departed the villa, with Shen Ran's abnormal state leaving no room for nostalgia or reluctance towards the base. The hovercar ascended rapidly, heading towards the Nuwa district. Inside the vehicle, Shen Ran trembled incessantly, feeling as if he were caught in a struggle between a monster and a superhero. "I in the passenger seat." Wendy clutched a teddy bear, glancing back at Shen Ran, her little frame shaking. "I can't hold on any longer." Moments later, Shen Ran weakly uttered, "Pull over. I need to get out." "You all go ahead. I'll catch up later." Qin Wei was momentarily dumbfounded. "Are you serious? You want to leave alone at a time like this? No way." Li Xian was the first to suspect Shen Ran was feigning. Thinking he wanted to detach from the group, he grabbed Shen Ran. "Are you trying to use the restroom? If you can't hold it, it's fine. Just go here." "What?" Wendy's face flushed with indignation as she glared at the two boys. "No way. That is so disgusting, damn it. Who wants to use the restroom?" Shen Ran felt both exasperated and amused, wrenching Li Xian's hand away. "Then what do you want to do?" Li Xian truly couldn't comprehend. Shen Ran's breathing intensified, and as time passed, his hand, seemingly controlled by another force, reached into his pocket. Li Xian watched, transfixed. Suddenly, Shen Ran's right hand grasped his left. "No. You can't move," Li Xian gaped. As anyone witnessing such a scene would, it was utterly bizarre. "Shen Ran, when did your acting skills become so extraordinary?" To Li Xian's bewilderment, he still believed Shen Ran was merely putting on a show. "You fool." Shen Ran was on the verge of tears. Yet it was precisely because of this foolish friend that he dared not submit. If he were to open the box and reveal the star energy stone, everyone in the vehicle would be doomed. "Qin Wei, I'm really dying," Shen Ran shouted towards Qin Wei at the driver's seat. Qin Wei's expression shifted, and the hovercar descended onto a flat area. Before she could speak, the door was violently flung open by Shen Ran. Indeed, the hovercar modified by Dong Sanlang, with a titanium and steel shell, was brutally pried open by Shen Ran. Both Wendy and Li Xian were left agape in astonishment. In the next moment, Shen Ran erupted forth with explosive speed, akin to a cheetah on the savannah, darting out before anyone could react. "Oh no!" Li Xian immediately attempted to pursue him. "What on earth is happening with Shen Ran?" Qin Wei was equally astonished, a sense of panic rising within her. Before Li Xian could catch up, Shen Ran had vanished without a trace, leaving Li Xian furious, jumping and cursing in place. How could he run so fast? He even claimed he was dying. Uncertain of which district in the underground city he had entered, it was approximately 6 in the evening, just as the night was beginning to fall, coinciding with the end of the workday. The streets were bustling with pedestrians and vehicles. Shen Ran charged through the chaos like a frenzied bull, provoking a cacophony of honking horns and shouted curses from passers-by. Strangely, despite having previously lacked even a modicum of strength, relying on others for support to walk, he now felt as if he possessed boundless energy. I must quickly find a secluded spot. Shen Ran's remaining rationality teetered on the brink of collapse. Having reached this point was already sufficiently terrifying. Despite sharing many traits with ordinary individuals, this youth's ability to suppress his brain's inherent mechanisms through sheer willpower signified his extraordinary nature. Soon, Shen Ran discovered a shop available for sublease. He produced a card and swiped it on the door lock, successfully gaining entry. Inside, he found only abandoned renovation materials, the floor thick with dust, indicating that no one had visited the shop for quite some time. Trembling, Shen Ran retrieved the black box from his pocket. This time, without hesitation, he opened it in an instant. A blue light erupted like an ocean, deep and mysterious, filling every corner of the shop. Simultaneously, it enveloped the weary body of the young man. It was a square blue crystal, translucent and radiant. Beautiful yet deadly, this blue crystal must surely be a divine masterpiece, for why else would all the prominent figures of Fire City go to such lengths to acquire it? Shen Ran leaned against the wall, as if seated in an azure sea. A foolish smile stretching across his face, an eerie transformation occurred. The peculiar sensations within him vanished in an instant, replaced by an indescribable sense of physical and mental tranquility. Like a weary traveler parched in the desert for an entire day and night, with lips cracked and dry, he suddenly arrives at an oasis, he last. Shen Ran completely relaxes, his consciousness gradually fading. As the azure world before him slowly turns to darkness, blocks of black squares begin to densely materialize in his vision, as if fragments were occupying space, reconstructing a new realm. In the next moment, biological programs restart. Finally, that peculiar signal once again resounds abruptly in the silence. Activating, connection to the Deep Blue Network successfully established, ID number 09. Do you wish to log in? Log in. Chapter 59. The game begins. An era has ushered in yet another profound transformation. Like many others, Shen Ran was afforded a singular opportunity to make a choice amidst the tide of this epical reform. He once stood at a crossroads, with the option to turn right or left. Yet, at that time, he remained steadfastly obedient, adhering to the prescribed path of life. After enduring so much, Shen Ran finally grasped a profound truth. The greatest tragedy for a small person often lies in never having made a choice. A commoner's life is dictated by choices. Fortunately, by the whims of fate, he found himself here again, in a realm devoid of gravity, where both above and below stretch infinitely into the cosmos. Stars twinkle like scattered diamonds in the vast dark expanse, tiny points of light flickering. Shen Ran appeared in this enigmatic space. He glanced down at his hands and body, which felt corporeal and possessed a genuine tactile sensation. Remarkable. Shen Ran uttered 2 words. It felt as though he had entered a virtual game, yet in reality, he lay in a corner of an unfamiliar shop, more akin to the machinations of a nightmare. Yet, I have not installed any chips in my mind. Shen Ran pinched his arm forcefully. The sensation of pain was all too real, entirely distinct from the experience of those virtual games. Even the most advanced hyper-realistic gaming systems could not replicate this. It was as if he had truly vanished from Mars, entering this wondrous space. Yet reason informed Shen Ran that the universe in reality is quite dark, much like a sealed iron chamber. Normally, one cannot see the distant stars light years away. Connection to the Deep Blue Network successfully established, ID number 09. Do you wish to log in? As Shen Ran pondered this, the peculiar signal sounded once more. Surprised, he murmured to himself, so it indeed relates to that black egg? Something within the egg has penetrated my mind, resembling an intelligent chip. Lixin, Dong Sanlang, and their brains can connect to the OC system of Fire City? While I have linked to this Deep Blue Network, it seems my guesses are not far from the truth. Yet, what kind of system is the Deep Blue Network? Was it created by the upper echelons of Earth? What is its relationship with the deep blue world? Why have the scientists of the Earth Federation not mentioned it? Is my third uncle one of its members? My ID number is 09, suggesting there are at least 8 others. But the number of participants does not seem vast, and my third uncle is quite impressive. In a brief moment, Shen Ran managed to grasp some connections. Previously, he had a rough idea. Primarily due to a lingering shadow in his mind, it is evident here that his character is indeed very cautious, including his attitude towards the position of the ruling party's prince. Log in. Soon, Shen Ran organized his thoughts and took a deep breath. As for what this deep blue network truly is, I shall discover upon logging in. Welcome to the Deep Blue Network. Scanning has commenced. Please wait. Scan completed. Host identified as Eukaryotic Domain, Animalia Kingdom, Mammalia Class, Primates Order, Hominidae Family, Biological Age 15 years, all bodily functions within normal ranges, anomaly detected. Host's neural connections are abnormal, warning. ID number 09 has entered an anomalous state. Cause unknown, unable to classify. Would you like to submit a report? What is happening now? Shen Ran was taken aback. After logging in, the starlit sky suddenly went pitch black, leaving only the sound of command prompts. It seemed to indicate that his condition was somewhat irregular. This does not sound promising. Without hesitation, Shen Ran replied, "Do not submit." The darkness remained quiet for a moment before the reassuring voice returned. Adjustment successful. Loading the Deep Blue Network? In the next instant, light reappeared. Shen Ran was astonished to find himself in an environment resembling an elevator, surrounded by silver metallic panels, with a full-length mirror before him. The reflection showed his likeness. Aside from the transformation of his attire into a white shirt and black trousers, he appeared almost identical. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, with short, tousled hair, his face still bore traces of youth. Although its contours had become more defined, in the upper right corner of the mirror were adjustment options, including facial features, height, physique, and even reproductive organs. Why does this feel just like a game? Shen Ran pondered. Then, adhering to his cautious nature, adjusted his appearance to that of a weathered, disheveled middle-aged man. Shen Ran clicked to confirm the appearance. Subsequently, a pop-up appeared in the mirror requesting a name. A line of small text reminded him that once named, it could not be changed. This struck Shen Ran as somewhat peculiar. After all, major game developers in reality typically sell name change cards in stores. Aside from gaming, most online platforms rarely impose such a restriction on renaming. Naturally, Shen Ran would not adopt a bizarre name like Dragon Invincible Shin as Li Xian did. After contemplating for a moment, he typed in a name. Ji Yin. Ji is his mother's surname, while Yin is derived from his own name, Ran. His father initially intended to name him Ran, but his grandfather vehemently disapproved, stating that the character sounded unfavorable in Fire City. Ji Yin, the nickname is available. Please confirm. Observing this name, Shen Ran felt a subtle sensation within. Confirm. In the next moment, Shen Ran had completely transformed into the weathered, disheveled middle-aged man reflected in the mirror, now named Ji Yin. Then, a female system voice resonated. Welcome ID number 09, Ji Yin, to the Deep Blue Network. May I inquire if your memory carrier has sustained any damage? What is a memory carrier? Instinctively, Shen Ran sensed something amiss. Earlier, it had been indicated that his condition seemed abnormal, damaged, he replied. The system voice politely inquired, would you like an assistant? Yes, Shen Ran replied without hesitation. In an instant, the scene shifted once more, and Shen Ran found himself in an empty room. At its center stood a high platform, upon which rested a silvery orb, seamlessly integrated as if it were a single entity. I am your assistant in the Deep Blue Network. How would you like me to address you? The orb emitted a synthetic voice devoid of gender. Shen Ran's expression shifted oddly. He had assumed this would indeed resemble a game, perhaps allowing for the customization of an AI game assistant. For instance, a cute little girl or a beautiful, innocent schoolgirl, with personality traits set to be endearing or tsundere, primarily to add some amusement to life. Just call me Ji Yin, Shen Ran said, moving about the room to examine his surroundings. The room was approximately 30 square meters, devoid of anything but the central object, although there were a few doors. Due to the damage to your memory carrier, please allow me to briefly explain what the Deep Blue Network is. The orb continued behind him. By the way, how should I refer to you? Shen Ran suddenly inquired. The orb replied, you may call me Deep Blue. Shen Ran turned his head in surprise, but had no time to ponder further as the orb's subsequent words immediately captured his attention. The Deep Blue Network is a biotechnological platform designed for exploring the Deep Blue world. Just as it began, Shen Ran interjected, "Isn't this merely a virtual platform? How does one explore the Deep Blue world?" "Users have various methods of exploration," the orb responded. "Could you share one with me?" Shen Ran inquired. Regarding the orb.I in reality, he still lay in an unknown shop in the underground city. This place appeared to be akin to an internet system similar to a chip. The upper echelons of Fire City had gone to great lengths to establish a portal of their own star energy technology in reality to transport individuals into the Deep Blue world. Yet now, this orb claimed that exploration of the Deep Blue world was feasible just like this. "Would you like to commence the novice tutorial now? This tutorial entails a specific task, and upon completion, you shall receive corresponding rewards. Please note, this novice tutorial will involve another user who will assist you. Should you fail, you will be prohibited from exploring the Deep Blue world for a year," the orb stated. After hearing the prompt, Shen Ran furrowed his brow. Wasn't the Deep Blue world still in the early stages of exploration? Why did it feel as though the technology here was already quite advanced? Shen Ran found it perplexing. He posed several questions to the orb, including whether he had the latest type of biological chip in his mind and who had created this platform. These inquiries seemed to stump the orb, rendering it momentarily speechless. "How disappointing," Shen Ran muttered, bemused. "This artificial intelligence is rather dim-witted. Would you like to initiate the novice tutorial now?" The orb repeated the system prompt. "Proceed." Shen Ran confirmed, taking a deep breath and preparing himself. He was rather eager to discern whether this astonishing virtual game was the creation of a formidable mastermind, or if it truly possessed such extraordinary capabilities that it could allow him to explore the depths of the Azure world. In a swift motion, a door on the right side of the room swung open, resembling the stellar energy portal from that live broadcast. Beyond the threshold lay a mysterious expanse of blue luminescence. ZX33.417 Deep Blue World has been activated. Please enter within 60 seconds. Connection type: Neural Network Protocol 1. Task 1. Survive for 24 hours. Task 2. Assist Richard in exploring the ruins of the Aztec Empire. Difficulty: Beginner Tutorial. Important notes: do not disclose any information about yourself to the indigenous inhabitants of this Deep Blue world, or your neural connection will be severed immediately. Do not allow the indigenous inhabitants to uncover your true identity, or the mission will be deemed a failure. Do not exit the boundaries of the Aztec Empire ruins, or the mission will be considered a failure. Remarks: Magic, not as effective as electricity, and rather lackluster in flavor. With that, Shen Ran stepped through the door, as if plunging into a vast blue swimming pool. Simultaneously, the aforementioned system notifications echoed in his ears, but before he could ponder further, he was struck by an overwhelming inability to breathe. It suddenly dawned on him that during the last live stream, the members of the Earth Federation's special forces had entered the Deep Blue world fully equipped, resembling small mechanized fortresses, even connected by tubes. He, however, felt as though he had tumbled into the ocean. The system's voice grew fainter, gradually fading into silence, as darkness consumed his vision. An invisible tide surged into his nostrils, flooding his throat and belly. Suddenly, Shen Ran jolted upright, akin to someone rescued from drowning, gasping for air. Wait a moment. He could breathe now. Cradling his face in his hands, he looked around in astonishment. Beneath an exceptionally large moon, he found himself in a camp situated in the wilderness. A few oddly dressed men and women were conversing near the tents, by the flickering campfire ahead. An elderly professor with graying hair trembled as he adjusted his monocle and unfolded a map in his hands. In the distance loomed a majestic mountain, one Shen Ran had never encountered before. The mountain rose like a colossal titan, rendering a person insignificant in its presence, shrouded in the night's veil, emanating an indescribable, spine-chilling aura. Remarkably, he managed to remain composed without shouting, exhibiting commendable mental fortitude. Suddenly, a cold, icy voice pierced the air. Shen Ran turned to see a woman with long, dark hair seated atop a cargo box. Her striking emerald eyes fixed intently upon him.